Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 953 to Chapter 1031. Gu Chen and the others walked toward the Underworld Emperor Pagoda. The closer they got, the weirder the huge pagoda became. This pagoda is called the Underworld Emperor Pagoda. Is it related to the primordial Underworld Emperor? The dragon horse followed behind and asked in bewilderment. Are you sure you have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and not the bloodline of the ancestral worm? Punlai Island Lord mocked. The dragon horse was half a step into the immortal lord realm. Even Jiang Beiming, who was a late-stage immortal king, was weaker than it. It shouldn't be so timid. What do you know? As soon as we got here, some of the ancestral dragon's memories came out of my head. The dragon horse explained angrily. It said that the primordial underworld emperor was the most evil among all the godly emperors. Even the ancestral dragon hated and feared him. I don't know why, but I get goosebumps when I get close to this place. This never happened when I went to Immortal Emperor Taishu's Heaven Void Hall. It's like. The dragon horse stopped talking. It's like what? The others asked. It's like the primordial underworld emperor is still alive and we are about to enter his lair, the dragon horse said with gritted teeth. The others fell silent and looked at each other. The dragon horse had always been a spiritual immortal beast. Even if there wasn't a real godly emperor in the pagoda, it must be hiding great danger. Thinking of the woman's lack of explanation about the situation in the pagoda, the others were even more worried. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come. Since entering the pagoda is a necessary procedure for the members of the underworld, it means that there is no danger to our lives. Gu Chen comforted the others even though he was also a little uneasy. Creak, the gate of the huge pagoda was pushed open, and the group entered. Gu Chen had thought that he would see a similar scene to the underworld god pagoda, but it was empty. The inside of the underworld emperor pagoda seemed to be an empty shell. It was extremely spacious and desolate without any traps. Roar, however, at this moment, the white ape on Gu Chen's shoulder transformed into its true form. It roared at the void and bared its teeth as if it sensed extreme danger. How did I return to my original form? The dragon horse said in shock. It had unknowingly returned to its dragon form. Gu Chen and Punlai Island Master exchanged a look and found that their disguises were gone as well. There seemed to be a mysterious power in the pagoda that caused all of them to reveal their true colors. Everyone could not help but feel their scalps go numb. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. It's been a long time since I had such an outstanding cauldron. Suddenly, a hoarse and joyful voice rang out, directly affecting everyone's mind. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed, and they subconsciously wanted to defend themselves, but they found that their bodies could not move. A black torrent appeared in the originally empty sky, and countless strange and frightening faces appeared in it, sweeping towards everyone. In an instant, it wrapped around everyone. At the same time, everyone felt a cold and evil spiritual power surging into their minds. Everyone. Gu Chen saw that Punlai Island Master and Jiang Beiming's eyes dimmed instantly as if they had lost consciousness. The dragon horse tried its best to run out, but it fainted and fell to the ground with a plop. In just a short while, only he and the white ape were left struggling. The strange black torrent had entangled him, and a face emerged from the black, viscous mist. I know you, the face in front of him spoke. When Gu Chen saw his face clearly, his pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. Huangfu Wuji? Gu Chen almost lost his voice. The face in front of him was exactly the same as Huangfu Wuji's. He didn't know what the monster in front of him was, but he was sure that his mind had not been invaded, so it couldn't be an illusion. Moreover, this monster didn't know him, so why did it transform into Huangfu Wuji's appearance? Ancient Song Huang Star, Kunlun Continent, successor of the Tyrant clan, the monster in front of him muttered a few words, but they were all closely related to Gu Chen. It looked like it was reading his memory. Gu Chen felt a chill down his spine. He was sure that the other party wasn't reading his memory, so whose memory was it reading? After muttering for a while, the monster's eyes suddenly lit up. 30,000 years ago, my human furnace followed the seed of origin to the ancient Song Huang Star, but it died in the hands of the successor of the Tyrant clan. Since then, the seed of origin has been missing. 30,000 years later, my other human furnace tried to unify the continent, but it was also stopped by the successor of the Tyrant clan. So, the seed of origin is with you? The monster seemed to wake up suddenly, and Huangfu Wuji's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Heaven's will. Heaven's will. There was a path to heaven, but you chose to break into hell. Where is the seat of origin? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The hysterical demonic voice echoed in the tower, and the black torrent suddenly rushed into Gu Chen's body, trying to find what it was looking for. Gu Chen couldn't resist its invasion, and the secret space in his body was broken through layer by layer. The other party rushed into his dantian with an unstoppable momentum. The seat of origin. Its joyful voice echoed, but the next moment, it turned into fear. No. It has actually taken root and sprouted, and is filled with chaotic aura. How did this happen? How can this be? Buzz, in the starry sky of Gu Chen's dantian, the origin of all beings that grew like a horned dragon seemed to have sensed something, and the gray fog on the treetop shook slightly. Boom, the next moment, the black torrent was hit by the gray gas, and it screamed and escaped from Gu Chen's dantian. Its vitality was greatly injured. No, I'm the emperor of the netherworld, why should I be bound by the heavenly Tao? I can't accept this. It screamed madly, and through the illusory soul, it could be seen that there were densely packed chains of light binding it. The chains of light were formed by countless prisoner characters, and they were clearly unimaginably thick chains of the divine Tao. It seemed even weaker under the restraints of the chains, and it suddenly drilled into the void above the tower and disappeared. Immediately, the tower returned to silence, and there were no more abnormalities. Only now did Gu Chen realize that he was covered in cold sweat, and he couldn't help but sit on the ground, panting heavily. Emperor of the Underworld? That was the immemorial Emperor of the Underworld? Gu Chen recalled the other party's crazy words, and waves of shock surged in his heart. He had just escaped from a deity emperor, and the one who saved him was the origin of all beings. Although the other party's words were messy, they vaguely revealed a shocking secret. The seed of origin that flew to the ancient pale yellow star 30,000 years ago is a treasure that even a deity emperor covets. Huangfu Wuji is a cauldron, and everyone in the nether realm is a cauldron? Could it be that cultivating his orthodoxy, or becoming a member of the nether realm, will we all be manipulated by it? What happened to it just now? Did the origin of all beings hurt it? It was the first time that the mother root of all beings was so aggressive, and the strange underworld emperor made Gu Chen even more alarmed. 30,000 years ago, the gods went to the dark yellow ancient star for the seed of origin. Although they died in an accident, it didn't mean that these forces were no longer interested in the seed of origin. Since the seed of origin disappeared 30,000 years ago, most people didn't think that they had this thing. However, if this thing was exposed one day, Gu Chen would still be in great danger. It seems like I have to figure out the origin of the seed of origin if I have the chance. It is sprouted in my body, and it will be a hidden danger if I don't figure out everything about it. Gu Chen murmured. The appearance of the Emperor of the Underworld had given him a wake-up call. The mother root of all things was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the art of nature of heavenly stars. He should have found a chance to understand everything about it. The godly Tao forces that went to search for the seed of origin might be a good breakthrough. What happened? After the Underworld Emperor disappeared, Jiang Beiming and Punlai Island Master quickly came back to their senses. The dragon horse also stood up in a daze, not knowing what had happened. Do you feel anything unusual in your bodies? With the ability of the sight and smell godly physique, Gu Chen sharply sensed that except for him and the white ape, the others all had a different aura. With this reminder, the three of them closed their eyes and examined their bodies. There is a nether realm technique in my mind, and I have re-entered the godly Tao. Punlai Island Master was the first to sense it. He opened his eyes in astonishment. Jiang Beiming and the dragon horse also sensed the similar changes in their bodies. Can I check? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. With the previous experience, he had some guesses. No one refused, so Gu Chen checked Punlai Island Master's body first. His spiritual senses even invaded his mind ocean to check everything about the nether realm technique. In Punlai Island Master's mind ocean, a pitch-black illusory scroll appeared. Gu Chen sensed it with his mind and found that besides the technique, there was also a wisp of imperceptible mental force. Because he had just come into contact with the Emperor of the Netherworld, he almost instinctively realized that this was the mark of the Emperor of the Netherworld. Just as I expected. Gu Chen took a deep breath and told everyone about his speculation. What? You said that if the primordial underworld emperor is not dead, those who practice his cultivation method will be affected by him? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Only now did they understand what had restrained them. That's right. I'm afraid it's not as simple as being influenced by him. The deeper one is involved with him, the more one will be controlled. He calls the people who cultivate his cultivation method human furnaces. Presumably, these people's cultivation is helpful to him. Moreover, he seems to be able to sense the lives that his human furnaces have experienced. Even if they die, he can read their memories when they were alive. Gu Chen's words made the three people's eyelids twitch. The three of them were all geniuses. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others in order to cultivate the magic methods of the underworld emperor? According to this deduction, perhaps one day the emperor of the underworld would need it, and all the cultivation they had accumulated in their entire lives would be in vain. Such a method was too strange and evil. Everyone in the underworld, or anyone who had come into contact with the slightest bit of the inheritance of the underworld emperor, would be under the control of the underworld emperor? This is a primordial godly emperor. He's not picky at all. Why does he need so many human furnaces? The dragon horse couldn't help but ask. It should be known that the ordinary members of the underworld were not worthy of their attention, let alone a godly emperor. I'm not sure. His condition is very strange. Perhaps he was seriously injured and is using this method to heal himself. Or it could be some kind of cultivation method. Gu Chen was deep in thought. He thought of the man with a bamboo hat's cultivation method of billions of divided souls. Perhaps what the emperor of the underworld did was the same. However, as a godly emperor, an existence who had traveled through the ages, his methods should be more brilliant than the man with a bamboo hat, but the truth was the opposite. Each of the billions of divided souls of the man with a bamboo hat was equivalent to an independent individual, and they had influenced the history of many ancient stars. Even though the emperor of the underworld's divine awareness was attached to every human furnace, it was almost invisible on normal days, and it was impossible to see how he could affect the human furnaces. At least, as far as Huangfu Wuji was concerned, Gu Chen didn't see any emperor of the underworld's divine awareness show up until his death. He wasn't sure whether the emperor of the underworld didn't want to interfere with the actions of the human furnaces, or if he couldn't do it in his current condition. In comparison, Gu Chen suddenly felt that the man with a bamboo hat's ability was really too incredible. Even though nobody knew how powerful the jingling Taoist was, it was said that no one had become an emperor since the ancient times, so he was at most very close to the immortal emperor or godly emperor realm. It seemed that his method of dividing billions of divided souls was really incredible, and nobody knew how he had done it. Gu Chen was lost in thought. In a trance, he felt that he was close to the big secret of the man with a bamboo hat. Is there any way to remove the imprint left by the emperor of the underworld? Everyone was frowning and worried. Gu Chen came back to his senses and said, "The imprint of the emperor of the underworld has just been imprinted in your minds. Now that you've discovered it, it shouldn't be difficult to remove it." If they had cultivated the cultivation method related to the emperor of the underworld for many years, the imprint would be deeply imprinted in their souls, and nobody would be able to help them. But now that it had just been imprinted, Gu Chen was 70 to 80% sure that he could remove it. Now I understand why only those who enter the Tower of the Underworld are considered members of the Underworld. If we remove the imprint, will we be discovered when we get out? Jiang Beiming pondered and said. If that was the case, all their previous efforts would be in vain. I'm not sure, but there's nothing we can do even if we're discovered. It's better than leaving a hidden danger. Even though Gu Chen really needed the underworld as a shortcut to the divine realm, he didn't want his friends to pay a huge price for it. Since everything happened because of him, he naturally had to help them eliminate the hidden danger. Starting from the Punlai Island Master, Gu Chen's golden primordial spirit flew out of his body and turned into a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It entered the Punlai Island Master's sea of consciousness and dashed toward the imprint of the Emperor of the Underworld, clang. Sure enough, just as Gu Chen had speculated, the imprint was not deep and was quickly cut off by him. When Gu Chen flew out of the Punlai Island Master's body, his primordial spirit held a pitch-black scroll in its hand. It was in the process of dispersing. Without a host, it would naturally dissipate from the world. Gu Gu Chen carefully grabbed the imprint and captured a strand of abnormality from its dispersing energy. He couldn't help but reach out with his other hand and grab it. Instantly, a strand of dark God Dao imprint fell into his hand. It seems like we won't be discovered. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. It wasn't easy to tell if the Emperor of the Underworld had left an imprint, but the God Dao imprint couldn't be faked. As long as they had this God Dao imprint in their bodies, the chances of them being discovered would be greatly reduced. The only thing they had to worry about was whether the escaped Emperor of the Underworld would leak the secret. However, looking at how it was injured by the root of all beings, it shouldn't be a big problem for the time being. If there was a problem, the people of the Underworld outside would have already rushed in. What they had to hope for now was for the Emperor of the Underworld to be injured as badly as possible. Gu Chen studied the God Dao imprint that he had grabbed from the Island Master's body and then split it into two. He planted one half into the Island Master's body and kept the other half for himself. He had learned about this God Dao imprint from Tang Ning. It had the ability to split and reproduce. If he split it into two, it would become two new God Dao imprints. The reason why the God race could pass it down from generation to generation was that the God Dao imprint would split and be passed down to the next generation. It wasn't just the bloodline inheritance. Even some cultivation techniques would cause the imprint to split and be passed down. From then on, the people of the divine realm would be unable to get rid of it. Gu Chen helped everyone erase the imprint left by the Underworld Emperor, leaving only the imprint of the divine path in their bodies. After that, everyone left the Tower of the Underworld Emperor on high alert. Gu Chen and the others couldn't be sure if the Underworld Emperor was indeed severely wounded or if he had told the people outside, so they felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, when the Saintess saw a group of people coming out, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Congratulations on joining the Nether Realm. From today onwards, the three of you are the Nether Kings of the Nether Realm. I'm Yi Fei, the Nether Realm Saintess. I'll be your superior from now on. She announced her name. A few Netherworld kings also came forward to greet Gu Chen and the others. They had all heard about how Baron had been taught a lesson. Naturally, they wanted to befriend such a powerful companion. Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief inwardly when he saw that the crowd had no idea what had happened in the Underworld Emperor's pagoda, nor did they see anything fishy about them. It seemed that the Emperor of the Underworld was seriously wounded, and his connection with the outside world was not as close as he thought. Thinking about it, almost no one knew that the primordial Underworld Emperor was still alive. Even within the Underworld, there were different opinions. It could be seen that for some reason, he could not come into being. Gu Chen hoped that the Underworld Emperor would take a longer time to heal his wounds, at least until the meeting in the Divine Realm was over. In this way, he would have nothing to worry about. The rank of Underworld King was already a high position in the Nether Realm. 3 new Underworld Kings were born, and Saintess Yi Fei was the host. That night, she invited Gu Chen and the other Underworld Kings to a banquet. The 3 of them happily attended the banquet. Now that they had finally snuck into the Underworld, the next step was to inquire about the situation of the conference in the Divine Realm and strive for the opportunity to accompany them. The banquet was the most suitable place for this. Before the banquet, Gu Chen and the other 2 had been thinking about how to find an opportunity to mention the meeting of the Divine Realm without arousing suspicion. They had thought of several ways to do so, but when they arrived at the banquet, they realized that they had been thinking too much. The conference of the Divine Realm was held once every 10,000 years, and it was closely related to all the major forces. Now that the time was very close, there were already many people discussing at the banquet. As soon as the 3 of them sat down, Saintess Yi Fei took the initiative to talk about this matter. The conference of the Divine Realm will be held soon. The 3 of you have come at the right time. You can go and have a look. When Gu Chen and the others heard this, they could not help but feel delighted. It was really like a pillow when one was sleepy, saving them the trouble of taking the initiative to mention it and arousing suspicion. In fact, what Gu Chen and the others didn't know was that every time the Divine Realm Conference was held, most of the forces would bring a large group of people with them. Some of the attendants were even just juniors with low cultivation. They were only there to gain some experience. With their current status as the Underworld Kings, it was a piece of cake for them to attend the conference in the Divine Realm. The 3 of you shouldn't be too old, right? How old are you exactly? The saintess quickly asked. Among the three of them, Guchen looked the youngest, and Pulai Island Master was the oldest. However, in the world of cultivators, one's age couldn't be judged by appearance. After all, some people showed their talents at a young age and had the appearance of a child all their lives. Even so, there were many ways to tell whether a person was young or not. Yifei was sure that the three of them were not very old. Hehe, cultivators don't care about age. I think old man should be 9,000 years old this year, right? Pulai Island Master was the first to speak. If Pulai Island Master's soul was real, his age would be far more than 9,000 years, but he used the Prajna possession technique to possess Li Minglong's physical body. With the nourishment of Li Minglong's young blood essence, his actual age was probably a few thousand years. On the path of cultivation, 9,000 years old is the prime of one's life. Friendly has a bright future. Yifei was slightly moved. Reaching the early stage of the immortal king realm at 9,000 years old meant that his talent was not any weaker than hers when she was young. Although she looked young, she was actually tens of thousands of years old. What about you two? She looked at Gu Chen and Jiang Beiming. Oh, I'm about 2,000 years old this year, right? Jiang Beiming casually spouted nonsense. In reality, he became famous in the Kunlun continent 800 years ago. Moreover, it was rumored that he died at the age of 30, so his actual age was definitely not more than 900 years old. However, a 900-year-old immortal king was considered a genius among geniuses. In a place like the Nether Realm, it was easy for a tall tree to attract the wind, and people would suspect his physique. Thus, it was better to keep it a secret. Although Jiang Beiming deliberately hid it, Yifei's expression still became somewhat interesting. Then, she looked at Gu Chen, who was the last. Fellow Taoist Chen, how old are you this year? In the past few days, Chen Gu fought alone. It was said that he was only at the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm, but he was able to suppress the late stage of the god king Balan with his aura. Although aura did not represent his true strength, it at least showed that he was extremely powerful. Thus, she looked forward to him even more. I'm about the same age as Brother Jiang. I'm also 2,000 years old this year, Gu Chen answered with a smile. Jiang Beiming had a strange expression on his face. Who's the same age as you? Although we call each other brothers, it's hard to say if you're even 30 years old. Unexpectedly, the three of them had the same idea. They all lied about their ages. Jiang Beiming even lied about his cultivation level. The three of you are indeed extremely young. Yifei had a complicated expression on her face after hearing that. Hatred even flashed in her eyes. If it wasn't for that despicable Ling Zun who destroyed my body and foundation, I would have broken through to the hierarch realm long ago. I wouldn't have to be mentally unbalanced because of the age of a few juniors. Yifei's cultivation level was still at the peak of the God King realm. She was considered to be in the same realm as Gu Chen and the others. Thus, she couldn't help but feel complicated when she heard their ages. If she had broken through to the hierarch realm, she wouldn't have such a huge emotional fluctuation since they were not in the same realm. Therefore, right now, she hated the man who brought her nightmares for the rest of her life. I wonder why the saintess asked about our ages. Seeing Yifei's strange expression, Gu Chen couldn't help but ask. However, he didn't know that the saintess Ling Zun slept with was this person in front of him. In the past tens of thousands of years, there was only one saintess in the underworld. Yifei recovered from her thoughts and said with a smile. Lord Shosha indeed has a good eye. The three of you are all less than 10,000 years old. You can represent the underworld to participate in the Divine Grace List. Divine Grace List? Gu Chen and Jiang Beiming were confused. Pulai Island Master opened his mouth. The so-called Divine Grace List is said to be a ranking system in the Divine Realm. The higher the ranking, the more powerful they are. Yifei nodded his head and said. That's right. The Divine Grace List represents the ranking of the major forces in each galaxy. Every 10,000 years, the list will be updated during the meeting of the Divine Realm. Of course. First, prestige. The higher your ranking, the more influence you have. Plus, there's an unwritten rule in the Divine Realm. Every time the rankings are rearranged, it means that the major forces in the star regions will be reshuffled. Whether it's the sphere of influence or the resources, they'll all change after the ranking battle. One of the most important reasons why the God Realm is holding a conference is that all the major forces want to fight for their own interests, and the Battle of the Divine Grace List is undoubtedly a better way to protect their own interests while avoiding a fierce battle between the various forces. Gu Qian and Jiang Beiming suddenly understood. This meant that the Divine Grace List battle was indeed very important. Every time the Divine Realm Conference sets up many rankings, but the two most important and attracting the most attention are the Divine Grace List and the Genius List of 10,000 races. The Genius List requires cultivators under 1,000 years old to participate, while the Divine Grace List requires cultivators to be no more than 10,000 years old. The Genius List represents the future potential of a force, while the Divine Grace List directly affects the interests of the major forces. Yifei's explanation was very detailed, and Gu Chen and the other two understood. No wonder the Nether Realm asked about their ages. It turned out that the Nether Realm intended to let them fight. The ages that the three mentioned just now happened to be within the range of 10,000 years old, and they were qualified to participate in the Divine Grace List battle. If Gu Chen and Jiang Beiming revealed their real ages, they were absolutely qualified to compete for the Genius List of 10,000 races with their talents. However, the three of them had a purpose for going to the Divine Realm. They didn't want to contribute to the Nether Realm. Thus, Gu Chen pondered for a long time after hearing this. He wasn't sure if participating in the ranking battle would be beneficial to his plan to save his father. If I can do my part for the Nether Realm, I'm willing, Gu Chen said. Since he wasn't sure if this battle would be beneficial or detrimental to his plan, he chose to accept. After all, if this battle had a negative impact on his plan to save his father, he could just find an excuse to disappear. But if he refused now, it would be troublesome if the battle was beneficial to him. Of course, everyone thought of this, and Jiang Beiming and Punlai Island Master chose to accept it. It's great that the three of you are willing to contribute to our Nether Realm. However, you've come too late. We already have a candidate in mind, so the three of you can only serve as a backup for now. Yifei changed the topic and told him the truth. Gu Chen and the other two didn't really mind. They just needed to sneak into the Divine Realm. After chatting with Yifei for a while, the three of them gained a better understanding of the upcoming Divine Realm Conference. What he needed to do next was to wait for the time to come. Hengting Galaxy, Kunlun main planet. On this day, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded through the clouds and shook many disciples in Kunlun. What happened? A strange phenomenon has appeared in Mount Songhuang. It seems that the saintess who returned 10 years ago has made a breakthrough in her closed-door training. This commotion is too shocking. It's only been 10 years, and she's already cultivated to this level? What do you know? It's said that before she returned, her bloodline was showing signs of reversion. She's been carefully taught by the elders of the clan for the past 10 years and even entered the Valley of Time to train. How can her realm be measured by common sense? The entire Kunlun main planet was in an uproar, shocked by the breakthrough of the extraordinary woman who returned. She had been in Kunlun for 10 years, but in the eyes of everyone, it seemed like it had happened yesterday. Moo. On the peak of Mount Songhuang, a green bull mooed loudly, unable to conceal the joy in its heart. In front of it, a devastatingly beautiful woman walked out of a cave abode, her entire body surrounded by divine light. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her tranquil eyes gazed at the sky, revealing a smile that overshadowed all flowers. Green Bull, as long as I can get an ideal ranking on the genius ranking of the myriad races in this Divine Realm Conference, the clan will allow me to go out and train. When the time comes, we can go find him. Ji Lanchu's voice was pleasant to the ear. When she said this, she couldn't help but touch the Dragon Phoenix heart-linking bracelet on her wrist. In the past 10 years, she hadn't taken off this jade bracelet. It was filled with her longing. Yes. I've left the ancient Songhuang star for so long, I wonder how Master is now. I wonder if he has successfully reached the primordial immortal continent. Has the Tyrant Heavenly Bone been restored to its original state? The Green Bull said excitedly. That's for sure. With Gu Chen's strength, he might have already stepped into the starry sky. Ji Lanchu smiled brightly. When she mentioned the man she missed day and night, her mouth was full of pride. She never doubted whether he was dead or not. she believed that he was destined to be extraordinary. The reason why she could endure the arduous cultivation for the past 10 years was because she wanted to be closer to him. She was very clear that with his talent and perseverance, he was destined to stand at an extremely high level. She hoped that when that time came, she could be by his side. Only when she was outstanding enough could she be worthy of the man who had gone through fire and water for her. He was the greatest motivation for her cultivation. He was the only thing she worried about after all her relatives passed away. Gu-chan, I will find you soon. I want to be with you forever, Ji Lanchu murmured to herself. After not seeing him for 10 years, she had become more mature and strong. The only thing that hadn't changed was the sincerity in her heart. Just like her name, she was pure and beautiful, and fragrant as ever. Somewhere in the divine realm, a fresh body had just lost its vitality and fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. And in front of the corpse, a tall and stalwart middle-aged man with grey temples reached out and forcibly pulled out a strange glowing mark from the corpse. He was very familiar with the method of taking out the mark, as if he had done it countless times. And lying in front of the corpse, he was even more expressionless, appearing especially cold-blooded. Footsteps came from behind, and another man approached. Wu Lingxian, the jingling Taoist asked you to spy on me again? The tall and stalwart man turned around, and a cold smile appeared on his resolute face. It's my duty. Please forgive me. Wu Lingxian bowed his head slightly. Most of the people here have been replaced. Go back and tell the jingling Taoist that after I finish the last thing I promised him at the meeting, Gu Tianming, and he will mind our own business from now on. He can't have any ideas about my son anymore. Gu Tianming's tone was cold, but Wu Lingxian didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, there was a look of admiration in the depths of his eyes. He knew very well that as a father, Gu Tianming, all these years, in order to protect his son, he had done many things that he didn't want to do. Those things touched him, and it reminded him of his own father, who also protected him like this when he was young, but he didn't know it. Back then, Gu Chen had awakened his humanity, and Gu Tianming had taught him to be grateful. Therefore, he only replied with one sentence. In the quiet room, Gu Chen sat cross-legged, his skin faintly emitting light, making him look like a golden god. The light continued to spread until it was as if a sun was hidden in the dark room. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from his body. In the next moment, his skin was scorched, and even his hair was burned clean. He looked like a charred corpse, extremely frightening. However, his eyes were very calm, as if he didn't feel the burning pain all over his body at all. The seal in his hand changed. A fresh wind rose within his body, and Gu Chen's scorched skin quickly fell off, replaced by new skin. His flesh became shiny again, and his hair grew back. When he returned to his original state, he furrowed his brows. What's wrong with this eternal light rebirth secret technique? I can't even reach the basic level. Now that he had successfully infiltrated the underworld and obtained the qualifications to go to the Divine Realm Conference, Gu Chen settled down and wanted to further increase his strength before the conference. He knew very well that the scale and level of the cultivators involved in the conference were far beyond his imagination. He had to do his best to grasp every bit of strength in order to have a higher chance of rescuing his father. And now, there were less than 3 months until the Divine Realm Conference. The only way to greatly increase his strength was to cultivate the 5th layer of the secret technique. Because he had absorbed the core of the wilderness god star, Gu Chen had condensed the Star Core Scroll's ultimate eternal star body in advance. His body hid an incomparably large amount of source energy. According to the divine might of the eternal star body described in the nature of the heavenly stars, if Gu Chen could truly grasp this power, he would have more capital to challenge the various major powers at the Divine Realm Conference. However, although his body had improved, his cultivation realm hadn't kept up. Only by cultivating the 4th and 5th layer of the secret technique to great success would he truly have the eternal star body. With the help of the Heavenvoid Cauldron, Gu Chen had now cultivated the 4th layer of the secret technique, eternal light rebirth, to perfection. He already possessed the inextinguishable stellar body. Logically speaking, he had already set up the framework. All that was left was this last secret technique. It should have been much easier to cultivate. However, when he abandoned all his worldly affairs and began to cultivate the eternal light life secret technique in seclusion, he realized that reality was completely different from what he had imagined. He was actually stuck at the entry level, according to the description of the nature of the sky technique. The key point of the eternal light life secret technique was to turn oneself into a body of light, and the light source was the star core fire condensed by the level 4 secret technique. Using the astral core flame as the source, Xiaoqin could ignite every single cell in his body and unleash his life force, allowing him to bring out the might of the astral body, and his strength would soar. As for Gu Chen, he had already condensed the inextinguishable stellar body. If he could ignite his entire body, it was highly likely that he would be able to achieve great mastery of this mystic technique and display the various divine might of the inextinguishable stellar body. However, when he tried to cultivate according to the introduction of the secret technique, he discovered that he was stuck at the entry level. Every time he activated the star core flame and ignited his entire body from his dantian, he found it extremely difficult to control it. Just like just now, although he had successfully made his body glow, it was not the state described in the secret technique. According to the secret technique, when one cultivated the eternal light life secret technique, their flesh, skin, and hair would glow. It was as if their entire body was condensed from pure light, and it was extremely magical. Gu Chen had only formed the form just now, and the internal cultivation of his body was a complete mess. Even so, he had not been able to control it just now. Too much energy had dissipated from the star core flame, and his entire body had been charred. If he did not have a huge vitality, just that moment alone would have been enough to seriously injure him, and he would not dare to cultivate again for a few months. The progress of the secret technique was not going according to plan. Gu Chen fell into deep thought, trying hard to figure out what exactly had gone wrong. He felt that something was amiss. According to the previous cultivation situation, if it had been someone else who cultivated the secret technique step by step, there was a 90% chance that he would have died. Was it because the cultivation of the eternal light life secret technique was so harsh, and there was only a slim chance that he would survive? Or was there something wrong with him? That's not right. One of the main reasons I failed was because my star core flame was too powerful. A normal cultivator would not encounter a situation like mine. Gu Chen quickly understood the crux of the matter. His star core flame was formed by borrowing the power of the heaven void cauldron, which had absorbed the flames of countless stars from the universe. A normal cultivator of the secret technique would not have such a fortuitous encounter. In other words, the strength of his star core flame had exceeded the standard of the secret technique. As a result, the difficulty of his cultivation had increased imperceptibly. It's not just the star core flame. The source energy in my body is too vast, and it has greatly increased the difficulty of using the eternal light life secret technique to ignite my entire body. The more Gu Chen thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. He realized that he had dug a hole for himself. His body and the star core flame were abnormally powerful, and it had greatly increased the difficulty of cultivating the fifth heaven secret technique. If he was unlucky, he might even be stuck at this bottleneck forever. This was the disadvantage of cultivating above one's cultivation level. There was always a reason for cultivating a secret technique. If one broke the rules, it would be easy to suffer the consequences. Damn it, there's only so much time left, and I just had to encounter this kind of situation. Gu Chen's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. The Divine Realm Conference was too important to him. It was extremely likely that it was his last chance to save his father. After the conference ended, he couldn't guarantee what the man with a bamboo hat would do. He was obviously brewing a huge conspiracy, but he was still stuck at a mere bottleneck. He wanted to find someone to dispel his doubts, but apart from him, no one else had cultivated the heavenly stellar technique. Even if there was, his current situation was extremely abnormal. Gu Chen's thoughts ran wild. As his thoughts ran wild, he discovered that his body was burning with evil fire, and he was showing signs of cultivation deviation. Bang! At the crucial moment, Gu Chen slapped himself heavily on the forehead, causing his head to bleed and his face to be covered in blood. Only then did he regain his calm. The more urgent the time, the more I need to keep my composure. If I lose to myself, who will I be able to save? Gu Chen murmured. His eyes became determined again, and he began cultivating again, in the following days, he repeatedly cultivated the eternal light life mystic technique and kept encountering the phenomenon of self-immolation. This process was like breaking down and then rebuilding. In the constant rebirth and enduring the burning pain, he was getting closer and closer to understanding and mastering this mystic technique. Time passed by slowly. One day, someone knocked on the door of Gu Chen's meditation room. That Yifei sent a message. He's ready to leave for the Divine Realm Conference. Punlai Island Master's voice sounded outside the door. Gu Chen opened his eyes slowly, and there were faint flames burning in his pupils. He looked calm and spirited as if there was an explosive power hidden in his eyes. For more than 2 months, he had tried to cultivate the eternal light life mystic technique with an almost crazy and paranoid attitude, but he still couldn't get started. Since Gu Chen had been controlling the star core flame and trying to control its energy, his control over the flame had been greatly enhanced, and the consumption of his mental strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, as his body constantly combusted and reconstructed, the tremendous origin energy in his body constantly merged with his limbs and bones. As a result, the power he could wield grew stronger, and his control over his body became more coordinated. Although he still couldn't get started, he felt like he was only separated by a thin membrane. He only needed an opportunity to get started. According to his current special situation, getting started might be a great achievement. As for what the opportunity was, Gu Chen didn't know. Maybe he needed some luck or an epiphany. His path of cultivation was to feel the stones to cross the river. Standing up, Gu Chen put away the regret of not getting a breakthrough and put on a black robe. He still had the ordinary appearance of Chen Gu, but he was tall and slender with a cold aura. Opening the door, he said goodbye to the peace of the past few days and was ready to welcome the storm. While you were cultivating in seclusion for more than 2 months, the old man has become familiar with many cultivators in the underworld and learned some information about the outside world. On the huge square in the underworld, many members were gathering, waiting to set off for the Divine Realm. Meanwhile, Gu Chen listened to Punlai Island Master's whisper, filling in the gaps in the information he didn't get in the last 2 months. While Gu Chen cultivated in seclusion, Jiang Beiming spent his time making elixirs and making artifacts, preparing more trump cards for the others. The white ape only knew how to eat and sleep, and the dragon horse wasn't reliable. Therefore, the only one who could act as a strategist and communicate with the outside world was Punlai Island Master. In the last 2 months, he had devised strategies and done a lot of things. Since the end of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion Conference, ancient heaven has been unusually peaceful in the last few months. It barely responded to the attacks from the forces of the Divine Realm. The intelligence in the underworld thinks that ancient heaven is afraid that it will be targeted because the Divine Realm Conference is about to begin, so it's no different from retreating from the world. However, according to our own secret intelligence sources, the truth is exactly the opposite. This is just the calm before the storm. Punlai Island Master mentioned ancient heaven with a grim expression. Under the leadership of Tang Ning, ancient heaven had decided to join forces with the Pure Spirit Kingdom to attack the Divine Realm Conference. Therefore, the calmer it had been over the past few months, the more meticulous their preparations were. As the crowd listened, they could already smell the storm. Hai Dongqing has been very cooperative as per our agreement and has been providing us with information. Although the Pure Spirit Kingdom hid their specific plans very well, Hai Dongqing will tell us before the ancient heaven attacks and give us enough time to prepare. Ancient heaven aside, what about the Pure Spirit Kingdom? Gu Chen said in a low voice. The Pure Spirit Kingdom doesn't have any relevant information. They have always hidden themselves well, Punlai Island Master said with a bitter smile. Gu Chen was not surprised by this situation and asked again. What about the Inner Ape Clan? The Inner Ape Clan has contacted them according to the original plan. They pretended to join forces with Ancient Heaven, but they will listen to you when the time comes, Punlai Island Master said. The Inner Ape Clan had formed an alliance with Ancient Heaven, but the alliance should have collapsed after Gu Chen was stripped of his title as the Baron Heavenly General. However, Gu Chen had contacted the Great Ape Immortal Master 2 months ago and told his plan to the Inner Ape Clan. When the Inner Ape Clan learned that Gu Chen was going to sneak into the Divine Realm Conference to save his father, a dispute arose in the clan. They thought that Gu Chen's courage was commendable, but it had nothing to do with them or their little ancestor. That was why someone suggested that they take the white ape back. However, since Guqian and the white ape were connected by life and death, some people wanted to take Guqian back and imprison him as well. In the end, the elder ape, the only sane one among the 5 ancestors, stood his ground and dissuaded them. He said that he would fully support Guqian's plan. According to him, the Divine Realm Conference would involve many people. No matter what would happen, the inner ape clan should at least be mentally prepared. No matter what happened, it was better for them to be present than to wait for the final result without knowing anything. Guqian was delighted that the inner ape clan was willing to help him. With such a strong force, his chances of saving his father had increased. Of course, the elder ape clan had to consider the interests of their own clan. That was why they wouldn't enter a place like the Divine Realm where they didn't know the situation. They chose to wait outside. If Guqian could successfully save his father, they would help him retreat. If they wanted to wait, they had to have a good grasp of the timing. Therefore, after some discussion, the inner ape clan decided to pretend to join forces with Ancient Heaven. However, when Ancient Heaven attacked the Divine Realm, the inner ape clan wouldn't provide any manpower. They would prioritize the interests of their clan. The message that the inner ape clan sent to Punlai Island Master made Guqian heave a sigh of relief. It seemed like everything was on track. He knew that the inner ape clan might not listen to him completely, but they were his most trustworthy allies right now. Is there any other important news? Guqian organized his thoughts and asked. There is news that has nothing to do with our plan, but you should want to know, Punlai Island Master answered. What is it? 2 months ago, the Saintess of Kunlun, Xianxia, had a breakthrough in her cultivation strength and was born on a green bull. Punlai Island Master smiled. Kunlun was one of the top clans in the Divine Realm, and their saintess was highly respected. Any news about her would be quickly spread to the underworld. Hearing this, Guqian's expression changed. Lanchu, he didn't expect Punlai Island Master to be so meticulous as to get the news about Lanchu for him. He was almost sure that the Saintess of Kunlun was Lanchu. Not only because of the name, but also because of the green bull. Hehe, second brother. Does it mean that we will have a chance to meet sister-in-law in the meeting in the Divine Realm? Jiang Beiming winked and smiled while the dragon horse smirked. Guqian, you have a sweetheart. I thought you didn't have emotions and were a cultivation maniac destined to become a monk. Obviously, the others had heard the gossip about Guqian from Punlai Island Master. Squeak. The white ape looked confused. Since its memory hadn't recovered, it had forgotten about Xianxia. It's easy to get information about Kunlun. If you want to meet her, the old man can arrange it for you, Punlai Island Master said. It's okay. Guqian shook his head. His reaction surprised the others. He hadn't seen his sweetheart for more than 10 years. Shouldn't Guqian want to see her? Second brother, our plan is very dangerous. If you don't meet her, you may never see her again. Jiang Beiming said solemnly, thinking that Guqian was out of his mind. I don't want to meet her because I'm in danger, Guqian said with a heart of stone. Aren't you afraid that she will forget you? I heard that there are many geniuses in the meeting in the Divine Realm. If you don't show up, what if she falls in love with someone else? The Saintess of Kunlun is highly respected. It's said that many geniuses from other forces want to pursue her through the meeting in the Divine Realm, the dragon horse said on purpose. The dragon horse said deliberately to provoke him. It felt that Guqian was only pretending not to care. If she forgets me, then let her forget me. Guqian's indifferent answer directly put an end to the conversation. Everyone stopped talking about it. They knew that with Guqian's personality, he was probably prepared to die to save his father. In the square, the Nether Realm's people gradually gathered. This trip to the Divine Realm was led by Saintess Fei. The hierarch experts of the Nether Realm had yet to show themselves. However, everyone knew very well that the hierarchs couldn't possibly miss out on such an important meeting. They just didn't want to show themselves. The Nether Realm was a dark force to begin with, and the hierarchs were experts in assassination. Hiding in the dark, they could be a great deterrent to outsiders. We will use the Divine Gate to reach the Myriad Gods Mountain directly. The Divine Realm will open in 8 days. We will stay on the Myriad Gods Mountain for the next 8 days. This is a rare opportunity. You must have understood the situation, Saintess Fei said to the group. Saintess Fei said to the large group. As soon as she finished speaking, many cultivators from the Nether Realm revealed looks of excitement. Although the Divine Realm meeting was sacred and important, ordinary cultivators didn't have much of an opportunity to participate. It was a stage for the strongest and young geniuses to shine. Others were merely spectators. But the Myriad Gods Mountain was different. Every time before the Divine Realm meeting, the major powers would gather at the Myriad Gods Mountain in advance for exchanges, transactions, and a series of other activities. The Myriad Gods Mountain's market might have many rare heavenly treasures, and interacting with experts from various star fields would be very helpful in breaking through to the next realm. This was why the major powers would often bring many people with them. Not only to broaden the horizons of their young disciples, but also to provide a platform for them to interact and grow. The accompanying cultivators began to discuss the Myriad Gods Mountain's next move. At this time, Xianxia called many underworld monarchs to gather. Gu Chen and the other two were also called. They came to a corner of the square. Aside from the three of them, Baron, who had been in charge of their assessment, was also in the group. Apart from him, there were 6 or 7 underworld monarchs present. When we return to the Myriad Gods Mountain, you will represent the Nether Realm. Don't show any weakness in front of the other powers. Be especially careful of the Thousand Faces Temple. These years, their conflict with the Nether Realm has been intensifying. When the time comes, they will definitely come looking for trouble, Yi Fei reminded seriously. The Thousand Faces Temple, the name sounded familiar to Gu Chen. Thinking carefully, wasn't it the power he had met when he first arrived at the Black Dragon Star to inquire about his father's whereabouts? At that time, he had made a mistake and the Thousand Faces Temple had coveted him. They had sent people to tail him, but in the end, he had killed all of them. His impression of this power overlapped with the business of the Nether Realm. They were both experts in selling information and had a large number of assassins under their banner. It seemed that the Nether Realm had some business with the Nether Realm. Their business had crossed paths, and had violated each other's interests. Since Yi Fei was talking about it so seriously, the conflict must have reached an extremely bad level. Fellow Daoist Chen, fellow Daoist Li, and fellow Daoist Jiang, the 3 of you are candidates for our Nether Realm to participate in the Divine Grace Ranking Tournament. According to Lord Xiaocha's intentions, if you can perform outstandingly before the tournament begins, you will have a chance to become a main member. Yi Fei suddenly said to Gu Chen and the others. Her meaning was self-evident. It had only been a few months since Gu Chen's trio had joined the Nether Realm, so they hadn't had the chance to show their worth yet. Thus, according to the higher-ups, they hoped that they could strive for merit. And the best shortcut to gain merit was the Thousand Faces Shrine. Gu Chen and the other two nodded casually, not taking it to heart. Their main goal was to sneak into the Divine Realm. They had no interest in the disputes between the underworld and other forces. The 3 of them did not say anything, but when the 2 Nether Kings heard Yi Fei's words, their expressions suddenly tensed up. Hee, you 3 must be careful when you make your moves. If you lose, you'll lose face for our Nether Realm. One of the men mocked. His words were obviously filled with hostility. Gu Chen frowned. Who was this person? Did they offend him? The Nether Realm has a total of 3 people participating in the Divine Grace list. One of them seems to be the Nether Realm's secret weapon, but the other 2 are Xianxia and Ding Han. The one mocking us right now is Xianxia. Punlai Island Lord's voice sounded in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen immediately understood. Participating in the ranking battle of the Divine Grace Board was a kind of honor, but it was also an opportunity. If one performed outstandingly, they would receive great rewards from the Nether Realm. These 2 were afraid that Gu Chen's group of 3 would snatch away their opportunity, so they spoke up to suppress them. Gu Chen responded with a smile after he understood the ins and outs of the matter. Many thanks for the reminder, Daoist Xing. I presume this is the result of your hard-earned experience? Xianxia's expression froze. He snorted coldly and said no more. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to bicker with him. Originally, he would no longer have anything to do with the Nether Realm after the conference in the Divine Realm was over. Yi Fei saw the tension between the 2 sides, but she smiled and didn't stop them. She'd purposely arranged this, or else she wouldn't have told them in person. No matter which side performed better in the end, the Nether Realm would benefit. The Nether Realm's group set off. Using the divine gate they already had, it took them less than an hour to arrive at Mount Myriad God. This was a huge mountain towering in the vast starry sky. It was filled with Dao palaces and mansions, enough to house tens of millions of cultivators. When the Nether Realms group walked out of the teleportation plaza, Guchen was greeted by a huge commotion. He saw all kinds of strange races with skin of different colors, as well as strange creatures that only appeared in myths. Divine cultivators from all over the world flew around Mount Myriad God. It was extremely lively. Occasionally, shocking energy fluctuations came from the distance. Clearly, there were people sparring. Guchen spread out his divine sense and found that the aura here was extremely diverse. There were probably tens of millions of cultivators on the mountain right now. Jian Beiming and Punlai Island Lord were also moved. It was also their first time seeing such a spectacular scene. Awoo! The dragon horse let out a strange howl in excitement. However, the mountain was too noisy, so no one noticed why a horse would howl like a wolf. White Ape, who had transformed into an eagle, flew onto the dragon horse's head and almost had the urge to run away. He had smelled the scent of treasures all over the mountain, however, Guchen restrained White Ape in time. He wouldn't allow them to act recklessly in this plan. Are Father and Lanchu on Mount Myriad God now? Guchen took a deep breath. He was as impulsive as anyone else. The Nether Realms group was very conspicuous. Soon, the priest in charge of affairs on Mount Myriad God arrived and led Guchen and the others to their residences. After they settled down, Yifei was the first to leave. In the 8 days before the opening of the Divine Realm, everyone was free to do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't cause any trouble. In Guchen's room, his companions gathered together. According to what the man with a bamboo hat said outside Suyuan, your father is now in the Divine Realm. However, as far as we know, the Divine Realm isn't a place that anyone can enter. Maybe he meant that your father came to the God's Mountain a long time ago. The God's Mountain is different from the Divine Realm. Many forces know its location, and it's much easier for the Pure Spirit Kingdom to send people here. Although we don't know the specific plans of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, we can boldly assume that your father is now in the God's Mountain. If that's the case, the probability of us rescuing your father will be greatly increased, Punlai Island Master said. Punlai Island Master said. This was the conclusion they had reached before they came here. It would be best if we can rescue Gu Tianming without entering the Divine Realm. However, the number of cultivators on the God's Mountain is beyond our imagination. How are we going to find Gu Tianming? He must be hiding his true identity, the dragon horse said. It was impossible for the descendants of the tyrants to appear in the God's Mountain openly. They must be in disguise. Therefore, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Gu Tianming among the tens of millions of cultivators. Can the overlord bodies sense each other? Jiang Beiming looked at Gu Chen. As far as he knew, some special constitutions could sense each other. I didn't sense anything. Gu Chen shook his head. He wasn't sure if the overlord bodies could sense each other and to what extent they could sense each other. After all, the overlord body was pitifully rare in this world, and he didn't have the chance to practice it. Moreover, there were too many factors that could affect the senses. Now that the God's Mountain was full of experts, it was entirely possible that his father used a special method to hide the aura of the overlord body. What should we do now? If we can't find Gu Tianming in advance, we can only wait for the ancient heaven to attack the Divine Realm Conference. Everyone was well aware that if they waited until the ancient heaven and the Pure Spirit Kingdom attacked, it would be too late. Not only would the possibility of rescuing Gu Tianming be greatly reduced, but the danger they faced would also increase tenfold or even 100-fold. The key now was to find Gu Tianming in advance. If they couldn't find him, all their plans would be for naught. I've got a plan that might work. Silver light surged in Gu Chen's palm, and one sky-devouring demonic butterfly after another drilled out of his body and danced around him. I have 50 million demonic heaven-devouring butterflies in my body. If I send them out, I will be able to sense the situation in the various regions of the myriad God's Mountain through their eyes. With such a large number of demonic heaven-devouring butterflies, if my father is on the myriad God's Mountain, I believe I will be able to find some traces. Can it be done? How much spiritual power would that require? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Controlling 50 million demonic heaven-devouring butterflies at the same time was shocking. I can barely do it, but I'll have to focus all my energy on it. If something seems to be related to my father, I'll have to trouble you guys to investigate. In addition, I'll need someone to guard me in case people from the nether realm or other factors disturb me, Guchen said after careful consideration. His method of controlling the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies was different from what everyone imagined. It was mainly because he used the power of the great illusion Swan, the immortal body. There are many people with good eyesight on the myriad gods mountain. What if they discover us by sending out so many demonic heaven-devouring butterflies? It will be bad if the masters are alerted. Punlai Island Master said worriedly. I'll make the demonic heaven-devouring butterflies transform into ordinary insects, like this. With a thought, the light on the wings of the demonic butterflies around Guchen dimmed instantly. They were no longer as bright as before and looked ugly. There are many insects on the myriad gods mountain, so it's easier for the butterflies to stay hidden. Of course, if we encounter masters with good eyesight, it will be hard to hide the movements of the butterflies. Even if they detect my movements, they can't figure out what I'm going to do. At most, we can only be more vigilant. There's no absolutely safe way, so this is the only way. After hearing Guchen's explanation, everyone nodded. This was indeed a feasible method. Since we're sending out butterflies to spread the net everywhere, the old man suggests that we don't have to find clues about your father. As long as we find some clues related to the pure spirit kingdom, we'll find a breakthrough, Punlai Island Master reminded them. Guchen's eyes brightened. This way, the probability of finding clues would increase greatly, and he would only need to pay a little more attention on the basis of his original investigation. Okay. I'll start casting the spell now. Thank you, everyone. Then, Guchen closed his eyes and controlled the many demonic butterflies in his body to hide their original appearances. Then, they drilled into the ground and gradually infiltrated into different areas of the myriad gods mountain. Jiang Beiming had set up a double restriction in Guchen's room to prevent him from being disturbed, as well as to prevent him from being spied on. Then, he guarded outside Guchen's room in person to prevent the people of the underworld from coming to find Guchen. As for Punlai Island Master, the dragon horse, and the white ape, they had nothing to do, so they went out to try their luck. They divided the work in an orderly manner. With the help of the many demonic butterflies, Guchen collected all kinds of information and filtered out the suspicious characters. Then, he asked the others to investigate. With the addition of countless eyes, Guchen's mind received an explosive amount of information at the same time. It was as if everything on the Mount of All Gods, from the magical power fights between cultivators to the bargaining between buyers and sellers in the marketplace, and even the illicit sexual intercourse between a man and a woman from a foreign tribe in a certain house, everything was presented clearly in front of him. He saw the cultivators of the desolate god race, the E clan with black arrows on their backs, and the gold clan chasing after the overlord body. He saw various powerful teams of the celestial race. Among them, there were some experts with frightening auras, so he didn't dare to let the demonic butterflies get too close. He also saw the team of the immeasurable demon god sect. He wanted to find Xianxia. The other party was clearly a member of the pure spirit kingdom. If he could find him, it would be equivalent to finding a breakthrough. It was a pity that he didn't find Xianxia in the team of the immeasurable demon god sect. His field of vision continued to expand. The demonic butterflies quietly flew into many restaurants and tea houses on the myriad gods mountain and stopped by the windows. Many cultivators from different forces liked to gather in such places. Guchen was looking forward to finding something here. At a certain moment, Guchen suddenly saw many familiar figures in a restaurant. His face couldn't help but ripple. In a private room of a restaurant on Mount Myriad Gods, a special gathering was taking place. It's been 10 years. Back then, when we left the dark yellow ancient star, our futures were all uncertain. I never thought that we would have the chance to meet again today. Come, let's drink. We won't leave until we're drunk. Hong Tai of the Profound Sky Sect said happily. He looked at all the guests at the banquet and drained the wine in his hand. Aside from him, there was also Feng Jiuqian of the Glazed Light Sect, Li Wanjun of the Langya Holy Land, Chen Buqi of the Thousand Refinements Holy Land, Qi Zian of the South Flower Holy Land, Mu Ziyu of the Azure Wood Sect, Lori of the demon tribe, Xianxia of the stone tribe, all of them were geniuses who could shake the world in the Kunlun continent back then. They were lucky enough to be chosen when the deities descended on the dark yellow ancient star and brought away from their hometowns. Time flew, and 10 years passed in a flash. Now, with the Divine Realm Conference being a once-in-10,000 years opportunity, a group of people gathered together and told each other about their encounters in the past 10 years. All of them sighed endlessly. With Hong Tai taking the lead to drink, the others happily drained the wine in their hands in one gulp. Clearly, they all agreed with this gathering. Originally, everyone was still unfamiliar with each other when they first sat down. However, after a few cups of wine, they became more amiable. After all, they were from the same hometown and had the same experiences growing up. Teacher Mu, where's Princess Ji? Why isn't she here yet? Although we're from different sects, we've all heard rumors about her. Li Wanjun looked at Mu Ziyu and asked politely. Everyone present had studied in the 9 provinces True Martial Academy and the Mystic Arts Academy. When they were students, Mu Ziyu was a teacher in the True Martial Academy. Hence, they were used to calling her Teacher Mu. Hearing this, everyone looked at Mu Ziyu. Although they were all famous geniuses in the ancient Song Huang star, and the forces they belonged to were all holy lands, after stepping into the starry sky and joining the major divine sects and divine clans, most of the people present were just ordinary disciples of their sections. But Ji Lanchu was different. Not long after they left the ancient planet Song Huang, they learned that the Ji family of Middle-earth was actually a descendant of Kunlun, and Princess Lanchu, the last descendant of Kunlun, was highly valued by Kunlun because her bloodline showed signs of returning to the ancient times. In the months before they arrived at the God's Mountain, many forces had heard of the great name of Kunlun's saintess Ji Lanchu. These old friends of hers had a particularly deep impression of her. It could be said that Ji Lanchu was one of the main reasons why everyone was here today. Many people came with the goal of befriending Princess Ji, who was like the sun in the sky. I contacted Lanchu earlier. She said she had something to do and would come over later. She said she would treat everyone today, Mu Ziyu said with a smile. Everyone laughed when they heard this. There were tens of millions of cultivators gathered on the God's Mountain, and there were limited restaurants and tea houses, so the prices were extremely high. Some of the people present were not doing very well, and such a banquet would cost a lot of star coins. Since someone was willing to treat them, they were naturally happy. Haha, if Princess Ji wants to come, then only Gu Chen and Yi Qingxuang are not among our group of people. Chen Buki of the Thousand Refinements Sacred Sect said with a smile. Gu Chen, hearing this name, almost everyone present had a strange expression on their faces as they recalled the past. Once, that man had fought against many monarchs during the storm gathering of the 2 academies, and almost everyone present had been defeated by him, and it was also from that time onwards that man created countless miracles. Breaking through to monarch realm, triggering the unprecedented phenomenon of stars in daytime. Killing the genius Huangfu Qingming, and the name Overlord spread throughout the Kunlun continent. Ascending to the position of Heavenly the Arch, uniting the various races of the continent to defeat the god of war, Huangfu Wuji, until he left by stepping on the sea, he was almost the mark of an entire era. The so-called geniuses who were born in the same era as him were completely overshadowed by him. Now that Chen Buki mentioned Gu Chen, everyone was naturally filled with emotions. Back then, we were really overwhelmed by the Overlord. I didn't expect that with his talent back then, he wasn't taken away by any divine Dao faction. Feng Jiuqian sighed. Everyone knew who was taken away back then, and it was clear that Gu Chen wasn't one of them. Thus, they felt sorry for him. Not only Gu Chen, but there's also no news of Yi Qingxuang. You should know that she's as young as Gu Chen, and her growth potential was even more shocking, Li Wanjun said with pity. Heh, that's normal. After all, the major factions didn't choose people purely based on talent. They had to be fated. Lori of the demonic tribe snickered. Everyone was speechless. Indeed, back then, when the deities selected the young geniuses of the Kunlun continent, apart from looking at their talent, they also paid more attention to their heritage. For example, the demonic tribe was a descendant of the giant demon tribe 30,000 years ago. That was why Lori, the genius of the tribe, was taken away. There was also Shijian. The stone tribe was a branch of the Star Ocean Sand tribe. That was why he, the young master, got the opportunity. When the deities descended on the Kunlun continent 30,000 years ago, although they were all destroyed, they left behind their respective heritage. The sacred grounds and sacred sects that the geniuses were from were all closely related to the divine Tao factions. Otherwise, how could they have gotten this opportunity? Back then on the ancient planet Song Huang, I almost felt that Gu Chen was the strongest cultivator, and no one was his match. However, after leaving the ancient planet Song Huang and seeing a wider world, I realized that he was just SOSO. Hong Tai, who had drunk too much wine, smiled faintly. When he said that, those who had conflicts with Gu Chen and did not have a good relationship with him all nodded. As for Gu Chen's friends, such as Qi Ziyan, Mu Ziyu, and Shi Jian, they all remained silent. Back then, although Gu Chen was strong, now that I think about it, he is only in the celestial being realm. He is far from the deity realm, so there is nothing amazing about him. He is indeed a genius on the ancient planet Song Huang, but after leaving the ancient planet, he is actually nothing. Feng Jiuqian echoed. When he spoke, he looked somewhat melancholic. On the surface, he was making fun of Gu Chen, whom he had a conflict with, but in his heart, he was mocking himself. Feng Jiuqian was also a genius in the past. However, ever since he left the ancient planet Song Huang and entered his current faction, he had become mediocre. Now, our horizons have been broadened. Most of us here have reached the Earth immortal realm. If we were in the ancient planet Song Huang, how could we have achieved what we have today? Li Wanjun saw Feng Jiuqian's melancholy and consoled him. As for Gu Chen, although he was brave in the past, if he stayed in the ancient Song Huang star, he wouldn't be much of a threat now. If we return to our hometown one day, we will definitely surprise him. Feng Jiuqian's words made everyone present burst into laughter, and they felt much more comfortable. Sometimes, people were like this. When life was not going their way, they would feel much better if they knew that someone was living a worse life than them. Brother Qi, Brother Shi, Teacher Mu, why aren't you saying anything? Hong Tai saw that the three of them were very quiet, so he asked out of consideration for his fellow countrymen. Nothing, just listening to everyone's conversation makes me happy. Mu Ziyu smiled awkwardly but politely. She had a good relationship with Gu Chen, and that man had always held a very important place in her heart. Even after so many years, whenever she thought of his demeanor in the past, her heart would involuntarily beat faster. Now that she heard a group of people talk about Gu Chen as if he was no longer popular, she felt a little uncomfortable and naturally didn't want to participate in the conversation. She also knew that it was not easy for everyone to gather together, and that they might not have lived a good life in the past few years. Thus, she let them talk, and she kept quiet. Mu Ziyu answered considerately, but Qi Ziyan beside her didn't think so carefully. He placed his sword on his lap, poured himself a cup of wine, and said coldly, "I don't want to spoil your fun." "Brother Qi, what do you mean?" Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, Lori, and the others couldn't help but stop smiling. Although Gu Chen didn't leave the ancient Song Huang star back then, it doesn't mean that he didn't have other opportunities. Back then, he was able to beat everyone here, and now that I think about it, it's not that bad. After all, a dragon is a dragon, and there's no reason to become a worm trapped in a shallow pool. Qi Ziyan's words could be said to be very rude, and it made everyone present feel awkward. Several people's expressions became gloomy. Qi Ziyan, back then, you were also defeated by that Gu Chen. Lori was unconvinced. If I were to encounter Gu Chen again, I'm confident that I can defeat him with a single finger. After he joined the giant demon clan, his cultivation had skyrocketed. He was one of the better ones in the clan, so his confidence was bursting. Qi Ziyan sneered and said nothing. He was a sword fanatic, and had rarely paid attention to the outside world. Gu Chen was the only one among his peers that he truly admired. He wasn't a worldly person, so he directly showed disdain towards Lori's boasting. "Qi, everyone is having a happy gathering today. Do you have to pick a fight?" Lori was immediately infuriated. Back then, they had been competitors, and their relationship couldn't be said to be good. "If you want to have a taste of my sword, you're welcome anytime." Qi Ziyan's face was expressionless. In an instant, a sharp sword intent appeared on his body. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Only then did they remember that Xian, who possessed the purple firmament sword body, was originally in the first echelon below Gu Chen. It could be said that back then, if it wasn't for Gu Chen, he would definitely be the most dazzling genius of his generation. Gu Chen didn't have any fortuitous encounters in the dark yellow ancient star, but Xian was different. He had joined the famous divine sect of 10,000 swords, and his current strength was probably unfathomable. Lori was immediately terrified. Even though he wasn't doing badly, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Xian. Alright. It's not easy for everyone to gather together. Let's not damage the harmony. Hong Tai quickly tried to smooth things over. In order to divert the conflict between the two, he looked at the silent Shi. This former young master of the Stone Clan could be said to be Gu Chen's best friend and the firmest of allies. When it came to this matter, he actually had a lot of authority. Brother Shi, you haven't spoken all this time. Could it be that you also think that Gu Chen has some kind of fortuitous encounter in the dark yellow ancient star? Hong Tai hoped that Shi Jian's opinion was the same as theirs. That way, Xian would have nothing to say. Although he was Gu Chen's best friend, people would always change. Moreover, what they said was the truth. If Gu Chen was still in the dark yellow ancient star, he indeed wouldn't be able to compare to them. He believed that Shi Jian understood this truth. When Shi Jian saw that everyone was looking at him, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Unlike the others present, the Star Ocean Sand clan, where he was now, was a first-rate clan with a complete intelligence system. Moreover, he was different from Xian. He wasn't someone who only knew how to practice swordsmanship. He had always been concerned about the outside world. Therefore, he knew a lot about the details of the Battle of the Desolate Territory that had shocked all the major star areas half a year ago. He also knew that a desolate heavenly general had appeared in ancient heaven. He didn't know if the people present had limited information because their status in their respective sects was too low, or if they hadn't connected the famous successor of the Tyrants with Gu Chen. Why isn't Brother Shi answering me? Seeing that Shi Jian remained silent, Hong Tai asked again. Shi Jian came back to his senses, took a deep breath and said. Has anyone heard of the battle between the Hard Ape race and the Desolate God race half a year ago? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Why did Shi Jian suddenly bring up this matter? Of course I know. Because of that matter, all the major star regions are in an uproar. It is said that the immortal gods will be in chaos again. Feng Jiuqian replied. In fact, he didn't know much. He only knew that there was such a thing, but he didn't know the details. The situation was similar to what he knew. Shi Jian sighed when he saw this. Does anyone know how the battle in the waste domain happened? Everyone was confused. The cause of that battle was that the Desolate God race captured the little ancestor of the Hard Ape race. It is said that it was a monkey with white fur and golden eyes. Shi Jianqiang described the appearance of the white ape in a tongue-in-cheek manner. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused. What white ape? What did this have to do with the topic they were discussing now? Xian frowned when he heard this, but Mu Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim. She remembered the white monkey that always followed that man. It was almost like that man's imprint. In order to save that monkey, a person single-handedly entered the battlefield in the waste domain and killed all the deity kings. In the end, he successfully rescued the white monkey. He became famous in all the major star regions during that battle. Everyone called him the successor of the Tyrants, but no one knew his name. Not long after, this person became the second-generation Baron Heavenly General of Ancient Heaven. It is said that he was the youngest Heavenly General in the history of Ancient Heaven. He was many years younger than Tang Ning, who was ranked third on the Celestial Execution roll. Shi Jian finished speaking as if he was listing his family treasures. When he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but think of a person's face. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The successor of the Tyrants entered the battlefield in the waste domain and killed all the deity kings, the youngest heavenly general of ancient heaven. Shi Jian's words were too shocking. After a moment of silence, Hong Tai revealed an ugly smile. Brother Shi, are you trying to say that the descendant of the Tyrants is Gu Chen? Is that possible? Even if he is a genius, he can't achieve such achievements in just a few decades, right? Yes, this sounds too unbelievable. No matter how I think about it, that person can't be Guchen. Guchen can't kill all the divine kings. He's only a few years old now. Everyone agreed. They really didn't want to believe that the genius of the past had left them so far behind. Only Qi Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. Mu Ziyu subconsciously covered her mouth. She remembered the celestial court. Guchen used to be the celestial ruler of the celestial court. According to their current inference, the celestial court on the ancient Song Huang star should be a branch of the ancient heaven. Was it possible that they were taken away by the gods, and Guchen was taken away by the people of the ancient heaven? This was completely possible. According to the elders in her sect, the gods were not the only ones who flew to the ancient Song Huang star 30,000 years ago. There were also a few immortal Tao forces. How could the others not think of what Mu Ziyu thought of? After all, everyone knew that Guchen was the celestial ruler of the celestial court. Although they said it was impossible, everyone was already trembling in their hearts. Had the tyrant of the past really reached such an achievement now, they could only sit in this small restaurant on the Divine Mountain and chat, but the other party had already dealt with the top experts of the various god clans. So what if Guchen is the Baron Heaven General? I remember, I've heard news about this person. I heard that he was expelled from the ancient heaven a few months ago. Now he's just a stray dog. Lori suddenly said, his face full of dissatisfaction. Oh? There's such a thing? The others' expressions softened when they heard this, as if it was a good thing. Shijian frowned. Of course, he had heard about this, so he was worried about Guchen. The demon tribe that Luoli belonged to used to be allies with Guchen's heavenly court. Logically speaking, their relationship wasn't bad, but Luoli was hitting them when they were down. It could only be said that ever since he joined the giant demon clan, he had gradually changed. Qi Xian drank silently and did not speak. He was very disappointed with the group of people at the same table. Regardless of whether Guchen was a glorious Baron Heaven General or had been expelled, as fellow countrymen, even if they could not sincerely bless him when he was glorious, they should not add insult to injury when he was at his lowest. However, when this group of people heard that desolate Heaven General had been expelled by the ancient heavenly court, their expressions became much better. When they were studying in the two academies, they were like this. Now, they were still the same. They hadn't improved at all. Mu Ziyu was worried after hearing about Guchen's experience. She was about to ask, but a question came from the door. Why was the Baron Heaven General expelled from the celestial court? Are you talking about Guchen? Swoosh swoosh swoosh, everyone at the banquet turned their heads and saw a peerless beauty standing at the entrance of the private room. She was dressed simply, but it couldn't hide her beauty. She was pursing her lips, making her look even more breathtaking. Princess Ji. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't seen the princess for a long time, but she had become even more beautiful. The few people who had been criticizing Guchen just now felt a little guilty. Only now did they remember that Princess Ji and Guchen were lovers. Even though more than 10 years had passed, Guchen had almost lost his life for Princess Ji. How could Princess Ji not care about him? Shijian, how much do you know about Guchen? Tell me everything. Ji Lanchu walked to Shijian and said anxiously. Ever since she returned to the main planet of Kunlun with her elders 10 years ago, she had been cultivating in seclusion in order to get the chance to go out and train as soon as possible. Plus, she didn't know many people in the clan, so she knew nothing about the outside world. When she came out of seclusion a few months ago, she wanted to consolidate her strength and perform well in the conference of the Divine Realm, so she didn't pay attention to the outside world. Her mind was filled with thoughts of quickly obtaining the opportunity to go out for experience and then return to the ancient star of Song Huang to find Guchen. She did not expect to hear news about him at this time. She had been standing at the door for a while. Everyone's conversation fell into her ears, making her anxious. Princess, don't worry. Brother Gu should be fine. Shijian hurriedly told Ji Lanchu everything he knew, without missing anything. Ji Lanchu's expression changed as she listened. One moment she smiled, the next she tensed up. After listening to everything, she took a deep breath and said to everyone, I'm sorry, everyone. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Brother Shur, Brother Qi, Senior Sister Mu, let's meet again another day. Kunlun Saintess had just arrived, but she was already leaving. She didn't even care about the others besides Shijian and the others. Hong Tai and the others looked embarrassed. It seemed that Princess Ji had heard their conversation earlier. But they didn't expect Gu Chen to be so important in her heart that she didn't want to talk to them anymore just because of a few teasing words. Ji Lanchu left quickly. Once she left the restaurant, the Green Bull, who was squatting at the door, stood up in surprise. "Your Highness, why did you leave so quickly?" Ji Lanchu had just gone in not long ago. The Green Bull thought that it would take a few hours before she came out. "Green Bull, there's news of Gu Chen." Ji Lanchu pursed her lips and said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "What?" The Green Bull almost jumped up in excitement. "Where is Master? Is he also at Mount Myriad Gods?" "He's not here. Something seems to have happened to him." Ji Lanchu took a deep breath. She recalled the details of the battle in the wasteland region that Shijian had told her. Her beautiful eyes revealed traces of coldness. "Mobilize the Kunlun tribe's forces and investigate. Everyone who is Gu Chen's enemy is my enemy." After Ji Lanchu left, the atmosphere in the private room instantly cooled down. Qi Zian, Shijian, and Mu Ziyu felt that they didn't get along with the rest and left one after another. In the end, only a group of people were left. No one noticed that a butterfly had been perched by the window of the private room the entire time. It was quietly observing everything until the gathering ended on a bad note. On Mount Myriad Gods, in Gu Chen's residence, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't expect to see so many old friends in one go today. Shijian, Qi Zian, Mu Ziyu, and Lanchu. The moment he saw Lanchu, Gu Chen almost had the urge to look for her. Back then, when he crossed the sea and left, Lanchu had fallen into a coma. He had always been worried about her. At that time, he wanted to solve the problem of his lifespan as soon as possible so that he could come back to look for her. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, the two of them would have completely different experiences? He had promised to marry her when she returned. However, now that they were reunited, he didn't have the courage to appear in front of her. He couldn't see her. Right now, he was a fugitive. He was wanted by the divine realm, the ancient heaven, and the pure spirit kingdom. Anyone who was with him would be doomed. Moreover, the purpose of his return was to rescue his father. He was destined to stand against Kunlun and all the other forces. All the more he couldn't see her. "You're doing quite well. That's enough." Gu Chen smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. His mind continued to merge with the countless demonic sky-devouring butterflies, searching for clues related to his father. On Mount All Gods, tens of thousands of clans gathered. Although the conference in the divine realm had not officially begun, there was already a turbulent undercurrent among the major forces. Every 10,000 years, this grand event was related to the glory and interests of the major forces, so the competition was extremely fierce. Among all the competitions, the most important were the genius list of 10,000 clans and the list of divine grace. Although the list battle would be held in the divine realm, in the 8 days before the conference began, there had already been a series of conflicts on Mount All Gods. The cultivators who were interested in the list battle and the various hostile forces all wanted to suppress their opponents before the conference began. As a result, in addition to the endless market transactions, the most discussed topic among the tens of millions of cultivators was the confrontation between the experts of the major forces and the competition between the geniuses. News. 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 Kunlun Saintess has stopped the genius of the Yi clan, Ho Zhou, outside the southern market. Both sides are fighting fiercely. On the first night of the 8 days on Mount All Gods, a piece of breaking news came. As a top force in the divine realm, Kunlun's every move had always been the focus of attention, and their mysterious saintess was even more curious. It was said that this saintess had been wandering outside and had only returned to Kunlun for 10 years. No one expected that she would fight on her first day on Mount All Gods. For a time, countless cultivators heard the news and went to witness the battle between Kunlun Saintess and the genius of the Yi clan. This battle was thrilling. Both of them had reached the Divine King realm and had the strength to compete for the genius list of 10,000 clans. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless cultivators saw the Kunlun Sanctus dragon and phoenix soaring around her, blocking the Yi clan's famous god-vanquishing arrow. After that, 2 5-clawed golden dragons flew out and pressed the Yi clan's genius, Ho Zhou, to the ground and gave him a painful beating. She became famous in one battle. Kunlun Sanctus defeated the famous genius of the Yi clan with an overwhelming advantage, and her name spread throughout Mount All Gods. The battle ended too quickly. Many cultivators did not have time to rush over to see it, and they felt quite regretful. That night, in the restaurants and teahouses of Mount All Gods, many cultivators were discussing this matter. Logically speaking, there were quite a few geniuses from various races participating on the first day of the Mount of Gods, so Kunlun Sanctus shouldn't have been so dazzling. However, not only did she possess great strength, but she was also rumored to possess stunning beauty. Naturally, many people began to discuss her. Just when everyone was curious about when Kunlun Sanctus would take action again, news of her challenging the genius of the immeasurable demon god sect, Yao Yu, came the next morning. Early that morning, the two of them fought by the divine lake. A row of divine willow trees by the lake were all snapped in half, and the water level of the lake dropped by half after the battle. One had to know that the environment of the god mountain was special. In order to prevent the gods from damaging it during battles, every corner of the mountain was protected by perfect defensive restrictions. But even so, the battle between the two of them still left the deity lake beyond recognition. It could be seen just how intense the battle was. The Kunlun Sanctus had won this battle. After this battle, she had completely entered the sights of the big shots of the various forces. Kunlun has always been powerful. I didn't expect their Sanctus to be so powerful this year. I have secretly observed her. That Sanctus has the strength to contend for the top 10 of the 10,000 clans genius ranking. She is a threat to my sect. All of you, listen up. If you have the chance, make a move against that Sanctus. Although it's impossible to kill her, if you can injure her heavily, we will have a slight advantage in the competition for the 10,000 clans genius ranking. Kunlun's powerful strength attracted the jealousy of others. Furthermore, Kunlun Sanctus was so dazzling. For a moment, many big shots issued orders to the younger generation's geniuses to obstruct Kunlun Sanctus and extinguish any signs of her strength. What's going on with Lanchu? She clearly isn't someone who likes to keep a high profile. Why did she take the initiative to challenge others? The elders of Kunlun received the news immediately. Sensing that many forces were targeting their Sanctus, they immediately felt that something was amiss. At such a sensitive time like the Divine Realm Conference, whoever was in the limelight first would easily be attacked by others. Originally, they thought that Ji Lanchu was low-key and didn't need to be reminded. Who would have thought that she would act out of character this time? Moreover, the opponents she found were all very strange. They had no grudges with Kunlun. It's normal for young people to show off a little. As our Sanctus, it's good for her to gain more experience. Just as the elders of Kunlun were discussing whether or not to prohibit Ji Lanchu from attacking again, an old voice was heard. Clan leader has a point. The hearts of all the elders shook, and they hurriedly chimed in. The person who spoke was the current clan leader of Kunlun, Taoist priest Feng Zhen. He was recognized as one of the most powerful people in all the major starfields. If Guchen was here, he would definitely recognize this person's voice. This person was the leader of Starry Sky who had stopped the war between the immortals and the gods on the battlefield of the Wasteland domain. On the third day on the Mountain of Gods, Kunlun Sanctus attacked again. 2 days ago, she had defeated 2 geniuses in a high-profile manner, which had attracted the attention of many forces. Everyone thought that Kunlun Sanctus would temporarily stop fighting, but she still did not give up on the third day. This time, her opponent was the genius of the Gold Clan, Tuoba Zhu. Before the battle between the two of them started, the forces that were watching Kunlun Sanctus had already started to move, hiding in the dark and watching. Many young geniuses from all forces had already received orders from their elders to look for opportunities to attack Kunlun Sanctus. As long as Kunlun Sanctus was seriously injured, there was a hope that their ranking on the genius ranking of 10,000 clans would improve. No one was worried about Kunlun's revenge. There were too many people at the scene, and so many forces were involved. If something really happened, Kunlun could only blame it on their bad luck. Before the battle started, countless cultivators had already arrived at the scene, waiting to see what would happen. This stupid girl. In Gu Chen's room, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was filled with worry. With such a huge commotion, how could he not know about it with his countless spies in the myriad gods mountain? Others might not be able to tell why Lan Chu wanted to challenge these people, but he did. Be it the Yi clan, the immeasurable demon god sect, or the Gold clan today, they were all forces that had attacked him in the desolate domain. At that time, these forces had joined forces to attack him. If it wasn't for Li Xuanyu leading the celestial troops, he might have died then. Lan Chu clearly knew about the inside story, which was why she attacked all the forces in a rage. Gu Chen knew that she wanted to stand up for him. He was touched, but it also made him even more anxious. In yesterday's battle, Lan Chu had already suffered some injuries, but today, she still had to challenge the geniuses of the Gold clan. Furthermore, he could sense that Tuoba Zhu was far stronger than his opponent from 2 days ago. That wasn't the worst part. Through the senses of the butterflies, Gu Chen sensed that many forces geniuses were waiting for an opportunity to make their move. They had surrounded the battlefield. Even if Lan Chu won this battle, she might still be ambushed. North of Mount Myriad Gods, at a crossroad, there was a huge crowd. Kunlun Saintess Ji Lan Chu stopped Ta Ba Zhu, the genius of the Gold clan. The atmosphere was tense. Ta Ba Zhu was more than 4 meters tall. His muscles were shining like gold, and his blood energy was as vast as a river. His face had almost no facial features. There was only one huge eye that emitted a cruel light. In comparison, Ji Lan Chu was much thinner. She was only a little taller than the average human girl. However, no one would judge a cultivator's strength by their size. 2 days ago, this woman with a tranquil appearance and a temperament like an orchid in an empty valley had already proved her strength with her dazzling achievements. The crowd was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When the two sides' auras reached a certain point, they attacked at the same time. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded. Ji Lan cast her mystical arts continuously. A 5-clawed golden dragon drilled out from her left hand, and a 9-colored divine phoenix spread its wings on her right. With a speed as fast as a phantom, she flew toward Ta Ba Zhu. Ta Ba Zhu let out a thunderous roar. His body charged forward like a chariot. The Gold clan was known for their strong bodies. At this moment, Ta Ba Zhu destroyed the dragon and phoenix in a barbaric manner. He displayed strength that surpassed his opponent from 2 days ago. Seeing that his opponent was closing the distance, Ji Lan Chu did not panic. She pointed with one hand. The void around Ta Ba Zhu suddenly froze. It was as if he was trapped in ice and could not move. Law of space? Humph. Ta Ba Zhu turned his hand and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. With a light stab, the void suddenly returned to normal like a balloon being pierced. Swoosh, he swung the halberd in his hand. The tip of the halberd stabbed at Ji Lan Chu at lightning speed. Ji Lan Chu's expression froze. She flew up into the sky. The tip of the halberd shot out a sharp light and destroyed a building in the distance. This scene caused countless cultivators' scalps to go numb. One has to know that the buildings in the city were strengthened by special seals. Even a heavenly god's full power attack would find it hard to destroy them. But now, Ta Ba Zhu's spear was enough to destroy them. Mid-stage god king, those with good eyesight could almost immediately determine the other's cultivation. The Gold clan's younger generation had really produced an expert. Will Lan Chu be alright? The spectating cultivators retreated to a few streets away. Among the crowd, Mu Ziyu looked at the two people fighting in the sky, her pretty face filled with worry. Princess Ji's fighting style is complex and ever-changing, while Ta Ba Zhu of the Gold clan is walking the path of absolute strength. From the looks of it, she's in danger. Qi Zian said solemnly. Shi Jian looked nervous as well. Not far away from the three of them, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others were also paying attention to the battlefield. However, they did not walk up to the three of them to talk. Ever since the previous gathering, there had been an invisible rift between the crowd and they had split into 2 camps. Princess Ji is in danger. This person is too strong. On the other side, Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest of the 8 girls had also arrived. They were secretly anxious. If Princess Ruoji is in danger, I will rush up to help her. You guys guard against the others. Lu Yichen gritted her teeth and said. Although her cultivation was only at the Sky God realm, Ji Lanchu had a close relationship with Gu Chen. She could not just stand by and watch. Especially since they had already heard that many young experts from various factions were secretly watching and waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Under such circumstances, there was even less reason for them to stand by and watch. Otherwise, they would not be able to face Gu Chen in the future. Zhao Rou and the rest of the 7 girls nodded and watched the battle in the sky nervously. The battle between the two geniuses in the sky gradually intensified. Although Ji Lanchu had all kinds of techniques at her fingertips, Ta Bazhu had a high-grade heavenly halberd in his hand. He could break through all techniques with brute force and counter every move that came his way. Ji Lanchu was gradually at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Ta Bazhu laughed loudly. "Saintess Ji, if you beg for mercy, I can let you go. However, you have to go on a date with me." Everyone knew about Kunlun Saintess's beauty. Countless male cultivators admired her. Even the geniuses of the Gold Clan had their eyes on her. If other girls heard his frivolous words, they would have been furious. However, Ji Lanchu was expressionless. She flipped her hand and took out a mirror with ease. "Kunlun mirror." Mu Ziyu and the rest from the ancient planet Song Huang exclaimed softly. They immediately recognized the origin of that mirror. Kunlun mirror was once the most precious treasure of the Middle-earth Empire. Later on, it was obtained by the overlord Gu Chen. When Princess Ji was unconscious, he left it behind to protect her. This mirror was full of legends to the cultivators of the Kunlun continent. At this moment, in the hands of Ji Lanchu, it shone brightly like never before. In the past, Ji Lanchu's cultivation was weak and she had not awakened the powerful bloodline of Kunlun. Therefore, she could not unleash the power of this Kunlun mirror. In fact, the Kunlun sword and Kunlun mirror were a set. Although they were not the most precious treasures of the Kunlun clan, they were still valuable artifacts in the clan. At this moment, Ji Lanchu controlled the Kunlun mirror. Countless golden dragons surged out from the secret land of 10,000 dragons in the mirror and charged at Ta Bazhu with great momentum. "It's useless. Your moves are useless against me." The heavenly halberd in Ta Bazhu's hand was also a rare treasure. Under his full strength, it shone brightly and overflowed with colors. It destroyed the group of dragons easily. Wow! Ji Lanchu could not withstand the sharp aura. Blood trickled down the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were still calm. She changed the hand seal. The Kunlun mirror shot out a strange 9-colored light and shone on Ta Bazhu's body. Ta Bazhu's advancing figure suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with shock. The vigorous blood qi in his body was rapidly drained. His sharp eye turned cloudy, and his skin became wrinkled. It was as if he had suddenly aged. Ancient time dragon vein? This woman has awakened the top-tier bloodline of Kunlun? The big shots of some forces who were watching in the dark could not help but exclaim. One moment, Ta Bazhu's aura was like a rainbow. The next moment, he was like a river. Whoosh, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. He had been sucked into the world of the Kunlun mirror and suppressed by the 10,000 dragons' fate. Ta Bazhu has lost. Some knowledgeable people immediately realized that there was no way he could turn the tables after being sealed in someone else's artifact. Seeing that Ta Bazhu was defeated, Ji Lanchu heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, from the streets below, more than 10 auras were restless and locked onto her. Swoosh, a sharp black arrow suddenly shot towards her. It was the god-slaying arrow of the Yi clan. As if it was some kind of signal, it stimulated the cultivators who were waiting in the dark. For a moment, divine lights shone from all directions. Dharma treasures danced in the air. The god-vanquishing arrow was so fast that it was beyond the instinct of a normal person. The timing of the arrow was perfect. Ji Lanchu seemed to have fallen into a net. Even if she dodged this arrow, she would have to face the attacks of other masters. She gritted her teeth and was about to fight to the death. Suddenly, time and space slowed down. This was a very strange feeling. The god-vanquishing arrow in front of her suddenly stopped moving, and all the messy auras around her seemed to be moving away from her. At this time, she heard a loud and clear sound of a sword. It was a familiar feeling, and even the Kunlun mirror in her hand cheered. As if it was an innate instinct, Ji Lanchu stretched out her hand into the void, and a golden long sword fell into her hand. Roar! The dragon's roar went straight to the 9 heavens. At this moment, the frozen time and space returned to normal. She slashed down with her sword. Crack! The god-vanquishing arrow in front of her was cut into two by the divine sword in her hand. The long-planned attack was aborted. Almost at the same time, the shadows under the feet of the dozens of masters who had attacked or were about to attack suddenly moved. Swoosh! 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 Before the chaotic crowd could react, the dozens of masters disappeared on the spot. They had vanished from the face of the earth, without the control of its owner. The Dharma treasures that had been taken out flew toward Ji Lanchu, but she dodged them easily. The changes on the battlefield were too fast. In less than a breath's time, most people only saw Ji Lanchu's sword appear out of thin air, and the god-vanquishing arrow was broken. Even the dozens of masters who had disappeared inexplicably, except for those who were close to them, no one noticed that they had disappeared. What's going on? Lu Yichen, Mu Ziyu, and Shi Jian, who had rushed out to help Ji Lanchu, were all stunned. Even they didn't understand what had happened. The area fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Ji Lanchu, thinking that she had done something. When Ji Lanchu felt the temperature of the Kunlun sword in her hand, her eyes were filled with surprise. She hurriedly turned her head to look around, not even sparing the audience below. However, she could not find the figure she wanted to see. Gu Chen, she murmured. Although she didn't see him, she was very excited. She knew that he must have made a move, because he had left the Kunlun mirror behind, and the Kunlun sword had followed him overseas. He must have been the one who saved her when she was in a critical situation. Unexpectedly, he also came to the Divine Realm Conference. As soon as this idea popped up, Ji Lanchu frantically used her divine sense to search the crowd below. Miss Ji, are you all right? At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd, and a group of people spontaneously opened up a path for him. The newcomer was wearing green armor. He was tall and sturdy, and had a dignified appearance. He immediately attracted the attention of many people. It's Gu Xuanfeng from the True Spirit clan. He's one of the top contenders for the genius ranking of 10,000 clans this year. Why is he here? Someone immediately recognized him and asked in a low voice. There are rumors that he is pursuing Kunlun Sanctus. Look at him, it is true. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Xuanfeng had already arrived in front of Ji Lanchu and said worriedly. I heard that Miss Ji was besieged by vile people, so I rushed here immediately. Fortunately, Miss Ji is fine. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a long time. His tone was intimate, as if the two of them were very familiar with each other. Ji Lanchu could not help but frown. Including this time, she had seen this person 3 times. The first 2 times were on Kunlun's main planet. The True Spirit tribe had a good relationship with Kunlun. This person had come to Kunlun's main planet twice, and it was obvious that he wanted to pursue her. Ji Lanchu was disgusted, so she had been deliberately avoiding him. Now, it was funny. She had caused such a big commotion over the past 2 days, but he did not come out to help her. Now that the matter had been resolved, he appeared at the first instance with a worried look. If she was an ordinary girl, she might have thought that he was genuinely concerned. However, with her wisdom, she could tell that he was just saying pleasantries. Hee, fellow Gu, you are exaggerating. What does this have to do with you? Ji Lanchu's response was not polite at all, and his eyes were still glancing around the crowd. She believed that Gu Chen must be in the crowd and wanted to be the first to find him. However, she also knew that Gu Chen's identity was very sensitive in God's Mountain. Perhaps he did not want to attract attention, so he contacted her after the matter was over. Thinking of this, she suppressed her impatience. She wanted to quickly end this farce so that she could meet Gu Chen as soon as possible. While Ji Lanchu was replying to Gu Xuanfeng perfunctorily, the surrounding crowd was already in an uproar. Just now, more than 10 powerhouses had mysteriously disappeared. At first, only the people around them realized it. However, when everyone regained their senses, they realized the truth. Why did more than 10 powerhouses suddenly disappear? Oh my god, those were all immortal kings. Did Kunlun Sanctus do this? What kind of abilities did she hide? How could she make them disappear under the watchful eyes of so many people? It doesn't seem like Kunlun Sanctus's doing. She was clearly exhausted just now. Someone must have helped her secretly. Then who did it? The crowd looked at each other and quickly locked their gazes on Gu Xuanfeng. It must have been Gu Xuanfeng. He has the ability to fight for the top spot on the genius leaderboard. Only he could have defeated so many immortal kings in one go. I've seen Gu Xuanfeng fight before. He doesn't seem to have such strange supernatural powers. The surrounding cultivators discussed. Since they could not find the person who did it, they were inclined to believe that Gu Xuanfeng was the culprit. After all, he had the strength and appeared at such a crucial moment. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Senior Sister Lu, that sword is the Kunlun sword, right? Lu Yichen and the rest of the 8 girls whispered as they watched Ji Lanchu casually put away the Kunlun sword. Lu Yichen nodded solemnly. The faces of the other girls immediately lit up. He's here. Is it him? Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and Qi Zian looked at each other and could not help but gasp. The same thought appeared in their minds. They naturally recognized the Kunlun sword, which was once known as the #1 weapon in the Kunlun continent. They also knew who had the sword before. However, they were not as certain as Lu Yichen and the rest. After all, they had not seen that person for more than 10 years, unlike Lu Yichen and the rest who had just seen him. This was the Myriad God Mountain. If their guess was correct, how frightening was that person's courage? Is it the Kunlun sword? What's going on? This sword looks like. On the other side, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the rest were bewildered. They had also thought of a possibility. It's just that they look the same. Don't forget that the Kunlun sword came from Kunlun. It's normal for them to refine a similar sword for Princess Ji. Feng Jiuqian forced a smile and explained. The others nodded quickly and forced themselves to accept this guess. Because if it wasn't, then the truth was too terrifying. As the battle ended and Kunlun Saintis left, the crowded streets slowly returned to normal. However, all of the cultivators who had witnessed this battle had a question in their hearts at the same time. Where did the dozen experts go? No one believed that they were dead. After all, although the major forces did not prohibit their cultivators from sparring, it would still be a sensational event if more than a dozen divine kings were killed in one go. However, if they were not dead, where did they go? Some cultivators went to ask Gu Xuanfeng of the True Spirit clan out of curiosity because most people thought that he was the culprit. However, Gu Xuanfeng gave them a cold look. After Kunlun Saintis left mercilessly, he also left awkwardly. Most cultivators thought that Gu Xuanfeng was the culprit, but there was a group of people who were watching the battle in the dark. To be precise, they were the big shots of the major divine path forces. They did not think so at all. Ordinary cultivators might not have been able to see the changes that happened in the blink of an eye, but they did. A mysterious expert had thrown a sword to Kunlun Saintis from somewhere. This throw had used the mysteries of the laws of time and space, so most people did not notice it. Not only that, but the other party had also used some kind of strange divine ability to take away the dozen or so experts who had attacked with lightning speed. This was an extremely frightening method. The big shots in the dark noticed it immediately. Some went straight in the direction where the sword was thrown from, while more people used their vast divine senses to search the void, trying to find out where the dozen experts had been taken. The big shots split up and swept through all the areas of the divine mountain with their divine senses like a storm. However, most people could not sense it and were kept in the dark. The big shots went through a lot of trouble, but when they finally met, they all shook their heads in dismay. I immediately went in the direction where the sword flew from. When I arrived, I saw a figure turn into a breath of air. There was no trace left, said the ultimate god of the Yi clan with a gloomy look. He was handsome and had a bow and arrows on his back. If Guchen was here, he would definitely recognize him as the ultimate god of the Yi clan who had attacked him on the battlefield of the Waste Domain. It's even weirder on our side. We couldn't find any clues at all. We took away more than 10 people, but we didn't even leave a single trace. The other big shots also looked gloomy and asked each other. When the enemy attacked, did any of you pay attention to your juniors? Almost all of the big shots who were looking for people were the elders of the people who had been taken away. They were the ones who had instructed their juniors to take action. Who would have thought that they would be abducted one by one before they could even make a move? It was really embarrassing. I was so focused on Kunlun's saintess that I didn't notice. The other party is very cunning. He purposely used that sword to attract our attention. Otherwise, how could he capture so many people so smoothly? Many of the big shots felt embarrassed. They instinctively thought that the sword was just a smokescreen and that the other party's real intention was to kidnap them. Otherwise, if they changed their way of thinking and started with the flying sword, they might be able to find some clues. This person's strength is unfathomable. Do you think it's someone from Kunlun who saved their saint? A big shot guessed. It can't be. If it was an ordinary elder from Kunlun, he wouldn't have the ability to take people away under our noses. As for the Taoist priest Fengzhen, he naturally has the ability to do so, but with his pride, he wouldn't do such a thing. Someone immediately denied it. Since it was not someone from Kunlun who took action, then Gu Xuanfeng from the True Spirit clan could also be ruled out. This matter suddenly became an unsolved case. The big shots looked at each other and began to worry about whether their juniors would lose their lives. Clan leader, did you take action? In Kunlun's residence, several elders could not help but ask the clan leader, Taoist priest Fengzhen. In fact, they had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. If the saint was in danger, they would naturally help immediately. However, who would have thought that the situation would change strangely before they could do anything? To be able to take away more than a dozen experts without anyone noticing, in their opinion, only the patriarch could do it. It's not the old man's doing. The Taoist priest Fengzhen denied it casually, but his old eyes lit up with a strange light. However, this person's supernatural power reminded the old man of someone. Most of the big shots had not discovered how the dozen or so experts had been abducted, but Taoist Fengzhen was different. His cultivation level was extremely high to begin with, and he had been paying close attention to the battlefield, so he had vaguely discovered some clues. Who is it? The elders asked curiously. The Shadow Lord, Meng Jianzhou. This ability to come and go without a trace and take people away suddenly reminds the old man of the notorious guy on the immortal execution roll, the Taoist priest Fengzhen said with a smile. That Shadow Lord is so bold that he dared to sneak into Mount Gods? The elders were shocked. No, it might not be him. This is very interesting. The Taoist priest Fengzhen had a thoughtful look on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. For the whole day, Mount Gods was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing the whereabouts of the experts. Unexpectedly, they were found lying at the foot of Mount Gods in the afternoon. Each of them was covered in wounds, and their hair was not covered. It was as if they had been robbed. This incident caused a sensation and became the laughingstock of countless cultivators. As for the forces behind these seriously injured cultivators, they were enraged. They woke up their juniors almost immediately and interrogated them about what had happened. Unexpectedly, the accounts of these people were the same. They said that they were dragged into a dark space for no reason, and then they fought a mysterious light figure. That person was extremely powerful and did not fear a group battle. In the end, he beat them up one by one. It seemed that he wanted to teach them a lesson. Not only did he seriously injure them, but he also took away all their treasures. Where did he go in the end? The big shots questioned them, but they realized that although they had dealt with that person before, they did not even know what kind of orthodoxy he was from. It seemed that the person knew a lot of supernatural powers and Taoist techniques, and deliberately hid his true inheritance. In the end, he turned into a gust of clear air and disappeared. The answer they received made the big shots' hearts tremble. Clear air again, it was obvious. Whether it was the person who threw the sword or the guy who took away the immortal kings, they were all just clones. The other party had only sent a clone to take care of the outstanding juniors of their clans. There was no need for him to come in person. This meant that the other party could be in an absolutely safe area. It could be anyone on Mount Gods at that time, and there were tens of millions of cultivators on Mount Gods. Xianxia returned to her residence, accompanied by Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and the 8 women. When the Karakoram sword appeared, these old friends immediately guessed its origins and looked forward to meeting Gu Chen. Xianxia's emotions were in turmoil. One moment, she was overjoyed that Gu Chen had saved her, and the next moment, she was nervous about what to say when they met. In her opinion, Gu Chen did not show up directly because he did not want to attract attention. Now that everyone had left, he should show up soon. However, they waited until night time but did not see Gu Chen. Instead, they heard about the tragic experiences of more than 10 experts. Ji Lanchu's anticipation turned to nervousness, and finally to disappointment. She realized that Gu Chen might not see her. Why did he not see her? Did he not miss her at all after so many years? She knew that people would change. With Gu Chen's excellence, there should be many women who were interested in him over the years. Her imagination ran wild, and she was worried about personal gains and losses. Lanchu, don't think too much. Perhaps Gu Chen was just delayed by something. Moreover, his identity is extraordinary, and he fought today. It's normal that he can't see you so soon. Mu Ziyu comforted her, but she was also disappointed and had complicated feelings. Gu Chen's actions today were too uncanny, and it had become the hottest topic of discussion in Mount Myriad Gods. She was a little envious of Lanchu, thinking how good it would have been if he had saved her instead. However, she would not say these feelings out loud. After all, Gu Chen and Lanchu were in love. All these years, she had gotten used to hiding her true feelings. Everyone waited until late at night, but Gu Chen did not show up, so they left. Ji Lanchu did not sleep for the whole night. Whenever there was any movement outside, she thought that Gu Chen had come, but in the end, she was only disappointed. When Ji Lanchu's mind was in a mess, she did not notice that on her windowsill, there was an unprepossessing butterfly that had accompanied her for the whole night and never left. In Gu Chen's room, he slowly opened his eyes, his face a little pale. Today, he was afraid that something might happen to Lanchu, so he made a move. Although he had made his move, he had not forgotten his main purpose of coming to the God's Mountain. Hence, he had not shown himself from the start. The clone technique that Punlai Island Master taught him and the ability of Yingzun's shadow space were of great help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hide himself under the watch of so many powerful masters. Today's attack was very opportunistic, and the cultivators outside were now discussing spiritedly, thinking that the person who attacked was unfathomably strong. However, he was clear that he was just using the uniqueness of his ability. In terms of actual combat strength, he felt that some of the big shots who had come out to search for him today could pose a threat to him. Because of the distraction, Gu Chen had consumed a lot of spirit energy, but he didn't dare to withdraw the spiritual senses that he had attached to the sky-swallowing demonic butterfly. He was still observing the movements of people on the God's Mountain, keeping his guard up against the big shots who had come out to search for him today. He carefully tried to recall if he had made a mistake. When he was sure that none of the big shots had discovered his existence, he heaved a sigh of relief. Only my old friends know that I came to the God's Mountain, but Lanchu and the others won't betray me. As for people like Han Tai and Feng Jiuqian, no one will believe them even if they tell others about it. Gu Chen thought that his biggest flaw was the Kunlun sword, but it was necessary to give this sword to Lanchu. The Kunlun sword and the Kunlun mirror were a set. Now that Lanchu had mastered the inheritance of the Kunlun sword, no one was more suitable to have this sword than her. Gu Chen knew that he was in a precarious situation and couldn't protect Lanchu forever. She had to become stronger on her own. That was why he chose to take the risk. Of course, he knew that she had been waiting for him all night, but he couldn't show himself. Ever since the mysterious expert had saved Kunlun Saintus, no one on the God's Mountain dared to attack Kunlun Saintus anymore. Kunlun Saintus also didn't go around challenging people like she did 3 days ago. She became much more low-key. The origin of the mysterious expert became the hottest topic among countless cultivators, and most people were inclined to believe that the expert was Gu Xuanfeng of the True Spirit clan. Gu Xuanfeng's prestige skyrocketed because of this, but he was also challenged by many geniuses. Not everyone would retreat in the face of difficulties. It was said that Gu Xuanfeng was very strong, and some people who wanted to compete for the genius role of 10,000 tribes kept finding trouble with him. The experts from their clans were stripped naked and thrown at the foot of the God's Mountain. Since they couldn't find the real culprit, they vented their anger on Gu Xuanfeng. For a while, this top genius from the True Spirit clan was constantly in trouble. Affected by this incident, the atmosphere of sparring on the God's Mountain became even more intense, and the various forces kept clashing. Gu Chen didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. The competition between geniuses and heroes did not attract him at all. His attention was still on finding clues about his father, but it was already the 4th day, and he still hadn't found any useful clues. He did find a few people who were suspected to be members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, but after the Island Lord and the Dragon Horse tried to contact them, they didn't find any useful clues. This made him secretly anxious. There was only half of the time left before the Divine Realm opened, but there were still no clues. It was a terrible thing for his plan. I can't let this go on. On the fourth night, Guchen decided to take the initiative. However, the demonic sky-devouring butterfly was too ineffective in finding clues, and the Island Lord and the Dragon Horse's probing was too gentle. Guchen decided to take the initiative to attack the people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, and capture one of them to find out his father's whereabouts. Previously, he was worried that he would alert the enemy, so he had been holding back. But now, he realized that if he didn't take some risks, it would be hard for things to turn around. Who should we attack? The Island Lord, Jian Beiming, and the Dragon Horse understood Guchen's feelings, and didn't care how risky this matter was. The ordinary members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom might not know where my father is. If we want to catch them, we have to catch a big fish. Guchen's eyes flickered. He had dealt with the Pure Spirit Kingdom many times, and he knew that the man with a bamboo hat was very cautious. The ordinary members were only responsible for following orders, and they knew very little about secrets. Under such circumstances, capturing the ordinary members was meaningless, and it would only alert the enemy. In the last few days, the people we found were very cautious, and it's hard to determine their positions in the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Polite Island Lord thought. He had secretly contacted several people, but he wasn't sure if they were the big fish that Guchen wanted. I found the big fish. I hope he won't disappoint us. Mount All Gods, the temporary residence of the Li Divine clan. Over the past few days, the major factions in the outside world had been in constant conflict. It was extremely lively, but the Li people were unusually low-key. Logically speaking, as a major clan of the Xianxia Star tribe, the Li people had the strength to compete with the other factions. However, it was unusual for them to be so low-key. However, not many people paid attention to this matter. After all, although the Li people were strong, when placed on the Divine Grace list, they were only near the top level. There were many factions that were stronger than them. Tonight, in the Li clan's mansion, a strange black shadow sneaked into it. At this time, the lanterns were just lit. The children of the Li people were eating together and chatting. It was a happy and harmonious scene. The shadow moved forward under the shadows of the lanterns. Looking at the scene of the children of the Li people talking and laughing, he couldn't help but murmur. How did they do it? The shadow was naturally Guchen, who had used the shadow immortal physique. The big fish he mentioned was the ancestor of the Li people, Li Fu. Of course, the real Li Fu had died long ago. Guchen knew very well that the current Li Fu was disguised by someone else. The Pure Spirit Kingdom didn't just have someone disguised as Li Fu. All the important members of the Li people were disguised. When Guchen passed by the hall, he saw with his own eyes Li Xuanba and Li Xuanyu, who had died in his hands, drinking. Whether it was their appearance, demeanor, or cultivation, they were exactly the same as the real person. If it wasn't for the fact that Guchen was very sure that they were dead, he would have doubted their authenticity. It was easy to disguise as one person, but it was much more difficult to disguise as a group of people. Even Guchen's divine physique couldn't find any flaws. The strange behavior of the Li people made him realize that someone with a special immortal physique or divine physique must have done it. This was not strange at all. After dealing with the Pure Spirit Kingdom a few times, Guchen found that there were many people with strange abilities in this organization. In the past 4 days, Guchen had sent out a large number of sky-swallowing demonic butterflies to investigate. The Li people had always been within his investigation range. From the beginning, he did not expect the demonic sky-devouring butterfly to be able to find clues about his father, so he had already made preparations. He had originally wanted to capture Xianxia. After all, he had worked together with the man with a bamboo hat, so he should be a core member. However, for the past few days, he didn't manage to find any traces of the other party in the immeasurable demon god sect. He had no idea what was going on, so he could only drop the matter. Xianxia's breakthrough point was gone. In Guchen's opinion, the most valuable breakthrough point right now was the Li people. The pure spirit kingdom had gone to great lengths to disguise the entire Li people. Gu Chen's intuition told him that there must be a special plot behind it. The mysterious person who was disguised as Li Fu must be a core member of the pure spirit kingdom. Therefore, after careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to take the risk and make a move on that person. He knew that doing so might let the man with a bamboo hat know that he had come to the Myriad God Mountain. However, under the current situation, it was impossible not to take some risks. Therefore, he let Jiang Beiming, the island owner, and Longma provide support outside while he sneaked into the Li people's residence. In his plan, the most perfect situation would be to drag the other party into the shadow space at lightning speed. That way, there would be no risk of being discovered. After all, there were so many ultimate gods on the Myriad God Mountain. As long as someone noticed his action, he would be in a lot of trouble. However, the expert who was disguised as Li Fu was a genuine ultimate god. He was much stronger than the dozen divine kings he had taken away previously. Gu Chen was not confident that he could succeed. Moreover, he was not sure what kind of ability the other party had. That was one of the risks. Therefore, Gu Chen's action tonight was actually very dangerous. He had to be extra careful. Gu Chen turned into a black shadow and sneaked into the depths of the mansion. He knew that the fake Li Fu would usually be in his room at this time. When he arrived at the door of the room, Gu Chen activated his divine physiques ability and sensed everything inside. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Apart from the fake Li Fu, there was another person in the room. Both of them were talking. Gu Chen showed a pensive expression in his eyes. He was afraid that the heaven-swallowing demonic butterfly would be discovered if it was too close, so they had kept a safe distance from it. He was certain that the fake Li Fu had stayed in the room alone that night and the previous 3 days. It looks like I've been careless and missed such an important piece of information. Gu Chen felt lucky that he had acted in person that night. He couldn't help but hide in the shadow and listen to the conversation in the room carefully. There's not much time left. Cultivationist Jing, you have to hurry up. Remember, don't miss the important matter of your holiness. A slightly familiar voice rang out and Gu Chen could not help but hold his breath. Hee, your holiness can rest assured when I, Jingjiu, do things. We'll definitely make it in time. Not only will we make it in time, but I'm sure nobody will find out. The other person in the room made a promise. Gu Chen recognized that it was the voice of the fake Li Fu. Jingjiu. It turned out that this was his real name, but who was the other person? Why did his voice sound so familiar? Cultivationist Wu, you have the closest relationship with Friend Gu in the Pure Spirit Kingdom. When can you introduce me to him? The two people in the room seemed to have finished their discussion when Jingjiu suddenly asked. Friend Gu. Gu Chen felt a chill in his heart, thinking of his father at the first moment. However, there were many people with the surname Gu in this world, so he wasn't so sure. You two will meet in a few days, the other voice replied mildly. Hee, I don't mean the day when all the members of the Devil Realm gather together, but in private. I wonder if Cultivationist Wu can find a chance for me to meet Friend Gu alone, explained Jingjiu. You and Friend Gu have never met each other, so why do you want to meet him alone? The other voice asked in surprise. Hee, it's not a big deal. But as you know, his ability is a perfect match for mine. Maybe we can work together to do something in the future, Jingjiu hinted vaguely. Oh, but Friend Gu doesn't like this kind of thing. I'll tell him for you after this matter is over, the other voice didn't refuse him directly. Then I'll have to trouble Cultivationist Wu. Hee, I won't treat you unfairly. Jingjiu was quite happy. It was then that the door opened and he saw the guest out. In the darkness, Gu Chen could see the face of the guest clearly. He didn't know him, but the familiar voice and the surname Wu reminded him of someone. Goodbye. The guest transformed into a mouse and snuck out of the Li residence. Gu Chen looked in the direction of the guest's departure, and then at the fake Li Fu, who had closed the door and entered the house. In a remote alley, a rat turned left and right at an extremely fast speed. Behind it, a shadow followed, neither too far nor too close, but it did not notice it at all. After crossing several streets, the rat entered a house and did not move again. The lights in the house flickered, and soon a figure was reflected. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in the house, and the light suddenly went out, plunging into darkness and loneliness. Who is it? The man who had just finished a secret conversation with the fake Li Fu said in surprise. He found himself in a strange space, and he could not see his fingers in front of him. Are you Ling Fuan? At this time an indifferent voice sounded. It sounded very old, and it was Gu Chen's disguised voice. You are Gu Chen? The man's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and he blurted out. In the world, apart from his dead father, there was only one person who knew the name Ling Fuan. I didn't recognize the wrong person. It's you, Wu Lingxian. After confirming that the other party was the person he had guessed, Gu Chen returned to his real voice and walked out of the darkness, revealing his true appearance. I didn't expect to see you here. When Wu Lingxian saw Gu Chen, he did not put up any guard. Instead, he sighed and returned to his original appearance. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face in front of him, and his mind recalled the letter he had received from Wu Lingxian on the Black Dragon planet. Wu Lingxian had once said that he wanted to be his inside man and help him save his father. In order to make him trust him, he even left a clue about the ancient demon soul jade. After the incident, his clue was verified to be correct. However, after that, he did not receive any news from him. However, Gu Chen did not have a fixed residence after that, so it was normal that he could not leave any information. Gu Chen was now looking at the other party, considering whether the other party was trustworthy. I came to save my father, Gu Chen said. Because Wu Lingxian had lied to him before, he would not trust him. But it didn't matter, because whether he was telling the truth or lying, Gu Chen would eventually pry out the information he wanted from him. He could already tell that Wu Lingxian was only at the God King realm and had been pulled into his shadow space. He was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You know about the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan? Wu Lingxian was shocked. In fact, it had been a long time since he had heard any news about Gu Chen. Although he had tried to contact him, he ultimately failed due to the vastness of the universe. Since you've joined the Pure Spirit Kingdom, don't you know about me? Gu Chen sneered. Half a year ago, he was besieged by more than 20 immortal venerables of the Pure Spirit Kingdom in Suyuan. If Wu Lingxian was a member of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, it was impossible for him not to know about it. And if he knew about it, he would also know that the Li people were killed by Mo Wuji. He wouldn't ask such a stupid question. What do you mean? Gu Chen originally thought that Wu Lingxian was pretending to be confused, but he didn't expect him to be confused. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Wu Lingxian didn't know about his recent situation? Ever since I left you a letter on the Black Dragon Star, I haven't had the chance to contact you. I never expected that you would actually appear on the Myriad God Mountain and that your cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Wu Lingxian was filled with emotions. From his expression, Gu Chen could tell that Wu Lingxian probably didn't even know about the battle in the desolate region. Wu Lingxian's understanding of me clearly stopped at the ancient Song Huang star. In other words, he didn't have any information about me in the past 10 years. Hee, this is interesting. Could it be that the man with a bamboo hat is guarding against him? Gu Chen murmured to himself. Because of Wu Lingxian's ignorance, Gu Chen trusted Wu Lingxian a bit more. You said that you would be my spy and help me rescue my father. Do you still keep your promise? Gu Chen asked straightforwardly. Wu Lingxian nodded solemnly. I've never forgotten my promise. Well, tell me where my father is right now. He should be on the Myriad God Mountain, right? Gu Chen asked immediately. Your father isn't here right now, said Wu Lingxian, shaking his head. Nonsense. I've heard the conversation between you and Jingjiu. You are the most familiar with my father in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, and the Pure Spirit Kingdom is planning to attack the Divine Realm. If he isn't here, where else could he be? Gu Chen's tone grew even colder. It looks like you don't know the specific plan of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Wu Lingxian looked at Gu Chen calmly. He didn't show any displeasure because of Gu Chen's rudeness. On the contrary, Wu Lingxian explained earnestly. The Pure Spirit Kingdom has planned this operation for many years. As the Overlord body, your father is an important part of the plan. He is in the Divine Realm, not on the Myriad God Mountain. I know you want to save him, but believe me, your father wants to save you as well. If you really want to reunite with your father, listen to me and don't make any moves. Save me? I'm here, safe and sound. Why do I need someone to save me? Guchen furrowed his eyebrows. Have you forgotten what had happened in the center of the ancient barren yellow star? Guchen's pupils shrank as he recalled that his father had fought against the will of the man with a bamboo hat who had occupied his body in order to save him. Under your father's stubborn resistance, although you escaped in the end, the jingling Taoist wasn't satisfied. In his eyes, you have always been a valuable experimental subject. Therefore, in order to dispel his coveting of you, your father joined the pure spirit kingdom and willingly worked for him. Your father did a lot of things that he didn't want to do to save you. According to the agreement between him and the jingling Taoist, once this divine realm conference is over, they will no longer have anything to do with each other. In other words, at that time, you and your father will naturally be reunited. Guchen, I can see that your strength has improved greatly. However, compared to the jingling Taoist, you are still far inferior. Therefore, don't struggle anymore. Believe me, when everything has been settled, I will bring your father to you. Wu Lingxian said in a sincere tone. Guchen had long guessed that his father might have joined the pure spirit kingdom for him, but he still felt bad after knowing the truth. Wu Lingxian guided him patiently. He firmly believed that his and Gu Tianming's plan was stable, and he did not want Guchen to rush in and mess things up. Guchen listened quietly and then asked a question. Do you really believe that after this operation is over, the man with a bamboo hat will really let my father go? No matter what, I will do my best to guarantee this. Moreover, you should understand the power of the pure spirit kingdom. This is our best choice. Although the jingling Taoist has a strange temper, he is actually a man of his word. Oh? If you think so, then you are too naive. Guchen sneered. What do you mean? Wu Lingxian heard the hidden meaning in Guchen's words. There are some things that you may not know. After I tell you, think again about whether the man with a bamboo hat is trustworthy. Guchen immediately told him about his experience after stepping into the stars, especially his several encounters with the pure spirit kingdom. From Guchen's mouth, Wu Lingxian knew nothing about it. You said that the jingling Taoist sending Zun to hunt you down, and then he went after you himself? Wu Lingxian couldn't believe it. He was surprised that Guchen could escape from the great power of the pure spirit kingdom, but he was also shocked that the jingling Taoist didn't keep his word. He had promised Gu Tianming that he wouldn't go after Guchen anymore, but now, he did it behind their backs. The man with a bamboo hat has always been a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. Believing that he would keep his promise is ridiculous. If he really wanted to keep his promise, he would never hide my father's secret, not even you, who are close to my father. He said that he would set my father free after this mission, but I don't believe it. I think he would kill me after I've outlived my usefulness. Guchen's expression was gloomy. In the past, Huangfu Wuji had been ruthlessly abandoned by the bamboo hat man after he had lost his value. As for the white ape, he had originally been interested in an experimental subject, but in the end, he had also been used as a tool to provoke the war between the hard ape race and the desolate god race. The man was indeed a capricious villain. Guchen had a deep understanding of this. The more Guchen said, the more Wu Lingxian's face changed. He wanted to help this father and son reunite, as a reward for Guchen for setting up a monument for his father back then. However, he didn't think that his good intention would turn into a mess. I understand. How do you want me to help you? Wu Lingxian took a deep breath. Is there a way for my father to leave the divine realm? I want to take him away before the plan starts. Guchen said without hesitation. That's impossible. Wu Lingxian shook his head. Your father has been in the divine realm for a long time. It's impossible for him to leave as he wishes. If he were to act rashly, he might even lose his life. He wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. What he was about to say next would involve the specific plans of the pure spirit kingdom. With his identity, he should not reveal it to outsiders. Although he wanted to repay Guchen's kindness in setting up a monument for his father, he did not want to completely stand on the opposite side of the jingling Taoist. This was not only because the other party was powerful, but also because the jingling Taoist had treated him well over the years. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate to his current level in just a short 10 years. Then when will I have the chance to take my father away? Do I really have to wait until the conference of the Divine Realm is over? I'm afraid it will be too late by then. Gu Chen was anxious, but he also knew that Wu Lingxian was his biggest helper now, so he tried to keep his tone calm. Wu Lingxian suddenly fell into deep thought. His expression flickered for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Even if I tell you these things, it shouldn't have much impact on the plans of the demon realm. If you don't trust the promise of the jingling Taoist, I think there's a suitable time to take your father away." Gu Chan's eyes suddenly lit up. "What do you think the purpose of the Pure Spirit Kingdom's operation is this time?" Wu Lingxian asked solemnly. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. He had thought about this question several times, but he had not come to a clear conclusion. The Divine Realm was a behemoth that ruled over the major star areas. The Pure Spirit Kingdom's attack on it could be said to be crazy. No matter how great the benefits were, it did not seem worth it. And why so many members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom were willing to do such crazy things with the man with a bamboo hat was even more unbelievable. It could be said that he had not been able to see through the true purpose of the man with a bamboo hat. The information he had was too limited. The reason why the Pure Spirit Kingdom planned this operation was not to destroy the forces in the Divine Realm, nor to cause chaos among the immortals and gods. Their real goal is something in the depths of the Divine Realm. I can't tell you what that thing is, but I can tell you that in order to get that thing, the jingling Taoist has been planning for 100,000 years. Wu Lingxian's words made Gu Chen's heart skip a beat. 100,000 years ago, the jingling Taoist had single-handedly broken into the Divine Realm. And Wu Lingxian said that the man with a bamboo hat had been plotting something for 100,000 years. There must be a connection between them. Listen carefully. I will tell you all the plans of the Pure Spirit Kingdom that I know. I will only say it once. Think of it as a repayment for your kindness. Wu Lingxian's expression became nervous. He slowly spilled the secret to Gu Chen. For this operation, the jingling Taoist asked your father to disguise himself as a divine officer and infiltrate the Divine Realm in advance. The plan is like this. Your father will clean up the divine officers stationed in the Divine Realm in advance, remove their divine path imprints, and implant them into our members. In this way, most of the divine officers in the Divine Realm will become our people, and no one will notice anything unusual. When the Divine Realm opens, your father needs to do one more thing, and that is to remove the divine path imprints of our people who participate in the Divine Realm meeting. That way, they will no longer be bound by the rules of the Divine Realm, and it will be convenient for them to move. At that time, all the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom will go straight to the depths of the Divine Realm. After successfully achieving their goal, they will take advantage of the chaos caused by the ancient heaven's attack on the Divine Realm to leave. Gu Chen was suddenly enlightened. Sure enough, the man with the bamboo hat had no intention of cooperating with the ancient heaven at all. He just wanted to use them. He didn't know if Tang Ning was aware of this. Hopefully, he wouldn't bring the ancient heaven into a pit of fire. From Wu Lingxian's words, Gu Chen also realized the importance of his father in the entire plan. The Tyrant body's ability to erase the divine path imprints was of great use to the Pure Spirit Kingdom. It was almost the passport for their people to enter and leave the Divine Realm safely. Without his father, they couldn't insert their own people into the Divine Realm to pretend to be God officers because every God officer's imprint was unique. Without his father, the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom hidden in the Divine Path forces wouldn't dare to betray the Divine Realm. Gu Chen had long guessed that the Divine Path imprint had some kind of restraining power. In this way, it was no wonder that he couldn't take his father away now. Because the role he played was too important, there would definitely be experts monitoring him. According to the plan you mentioned, won't the members of the Demon Realm and the Divine Path forces alert the enemy? Gu Chen was a little confused. Since the Pure Spirit Demon region had a target that they wanted to get their hands on, they naturally couldn't alert the enemy before they got their hands on it. However, when the people hidden in the Divine Tao forces started to move, they would definitely be noticed by others. After all, if a clan leader like Li Fu suddenly disappeared after entering the Divine Realm, it was impossible for no one to pay attention. Since you followed me back from the residence of the Li people, you should have found something, Wu Lingxian hinted. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes as he recalled that all the members of the Li people had come back from the dead inexplicably and the secret conversation between Wu Lingxian and Jingjiu. Jingjiu had said that his prowess was a perfect match for his father's. If I'm not mistaken, the person in the Li people's residence should have the ability to disguise others on a large scale, Gu Chen mused. The materialized godly body had the ability to materialize the people and objects in one's mind. Depending on the strength of the owner of the godly body, the materialized object could have 10 to 80% of the original strength. This was a famous godly body, and its ability was unimaginably flexible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to rank 49th on the highest heaven constitution list, which had countless powerful godly bodies and fairy bodies. It was rumored that the owner of this godly body had materialized a long-lost royal weapon in history, and he could exert 50% of the power of the original weapon, which made this godly body famous. However, this godly body was mostly used by Jingjiu of the Pure Spirit Kingdom to disguise himself as another person. Jingjiu was good at imprinting others with the ability of materialized godly body. The person imprinted by him was almost the same as the original person in terms of appearance, demeanor, and cultivation state. It was impossible to discover the flaws of the imprinted person unless the imprinted person had attacked. The Pure Spirit Kingdom made use of this ability to replace the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom after they entered the Divine Realm, and then they used Gu Tianming's ability to transfer the imprints of the Pure Spirit Kingdom to the imprinted person. In this way, nobody in the Divine Realm would be able to tell the real person from the fake one. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was moved. The Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan was truly thorough. Who would have thought that they had made use of these two peculiar constitutions to disguise themselves? The Pure Spirit Kingdom might have already succeeded by the time the Divine Realm found out about it. He felt lucky that he didn't attack Jingjiu that night, because it would be hard for him to capture Jingjiu alive based on his formidable physique. According to Wu Lingxian, he could even imitate the members of the Li people. Who knew if the fake Li Fu was the real person in disguise? Maybe his real body had been hiding in the dark all along. If Gu Chen attacked him recklessly, it would only inform the man with a bamboo hat that he was here. You already know the general plan of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. The opportunity one mentioned to rescue your father is after your father has helped all the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom get rid of the shackles. It's impossible to save your father before then. After all, he's too important, and there are many eyes watching him in the dark. But when he completes the mission, the situation will be different. At that time, the Pure Spirit Kingdom will no longer need him and will focus all their attention on their target. That will be the best time for your father to escape. Wu Lingxian analyzed and took a deep breath. In fact, the task of supervising your father has always been carried out by me in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, so it should not be an exception. At that time, I will find a chance to bring your father to you, and then you and your son will leave the Divine Realm as soon as possible. In this way, you won't have to worry about the jingling Taoist breaking the contract, right? After my father freed the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom from their shackles, he no longer had any value to them. Is it possible that the man with the bamboo hat killed him directly? Wu Lingxian's plan was very sincere, but Gu Chen couldn't help but have some misgivings. Since it was related to his father, he couldn't be too worried. No, your father is a member of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. If the jingling Taoist did that after he had just made a contribution, it will affect the morale. Wu Lingxian shook his head. He didn't think that the jingling Taoist was as despicable as Gu Chen thought. After you help my father escape, what will you do? Gu Chen looked straight at Wu Lingxian. He was very clear that the other party might pay with his life for helping him. He didn't expect that the monument he set for the old man Ling Ping would be exchanged for Wu Lingxian's full help today. As you sow, you reap. The word cause and effect was too abstruse. The jingling Taoist has promised your father that he can leave after this. At that time, the Divine Realm will be in chaos, and I can just find an excuse to fool them. Wu Lingxian made it sound easy, but Gu Chen knew that it wasn't. If I can successfully rescue my father this time, I, Gu Chen, will owe you a favor. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, and then said seriously. He didn't suspect that Wu Lingxian might have other intentions, because the plan of the Pure Spirit Kingdom was detailed enough. Combined with what he knew, there was no possibility of it being fake. I will bring your father to you, but after that, you and your father will have to rely on yourselves. If there are no accidents, the divine realm will be in chaos. You have to think of a safe way to escape, Wu Lingxian reminded. I already have a way to leave, so you don't have to worry about this. Gu Chen nodded, but didn't say anything in detail. At that time, there would be reinforcements from the Heart Ape clan to help them retreat, and there would be Jiang Beiming and the others to help. He was quite confident. Seeing Gu Chen's confidence, Wu Lingxian didn't ask him about the specific plan. They talked for a long time about the details of the plan and left each other's contact information. Then, Gu Chen deactivated the shadow space and left Wu Lingxian's residence quietly. When he returned to his residence, Punlai Island Master and the others immediately asked him about the situation. According to the original plan, Gu Chen was going to take down the fake Li Fu tonight, and they would stay outside and coordinate with him. Who would have thought that Gu Chen would suddenly give up and leave without saying a word, causing everyone to be at a loss for what to do? With a smile, Gu Chen told them about his conversation with Wu Lingxian. Wu Lingxian deceived us on the Zhonghuang ancient star. Is he planning something again? Hearing that Wu Lingxian wanted to help, Punlai Island Master frowned. He clearly remembered how Wu Lingxian and the man in the bamboo hat worked together to set up a trap. Wu Lingxian looked like a straightforward martial artist, but in reality, he was very scheming. This time, he doesn't seem to have a scheme. I think it's worth a try, Gu Chen answered. With Wu Lingxian's help, it would be more likely for him to rescue his father, which was why he couldn't refuse. If they missed this opportunity, they would be like headless flies. Even though Wu Lingxian is trustworthy, according to what you just said, the jingling Taoist is obviously on guard against him, which means that the plan he knows might not be complete. It's also possible that something unexpected will happen, Punlai Island Master said after some consideration. Of course. The man with a bamboo hat never tells others everything. I don't think even the core members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom know all of the man with a bamboo hat's true thoughts. No matter what, we have Hai Dongqing in the ancient heaven, Wu Lingxian in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, and we have sneaked into the divine realm. No matter what happens, we won't be caught unprepared. The situation is much better than it was at the beginning. The things we can do now are much more than before. A strong fighting spirit burned in Gu Chen's eyes. He would fight the man with a bamboo hat again. Different from the last time, he wouldn't be caught unprepared like a stray dog. On the 5th day on Mount Myriad Gods, Gu Chen recalled most of the sky-devouring butterflies. With Wu Lingxian as his spy, he no longer needed to search for clues. Sending out too many sky-devouring butterflies would instead attract attention. He only left spies in Kunlun, Li People, and a few other places in case of emergencies. The rest of his energy was focused on adjusting his condition. He would enter the divine realm in 3 days and couldn't predict how many accidents he would face. He had to ensure that he was always in his best condition. Although it was to adjust his condition, Gu Chen still had some hope in his heart. He was only one step away from mastering the eternal light life secret art. If he was lucky, he might be able to break through the bottleneck in a few days. With the current situation, he really needed to improve his strength. Gu Chen wanted to spend the last 3 days on himself, but Yifei came to find him that night. This nether saintess hadn't interfered with the activities of Gu Chen and the others since coming to Mount Myriad Gods. Now that she suddenly came, there must be something. There's a gathering at the Divine Palm Tower tonight. The 3 of you must attend. Yifei looked a little displeased when she saw the mountain path. She wasn't as polite to Gu Chen and the others as before. What's so special about this gathering? Gu Chen asked in surprise. No need to ask so much. You'll know when you get there. Yifei seemed to be very impatient. After saying that, he directly walked away. Strange, this nether saintess' attitude towards us is much worse than before. It's not like we provoked her these days. Jiang Beiming clicked his tongue in wonder after the saintess left. Her attitude has indeed changed. Gu Chen pondered, thinking about how he might have offended her. They still needed the help of the nether realm. It wasn't a good time to ruin their relationship. We've been busy with our own matters these days and haven't considered the nether realm's position. Punlai Island Lord shook his head. What does Island Lord mean? The two couldn't help but look at him. Various forces have been fighting openly and covertly these days, and the Nether Realm is naturally no exception. As far as the old man knows, the Nether Realm and the Thousand Faces Temple have clashed many times in the past few days and are currently at a disadvantage. The Nether Realm treated the three of us as candidates for the rankings and thought highly of us. However, the three of us haven't made any achievements in the past few days. The Holy Maiden must be disappointed. Palai Island Master said with a smile, and they immediately understood. It seemed like the Holy Maiden thought that they were not putting in the effort. Thinking back, the three of them had warned them to perform well before coming to Myriad God Mountain. In the end, the three of them had kept an excessively low profile. Moreover, the Nether Realm and Thousand Faces Divine Palace were currently at a disadvantage in the battle. Naturally, they wouldn't give them any face. So, tonight's gathering might be related to the Thousand Faces Temple? Guchen frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to complicate matters at the moment, nor did he want to become a hired thug for the Nether Realm. However, he was under someone else's roof. If he didn't say anything, it would inevitably attract criticism, and it might even attract unexpected trouble. Maybe. Since the Saintess came in person, we'd better go there tonight, Palai Island Master suggested. Guchen nodded. It wouldn't take much time to go through the motions. That night, Guchen, the dragon horse, and the white ape arrived at the entrance of the Godly Palm Tower. Arriving at the entrance, they found that the restaurant was exceptionally lively. It seemed like tonight's gathering was much larger than they had imagined. Excuse me, sir. The accompanying spirit beasts are not allowed to enter the tower. The crowd was about to enter when Guchen, who had transformed into an eagle and was leading the dragon horse, was suddenly stopped by the white ape who was perched on his shoulder. Hey, little girl, who are you calling a spirit beast? The dragon horse was displeased, and the white ape flapped his wings in protest. The two beasts' fierce expressions made the waitress at a loss. Guchen glanced at the dense crowd in the restaurant and said, "Okay. There are so many people inside, and it's indeed not suitable for you to enter. Just wait outside." Then, he, Jiang Beiming, and Palai Island Master entered the Godly Palm Tower, leaving the white ape and the dragon horse outside. Soon after Guchen entered the restaurant, a pair of beautiful women came to the Godly Palm Tower side by side. One of the beauties was accompanied by a green bull. When the passers-by saw this woman, they all looked at her in awe and kept their distance. At this moment, the two women who came to the entrance began to talk. "Okay, junior sister Lanchu. Maybe Guchen will appear in front of you in a few days. It's not good for you to be so worried." Mu Ziyu comforted her in a gentle voice. Although her junior sister was now a Kunlun Saintess, she was still a naive girl when it came to relationships. In the last 2 days, she had been distracted because Guchen didn't show up. Mu Ziyu saw that her imagination was always running wild and even thinking about the worst, so she dragged her to the Godly Palm Tower tonight. "Senior sister Mu, Guchen didn't want to see me, but he gave me the Kunlun sword. Do you think he wants to draw a line with me? Does he already have someone else he likes, or even a wife? Is that why he doesn't want to see me?" Ji Lanchu wasn't in the mood to attend the gathering, but she couldn't help asking. If the cultivators who had seen her fight before saw her now, they would be very surprised. She didn't look like the strong Kunlun Saintess, but more like an innocent girl. How could it be? "If Guchen really forgot about you, I'll be the first one who won't let him go." Mu Ziyu quickly pulled Ji Lanchu into the Godly Palm Tower while comforting her, hoping to divert her attention. And the green bull stayed outside the Godly Palm Tower according to the rules. "Why doesn't Master want to see Princess Lanchu? Even if he really has another woman, I'm loyal, so he shouldn't refuse to see me." The green bull murmured and walked to the place where the spirit beasts gathered, feeling a little depressed. Back then, it diligently guarded Princess Lanchu for 10 years according to Guchen's instructions. But now that it was in the same place as its master, he didn't even want to see it. It was impossible to say that it wasn't disappointed. Come to think of it, it had been with Princess Lanchu longer than it had been with Guchen. It wondered if he had forgotten about it. With this thought, the green bull randomly found a place to sit down and wait for Princess Lanchu to come out. "Hey, stupid bull, don't point your butt at me." Suddenly, a hooligan-like voice sounded, making the green bull, who was already in a bad mood, even more unhappy. It turned around and found a horse with shiny black fur sitting behind it. On its head, there was an eagle sleeping soundly. What kind of weird combination was this? This place is only so big. Am I in your way? If you're unhappy, you can go somewhere else. The green bull said rudely. The dragon horse, who was feeling depressed because it couldn't enter the godly palm tower, heard this, and its gaze immediately became sharp. When Gu Chen's group of 3 entered the building, they found it livelier than they'd imagined. People from various races and factions were gathered in groups of 2 or 3, drinking and chatting merrily. Fellow Daoist Chen, over here. The 3 were still looking around when they saw someone calling out to them from not far away. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was someone from the Nether Realm. They immediately walked over. The one calling out to Gu Chen's group was an underworld king called Crooked Soul. Baron, Xianxia, Ding Han, and the others were also present. Seeing Gu Chen's group walk over, Xianxia immediately spoke. Where have the 3 of you been these past few days? Why haven't I heard any news of you? The other people from the Nether Realm wore strange expressions when they heard this. Some even sneered. They'd clashed with the Thousand Faces Temple many times in the past few days, but the 3 newly ascended underworld kings hadn't shown up. In some people's eyes, this was a sign of cowardice and incompetence. As candidates for the Divine Blessing list, it was extremely shameful for them to act like this. Xianxi's words were full of sarcasm, just like last time. This made Gu Chen unhappy. He was about to reply when Jiang Beiming spoke first. Haha, it's normal that fellow Daoist who hasn't heard anything about us. After all, humans and ghosts walk different paths. Xianxi's face twitched. What did humans and ghosts walk different paths mean? He was a bit ugly, but wasn't describing him like that just to deliberately stir up trouble. Also, his surname was Jing, not Wu. Was the other party deliberately looking down on him? Humph, you're good at talking, but you hide far away when you go to battle, Xianxi's companion, Ding Han, chimed in. Xianxi's companion, Ding Han, chimed in. He was much more direct and didn't hide his contempt for the 3 of them. Eh? Is someone talking? Jiang Beiming blinked his eyes and pretended to be confused. He was so angry that the 2 of them, who had originally wanted to grab hold of the 3's weaknesses and make sarcastic remarks, had no way to vent their anger. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. It was a fact that they hadn't fought for the Nether Realm these past few days, so there was nothing they could do about it. As long as it didn't affect his plans, he was fine with it. What's with this gathering today? Why are there so many people? Gu Chen asked Crooked Soul. He was one of the more sincere and friendly people present. What? You don't know? Crooked Soul asked in surprise. The Saintess asked us to come over, but she didn't say anything specific, Gu Chen said flatly. I see. Crooked Soul came to a realization and explained with a smile. Today, there will be a battle god banquet here. It is said that many geniuses from various major powers will be participating, so it has attracted a lot of people. Battle god banquet? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this term. The so-called War God Banquet is actually a kind of martial arts competition. However, both sides of the battle have to place a bet. The winner can take away the bet, and then others can challenge him. If one person can take the most bets, he will be called the Battle God. This is the meaning of the Battle God Banquet. Crooked Soul could tell that Gu Chen didn't understand, so he explained. So that's what it means. If that's the case, people from the underworld will also be competing tonight? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He understood why Yi Fei had asked them to come. It was probably because he wanted them to participate in the Battle God Banquet. Of course. There are many major powers participating in the Battle God Banquet tonight. The prizes will be extremely rich. We can't miss it. Also, the people from Thousand Faces Temple are here. A few days ago, our people suffered at their hands. The higher-ups want to get back at us tonight, Crooked Soul said in a low voice. Gu Chen listened and was about to reply when there was a sudden commotion at the door. Kunlun Saintess is here. Why is she here? Didn't they hear that she has been keeping a low profile for the past 2 days? Tonight is going to be interesting. We can see another exciting battle. Kunlun Saintess is so beautiful. Who is that beauty next to her? She looks good too. Very charming. A large number of cultivators in the Divine Palm Tower were discussing. Ji Lanchu's arrival immediately made her the focus of everyone present. Standing among the underworld team, Guchen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't expect Lanchu to be here too. This wasn't a good thing for him, because it took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to see her. Hey, is this your first time seeing Kunlun Saintess, fellow cultivator Chen? Don't stare at her. A toad can't eat a swan's meat. Xianxia noticed Gu Chen's loss of composure and teased him. Do you know how an unqualified assassin usually dies? Gu Chen came back to his senses and glanced coldly at Xianxia. What? Everyone present was an assassin. Hearing this piqued their interest. They usually die because they talk too much. If you bother me again, you'll definitely regret it. When Gu Chen said this, an iron-blooded aura naturally seeped out, causing Xianxia to tremble inexplicably and subconsciously not dare to refute. Gu Chen ignored him and continued to chat with the people around him while he observed Lan Chu in the distance, intentionally or unintentionally. Previously, he had let the sky-devouring demonic butterfly secretly observe her. This was the first time he had seen her up close. At this moment, she was like the moon surrounded by stars. As soon as she entered the Divine Palm Tower, she was pursued by many people. However, she was obviously distracted. Most of the time, it was Mu Ziyu who was beside her who was interacting with others. Saintess Ji, my young master invites you upstairs. At this moment, a few servants pushed aside the crowd that was blocking the way and went straight to Ji Lanchu before saying respectfully. It's the True Spirit clan. Is Gu Xuanfeng here too? Is he upstairs? Genius Gu is really infatuated with Kunlun Saintess. When he helped her out previously, he offended more than 10 forces in one go. I heard that there was a lot of trouble after that. The two of them are a perfect match. I heard that Kunlun and the True Spirit clan had the intention to unite them by marriage. Everyone was talking about it. When some female cultivators saw that the young master of the True Spirit clan had invited Kunlun Saintess upstairs, their faces showed deep jealousy. That person again? Gu Chen was displeased to hear the discussion. Last time, he had come late to save Lan Chu, which had left an impression on him. Just as everyone was discussing how to make a match, Ji Lanchu responded coldly to the people of the True Spirit clan. I'm not going. 2 simple words, but her rejection was merciless, as if she was chasing away flies. The cultivators in the tower were in an uproar. It was inevitable that some people would gloat and secretly laugh at Gu Xuanfeng. It seemed that no matter how outstanding the genius of the True Spirit clan was, he still could not move Kunlun Saintess's heart. What kind of person could make the Saintess fall in love with him? Gu Chen looked at Lanchu's cold expression and felt inexplicably carefree. It seemed that Lanchu only had him in her heart. B*TCH, ungrateful B*TCH. Brother Gu, please calm down. Don't lower yourself to the same level as that Kunlun Saintess. Gu Xuanfeng was not the only one in the room. Seeing his thunderous rage, they all tried to dissuade him. Humph, you guys don't know this, but this woman has already disrespected me time and time again. If it wasn't for the elders in my clan believing that her bloodline would be helpful to my cultivation, and gave me a death order to pursue her, would I even have my eyes on her? Gu Xuanfeng said indignantly. He had forgotten that although he disliked the clan's decision in the beginning, after seeing Kunlun Saintess's true appearance, he started to have his own thoughts. However, after being rejected time and time again, he, who thought that he was a genius, slowly changed his mind. Last time, because of this woman, more than 10 forces started to have an opinion against me, and caused trouble for me for days on end. She, on the other hand, doesn't she know how much trouble she's gotten me into? She refused even when I invited her upstairs. What kind of virtuous act is she? Gu Xuanfeng said a lot in his anger. His friends in the room, the geniuses from various forces, all had a change of expression. From Brother Gu's tone, it seems that the person who saved Saintess Ji last time wasn't you? Someone asked curiously. This matter had been discussed for many days on Mount All Gods. Most people thought that Gu Xuanfeng was the hero who saved the beauty. Bullshit. Who the hell knows which guy did it? Great, all the blame is on me. Gu Xuanfeng's gaze turned gloomy when he thought of that mysterious expert. If he had the chance, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Although he couldn't do what the mysterious expert did, he had asked the elders in his clan. The reason why the mysterious expert could do that was probably because his ability was special. His true strength might not be stronger than his. Strange. If it wasn't Brother Gu, who could have saved Sanctus Ji? Even among the young geniuses of the various forces, there aren't many who have that kind of strength. Everyone started to speculate. The topic of the mysterious expert was obviously more attractive than Gu Xuanfeng's petty love story. Could it be Wan Jianming from the Divine Sword sect? How could it be? Wan Jianming is a pure sword cultivator. I've never heard of such a strange technique. Could it be Yu Wenba from the Pupil clan? He is mysterious enough, and the methods of the I race have always been strange. That's very possible. After all, these two are the most likely to compete with Brother Gu for the #1 spot on the genius ranking. Everyone talked enthusiastically, as if they were pointing out the world. Their group was led by Gu Xuanfeng, and they were all elites and geniuses of various forces. They could be considered to be a small group that stood at the peak of the younger generation in the entire divine realm. It doesn't matter if it's Wan Jianming, Yu Wenbo, or that mysterious expert. As long as they dare to block my path in the list contest, they will all suffer. I will definitely take first place in the genius list of 10,000 clans. Let's see how Ji Lanchu will react then. Gu Xuanfeng said confidently and domineeringly. We believe in Brother Gu. At that time, that Sanctus Ji will no longer be able to pretend to be aloof and will obediently throw herself into your arms. The people at the side flattered and Gu Xuanfeng's anger slowly subsided. Kunlun Sanctus's appearance only caused a small commotion. Soon, the cultivators attending the Battle God banquet shifted their attention elsewhere. After all, there were many experts appearing tonight, and some of them were as famous as Kunlun Sanctus. Gu Chen's gaze was mostly following Lan Chu, and he wasn't interested in the people of the Nether Realm discussing how to deal with Thousand Faces Temple. Jiang Beiming and Penlai Island Master were the same. There were many things at the banquet that were more interesting to them than Thousand Faces Temple. Xing Shiqing and Ding Han snorted even more when they saw the three idling around. They were worried that these three candidates would endanger their position as the main candidates, but it seemed like they were overthinking it. Go to hell. Moo. How dare you disrespect this old bull? There seemed to be some commotion outside the Divine Palm Tower, and the sound traveled into the tower. Many guests were stunned, and those near the door hurried out. What happened? There are spirit beasts fighting. A bull and a horse, and they are fighting fiercely. Those who knew the inside story said excitedly. The other guests were puzzled. What was so interesting about a bull and a horse fighting? Were they ignorant? However, the Divine Palm Tower was full of nobles, and two spirit beasts dared to fight. It was too presumptuous. How did their masters discipline them? Immediately, many people walked out of the Divine Palm Tower with curiosity and the intention to settle scores with the masters of the spirit beasts. Is this the sound of the dragon horse? Gu Chen and the other two recognized the noisy sound of the dragon horse. They frowned and walked out immediately. As soon as they walked out, they gasped. The street had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the dragon horse was surrounded by green natal true fire. Although it didn't reveal its true form, it had used its true abilities. The one fighting fiercely with the dragon horse was a green bull. Its green skin was strangely red, and it let the dragon horse's fire wreak havoc and absorbed it into its body. Boom, bang. Bang, bang. The two spirit beasts collided with each other with their horns. Although they were equally powerful, they caused severe damage to the entire street. The eagle that was the white ape flew in the air and screeched excitedly as if it was cheering and watching the show. What is the dragon horse doing? It doesn't know the gravity of the situation. Penlai Island Master cursed with an ugly expression. Gu Chen's expression was also gloomy. Watching the green bull fighting with the dragon horse, he had a bad feeling. The dragon horse was fighting with the green bull. It was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. TSK, TSK. What's wrong with that bull? How can it fight with the dragon horse? Jiang Beiming was curious. After all, the dragon horse was close to the immortal lord realm and had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. It could beat ordinary early-stage immortal lords. However, from the looks of it, the green bull had made it suffer a lot. Gu Chen was also surprised by this. Although the green bull was somewhat miraculous in the ancient planet Song Huang, it shouldn't be a match for the dragon horse. Was it because the green bull's cultivation strength had improved greatly in Kunlun over the years, or did it have other secrets? Gu Chen thought about the mysterious origin of the dragon horse, so he was inclined to believe the latter. Oh my! Which two Grandmaster's mounts are these two spirit beasts? They are so powerful. No wonder so many people are watching. It's more exciting than the battle between some geniuses of the godly sex. Many cultivators who rushed out of the godly palm tower were stupefied, unable to believe what they were seeing. It must be noted that the streets and buildings in the city were hard to be destroyed by heavenly god realm cultivators. However, the two spirit beasts were fighting each other, and the buildings were collapsing rapidly. These troublemakers. Seeing that many people had noticed the extraordinariness of the two spirit beasts, Gu Chen was forced to show himself. His tone was cold. When the dragon horse heard his voice, its body stiffened. However, the green bull did not care about the stranger at all. Taking advantage of the dragon horse's sluggish movement, it directly slammed it into a wall by the roadside. The wall instantly collapsed, and dust billowed. How dare you sneak attack me? The dragon horse rushed out of the dust. It was so angry that it wanted to charge forward again. However, when it sensed Gu Chen's sharp gaze, it immediately stopped. It stood on the spot with a livid expression. Hey, why don't you dare to go forward? Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? The green bull teased while gloating. At the same time, it glanced at Gu Chen, who spoke. To be honest, this dragon horse had shocked it very much. It could sense that the dragon horse had hidden its strength during the intense conflict just now. Its cultivation level could be said to be unfathomable. In addition, it must also have a very extraordinary bloodline. It was definitely not like its appearance, which was just an ordinary spirit horse. With such an unfathomable mount, of course it was curious about what its master looked like. However, when it saw that Gu Chen looked ordinary, it tried to use its heaven eye to see through him, but found that it could not see through him. It wanted to detect his cultivation level, but found that he was like a calm lake. It could not see through him at all. It was as if he was just a mortal. An expert, its first instinct was that this person had hidden his strength. A strong sense of fear arose in its heart. Green Bull, what's going on? At this moment, Ji Lanchu also heard the commotion and walked out of the Divine Palm Tower. She looked at the chaos on the scene and frowned. Your Highness, this horse insisted that I was in its way. It attacked me without saying a word. The Green Bull saw Princess Lanchu and quickly explained. At the same time, it looked in the direction where Gu Chen was. It was afraid that this unfathomable expert would harm Princess Lanchu. Ji Lanchu acutely sensed its instinctive behavior. She could not help but look at Gu Chen in surprise. The surrounding cultivators were all staring at her and this man. It seemed that this man was the master of the other spirit beast. However, what was his background? He clearly did not look like much. Why was the Green Bull so cautious? She knew very well that the Green Ox's judgment of people was very accurate, much better than hers. I'm sorry, it's my spirit beast's fault. Gu Chen looked at Lanchu with mixed feelings. What the hell is going on? Damn you, Dragon Horse, Jiang Beiming and Penlai Island Master both knew that the person in front of them was Princess Lanchu, whom Gu Chen had been thinking about, and they exchanged a strange look. Gu. Master, it was the one who provoked me first. Why should I apologize? The Dragon Horse was so angry that it almost called out Gu Chen's name. Fortunately, it changed its mind in time. It didn't understand why Gu Chen apologized without asking. Was it because the woman in front of him was beautiful? That was too disloyal. While it thought resentfully, it sensed that something was wrong when it saw Penlai Island Master and Jiang Beiming looking at it strangely. The Dragon Horse's ears twitched as it heard the discussions around it. Oh, it's Kunlun Saintess's spirit beast. Oh my! This spirit beast is so capable. Is Kunlun Saintus hiding her strength? Who's the owner of the other horse? He looks unfamiliar and doesn't look like a great master. Kunlun Saintus? The dragon horse widened its eyes, almost choking on its own saliva. No matter how strange it was, it knew that Guchen liked Kunlun Saintus. Wait, does this mean that this green bull belongs to Kunlun Saintus? The dragon horse immediately understood why Guchen apologized. Oh my! Will he teach it a lesson when we get back? It felt uneasy, knowing that Guchen didn't want to see Kunlun Saintus and didn't want to attract too much attention. Guchen, I didn't know that the bull was one of us. I just wanted to teach it a lesson, but I didn't expect its strength to be so strange that I suffered a loss. In a moment of anger, The dragon horse hurriedly explained through telepathy, but it received a cold reply from Guchen. Alright, let's finish this show first. It immediately stopped talking. This group of people is a little strange. The green bull noticed that Guchen and his group had a strange look on their faces. It thought that they were plotting something, so it tightened its guard. Lanchu looked at Guchen, feeling puzzled. For some reason, the person in front of her gave her a vague sense of familiarity. It wasn't because of his appearance or demeanor, but it was purely a woman's intuition. She understood what had happened from the discussions around her. Both parties were at fault. Since the other party had taken the initiative to apologize, she didn't want to argue. It doesn't matter. Just take care of your spirit beast. After Lanchu finished speaking, she led the green bull into the divine palm tower. Because of the green bull's shocking strength, the maidservants at the door didn't dare to stop them. The other guests didn't dare to object either. Judging from the way the green bull fought earlier, there weren't many cultivators who could defeat the green bull. Guchen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lanchu didn't seem to have any suspicions. However, when he turned his head, he saw many guests looking at him strangely. Clearly, the dragon horse's strength had attracted many people's attention. He didn't want to attract attention, but he couldn't do that now. Something's wrong. Guchen frowned. His current alias was Chingu. On the Myriad Gods Mountain, where millions of cultivators gathered, it was just an inconspicuous name. However, if this name spread and his old friends heard it, it might give rise to bad thoughts. After all, when he became famous in the Kunlun continent, he used the name Chingu. Originally, he just used this name casually and didn't think too much about it. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice it. However, now that he had attracted attention because of the dragon horse, the name Chingu was a bit troublesome. Others might be fine, but if Lanchu heard this name, she would definitely think too much and expose him. I'll go back first. You guys stay. Guchen didn't want any accidents to happen, so he decided to bring the dragon horse back. Daoist Chen really hid his strength. At this moment, Saint Shifei walked out of the crowd and looked at Guchen with a radiant smile. She had come to the Divine Palm Tower late because she had some matters to attend to and happened to see the battle between the two spirit beasts. She was too surprised. She didn't expect Chingu's mount to be so powerful. With her intelligence, she thought about Chingu's performance when he joined the Nether Realm and immediately realized how deeply he hid his strength. However, she didn't care that he was hiding his strength. Instead, she was overjoyed. The Nether Realm had suffered a lot at the hands of the Thousand Faces Temple over the past few days. With Chingu's strength and the Saints' help tonight, the Nether Realm would definitely be able to suppress the Thousand Faces Temple. Guchen knew something was wrong when he saw Yi Fei. With the Saintess staring at him, how was he going to leave? If he left in a hurry, it would instead arouse suspicion. Inside the Divine Palm Tree Tower, the Battle God Banquet had begun. They surrounded a huge indoor arena, and the seats around it were filled with people from various forces. Guchen sat with the Nether Realm's people with the dragon horse beside him. No one dared to look down on the spirit beast after its previous performance. The Divine Palm Tree Tower also made an exception and let it in. Almost all the people from the Nether Realm that came to Mount Myriad Gods were present. There was only one unfamiliar face that Guchen didn't recognize. He had just arrived with Saint Shifei. Even though he had deliberately concealed his cultivation, Guchen could still sense that he had reached the Hierarch realm. The other party didn't look like one of the famous Nether sovereigns of the Nether realm, so there was only one possibility. He was the secret weapon of the Nether Realm this time, the final official candidate of the Divine Grace Board who had yet to show himself. This person's strength far surpassed Xianxia and Ding Han. They were on completely different levels. The Nether Realm had placed high hopes on him by hiding him until now. At the same time, it also showed that the Nether Realm had attached great importance to tonight's Battle God banquet. They didn't hesitate to reveal their trump card. Gu Chen only hoped that this trump card was stronger. It would be best if he didn't have to fight tonight. Lan Chu and Mu Ziyu were sitting 100 zhang away from him. Shi Jian, Qi Zian, and the others had also arrived. There were many old friends in the tower tonight. If you have to fight tonight, leave it to us. Pulai Island Lord and Jiang Beiming knew that Gu Chen didn't want to expose his identity, so they took the initiative to speak. Gu Chen nodded. He hoped that he wouldn't have the chance to fight. Junior sister Lan Chu, look. That person is sitting opposite. Mu Ziyu noticed Gu Chen and the dragon horse where Ji Lan Chu was. Who? Shi Jian and Qi Zian immediately asked. They did not know about the previous conflict. They had just arrived and were called over by Mu Ziyu. Today, someone's spirit beast fought with junior sister Lan Chu's azure ox. Mu Ziyu explained. Shi Jian and Qi Zian were amazed. It was rare for spirit beasts to fight each other. The few of them were chatting happily. Only Ji Lan Chu was concerned about Gu Chen, who had not shown up yet. Although she was in the Battle God's banquet, she had no interest. The venue of the Feast of the Battle God was packed to the point that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The people of various powerful forces or famous geniuses had almost occupied all the better stands. On the periphery, there were also many cultivators who were on tiptoe to watch. Hong Tai and Feng Jiuqian's group were among them. However, they had arrived rather late, and they did not have a prominent background or strength. Thus, they could only stand in the corner. Where are Princess Ji and Brother Qi? Should we go look for them? Li Wanjun saw Ji Lan Chu from afar, who was quite close to the arena, and her heart stirred. Standing on the periphery and watching the Feast of the Battle God was really disappointing. Moreover, she had wanted to get to know Princess Ji better during the previous gathering, but unfortunately, it was ruined. When Li Wanjun said this, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others all looked tempted. Previously, because they had badmouthed Gu Chen, they had offended Princess Ji, who was at the peak of her power. Their intestines were green with regret. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to repair their relationship. Heh, don't be delusional. Her attitude last time was obvious enough. Luo Li poured cold water on them. Everyone sighed when they heard this. They could have used the friendship of being from the same hometown to build a big tree for themselves, but they had ruined it. The Feast of the Battle God was in full swing. From time to time, geniuses from various forces would enter the arena to participate in the bet. The extravagance of the bets and the excitement of the battles caused the cultivators in the audience to boil over. After a few rounds of battles, the Nether Realm's Nether King Baron stood on the arena and took the initiative to challenge the cultivators from Thousand Faces Temple. The crowd fell silent for a moment. All the major forces looked over with interest. The Nether Realm was the overlord of the Xianxia Star Field's Dark World, while the Thousand Faces Temple was the ruler of the Milky Way Star Field's Dark World. The two forces competed in many areas. In recent years, there were even rumors that they wanted to extend their influence into the other's territory. Because of this conflict of interests, they had been fighting openly and secretly for many times, and the Nether Realm was currently at a disadvantage. Now that the Nether Realm had taken the initiative to challenge them, they must have something to rely on. The cultivators from Thousand Faces Temple were all wearing strange masks. When they heard the Nether Realm's challenge, one of the men wearing a white mask spoke. If you want to fight us, sure, but if the stakes are small, it will be boring. That's exactly what I was thinking. What do you want to bet? Saint Shifei immediately sneered. The right to control 100 star paths in the Xianxia Star Field, the man in the white mask said calmly. His words caused an uproar. There were all kinds of bets in tonight's God of War banquet. Some gambled on divine weapons, some gambled on elixirs, but this was the first time someone gambled on territory. Moreover, the number of star paths was too frightening. It seemed that Thousand Faces Temple wanted to take advantage of tonight's opportunity to extend their influence into the Xianxia star field. The ranking battle of the Divine Realm has not even started, but Thousand Faces Temple can't wait to encroach on the territory of the Nether Realm. I can't make this decision. Wait a moment. After Yifei finished speaking, she closed her eyes, as if she was secretly discussing with a few Nether supremacies. After a while, she opened her eyes. If Thousand Faces Temple loses, the right to control 100 star paths in the Milky Way star field will also be handed over to us. Sure. How do we compete? Let's take turns fighting. You and I will each send 5 people. Whoever wins more matches will be fine. Deal. Both sides signed the agreement at an astonishing speed under the watchful eyes of the crowd, pushing the God of War banquet to a climax. It was a pity that this battle was a dispute, and the other forces had no chance to get a share of the pie. The few old ultimate gods from Thousand Faces Temple have an agreement with Lord Xianxia and won't make a move tonight. Therefore, the only one from Thousand Faces Temple who can threaten us is Jun Ruoxi. They have previously relied on Jun Ruoxi to make us suffer some losses, causing them to be overconfident. This time, it's too late for regrets. Tonight, the Holy Sun will deal with Jun Ruoxi and catch them off guard. The others are nothing to worry about. We will definitely win. Yifei made the pre-battle planning arrangements. She obviously had strong confidence in the Holy Sun who had been hidden for many years. The Nether Realm's Holy Sun was also very calm, giving off an unfathomable feeling. In the team, Guchen glanced at the Thousand Faces Temple's team. Apart from the white-masked Jun Ruoxi who had reached the ultimate god realm, the others were indeed a level lower than the Nether Realm's side. However, when he looked at the back, he found that there were a few people with deep breaths that he could not determine their exact strength. He immediately frowned. The Nether Realm had a trump card, but the other side was obviously not that simple. After drawing lots, the Thousand Faces Temple would be the first to send out a representative for the first battle. When the first contestant from Thousand Faces Temple stepped onto the stage, it immediately caused a commotion. It turned out that the first person that the Thousand Faces Temple had sent out was the famous Jun Ruoxi of their team. This was equivalent to sending out a general at the start of the battle. It was unexpected. You want to gain the upper hand with a show of strength? In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Holy Sun. Yifei did not think too much about it. The only team that could deal with Jun Ruoxi was the Holy Sun. Other than that, even she would not be able to win. Don't worry, I will win this battle. The sacred son of the Nether Realm had been hidden for many years. Now that he was finally going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, his fighting spirit was naturally high. In an instant, he appeared on the arena, and without any superfluous words, he started fighting with Jun Ruoxi. Both of them came from the dark forces and possessed the most top-notch killing inheritances. Lights and shadows intertwined in the fierce battle. The dark fog was so thick that ordinary people couldn't see their fight clearly. Guchen's eyes glowed with a purplish-green light, and he captured their movements clearly. Both sides were equally matched in terms of strength as they were both at the early stage ultimate god realm. There was also no obvious difference in the inheritance they possessed. However, the Holy Son of the Nether Realm's battle experience was obviously not as good as Jun Ruoxi's. What the other party could do with 10% of his strength, the Holy Son of the Nether Realm had to use 20%. Under such circumstances, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Nether Realm Holy Sun. Things went as Guchen had expected. After fighting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Nether Realm Saint Sun was injured and defeated. The moment he lost, the momentum of the Nether Realm side was greatly affected. After all, he was their trump card. Sorry, I didn't expect to lose to him. When the Holy Son of the Nether Realm returned, he looked like a defeated rooster. He had actually lost the first battle to make a name for himself. This was truly a big blow to him. It's alright. You've already performed very well. Besides Jun Ruoxi, the rest of the people from the Thousand Faces Temple are nothing to worry about. Yifei was disappointed, but he still tried to comfort her. She subconsciously looked at Guchen. At least, there was another expert here. She believed that since his mount was so powerful, this Chingu was definitely hiding his strength. With him around, they could at least win one round and even out this round. As for the rest of the experts from the Thousand Faces Temple, they had already investigated them. Compared to them, they had no advantage at all. For the second round, it was the Nether Realm's turn to send out their representative first. Yifei was pondering whether or not to send Guchen up when Xianxia volunteered himself. "Saintess, let me handle this match." Xianxia seemed a little excited. The Chosen, who he thought was the center of attention, had been defeated. From now on, the Nether Realm could only rely on him and Ding Han. This was a great opportunity for him to make a contribution. The opponent's strongest, Xianxia, had already made his move and could not fight again. He was not afraid of anyone else. Yifei considered that Xianxia was indeed strong and that this was only his second match, so he nodded in agreement. "Hee, the three of you better watch carefully. Learn well." Xianxia taunted Gu Chen and the other two before stepping onto the stage, putting on the airs of an expert. The three of them remained silent as they watched him walk onto the stage. Another person from the Thousand Faces Shrine also walked out. "What's going on? I've never seen this person before." Yifei was shocked when he saw the opponent's representative. The opponent was not someone he had dealt with before, and they did not even have any information on him. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The person who stepped onto the stage was one of the people with profound auras he had noticed earlier. Xianxia also noticed that he did not know the person on the stage, but he was not afraid and took the initiative to attack. Boom! Unexpectedly, as soon as Xianxia rushed out, his opponent exploded with a shocking amount of energy and knocked him off the stage with a single palm strike. Godly Venerable Realm. Yifei lost his composure and stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Only a godly venerable expert could easily defeat the strong Xianxia. "What? Do you think that only the Nether Realm hides experts?" Xianxia stood at the side of the stage and mocked Yifei. Yifei was speechless. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 2 defeats, if they lost another match, they would lose control of 100-star passages. Furthermore, if they did not win even one match, the Nether Realm would be completely humiliated. The cultivators in the Divine Tree Tower began to discuss among themselves. Anyone could see that the situation was not favorable for the Nether Realm. "We will send someone first for the third match." Xianxia smiled and clapped his hands. Suddenly, someone from Thousand Faces Temple's team walked onto the stage. This time, it was another person who was not in the Nether Realm's information. He was also one of the experts that Gu Chen had noticed. "That's strange. How did Thousand Faces Temple produce so many experts?" Gu Chen's eyes flickered. The person who defeated Xianxia was a godly venerable. This meant that the other hidden experts were also at a similar cultivation level. In other words, Thousand Faces Temple was sending 5 godly venerable experts, and 4 of them were newcomers. Gu Chen knew very well that godly venerable experts were the mainstays of any faction. They were not easy to cultivate. It was unreasonable for Thousand Faces Temple to have 4 godly venerable experts. Thousand Faces Temple has hidden themselves so well? Just as Gu Chen was wondering, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Thousand Faces Temple has long surrendered to the Pure Spirit Kingdom. You are now facing members of the Devil Region. Leave now, or you'll be exposed. It was Wu Lingxian's voice. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked around, but because there were too many people, he could not find any trace of Wu Lingxian. No wonder. So he's a member of the Devil Region. Gu Chen murmured in his heart as he accepted Wu Lingxian's explanation. The Pure Spirit Kingdom had sent a large team to infiltrate the Myriad Gods Mountain. Naturally, they needed a lot of cover. A dark faction like Thousand Faces Temple was obviously very suitable for hiding people. The Nether Realm had kicked an iron plate this time. They had actually encountered the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Wu Lingxian had told him to leave quickly. Gu Chen's face could not help but change. How could he leave under the watchful eyes of so many people? If he left now, it would only arouse more suspicion. Since there are so many people from the Pure Spirit Kingdom hiding in Thousand Faces Temple, they might already have some information about me. Once the name Chingu reaches the ears of the man with a bamboo hat, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He realized that using his original alias was a big mistake. Whether I leave or not, there's a chance I'll be exposed. Since that's the case, I might as well let the pure spirit kingdom know that I'm here. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Gu Chen's mind. Then, his eyes flashed with determination. The pure spirit kingdom had their own plans. Even if they knew he was here, they would not dare to openly capture him. Because on the myriad gods mountain, they were all the same. Their identities could not be exposed. Under such circumstances, the more attention he received, the more the pure spirit kingdom would not dare to touch him. It was equivalent to having an extra life-saving talisman. Looks like I can only beat these guys to death. Yifei was in a terrible mood. She realized that tonight's battle god banquet was completely out of her control. She'd already lost 2 matches in a row, and the Thousand Faces Temple had sent out the same unfamiliar faces. The situation couldn't get any worse. She broke out in a cold sweat. The next match was too important. She had no choice but to go up herself. She gritted her teeth and prepared to go up when Gu Chen, who hadn't said anything yet, suddenly spoke up. "Holy Maiden, leave the next 3 matches to us." Gu Chen's group walked out. He'd already discussed it with Jiang Beiming and Punlai Island Lord. "This match is of great importance. How can we leave it to you? Don't joke around." Ding Han frowned. In his mind, the 3 of them had been avoiding the matches for so many days because they weren't strong enough. How could he leave it to them at such a crucial moment? "Haha, didn't you see that I was defeated in 1 move? If I'm not wrong, the Thousand Faces Temple has gotten many more experts for some reason. It's going to be difficult to win." Xing Shiqing, who'd just been defeated, said dejectedly. "Leave it to us. If we lose again, we won't have another chance." Gu Chen ignored the 2 and looked calmly at Yifei. Yifei thought of Gu Chen's hidden strength and asked with uncertainty, hope igniting in her heart. "How confident are you in winning this match?" She didn't dare say that she'd win the next 3 matches. In her heart, she was certain that they'd lose today. All she wanted now was to save face for the Nether Realm. "I can't say how confident, but at least we won't be defeated in 1 move," Gu Chen said casually. His words made Xing Shiqing feel so ashamed that he could not show his face. "All right, I'd like to see how capable you are," Yifei said expectantly. All she could do now was try her best. "Then I'll leave the next match to Daoist Chen." "The next match isn't for me, it's for it." Gu Chen looked at the dragon horse. It immediately rushed into the arena excitedly. It was extremely aggrieved from the battle with the green ox today, and it needed a channel to vent. Yifei had thought that Gu Chen was going to fight personally. He did not expect that he would only send his own mount. Before he could even ask, the dragon horse had already gone up on its own. Yifei could only stare helplessly at the stage. The guests of the Divine Palm Tree Tower were in an uproar when they saw the Nether Realm sending out a spirit beast. Had the Nether Realm given up on themselves? But before they could question, a resounding dragon roar came from the stage. Under Gu Chen's instruction that there was no need for it to hide its strength, the dragon horse transformed back into its true form. Its entire body was covered in dark green dragon scales, its limbs were strong and powerful, and its 2 ancestral dragon horns had completely manifested. It snorted softly, and a horrifying aura instantly filled the entire arena. The burning true life fire made it look even more majestic. All of a sudden, the entire Divine Tree Tower exploded. What a terrifying dragon horse. Its bloodline is unimaginably powerful. No wonder it could cause such a huge commotion in the afternoon. So it was hiding its true form. The eyes of the immeasurable demon god sect and the other demonic sects lit up. The dragon horse before them was the talent that their sects wanted the most. "I want this dragon horse." In the private room upstairs, Gu Xuanfeng's face showed a hint of interest. Everyone knew that the orthodoxy of his true spirit clan was closely related to the various true spirits in the universe, and this dragon horse was a type of true spirit. With his innate senses, he could sense that the dragon horse's bloodline was extraordinary. Thus, he was moved on the spot. "Humph, how can an ordinary spirit horse have that kind of strength?" The green ox squatted beside Ji Lanchu and snorted as it looked at the dragon horse's majestic appearance on the stage. "Please enlighten me." The participant from the Thousand Faces Shrine was initially dissatisfied with the Nether Realm sending out a spirit beast. But the moment the dragon horse transformed, he had no objections. The strength of such a desolate beast was not to be underestimated. Take this. With Gu Chen's permission, the dragon horse was extremely excited. As soon as the battle started, it charged forward with its hooves. Its fighting style was extremely violent, completely relying on its thick hide to crush its opponent. The participant from the Thousand Faces Shrine snorted. In the next moment, a powerful aura surged from his body. Another hierarch realm. When Yifei saw this, the confidence that he had gained from the true form of the dragon horse fell to the bottom again. What's going on with the Thousand Faces Shrine? Why did so many hierarch realm experts suddenly appear? While she was feeling anxious, the dragon horse had already started clashing with the hierarch realm experts. Gu Chen watched calmly from below the stage. He was extremely confident in the dragon horse. Although the dragon horse was still half a step away from the hierarch realm, its physical strength could be said to be second only to him due to the ancestral dragon's powerful bloodline. Furthermore, it had evolved its natal true fire. That natal true fire had been strengthened by the Heaven Void Cauldron and his Mortal Flame's secret technique. Its strength had long evolved. It would not be a problem to deal with a mere early hierarch realm expert. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle between the two sides quickly reached its climax. The dragon horse relied on its thick hide to withstand a wave of attacks from its opponent. It then opened its mouth and spat out its natal true fire. The participant from the pure spirit kingdom was instantly drowned in a sea of flames and held miserably. Under Gu Chen's instructions, it did not hold back. Hence, when the participant from the Thousand Faces Shrine was taken down from the arena, his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. Aren't you guys being a little too harsh? Jun Ruoxi from the Thousand Faces Shrine stood at the side of the arena and asked in a gloomy tone. He originally thought he could easily win 100 star passages from the Nether Realm. Who would have thought that there would be such an unexpected turn of events? I'm sorry, this spiritual beast of mine is not very obedient, so I didn't know how to control my strength. Gu Chen replied coldly. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes were focused on him. At that moment, many people who did not know the ins and outs of the battle realized that the dragon horse had a master. It's inevitable to lose in a battle. No one expected your people to be so weak. Yifei was overjoyed at the dragon horse's victory and naturally stood on Gu Chen's side to speak. Seeing that he was being teased, Jun Ruoxi snorted coldly and accepted his loss. He did not believe that the Nether Realm would be able to send out any more experts for the next two matches. The dragon horse walked down the arena with a smug look on its face. Jing Shiqing and Ding Han, who had previously looked down on Gu Chen's group, felt a chill run down their spines when they saw that even one of Chen Gu's mounts was this strong. They had looked down on others before, but that did not mean they were stupid. It was obvious that this group of people had not made a move in the past few days, not because they were not strong enough, but because they did not want to. The way they looked at Gu Chen's group had completely changed. The other party had suddenly become unfathomable. Brother Jiang, how about we leave the next battle to you? Gu Chen looked at Jiang Beiming. Yifei stood at the side without expressing his opinion. With Gu Chen's victory, the command of the Battle God Banquet had naturally fallen into his hands. Everyone seemed to regard him as their leader. Alright, I'll try out my new weapon. Jiang Beiming straightforwardly stepped onto the stage. He was all smiles, giving off a feeling of frivolity. He roughly knew what Gu Chen was thinking. Since the opponent was from the Pure Spirit Kingdom, it was equivalent to fighting them in advance tonight. If they could not even deal with a few members or were afraid of being exposed, how could they talk about the rescue plan in the future? Since they had already attracted the attention of others tonight, they might as well make a bigger scene. With that thought in mind, Jiang Beiming flipped his hand and took out a purple gold cannon in an exaggerated manner. Huh? That's... Chen Buki, who was among the crowd at the edge of the ring, suddenly said in surprise. What's wrong? Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others looked at him in confusion. No, it should be just a coincidence. Chen Buki quickly shook his head and dared not say what he was thinking. The cannon taken out by the man on the ring had a special mark on it that reminded him of the weapons left behind by his ancestors in the Thousand Refinements holy sect. He knew it was impossible. How could the person in front of him have anything to do with his ancestors? Hey, why are you trying to be mysterious? An old man from Thousand Faces Temple walked up to the ring and sneered when he saw Jiang Beiming carrying a cannon barrel that was bigger than him. He looked like a human-shaped cannon. In his opinion, the higher one's cultivation, the less useful a weapon would be. How could an ultimate god like him be afraid of a divine king's weapon? Do you have the ability to take a blow from me? Jiang Beiming laughed when he saw the old man snorting disdainfully. Hee hee. The old man did not answer directly. He was not a fool. Even if he underestimated his opponent, it was impossible for him to stand still and take the opponent's cannon fire. Take this. Jiang Beiming inserted a few strange crystals into the cannon on his shoulder. Immediately, an astonishing energy fluctuation emerged from the muzzle of the cannon. When the old man saw this, he immediately wanted to move at high speed and take down his opponent before he could attack. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. The old man was shocked to find that he seemed to have been nailed to the ground, unable to move. The shadow under his feet had firmly stuck to the soles of his feet without anyone noticing. Damn it! Move! Move! Seeing that Jiang Beiming's cannon was getting brighter and brighter, the old man was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his body was unable to move. When he was finally able to move, a terrifying beam of light had already struck him. Rumble, a huge hole appeared on the side wall of the Divine Palm Tower. The old man was sent flying from the arena onto the street. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The guests in the Divine Palm Tower were stunned. Was it over? How could the battle end so easily? I told you to stand still and you really didn't move. You're really too cooperative. Jiang Beiming smiled as he carried the purple gold cannon down the arena. Many cultivators looked at his back with awe. Some of the more nimble factions even wondered where the other party's weapon came from and if it was possible to purchase it. Well done. Gu Chen praised Jiang Beiming, but he didn't tell Jiang Beiming that he had secretly used the Shadow Immortal Body's ability to control shadows and temporarily restrained the old man in place. That was why he had won the battle so easily. It's 2 against 2. Who will you send for the final battle? Saint Shifei asked Jun Ruoxi of the Thousand Faces Temple excitedly. On the Nether Realm's side, be it Jing Shiqing or the Holy Sun, they could not believe that such a terrible situation had been turned around. Especially the Holy Sun of the Nether Realm. He should have been the one to turn the tide tonight, but now, he had become a spectator. Where did the Nether Realm get so many experts? Find out where they came from. On the Thousand Faces Temple's side, the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom all looked gloomy. Even with their help, the situation had still developed to such an extent. It was simply a disgrace. This time, let the old man fight. Let's see what other trump cards they have. Another old man stepped onto the arena. It's my turn. Gu Chen slowly walked onto the arena, his face expressionless, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Tell me your name. The old man's eyes flickered. He could see that this person was the key to the Nether Realm's comeback tonight, so he wanted to find out his identity. Gu Chen knew that even if he did not say it, the Pure Spirit Kingdom's intelligence network would soon find out his name. Since that was the case, what harm was there in saying it? Chen Gu. Gu Chen's calm voice was heard by everyone present. Chen Gu? Most of the cultivators didn't think there was anything wrong with the name. In fact, they felt that it was extremely ordinary. However, there was a small group of people whose expressions became uncertain. Why is this name, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others looked at each other as they recalled a story from a long time ago. They would never forget the name Chen Gu. Although it was just an alias, it had once turned the 2 major colleges upside down. Chen Gu, Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and Qi Zian also reacted at the same time. As for Ji Lanchu, who was completely uninterested in tonight's Battle God banquet, her pretty face suddenly changed. She stared blankly at Gu Chen on the arena, her heart rippling. Chen Gu? I've never heard of this name. The old man from the Pure Spirit Kingdom on the arena frowned. His companions below were also confused. Obviously, they did not know this name. In the Pure Spirit Kingdom, only the man with a bamboo hat would know this name. Other than that, even Wu Lingxian and Gu Chen's father did not know. That was because when Gu Chen became famous on Middle-earth with this alias, they were in another continent. No matter who you are, you'll regret it if you dare to ruin our plans. The old man made his move. He was also an ultimate god and his aura was even stronger than the previous few. It immediately caused a commotion among the various forces present. All of them were ultimate gods. Thousand Faces Temple sent out 5 ultimate gods in a row. 4 of them were unfamiliar faces, which made many forces feel uneasy. Was Thousand Faces Temple that strong in this year's Divine Realm Conference? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Chen did not want to expose too much of his strength. Therefore, he clenched his left fist and a golden stellar core fire appeared on his hand. After experimenting with the flame's power in the Luoying Divine Sect, Gu Chen was very confident. Therefore, no matter how many spells the other party used, he only used one flame to break them. The old man took out several divine weapons one after another, but they were all melted by Gu Chen's stellar core fire. Finally, Gu Chen opened his palm and the stellar core fire surrounded the old man under his control, breaking through his defense. Ah! In the end, the old man's whole body was on fire. He screamed and fell off the arena. When the flames were extinguished, he was already on the verge of death, 3 wins out of 5. Gu Chen stood in the ring and became the focus of the audience. The cultivators of the Thousand Faces Temple looked at him with terrible expressions. Some of them had already begun to investigate his background. The audience cheered for this miraculous reversal. Gu Chen looked around and happened to meet Lan Chu's eyes. She stared straight at him. Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and the others beside her also had looks of surprise on their faces, as if they were asking him if it was him. Gu Chen pretended not to see it and was about to leave the stage with a blank expression. At this time, there was a burst of laughter from the box upstairs. What a wonderful battle! Congratulations to the underworld for winning the bet. But since tonight is the God of War banquet, isn't it a little boring to just watch the two of you fighting? The door of the box on the 2nd floor opened. A group of people, led by Gu Xuanfeng of the True Spirit clan, walked to the railing and looked down at Gu Chen with a smile. This is a personal grudge between the underworld and the Thousand Faces Temple. Does the young master of the True Spirit clan want to get involved? Yi Fei frowned when he heard this. That's not true. It's just that tonight is a grand event, and I also want to place a bet. Gu Xuanfeng couldn't help but glance at the dragon horse beside the ring, greed in his eyes. How do you want to bet? Without waiting for Yi Fei to answer, Gu Chen looked calmly at Gu Xuanfeng. Of course, he had an impression of this pursuer of Lan Chu. Through the spying of the sky-devouring demonic butterfly, he knew that the other party didn't really want to pursue her, but had other plans. He hadn't come to provoke him before because he had other things to do and didn't want to bother with him. But now that he had come to him, Gu Chen didn't mind taking care of him. I like your dragon steed very much. If you lose to me, give it to me. How about it? Gu Xuanfeng didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. You want to use me as a bet? The dragon horse's face immediately darkened. What if you lose? Gu Chen asked calmly. Then I'll give you a bottle of the True Spirit blood of the True Spirit clan, Gu Xuanfeng said with a smile. True Spirit blood? Genius Gu is really generous. It's said that the True Spirit blood possesses the heaven-defying effect of changing one's physique, and there isn't much of it left even within the True Spirit race. I never expected that Gu Tian would be willing to bet with it. The cultivators in the building were engaged in a heated discussion. From their words, Gu Chen could tell that the value of the blood of True Spirit was not low. Even if it could not be compared to the dragon horse, it was still worth it. Alright, deal. You do it. Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. When Gu Xuanfeng heard this, he immediately broke through the air and landed on the arena. He bowed slightly to the cultivators around him, looking elegant. The crowd cheered incessantly. Most of the people believed that Gu Xuanfeng was the one who had saved the Kunlun Saintess previously. This caused him to gain an extremely high prestige. Although Gu Chen's method of defeating the thousand-faced temple divinity was powerful, his opponent was not that famous. Naturally, the expectations of others were not as high as Gu Xuanfeng's. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth slightly curled up when he saw countless cultivators were excited about the battle. The more attention he received tonight, the more the pure spirit kingdom would not dare to act rashly after they found out his true identity. From this point of view, Gu Xuanfeng was a great help, Gu Chen looked at his opponent. That person was recognized as a strong contender for the top spot on the Myriad Tribe Genius leaderboard. His cultivation level had reached the early stage of the ultimate god. It could be said that he was extremely rare among the younger generation of the major forces and could compete with some of the veteran ultimate gods. It was also because he had such strength that he dared to fight against Gu Chen's dragon horse. If he had challenged anyone else of the same age, he would have been able to shine. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent today. Take this. Gu Xuanfeng's figure swayed, and he actually turned into a massive black flood dragon. His body occupied more than half of the arena, and he bit down at Gu Chen. The black dragon he transformed into was even more terrifying than a true dragon. The majestic blood aura did not look like an illusion at all. Gu Chen looked at the black dragon coming toward him with his hair dancing in the wind and suddenly raised his hand. Battle Saint technique. He did not choose to use any eye-catching moves as he could not expose his identity as the Overlord body. He only used a strong physical body to perform the Battle Saint technique. With the support of the Battle Saint technique, his simple technique became unparalleled. The black dragon's head was pierced through just as it bit down. Boom. The black dragon's figure instantly collapsed and Gu Xuanfeng's figure appeared from within with a slightly panicked expression. The True Spirit clan was good at transforming into various powerful true spirits. Through unique secret techniques, they could almost possess abilities that were not inferior to a true spirit's. The black dragon he transformed into was known for its strong physical body. He never expected to be defeated so easily. While he was shocked, he realized that this Nether Realm expert had a strong physical body and immediately changed his strategy. Swoosh, he transformed into a lightning sparrow and spread his wings. Endless electric currents gathered and flooded the entire arena. He moved around the arena at high speed, trying to defeat Gu Chen with extreme speed. This orthodoxy is really strange. Gu Chen was amazed. Transforming into a true spirit and being able to possess the abilities of a true spirit, this true spirit clan was considered to be very talented. However, he had the observation and hearing divine physique. With his strong five senses, what was the point of his opponent's speed? Whoosh! Gu Chen's clean and neat punch hit Gu Xuanfeng hard when he passed by his side in the form of the Thunder Sparrow. Wow! Gu Xuanfeng was hit by this punch and immediately reverted to his original form. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! His figure immediately changed again. This time, he turned into a brown rat and burrowed into the bottom of the arena. He changed to using Earth Escape to deal with Gu Chen. The ground around Gu Chen became undulating and turned into layers of soil waves, trying to trap him. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. With a thought, he used the heaven-inducing tremor technique. He instantly increased the gravity around him to the strongest. The ground immediately returned to normal. The rat that Gu Xuanfeng had turned into was directly suppressed by the gravity, unable to advance or retreat. Bam! Gu Chen stomped his foot and directly shook Gu Xuanfeng out of the ground. He was covered in blood and fell heavily off the arena. Whoosh! The cultivators in the Divine Tree Tower were instantly in an uproar. They never expected Gu Xuanfeng of the True Spirit clan to be defeated so quickly. How can this be? Gu Xuanfeng can instantly take away more than 10 god kings. How can he be defeated so easily? He is a strong competitor for the top spot on the genius roll of 10,000 races. How can he lose so badly? Many cultivators could not believe the scene in front of them. Some smart people immediately thought that perhaps Gu Xuanfeng was not the person who had saved Kunlun Saintus. Gu Xuanfeng stood up shakily with the help of his companions. He looked at Gu Chen on the arena with a pale face and his heart was filled with indignation. Seeing that many people were beginning to question his strength and that the prestige he had accumulated over the past few days was on the verge of collapse, he gritted his teeth. Fellow cultivator Chen is indeed powerful. Will you represent the Nether Realm in the ranking battle? Gu Chen was taken aback. He didn't understand why he suddenly asked this question. Fellow cultivator Chen doesn't meet the age requirement. Young Master Gu can rest assured. However, he will represent the Nether Realm in the Divine Grace list. Saint Shi Fei's voice was loud and clear, her face beaming with joy. Tonight, Gu Chen could be said to have brought great honor to the Nether Realm, so it was only natural that he would go from a reserve to the main list. She simply took this opportunity to announce. Xing Shiqing and Ding Han smiled wryly when they heard this. It seemed that they would have to withdraw from the main list. However, after seeing the other's strength, they no longer felt the slightest bit dissatisfied. The Divine Grace list? I really am too young. Hearing this, Gu Xuanfeng's expression suddenly became much better. In his opinion, the other was an expert of the older generation. It wasn't shameful that he had lost to him because of his age. He had asked that to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. When some cultivators heard that Gu Chen didn't meet the age requirement, they immediately felt sorry for Gu Xuanfeng. It's a pity that young Master Gu lost because of his age. If they were the same age, he might not have lost tonight's battle. Yes, young Master Gu is still the most likely to win the genius ranking. In terms of potential, he is greater than Chen Gu. Only a few people who had guessed the identity of Chen Gu couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. If this Chen Gu is really Brother Gu, then Gu Xuanfeng is nothing. He's not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Shi Jian couldn't help but say. He knew very well how young Gu Chen was. What kind of genius was Gu Xuanfeng compared to him? Fellow cultivator Chen, I am indeed not as good as you today, but it will be different in the future. Gu Xuanfeng regained his confidence. After saying this, he turned around to leave in a cool manner. I don't care what happens in the future, but have you forgotten something? Gu Chen didn't care at all about the comments around him and reminded him coldly. This, Gu Xuanfeng's face froze. He naturally knew what Gu Chen was referring to. Previously, he felt that he would definitely win against the dragon horse, so he used his most precious true spirit blood as a wager. But in reality, even with his status, he only had one bottle of true spirit blood, and he was prepared to use it to break through a bottleneck. If he gave it to Gu Chen, the loss would be incalculable. In fact, he hadn't forgotten about it just now. He was just trying to deny it on purpose. Given his identity as the young master of the True Spirit clan, the other party might not necessarily expose him in public. As long as he didn't expose him in front of everyone, it would be much easier for him to deny it later. Who would have thought that the other party didn't intend to save him any face at all? He immediately felt awkward. Just as Gu Xuanfeng was at a loss as to what to do, a voice rang out from the void. Sun Feng is young and ignorant. The true spirit blood is of great use to him. I hope this fellow Taoist can let him go. My clan is willing to compensate him with other things. The one who spoke was an elder of the True Spirit clan. As soon as he said this, there were whispers in the Divine Tree Tower. He actually planned to renege on his debt. It was really embarrassing for the True Spirit clan to do such a thing. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold at once. This is really shameless. Yifei also frowned and felt uncomfortable, but he hesitated and didn't refute. The True Spirit clan was a genuine upper celestial clan. They ranked higher on the Divine Grace list than the underworld, so they couldn't afford to offend them directly. As a member of the True Spirit clan, you go back on your words. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? At this moment, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators looked at the source of the voice and were instantly stunned. The one who spoke was Kunlun Saintess. This Kunlun Saintess, who rarely interacted with others, was actually speaking up for Chen Gu of the underworld. Ji Lanchu. Gu Xuanfeng felt embarrassed by Ji Lanchu's words. Out of his own pride, he gritted his teeth and threw a porcelain bottle into the arena. Then, he left the Divine Tree Tower without looking back. Gu Chen caught the porcelain bottle and sensed that there was an extraordinary energy contained within it. It was obviously the blood of the True Spirit. Humph, I'm looking forward to fighting with you on the Divine Grace list. The elder of the True Spirit clan who was hiding in the dark said angrily and then left. Hee, you really can't afford to lose. The dragon horse and the island owner shook their heads when they saw this. Gu Chen turned his hand and kept the True Spirit blood. He still didn't know the specific use of this item. He would slowly study it when he had time. As he walked down the arena, Kunlun Saintess walked towards him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Sorry to trouble you. Gu Chen frowned. He knew that Lanchu must have begun to suspect his identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken up for him. Since I can't hide it anymore, why don't I tell her the truth? Jiang Beiming and the dragon horse smirked, and so did Punlai Island Master. Is it the time to acknowledge each other? I don't know how many spies of the pure spirit kingdom are hiding in this tower. With gloomy eyes, Gu Chen glanced around and found that too many spiritual senses were spying on him. He couldn't tell which ones were the main enemies. Besides, Wu Lingxian hadn't done anything since he warned Hao Ren, and Hao Ren wasn't sure if he was afraid of being discovered. Surrounded by spies of enemies, Gu Chen didn't want to have anything to do with Lan Chu and his old friends. However, Ji Lan Chu obviously didn't think too much about it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she walked to the front of the Nether Realms team. Several Nether Kings stared at her, feeling flattered. I just spoke up for Daoist friend Chen, and I contributed to the true spirit blood. Won't you buy me a drink? Kunlun Saintess, who usually didn't smile, smiled brightly at this moment. Her words caused the crowd to explode. My goodness! Is Kunlun Saintess taking the initiative to strike up a conversation? What's the background of Chingu of the Nether Realm? So many talented saintesses are disdainful of him, but why do they treat him differently? Genius Gu lost to him, but it's only because he's too young. Why did Kunlun Saintess choose Chingu instead of him? She must be blind. While the crowd was indignant, Gu Chen looked at Ji Lanchu, who was smiling sweetly in front of him, knowing that she wouldn't let it go if he didn't give her an explanation. He said with a helpless expression. Shall we find a private room and talk in private? Whoosh. The surrounding cultivators were even more excited, especially Kunlun Saintess's admirers, who were extremely angry. Shameless. He wants to be alone with the Saintess. What does he want to do? What can't he say here? Just when everyone thought that Kunlun Saintess, who had always been aloof, would reject the rash proposal, Ji Lanchu smiled sweetly. All right, we'll go wherever you say. In the private room, the noise from the outside world was isolated by the formation that Jiang Beiming had deliberately set up. In front of Gu Chen, Ji Lanchu, Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, and Qi Zian were all present. After reuniting with his old friends after a long time, Gu Chen was silent. He slowly removed his disguise and revealed his original appearance. Everyone could not help but feel excited when they saw the familiar face that they had not seen for more than 10 years. You're finally willing to see me. Ji Lanchu's nose turned sour. She did not care that there was someone else beside her and threw herself into Gu Chen's arms. Back then, the two of them were separated by life and death in the Kunlun ruins. When Ji Lanchu woke up again, Gu Chen had already left overseas, and she was taken away by Kunlun. The two of them had experienced many ups and downs. All these years, she had relied on her yearning to endure the arduous cultivation. Gu Chen hugged Ji Lanchu gently and felt her sobbing in his arms. For a moment, he did not know how to comfort her. He was not someone who was good at expressing his feelings. In fact, he had spent most of his life fighting and killing. Love was too far away from him. Especially since he was carrying too many things on his shoulders now, it was even more difficult for him to say anything when he thought of this. Do you have it with you? Ji Lanchu, who was in his arms, suddenly raised her head and asked softly. Gu Chen knew what she was referring to. He nodded and took out the other half of the Dragon Phoenix heart-linking bracelet that belonged to him. When Ji Lanchu saw the bracelet, she smiled sweetly. There was no need for her to ask if Gu Chen missed her or if he had someone else he liked. As long as he still had this with him, it meant that she was still in his heart. As long as she knew this, all these years of waiting was worth it. At the thought of this, she subconsciously hugged him even tighter, as if she was afraid that he would disappear. Right now, Ji Lanchu was no longer the domineering Kunlun Saintess. In front of Gu Chen, she only wanted to be a little girl. Brother Gu, I didn't expect to meet you again after we parted so long ago. After comforting Lanchu with great difficulty, Gu Chen finally spoke to Shi Jian and Qi Zian. The two of them recalled their experiences in the True Martial Academy with Gu Chen and later fought alongside him on the battlefield. They could not help but sigh. Everyone, please take a seat. Tonight, we have reunited after such a long time, so it is worth celebrating. We've been apart for a long time. It's worth celebrating tonight. Since he had already been exposed tonight, Gu Chen, Gu Chen, and Qi, he had a good time. He asked the island master to call Lu Yichen and the others over. He decided to drink with them to his heart's content. After all, the immortal realm was about to open, and what he was about to do was extremely dangerous. Even he himself wasn't sure if he would ever have the chance to sit together with his old friends like this, drink and chat, and reminisce about the past. Soon, Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest arrived. They were all happy to see Gu Chen. Last time, in the Luoying sect, Gu Chen came and went in a hurry. They were all happy to see Gu Chen. Last time in the Luoying sect, Gu Chen came and went in a hurry. They didn't have time to talk. That night, the atmosphere in the private room where Gu Chen and his companions were at was harmonious. Everyone reminisced about the past. Mu Ziyu couldn't help but burst into tears when he thought of his relatives in the ancient Dark Yellow Star. Being a stranger in a foreign land, she missed her family on a festive occasion. Reuniting with old friends evoked deep nostalgia. There was both happiness and sadness. Gu Chen, Shi Jian, and Qi Zian had a drinking contest. They didn't talk much and just smiled. In front of his old friends, he seemed to have forgotten all the scheming and deceiving. He broke away from all the heavy shackles and returned to being the high-spirited young overlord of the past. They drank until late at night. In the end, everyone was so drunk that they fell asleep on the table. At this moment, Gu Chen, who was drunk, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up from the chair and regained his usual calmness. "Master." The green ox, who hadn't drunk much the whole night, immediately sensed it. He stood up with a serious expression. Although Gu Chen was very enthusiastic and cheerful tonight, he didn't tell everyone why he had come to the meeting in the divine realm. He didn't mention it when everyone asked him. The sharp green ox realized that his master must have something important to do in the meeting in the divine realm. However, he didn't want everyone to worry about him. "Green ox, thank you for protecting Lanchu. I'll have to trouble you when I'm not around." Gu Chen looked at Lanchu, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and said softly, "Master, I want to stay by your side. The task of protecting Princess Lanchu can be handed over to the dragon horse." The green ox was anxious when he heard that. He realized that Gu Chen was going to leave again. Moreover, from his tone, he didn't seem to be very confident about what he was going to do. "You've always done well. I'll leave it to you in the future. Listen to me. It might be dangerous to stay here and take care of him," Gu Chen said, and then left the private room. As soon as he walked out of the private room, White Ape, Jiang Beiming, the island owner, and the dragon horse had been waiting for a long time. "Let's go back," Gu Chen said. His eyes became bone-chilling at this moment. The group nodded and then left the divine palm tree house unhurriedly. When they walked to the door, they happened to meet Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others. The battle god banquet had actually ended, but the group had been wondering if they should go to Gu Chen's private room for the whole night. No matter what, they were from the same hometown, and they wouldn't be chased away. They struggled for the whole night, but in the end they didn't have the courage to go. After all, they had made fun of Gu Chen previously. They didn't expect to meet Gu Chen when they were leaving. Although Gu Chen looked like Chen Gu again, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others were very sure that he was the overlord. If it wasn't for the overlord, Princess Ji and Qi Zian wouldn't have entered that private room. Lu Yichen and the others from the Heavenly Star sect wouldn't have come as well. When they saw Gu Chen, they recalled his performance at the Battle God banquet tonight. Seeing the experts around him, they were a little scared and didn't dare to recognize him. The path of cultivation is long, and you need to stay true to yourself. Also, no matter where you go, don't forget where you come from. Gu Chen looked at the group of people and said calmly. After that, he left. He saw how the group of people made fun of him through the sky-devouring demonic butterfly, but he wasn't angry, or rather, he didn't care at all. What he said now was just some advice for the people from the same hometown as someone who had been through it. As for whether they listened or not, it was their own business. You need to stay true to yourself, no matter where you go, don't forget where you come from. A long time after Gu Chen left, the group was still stunned, and his words echoed in their minds. It turned out that the other party didn't care what they said at all, and didn't ridicule them because of the huge gap between them. In his eyes, they were still from the same hometown. Chen Buqi, Feng Jiuqian, and the others all had emotions in their eyes, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. After Gu Chen and the others left the Divine Palm Tower, they walked down the street at a steady pace, as if they were taking a stroll. The group of people were expressionless as if they did not feel anything and walked to an open area in the city. At that moment, whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, from all directions, silhouettes walked out from the dark corners. There were dozens of them, and even more were hiding in the dark. I was very disappointed when I heard you escaped into the Heavenvoid Hall and no one knew if you were dead or alive. After all, I swore to kill you with my own hands. A tall figure walked out from the dark. Jun Ruoxi from Thousand Faces Temple and a few ultimate gods who appeared at the Divine Palm Tower were beside him. Xianxia? Guchen recognized the voice and narrowed his eyes. Heh, it's good that you still remember me. Xianxia was disguised as someone else at that moment. He smiled coldly and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Guchen had a calm look on his face. His eyes swept over the many figures in the open and in the dark. Are they all here? Man with a bamboo hat is here too? He knew he would be exposed tonight. With the Pure Spirit Kingdom's connections, they would easily find out his true identity. Therefore, he purposely came out so late to meet with them. Your Holiness is very busy and has no time to meet a small fry like you. Xianxia said sarcastically, I don't know what's wrong with you. You've finally escaped from Su Yuan but you still come to the Divine Mountain to die. If I'm a small fry, why would the Pure Spirit Kingdom send so many people here? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin your plan? Guchen chuckled. He was fearless in the face of various experts hiding in the dark. Humph, you're quite sharp-tongued, but I wonder where you get your confidence from with just a few people. Xianxia sneered. As he spoke, the Pure Spirit Kingdom's members all locked onto Guchen's group. You want to fight me here? Aren't you afraid I'll make things worse and ruin your plan? Guchen narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging in his heart. The Pure Spirit Kingdom was even more daring than he had imagined. So many people actually dared to openly attack him on the God Mountain. Heh, as long as I capture you quickly, no one will know what happened. Tomorrow morning, the corpses of your companions will be found somewhere on the mountain. Even if someone investigates, they'll just think it's a personal grudge. Xianxia said coldly. Aren't you a little too confident in yourselves? Guchen smirked. Brothers, looks like we're being looked down upon. Then let's beat them up. The dragon horse could not bear it any longer. True fire surged out of its body, and a cannon appeared on the shoulders of Jian Beiming and the Island Master at the same time. That was the treasure that had sent the Divine Lord flying with a single shot. The enemies around them tensed up. No matter what, this group of people in front of them had proven their strength at the Battle God banquet tonight. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to defeat the other party with 0 casualties. It's just a few people. Take them down before things get out of hand, so that your Holiness won't have to worry about it. Xianxia shouted coldly. A large group of people from the Pure Spirit Kingdom was about to make their move. If they are not enough, how about we join in? At this moment, from the corner of the street, a group of people ran over in a hurry. The leader was Ji Lanchu, with the green bull running beside her. His old friends, who were supposed to be drunk and asleep, actually woke up. You guys. Guchen's expression changed. He did not want to implicate them, which was why he got them all drunk. You're too mean. Do you think that if you don't say anything tonight, we'll really not do anything? Xizian strode forward with his sword. He was fearless in the face of many figures who were stronger than him. I don't know what you're burdened with and why you came to the Divine Realm Conference, but this time I won't let you leave me behind. Ji Lanchu said softly and stood firmly beside Guchen. After a while, Shi Jian, Mu Ziyu, Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and all the other old friends stood around them. What can a bunch of mobs do? Xianxia smiled disdainfully. He did not expect that the successor of the tyrants would be reduced to asking for the help of such a group of useless soldiers and crab generals. Count us in. At this time, from the corner of the street, led by Chenbuki, Hong Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and a group of people ran over. They had just left the Divine Palm Tower with Guchen, but before they left, they sensed that something was wrong on the street. Then, they saw that Guchen and his group were surrounded by a large group of unfathomable experts. They were terrified and hid in the dark, not daring to come out. It was not until Xianxia and her group rushed over without a care for their own safety that they remembered that Guchen said that they were all from the same hometown. Blood rushed to their chests, and they finally overcame the huge fear in their hearts and stood out together. For a moment, Guchen's group, which was originally alone, suddenly had many helpers. Haha, are all of you sick? Can't you see the difference between us and the enemy? Xianxia was furious. The group of people who jumped out were only at the Earth God realm, but they dared to ruin the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan. I am Xian from the divine sect of 10,000 swords. Xian raised his sword and said coldly. Jian from the Star Ocean Sand clan. Lori from the Giant Devil clan. Lu Yichen from the Fallen Heroes divine sect. Facing so many unfathomable experts, the group mustered up their courage and announced the forces behind them one by one. They were weak and might not be able to help Guchen, but they all represented a huge force behind them. They did not know the background of the group of people who had ambushed Guchen tonight, but this was the All Gods Mountain. If they wanted to start a massacre, they had to think twice. As Xianxia listened to the names of the forces behind them one by one, his face turned uglier and uglier. Although he did not care about these forces at all, if he killed all of them tonight, it might have an unpredictable impact on their plan. After all, the divine sect of 10,000 swords, the Giant Devil clan, and Kunlun were not to be trifled with. It would be bad if they alerted the enemy and affected their plan. They were also afraid that Guchen would join forces with the forces of the divine realm to ruin their plan. Therefore, their murderous intentions were gone. Guchen watched as his old friends surrounded him and protected him in the middle. No matter how strong the enemy was, his heart was in great turmoil. He knew they were friends, but he did not expect them to risk their lives for him. He took a deep breath and muttered. It's good to have friends. Then, his eyes turned sharp and he strode out. Xianxia's group was in a difficult situation. When they saw Guchen walk out, they acted as if they were facing a great enemy. You don't have to worry about me running away. Since I'm here, I don't intend to leave empty-handed. Guchen's firm voice spread through the entire street. The divine realm will open in 3 days. We'll settle our debts then. Go back and tell the man with a bamboo hat that I'll make him repay everything he owes me. And tonight, all of you, scram. All of you, scram. Guchen's voice was like a thunderclap that spread far and wide. The members of the Pure Spirit Demon territory, both in the open and in the dark, were inexplicably terrified. From Guchen's words, they felt a strong determination and killing intent. He came to the divine mountain without a care for his own safety. He probably had a resolution that they could not imagine. Fine, I'll let you live for a few more days. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He sensed that some experts had noticed the commotion here and were rushing over. He immediately hid in the shadows. Retreat. One by one, the strong enemies disappeared into the shadows. Chen Buqi, Feng Jiuqian, and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Judging from the aura emitted by that group of people just now, if they had insisted on attacking tonight, not many of them would have survived. Brother Gu, where did that group of people come from? Why did they attack you? With the crisis averted, Jian asked Guchen. The rest also looked at him. Tonight, Guchen only drank with them but did not mention the reason he came to the meeting in the divine realm. They were not fools. How could they not know? Therefore, everyone was somewhat clear-headed tonight. However, they did not expect to run into such a dangerous situation. Based on the experience of Jian, Xian, and the rest, they could tell that the group of people just now was not simple. In terms of strength, they could not think of any force that could fight them alone. After provoking such a strong enemy, Guchen's situation could be imagined. Guchen looked at his old friends and was very grateful for their help tonight. However, this matter involved the Pure Spirit Kingdom. If he told them, he might implicate them. Moreover, he had a secret deal with Wu Lingxian. It was related to his father's safety, so it was even more inappropriate to tell them. Thank you for your concern. When this matter is over, I will tell you the truth. Guchen said seriously. Everyone understood that he did not want to say it. It's fine if you don't say it, but I want to stay with you. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the rest also spoke up. Gu Chen shook his head and rejected everyone's good intentions. If you still treat me as a friend, please believe me and pretend that you don't know anything about what happened tonight. Gu Chen was determined, and the rest did not want to get to the bottom of it. Sensing that many oars were approaching, it was obvious that the commotion earlier had attracted people. Therefore, they all left and agreed to meet another day. The others were easy to negotiate with, but only Xianxia refused to leave. She simply followed behind Gu Chen. Gu Chen saw that she was determined to follow him, even disregarding the identity of Kunlun's saintess. He sighed and said to Jian Beiming and the others, "You guys go back first." Everyone left, leaving Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu alone at a place close to the Nether Realm member's residence. "Lanchu, there are some things I can't tell you in this situation." Gu Chen looked at the beautiful face in front of him and said helplessly, "Why can't I say it? No matter what it is, I will face it with you this time." Ji Lanchu gritted her teeth. She gave up all the reservations of a girl. When she saw Gu Chen again, she decided to be with him no matter what. Especially when she saw that Gu Chen was clearly in danger, she could not pretend that nothing had happened. "No, I don't want to drag you into this. If you're here, I will be distracted." Gu Chen shook his head, then took a deep breath and solemnly promised. "I promise you, when this matter is over, I will come back to find you and give you an explanation. I will give us an explanation for the past 10 years. Hearing this, Ji Lanchu's expression shook. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Gu Chen, thinking of the words she had faintly heard when she was unconscious. "When I come back, I will marry you." She knew what Gu Chen meant. His eyes were so clear and certain that she felt inexplicably flustered. "Is what you said true?" Her entire face was red as she asked in a small voice. Gu Chen nodded and gently pulled Ji Lanchu into his embrace. Because his life and death were uncertain during this trip to the Divine Realm, he did not want to meet Lanchu. However, the two of them still acknowledged each other in the end. Since Lanchu's feelings for him had never changed, he did not want to lie to himself. If he could successfully save his father this time, he wanted to marry her, regardless of whether she was the Saintess of Kunlun or the princess of the royal family of Middle-earth. After receiving Gu Chen's promise, Ji Lanchu, who was leaning in his embrace, could not help but tear up. She felt that the 10 years of waiting was all worth it. What if you don't come back?" Ji Lanchu choked. She knew that what Gu Chen was going to do was risky. She was both happy and terrified. She felt that the happiness she had just obtained could disappear at any time. Gu Chen fell silent. He could not lie to Lanchu and say that he would definitely come back. Seeing that Gu Chen did not speak, Ji Lanchu forced a smile and wiped away her tears. "Look at you. You don't even know how to lie and coax people. You must come back. I'll wait for you. We've agreed that you'll marry me." She gave Gu Chen a bright smile, then turned and ran away. She knew that if she did not leave now, she would not be able to bear to leave. If she stayed, she would only cause trouble for this man who had made up his mind. Gu Chen stared at Ji Lanchu's departing figure in a daze. He could not help but have a strong urge to come back. This time, he was already prepared to die after going against the pure spirit kingdom. He gradually gave up on the desire to live. When he saw Lanchu again, she evoked a strong desire to live. Swoosh, a strange wind suddenly blew, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. His pupils constricted and he turned around, only to see an old figure slowly walking out of the alley. "You are?" Gu Chen's expression was solemn. He had just thought that the people from the pure spirit demon realm had returned, but the feeling this old man gave him was different from their people. "Kunlun, Fengzhen," the old man replied. His pair of eyes looked at Gu Chen from head to toe. "The Patriarch of Kunlun?" Gu Chen was moved. He did not expect this big shot, whose name shook all the major star regions, to take the initiative to find him. His mind quickly became active. He realized that tonight's movements might have attracted his attention. During this Divine Realm meeting, the old man kept feeling that there was an invisible hand manipulating everything in the dark. "But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out anything. I wonder if little friend Gu could give the old man some pointers?" The Taoist priest Fengzhen took the initiative to speak. He actually knew Gu Chen's real name. Gu Chen's heart tightened. He did not know how much this Taoist priest Fengzhen had seen tonight and how much inside information he knew. What do you think, little friend Gu? Is there a possibility of cooperation? The Taoist priest Fengzhen asked with a smile when he saw that Gu Chen was not letting down his guard. Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He analyzed the situation in his mind. No matter how much this Taoist priest Fengzhen had seen tonight, the way he spoke to him now was more of a test. It meant that he was not clear about the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan. Logically speaking, he was a first-class big shot in the divine realm. If Gu Chen cooperated with him, there was hope that he could disrupt the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan and make the man with a bamboo hat suffer a great loss. However, the current situation was too complicated. It was no longer just a personal grudge between him and the man with a bamboo hat. If he chose to cooperate with the Taoist priest Fengzhen, then the ancient heaven that was preparing to attack the divine realm might encounter a major setback. Although he had been expelled from the ancient heaven, he was not willing to do such a thing. Moreover, he had a private deal with Wu Lingxian. If he cooperated with the Taoist priest Fengzhen, who knew if he could guarantee his father's safety? Even if you don't mention it, the old man has already sensed it. Something will definitely happen during the conference in the divine realm, right? Little friend Gu, even if you don't want to cooperate with me, you have to think for that last Lan Chu and your group of friends, right? Taoist Fengzhen tried to persuade him earnestly. Gu Chen's pupils contracted like needles. Yes, he did not want Lan Chu and his friends to be involved, so he did not want to tell them about what was going to happen. However, if the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan was carried out, the divine realm would be in chaos, and they would also be in danger. Although the Taoist priest Fengzhen did not know what was going to happen, he had accurately grasped Gu Chen's mentality. Gu Chen fell into deep thought. Before rescuing his father, he would definitely not cooperate with the Taoist priest Fengzhen. However, it did not mean that he was useless. This time, he not only wanted to rescue his father, but if he had the chance, he also wanted to kill the man with a bamboo hat and completely cut off their karma. However, the man with a bamboo hat was too powerful, and his influence was too great. It was impossible for him to defeat him on his own. However, the Taoist priest Fengzhen was different. As a top-notch expert in the divine realm, he might be as powerful as the man with a bamboo hat. With the influence of Kunlun, he could even cause trouble for the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Senior, you're right. Something big will indeed happen during the conference in the divine realm, Gu Chen suddenly said after he sorted out his thoughts. The eyes of the Taoist priest Fengzhen immediately lit up. As expected, he had felt that something was wrong on the Mount of Gods. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. This ominous premonition caused him to spread out his divine sense to observe the abnormalities on the Mount of Gods. Ever since his clan's holy maiden was rescued by a mysterious expert, he had been very interested in this hidden person and had secretly investigated him for a long time. As a result, he finally found a clue tonight. Gu Chen had secretly used the ability of shadow manipulation to influence the cultivators of the Thousand Faces Temple during the Battle God Banquet. Others might not have noticed this, but he was keenly aware of it. Therefore, he immediately concluded that this person was the mysterious expert who had saved the saint. What happened next was completely out of his expectations. He did not expect that the saintess he thought highly of would fall in love with this man, and for some unknown reason, this man had provoked a large group of extraordinary experts. The sudden appearance of this group of people made him feel uneasy. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. After thinking it over, he finally stopped Gu Chen and tested him. Now that Gu Chen was willing to cooperate, it was for the best. However, I can't tell you the specifics of what will happen. Please leave me your contact information. I promise I'll get back to you soon. Gu Chen suddenly changed the topic and smiled. Taoist priest Fengzhen's old face suddenly turned gloomy. Kid, although that girl Lan Chu is interested in you, this is not something you can bargain with the old man. The old man must know what will happen in advance so that he can prepare for a rainy day. Senior, you can rest assured that I won't wait for everything to settle before informing you. It's just that before that, I have my own plans and don't want to be disturbed. Gu Chen said calmly, as if he did not feel the Taoist priest Fengzhen's dissatisfaction. Don't you know who the old man is? Taoist priest Fengzhen found it funny. With his identity, not to mention in the divine realm, even in the major star regions, there were not many people who dared to provoke him. However, this kid in front of him acted as if he was on equal footing with him. He knew that the other party had some strength, but it was nothing in his eyes. The other party clearly wanted to use him. He was too bold. I am very clear about your identity, senior, but if you think that you can use your identity to suppress me, then you are gravely mistaken. I respect you as a senior only because you are Lan Chu's elder, not because you are the clan leader of Kunlun. Gu Chen said. He had dealt with many ambitious people. So what if the other party was the leader of a major force? He did not care at all. Taoist priest Fengzhen was speechless for a while. Where did this kid come from? Why did he have such courage in front of him? In fact, Taoist priest Fengzhen had seen Gu Chen in the Waste Domain battlefield. However, they were too far away at that time, and Gu Chen had concealed his true appearance and used the ability of the immortal stellar body to hide the Tyrant Constitution bloodline, so Taoist priest Fengzhen could not recognize him. Otherwise, if he knew that the other party was the descendant of the tyrants and the Baron Heaven General of the ancient heaven, he would not be talking to him so calmly. You have to give the old man some clues about what is about to happen. Taoist priest Fengzhen saw that Gu Chen was really not afraid of him and did not want to fight here, so he took a step back. Gu Chen looked at the other party and said only 4 words coldly. Pure Spirit Kingdom. Taoist priest Fengzhen's eyes immediately changed. This matter is related to them? No wonder. The old man said that there were so many experts. What do they want? Gu Chen answered with silence. Taoist priest Fengzhen saw that he could not get more useful clues from Gu Chen's mouth, so he gently clenched his fingers hidden in his sleeves. He was considering whether to take this person down and interrogate him. After all, it was related to that notorious organization. He realized that this matter was definitely not small. With senior strength, you may be able to take me down, but you definitely won't be able to get the information you want from me. Gu Chen seemed to have seen through Taoist priest Fengzhen's thoughts and said calmly. Taoist priest Fengzhen could not help but snort coldly when he heard that. Old man, you can choose not to take action, but you have to tell me where you came from first. You are definitely not from the underworld, nor are you a nobody. Gu Chen chuckled and walked straight past Taoist priest Fengzhen. Senior will know my identity sooner or later. Senior just needs to wait quietly for my news now. He left calmly, as if he was sure that Taoist priest Fengzhen would not take action. Taoist priest Fengzhen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not take action. Instead, he threw a divine talisman used for communication to Gu Chen. Gu Chen and Taoist priest Fengzhen separated. It was not until he returned to his residence in the underworld and confirmed that the other party did not follow him that he breathed a sigh of relief. He did not sense Taoist priest Fengzhen's killing intent earlier, so he bet that the other party did not want to make a big deal out of this and left confidently. He knew that the calmer he appeared, the more enigmatic the Taoist priest Fengzhen would find him. The other party wanted to know his true identity, but he could not tell him right away, lest the other party thought he was a spy from the ancient heaven and took him down. However, he knew very well that this matter could not be kept a secret for long. With Taoist priest Fengzhen's ability, he would find out his true identity sooner or later through those old friends of his tonight. This was not to say that his old friends could not be trusted, but with Taoist priest Fengzhen's realm, there were many ways to make them speak the truth. I hope that the other party finds out my true identity later. If everything goes well, perhaps he can be of help to me, Gu Chen pondered. This situation caused by the Pure Spirit Kingdom was getting more and more chaotic, with more and more forces from all sides getting involved. This was not necessarily a bad thing for someone like him who was weak and powerless. If he could fish in troubled waters and advance step by step, he might have a chance to topple the big tree that was the man with a bamboo hat. The 8th day of the Myriad Gods Mountain. It was the day the Divine Realm opened. All the markets on the mountain had already been closed. The various factions that had been fighting openly and covertly over the past few days had all tacitly recalled their troops and laid down their banners and drums, quietly waiting for the opening of the Divine Realm. In the residence of the Nether Realm, most of the people had already gathered in the courtyard. A portion of them would occasionally raise their heads to look at the sky, as if anticipating something. Gu Chen was dressed in a black robe with the black hawk that the white ape had transformed into perched on his shoulder. He led the dragon horse in his hand as he walked into the courtyard with a grave expression. When he appeared, most of the people in the courtyard looked at him with reverence in their eyes. His performance at the Battle God banquet 3 days ago had made Chingu's name famous in one battle. The attitude of the Nether Realm towards him had also undergone a huge change. As everyone looked at Gu Chen, he also looked to the front of the group and noticed that the Nether Realm's group was different from before. In the past, Saint Fei would always stand at the front of the group, but today, she stood in the second row. Even the newly born sacred son of the Nether Realm was in the same group as her. At the very front of the group stood 3 unfamiliar grey-robed men. The 3 of them appeared extremely indifferent. Everyone, including the saintess and sacred son of the Nether Realm, appeared somewhat reserved in front of them. Gu Chen calmly walked forward and spoke politely when he arrived in front of the 3. Greetings to the 3 Nether Sovereigns. It was obvious that the 3 who had appeared on the eve of the opening of the Divine Realm were the current Nether Sovereigns of the Nether Realm, the rulers of the highest level. They hadn't appeared when they'd come to the Myriad Gods Mountain in order to intimidate the opposing factions. But now that the Divine Realm was about to open, they had no reason not to appear since they would inevitably participate in the conference. The 3 Nether Sovereigns nodded in response to Gu Chen's etiquette. Nether Sovereign Xianxia, who was in the middle, spoke indifferently. You're Chingu, right? Stand beside Yi Fei. His words were short, but they caused the hearts of many Nether Sovereigns to tremble. To a certain extent, one's position represented one's position in the Nether Realm. Lord Xiaoxia's arrangement meant that he placed as much importance on Chingu as the Saintess and Sacred Son. Xing Shiqing and Ding Han had complicated expressions. Looking at Jiang Beiming and Punlai Island Lord's positions, they realized that their superiors placed more importance on Nether Realm than them. However, with the memory of this group of people turning the tide that night 3 days ago, the 2 of them did not feel dissatisfied at all. They even instinctively felt that it was reasonable and cast envious glances at Gu Chen. Nether Sovereign Xiao Sovereign's approval, Gu Chen World. Gu Chen World Holy Sage World C. As he looked at the 3 Nether Venerables in front of him, Gu Chen did not secretly rejoice at being recognized. Instead, he pondered over their intentions. Their performance 3 days ago was indeed outstanding, successfully helping the Nether Realm teach the Thousand Faces Divine Palace a harsh lesson, but at the same time, they also revealed their true strength. Ordinary members of the Nether Realm might be pleasantly surprised to learn of their strength, but as the rulers, they wouldn't think so simply. Their strength was a far cry from when they first joined the Nether Realm a few months ago. Gu Chen had thought that the Nether Realm Nether Sovereigns would be vigilant and even question them on the night of the God of War banquet. Unexpectedly, they didn't say anything in the past few days. Today, they even seemed to place great importance on them, as if they trusted them completely. Just as Gu Chen was guessing their intentions, Nether Sovereign Xiaoxia's telepathic message suddenly rang in his mind. I don't care where you come from or why you joined the Nether Realm. Since you passed the Tower of the Nether Emperor, you are now members of the Nether Realm. You must do your best in the Divine Grace list. If you can get a good ranking, it might be possible for you, Chingu, to be on equal footing with us in the future. Xiaoxia's telepathic message clearly showed that he was trying to win them over. Gu Chen suddenly understood. He had only considered that the Nether Sovereigns might be suspicious of their identity and purpose, but he had forgotten that they had already passed the verification of the Tower of the Nether Emperor. It was likely that to the 3 Nether Sovereigns, their background and purpose were not important. Because once they entered the Tower of the Nether Emperor, they would never be able to get rid of their identity as members of the Nether Realm. Gu Chen recalled the tragic and heavily injured Emperor of the Nether and smiled as he replied to Nether Sovereign Xiaoxia, expressing his determination to work hard and make a contribution. He was worried that the Nether Realm's suspicion of him would affect his plans, but now it seemed that he had been worrying too much. Unfortunately, the Nether Realm's expectations of him were destined to fall through. He had no intention of participating in the ranking competition. He had his own matters to attend to. Seeing that Gu Chen's attitude was good, Nether Sovereign Xiaoxia was very satisfied. He said nothing more and quietly waited for the opening of the Divine Realm. They only knew that the Divine Realm would open on the 8th day, but it was hard to say when it would be. Therefore, the tens of millions of cultivators could only restrain their thoughts and raise their heads in anticipation. When it was almost noon, an abnormality appeared in the sky above Mount Myriad Gods. Thousands of auspicious lights appeared everywhere in the void. Not long after, the entire heaven and earth were dyed in strange colors by the colorful auspicious clouds that were everywhere. At this moment, a huge airflow roared. An illusory and magnificent world that seemed to have come from an unknown space appeared in the sky above Mount Myriad Gods. For a moment, the Mount Myriad Gods was in an uproar. The divine realm had appeared. For the cultivators who were seeing the opening of the divine realm for the first time, the scene before them was like a miracle. The world reflected all kinds of spiritual mountains and waterfalls. The Taoist palaces and castles were even more magnificent. They were holy and majestic, causing people to involuntarily have the urge to worship them. Amidst the countless clamor, after the divine realm had manifested to a certain extent, it suddenly stopped moving. It just stopped in a strange space. Eh? Why is there no movement? How are we going to enter the divine realm like this? Instantly, many people were confused. The divine realm was obviously quite a distance away from them. At this moment, divine Tao imprints emerged from the bodies of the cultivators that covered the mountains and plains. They glowed one after another and formed a mysterious connection with the divine realm in the sky. The divine Tao imprints of every force were a little different. Some were green, some were purple, and there were all kinds of colors. Even if they were the same color, there were slight differences in shape. The divine Tao imprints in the bodies of tens of millions of cultivators reacted at the same time. Then, with each force in a square formation, everyone's body automatically floated into the sky. It actually seemed like they were ascending into the sky. Guchen felt the feeling of his body flying uncontrollably. He looked at the island lord and the others and revealed expressions of joy. Their previous judgment was right. The divine realm really had strict screening standards for the divine Tao imprints. If they hadn't joined the underworld back then, they might not have been able to enter the divine realm at all. The scene of tens of millions of cultivators ascending into the divine realm was extremely spectacular. In the process of everyone's body flying into the divine realm, they gradually turned illusory. In the instant that they touched the outermost layer of the divine realm, they felt like the world was spinning. Their vision blurred, and countless cultivators found themselves on a vast square. At this moment, there was a group of cultivators dressed in strange robes standing on the stairs in front of them. Haha Jia, we are the priests who serve the Lord of the Divine Realm. Welcome to the Divine Realm. The leaders of the various forces nodded one after another, expressing their respect for the Grand Priests. The Grand Priests had been stationed in the Divine Realm for a long time. They had a great say in the Divine Realm, and they needed their cooperation during the upcoming conference. Therefore, no one dared to neglect them, even if it was the Starry Sky Giants. Many of you have come to the Divine Realm for the first time, but there are also many newcomers. Therefore, the old man will explain the rules of the Divine Realm. As the chief Grand Priest, the old man's eyes were gentle, but his voice was full of energy, spreading throughout the huge square. The Divine Realm is the common holy land of countless divine path forces in the 12-star fields. It looks vast, but it is mainly divided into 3 areas, namely the Divine Town, the Arena of the Gods, and the Divine Tree Forest. During the Divine Realm Conference, everyone can walk freely in the Divine Town. There are many blessed places unique to the Divine Realm. I believe everyone will be satisfied. The Arena of the Gods is the place where all forces will hold ranking battles. I believe you will be able to see exciting battles from the 12-star fields every day. Finally, there is the Divine Tree Forest. Everyone, remember, although the Divine Realm is large, the Divine Tree Forest is the limit of where you can move freely. The Divine Tree Forest is full of restrictions. If you don't follow the rules and enter without permission, you will be lost forever, or your soul will be destroyed. When the chief Grand Priest mentioned the Divine Tree Forest, his tone became much more serious. After his simple introduction, tens of millions of cultivators had a preliminary impression of the Divine Realm. The Arena of the Gods will officially open in 2 hours, and the ranking battles will begin immediately. When the new ranking list is out, we Grand Priests will welcome you with open arms at the Deity Town's Council Tower. After the chief Grand Priest finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense, and many forces had a strong smell of gunpowder. Why would the ranking battles be held in the arena before the conference began? Before the divine realm was born, it was said that various forces often fought for territory and interests, and the 12-star fields were constantly at war. After the establishment of the divine realm, in order to prevent the various divine Tao forces from consuming each other, they adopted the method of ranking battles. Every 10,000 years, the divine realm conference would be held, and the various forces would fight each other in the arena to determine the size of their territories and the amount of benefits they would get for the next 10,000 years. Therefore, the so-called meeting could only be held after the ranking battle had ended. At that time, the victors would head to the council tower and have the right to get a bigger piece of the cake of the divine realm. As for those who didn't perform well in the competition, they could only pick up the leftovers. Some of the factions that lost in the ranking battles would even decline and become unranked factions. This rule of the law of the jungle had protected the stability of the divine realm over the past million years. After the collapse of the primeval immortal world, they became more and more stable and occupying the ruling position in this universe. The competition would begin in 2 hours, and this caused all the forces to become complacent. The factions that didn't perform well in the last conference wanted to win back their losses, and the factions that performed well in the last conference also wanted to use this opportunity to further consolidate their positions. Most of the ranking lists in the divine realm had age restrictions, ensuring that everyone would have the opportunity to attack the rankings every 10,000 years. Therefore, even some of the smaller factions hoped to win big this time. Guqian stood in the Nether Realm's team, listening to the cultivators around him discuss the rules and process of the Divine Realm Conference. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The rules and regulations of the Divine Realm were indeed positive. Not only did it ensure that the various factions in the Divine Realm wouldn't have any internal conflicts, but it also ensured that all the factions, big or small, could always maintain sufficient vitality. This ranking battle was like a bait, and the countless factions were the fish. In order to obtain more bait, they would desperately climb up. I don't know what the primeval immortal world was like, but the current ancient heaven is indeed far inferior to the Divine Realm. Guqian recalled the ancient heavenly court, which had once been in a state of disunity. Not only were their forces relatively weak, but there were also many internal factions. How could they compare to the immortal realm, which was united? It was no wonder that it was getting worse day by day. The interior of ancient heaven has now been cleansed, and Tang Ning has gained control with the power of the pure spirit kingdom. But what is Tang Ning thinking? Even with the help of the chaos created by the pure spirit kingdom, the price that ancient heaven has to pay for attacking the divine realm is still unimaginable. Guqian's eyes were gloomy. He tried to secretly use his heavenly note talisman to see if he could get in touch with Hai Dongqing. As his spy, Hai Dongqing would warn him before the ancient heaven attacked. After rescuing his father, he wanted to use the help of the Heart Ape clan to retreat. He also needed Hai Dongqing's help. Unfortunately, the heavenly note talisman didn't respond at all in the divine realm. It seemed that its connection with the outside world had been completely cut off. Guqian furrowed his brows when he noticed this. According to Wu Lingxian, the pure spirit kingdom would contact the ancient heaven after obtaining what they wanted. But now, his heavenly note talisman couldn't be used, and other means were probably the same. How could the pure spirit kingdom contact the army of ancient heaven outside? This was something he couldn't figure out. The man with a bamboo hat's specific plan had many reservations about his own people. No matter what, when the divine realm is in chaos, an opportunity should appear. Guqian pondered. Looking at the tens of millions of cultivators on the plaza, he didn't know what the situation would be like here after the divine realm was in chaos. The various forces entered God Town under the lead of different god officials. However, there were even more forces that headed directly to the arena of the gods to prepare for the ranking battle that was about to begin. Under the lead of Underworld Supremacy Xianxia, the people from the Nether Realm arrived at the arena of the gods. There were many rooms here for the various forces to rest and adjust. There was a huge mirror crystal in the room. Through the crystal, one could see the situation of the competition in the arena from the room. After the people from the Nether Realm arrived at the room, Underworld Supremacy Xianxia started to mobilize. Although there are many rankings in the Divine Realm, the most important ones are the Genius ranking of the 10,000 races and the Divine Grace ranking. The genius ranking of the 10,000 races can only be entered by cultivators below the age of 1,000, while the divine grace ranking is more lenient until the age of 10,000. You are all the pillars of the nether realm. This time, you must do your best to bring the nether realm up on the ranking list. Underworld Supremacy Xianxia looked at the cultivators that were about to participate in the two ranking battles, especially Gu Chen, Jiang Beiming, and the Saint of the Divine Grace ranking. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The nether realm hadn't nurtured any outstanding geniuses in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, they didn't have much hope for the genius ranking of the 10,000 races. They were just there to make up the numbers. However, the Divine Grace ranking was different. It was directly related to the ranking of the nether realm and the divine realm. Therefore, they paid special attention to it. In particular, the Saint of the Nether Realm was a genius that they had done their best to nurture. His strength was already pretty good. In addition, the two dark horses, Gu Chen and Jiang Beiming, had performed outstandingly at the Battle God Banquet. Therefore, they were especially confident about the ranking of the ranking list. Underworld Supremacy Xianxia promised everyone that if they performed outstandingly, the Nether Realm would reward them greatly in an attempt to motivate them. However, although Gu Chen seemed to be listening attentively, he didn't take it to heart at all. After leaving the plaza, he had been wondering when Wu Lingxian would contact him. In a huge secret room in the underground of Shenming town. At the moment, many divine priests who had shown up in the square earlier were gathered here. In addition to them, there were also many unfamiliar faces. If the practitioners who knew about the major sects were here, they would be astonished. It was because they would find that many influential figures of those sects were present. The thousand-faced godly hall, the Li people, the true spirit race, the wizard race, the winged race, many unexpected people had gathered here at this moment. Gu Tianming was in the middle of the secret room. Next to him stood Li Fu, the founder of the Li people, and Jing Jiao, who had the materialized godly body. The two of them seemed to be the main characters of this place. The important figures came to them one after another. Gu Tianming had a nonchalant expression on his face, his whole body enshrouded in a golden glow, and a formidable energy was exuding from his body. A peculiar mark wriggled and drifted out of each person's body as soon as he reached out his hand and grabbed them. After a series of grunts, the marks in each person's body had been completely taken out. They all looked relieved, the corners of their mouths curling up in an evil smile. It was then that Gu Tianming handed the divine mark to Jing Jiao by his side. Jing Jiao held the mark with one hand, and an imitation of the person whose mark had been taken out appeared in his other hand. Jing Jiao inserted the mark into the imitation casually. Then, the imitation seemed to come to life, moving its body a little. Its expression, movement, and energy were all the same as the original person. The two of them worked together. Soon, all the divine marks in the bodies of the people present had been taken out, and another group of people who looked exactly the same as the original stayed quietly in a corner. It was quite eerie. It was then that a person walked out from among the divine priests. If Gu Chen were here, he would recognize that this person was the old man who was the chief divine priest. Looking at more than 100 partners by his side, the old man let out a strange ha-ha laugh. Congratulations to all of you for breaking the shackles of the divine way. We have been planning for so many years, and we have finally come to this step. His voice was full of unconcealable excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole underground secret room became excited. Your Holiness is wise. The jingling Taoist flicked his sleeves, and the cheering crowd immediately quietened down. His pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. They call themselves the heavens and wantonly seized everything that originally belonged to us. They numbered the world we live in and called it the ninth world. They destroyed the immortal world and established the divine realm and the heavenly Tao. They cut off our Tao power and stole our karmic luck. A bunch of fallen souls willingly became their slaves, wearing the shackles they gave them, deceiving themselves that they were gods and performing acrobatics in the arena like monkeys. When the jingling Taoist said this, the members present roared with laughter. Their laughter was full of disdain. What is a god? Wearing shackles makes one a god. What is an immortal? To prolong one's hunger is to become an immortal. We are neither immortals nor gods. We are determined to become the monster heavens that can purify everything. We have worked our hearts out and finally reached this step. Today, all the injustice will end. The origin of Dao fruits that they have stolen from us for countless years will be returned. Everyone here will have the opportunity to prove their Dao and become a martial emperor with me. The jingling Taoist raised his hands high and spoke passionately. Many people had a fanatical look in their eyes. Many of them had joined the pure spirit demon region at all costs just for this sliver of a possibility. Since ancient times, because of their despicable behavior, no one in the ninth world has become an emperor. The former God Emperor and Immortal Emperor have also become extinct. Fortunately, Your Holiness has great talent and bold vision. 100,000 years ago, you broke into the divine realm alone and set up such a trap, so we have a chance. A member of the monster realm said excitedly. The others nodded and looked at the jingling Taoist as if they were looking at a religion. Gu Tianming was the only one present who looked indifferent from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Haha, Jia, it's time for us to take action since all the attention is focused on the arena of the gods. Jingjiu, I'll leave the arena to you. The jingling Taoist said this. Jingjiu bowed slightly. Your Holiness can rest assured. We have planned this for a long time, and those guys are all focused on competing for the rankings. Nobody will find out anything in a short time. By the time somebody finds out, Your Holiness's plan will have succeeded. Hearing this, the jingling Taoist let out a smile and strode toward the outside world while flicking his sleeve. Well, let's take action. In order to avoid being discovered, let's all leave separately. I'll wait for you in the forest of divine trees. As you wish. Soon, all the people in the large secret room had disappeared. Jingjiu led a group of impostors and left after taking a look at Gu Tianming and Wu Lingxian who were still there. As Gu Tianming was about to leave after all the others had left, Wu Lingxian stopped him. Friend Gu, you have fulfilled your promise to Your Holiness. You don't need to participate in the next part of the plan. Wu Lingxian said this in a hushed voice after making sure that all the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom had left. Since we're already here, we might as well go and take a look at the opening of the rumored sealed region of heavenly law. Gu Tianming replied nonchalantly. He was about to leave, ignoring Wu Lingxian. Friend Gu, someone is waiting for you. I'm afraid you don't have time. Wu Lingxian said solemnly, blocking the way. What do you mean? By now, Gu Tianming looked at Wu Lingxian squarely, realizing that Wu Lingxian was a bit different than usual that day. Gu Chen has come to the divine realm. He asked me to take you out of here to meet him. Wu Lingxian said honestly. What? My son is here? Hearing this, Gu Tianming's nonchalant face displayed a change of emotion for the first time, and his voice grew anxious as a violent and forceful energy came out from his body. Wu Lingxian. Are you kidding me? Don't you know how dangerous the divine realm is right now? How could you let my son come here? He came here by himself. I didn't know he was here until a few days ago. Wu Lingxian explained hastily, telling him the result of his discussion with Gu Chen. Gu Chen has a plan to leave this place. Don't look down on him. Although your mighty body is very strong, he isn't weak now either. I think his analysis is reasonable. Man with a bamboo hat might not let you go after this. Now that everyone in the demon realm is focused on the plan, it's best for you to leave now. Wu Lingxian said patiently. Time was pressing. If they wasted any more time here, they would have less hope of escaping. After listening to the entire plan, Gu Tianming calmed down. When he thought about how his son had gone through untold hardships to come to the divine realm to save him, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He didn't know how confident Gu Chen's plan was, but as a father, what he could do now was to respond to his son's determination. In the arena of the gods, the competition for the various lists was already in full swing. The audience seats in the arena were full. Almost no force was willing to miss this once in 10,000 years grand ceremony. They all wanted to witness the competition between the geniuses of the major star fields and the duel between the strong. Gu Chen did not go to the audience seats to watch the battles. Instead, he stayed in the lounge of the nether realm and calmly watched the competition of the various lists through the mirror crystal. At this moment, in the sky above the arena of the gods, various rays of light gathered to form a dazzling list. Among them, the most obvious were the Divine Grace list and the 10,000 Races Genius list. At this moment, the rankings on the lists were still arranged according to the results of the previous meeting. However, after the end of this meeting, the rankings on the two lists were bound to change. Some forces and geniuses were bound to engrave their names on the lists. Leaving one's name in history was nothing more than this. Such a conspicuous way to determine the status of a force and affirm the value of an expert made countless people scramble like ducks, hoping to perform well in the competition and leave their names on the list. As the competition fiercely unfolded, the lists in the sky above the arena had gradually changed. Only the Divine Grace list and the 10,000 Races Genius list had not moved. The competition of the Divine Grace list was related to the specific status of each force in the divine realm. It had always been the finale on the last day. The participants of the 10,000 Races Genius list were often the geniuses of the younger generation of each force. They were the focus of attention and were usually the highlight of the first day of the arena. This was the biggest attraction of the day. Many big shots of the forces had entered the audience seats early, wanting to know the potential of the future leaders of the other forces. The young cultivators who were about to participate in the competition of the 10,000 Races Genius list were either recuperating or nervous, waiting for their turn to compete. The three young cultivators from the Nether Realm who were in charge of the competition were sitting in the lounge at this moment. Although they were not favored by the upper echelons, if their ranking in this competition was too low, it would be difficult for them to report. Guchen sat not far from the three of them, feeling their anxious emotions. Although he seemed calm, his mood was actually not good. However, he was not anxious because of the ranking competition, but because he was waiting for Wu Lingxian's message. Judging from the time, the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan should have started by now, and after Wu Lingxian received his father, he would inform him as soon as possible. Although he knew that time had not passed yet, he was somewhat worried that there would be changes to the plan. He was worried about whether Wu Lingxian would abide by the agreement and whether there would be any unexpected changes. Buzz. Right at this moment, a voice transmission talisman that Gu Chen had been hiding in his bosom suddenly moved, his heart involuntarily tightened. Currently, he had 4 important voice transmitting talismans on him, each of which could be used to contact 4 different people. One was the Heavenly Note talisman used to contact Hai Dongqing, one was with the Heart Ape tribe, one belonged to the Taoist priest Feng Zhen, and the last one belonged to Wu Lingxian. The voice-transmitting talisman that moved was the one that belonged to Wu Lingxian. Gu Chen instantly knew that there was a result. His spiritual senses entered Wu Lingxian's voice-transmitting talisman, and Gu Chen immediately received a message: Gu Tianming is in my hands. See you at the Godly Town's Parliament Tower. Gu Chen was elated. Fortunately, he had successfully received his father. Why is he at the Parliament Tower? Soon, he frowned again. The Godly Town's Parliament Tower was a place where the big shots of various forces held their meetings. It was a landmark in the divine realm, and it was quite eye-catching to receive someone there. However, he didn't think too much about it. The Parliament Tower would only become lively after the competition in the arena ended. Right now, it should be quiet, and he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Now that his father was in his hands, Gu Chen wanted to go to the rendezvous point as soon as possible. Time was precious. He exchanged a look with Penglai Island Master, Jiang Beiming, and the Dragon Horse and decided that he would leave the lounge first. After that, the others would find excuses to leave one by one so that they wouldn't attract the attention of Nether Lord Xianxia if they all left at once. Standing up, Gu Chen pretended that he was going out for a walk and left with the white ape. The Nether Realm cultivators in the lounge didn't notice that the arena was very lively, and it was normal for them to go out for a walk. As for Nether Lord Xianxia, he didn't care at all. The competition of the Godly Grace list was on the last day, and it didn't matter where Chengu went. Walking out of the lounge, Gu Chen walked on the walkway in excitement. He would meet the Island Master and the others at the entrance of the arena and then head to the Godly Town together. Although he was excited about seeing his father, he walked at a steady pace, not showing any flaws. Squeak! Before he left the floor he was on, the white ape on his shoulder suddenly looked alarmed. Its reminder made Gu Chen stop in his tracks, and he immediately spread out his divine sense. Almost at the same moment, several shadows flashed and disappeared in a corner not far from him. Gu Chen's face darkened as he realized that he was being followed. he was being followed as soon as he separated from the Nether Realm's team. What happened? Are they from the Nether Realm, the Pure Spirit Kingdom, or Kunlun? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he tried to guess the identities of the people in the dark. The people from the Nether Realm were all in the lounge, and Nether Lord Xianxia seemed to trust him. It was unlikely that he had sent people to follow him. He had sent the Taoist priest Fengzhen away, but he was probably worried about him, so it was possible that he had sent people to follow him. It would be fine if they were his people, but Gu Chen was worried that they were members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. He had previously exposed himself on the Mount of Gods. Although the people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom had retreated because of Lan Chu and the others, they would not let it go. Perhaps the man with a bamboo hat had sent people to follow him. If that was the case, the situation would be terrible. He was going to meet his father and Wu Lingxian. If he was followed by the people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, his plan would be completely exposed. Who is it? Come out. Gu Chen said coldly. It was too much of a waste of time to guess who the people in the dark were. A burst of laughter came from a corner not far away, and a few people walked out. Brat, do you think I have let you go? The leader was Xianxia in disguise. He looked at Gu Chen with a mocking expression. Gu Chen's pupils shrank. This was the worst guess. Man with a bamboo hat sent you? This is the arena of the gods. Do you want to catch me here? Gu Chen's heart sank, but his expression was extraordinarily calm. Humph, your holiness wants you to come with us. Xianxia revealed his intention with a gloomy expression. Do you think I will cooperate with you? Gu Chen smiled coldly. Do you think we don't know your purpose for coming to the divine realm? Xianxia said. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his plan was exposed? Or did Wu Lingxian break his promise? The reason why you came to the God realm is none other than to save your father. Right now, his honor is willing to give you a chance. As long as you follow me, his honor guarantees that he will release your father in the future. The man with the bamboo hat had actually sent him to discuss a deal with him. Gu Chen could not help but feel relieved. From the other party's tone, it seemed like Wu Lingxian and his plan was not yet known. However, this was funny. He did not expect the man with the bamboo hat to take the initiative to release his father. What does the man with the bamboo hat want me to do? Gu Chen's eyes flickered. The Pure Spirit Kingdom was currently busy with their own grand plan. It was unexpected that the man with the bamboo hat was still thinking about him. You don't need to ask so much. Just know that this is your only chance. Aren't you racking your brains to save your father? If you miss this chance, you won't get it again. Xianxia sneered. He was not worried that Gu Chen would reject him. From his point of view, it was not easy for Gu Chen to sneak into the divine realm. Without your holiness's permission, it was impossible for him to take his father away. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to obey. Ever since he knew that Gu Chen had appeared on the Mount of Gods, he wanted to kill him to avenge what happened in the wasteland region. Unfortunately, his existence was of great use. Your holiness would not allow him to do so. Not only was he not allowed to kill him, but he even offered to invite him back. Thinking of this, Xianxia was extremely unhappy. Unable to get the man with the bamboo hat's purpose from Xianxia, Gu Chen fell into deep thought. He did not know what the man with the bamboo hat wanted him to do. When he was talking to Wu Lingxian, he did not mention anything about it. If it was not for Wu Lingxian's secret help, he was afraid that he would have no choice but to accept the man with the bamboo hat's condition and use this method to save his father. He suddenly remembered that when he asked for his father's whereabouts outside Su Yuan, the man with a bamboo hat told him that he was in the divine realm. Could it be that the reason why the man with a bamboo hat told him the truth was to lure him to the divine realm? Was he also a part of the plan he was about to carry out in the divine realm? The more Gu Chen thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Man with a bamboo hat had always been shrewd. Maybe he had been plotting against him since the beginning. What? Was there a need to consider for so long? Isn't rescuing your father your long-cherished wish? Seeing that Gu Chen did not respond for a long time, Xianxia was a little impatient. Gu Chen stared at him and suddenly laughed. I'm sorry. Please go back and tell the man with a bamboo hat that I won't believe any of his conditions. After saying that, Gu Chen walked back. No matter what the man with a bamboo hat's intention was, or whether he would really let his father go, Guchen was very clear that once he agreed, he would fall into the other party's trap. The other party had calculated everything step by step. If he followed his plan, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Moreover, leaving his father's safety to the man with a bamboo hat's benevolence was an even more foolish decision. He had to save his father himself. This time, he wanted to jump out of the man with a bamboo hat's chess game. Are you serious? You don't care about your father's life or death? Xianxia did not expect Guchen to reject him so decisively. He was shocked and angry. His two companions immediately blocked Guchen's way, not allowing him to leave. The man with a bamboo hat has never kept his word. If I listened to him, then my head would have been kicked by a donkey. Guchen naturally would not reveal his true thoughts. He smiled coldly as he stared coldly at the two people blocking his way. What? You want to catch me here? You want to fight with me? His words were filled with disdain and fearlessness. The two people's expressions changed and they immediately took a step back. It wasn't that they did not have the confidence to defeat the little brat in front of him. It was just that the Nether Lord of the Nether Realm was on this floor. If they were to fight, they might be alerted. But this was not the most important thing. If things got out of hand, their identities would be exposed. If Guchen chose to fight to the death, it might cause unnecessary accidents to the Demon Realm's plan. The Demon Realm had been planning for this plan for too long. They did not dare to ruin everything because of him. Seeing the two people step back, Guchen smiled disdainfully and strode back to the Nether Realm's resting room. What should we do? Looks like your holiness made the wrong judgment. This brat actually doesn't care about Gu Tianming's life and refuses to go with us. He's an important key. If we don't bring him back, how will we explain it to your holiness? The two members of the Demon Realm frowned. Guchen had messed up their plan. That brat dared to barge into the Wilderness God's main planet to save that monkey from the Heartape clan. Now that his father's life is at stake, how could he not care? Xianxia looked gloomily at Guchen's disappearing figure. What do you mean? His two companions looked pensive. This brat might have some scheme. Let's keep a close eye on him and see what he's up to. Xianxia said confidently. But what about the mission? Are we just going to wait here? The other two felt that Xianxia was worrying too much. They should go back and report this matter to your holiness and let him handle it. Don't you understand your holiness's personality? He wants us to bring him back. This can be said to be our only mission. If we don't do it well, we won't be able to report back. But what if we never get the chance to bring this brat back? So what? Your holiness always has a backup plan. Although this brat is an important key, your holiness already said that he has other keys. I feel that this brat has some scheme. Maybe he wants to ruin our plan. We can't let him out of our sight. Xianxia spoke with certainty. His intuition had always been better than others. He was certain that Guchen was up to no good. This mission was led by Xianxia. Seeing that he was determined, the other two didn't object and continued to keep a close eye on Guchen. When Guchen returned to the lounge in the Nether Realm, Punlai Island Master and the others who hadn't left were surprised. What's going on? They communicated with each other using their spiritual senses. The people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom are guarding outside. It's hard for us to get away. Guchen's eyes were gloomy. He had finally managed to get his father back, but such a troublesome thing had happened. His mood was terrible to the extreme. Should we lure them away? The three of them frowned. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Guchen shook his head. He could tell that Xianxia wanted to kill him, and it wouldn't be easy for others to lure him away. How many people are there? Why don't we kill them first? The dragon horse's eyes were murderous. Guchen considered this suggestion seriously. There were 3 people on the other side. Including Xianxia, who had made great progress in cultivation. They were all ultimate gods. Xianxia's bloodline was amazing. It wasn't any weaker than the dragon horse's ancestral dragon bloodline. In addition, he had reached the ultimate god realm, and his strength could suppress the other 3 except for himself. If the white ape was included, it would be enough to deal with him, but what about the other two ultimate gods? He couldn't tell how strong they were. Even if he could kill them at the same time, he wasn't sure if he could kill them. Moreover, it was hard to say if the pure spirit kingdom only sent these three people. Most importantly, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, and it would affect his reunion with his father. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't a wise choice. What should we do now if we can't lure them away or kill them? Gu Chen vetoed all the proposals, which put them in a dilemma. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stood up in the lounge. Okay, the 10,000 tribe genius ranking competition is about to begin. You three, follow me. She urged the three young cultivators from the nether realm. Gu Chen could not help but look at the three cultivators who were a little nervous. His heart skipped a beat and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In the preparation area of the arena of the gods, geniuses from various forces were waiting to enter. Yifei, the nether saintess, had just arrived with three young cultivators when someone called out to her from behind. Xianxia, please wait a moment. She couldn't help but turn her head and saw that it was her companion, Chenggu. Her face revealed a look of surprise. Why are you here? Her tone was rather polite. Ever since Gu Chen turned the tide at the Battle God banquet, she had been treating him differently. I have something to discuss with you, Xianxia. Gu Chen smiled and glanced at a few shadows in the corner not far behind him. Speak your mind, the saintess said seriously. Gu Chen then spoke his mind. What? You want to participate in the genius ranking of the 10,000 races? Yifei almost suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. The three young cultivators next to her were also stunned. I know I have troubled you on a whim, but if I can contribute to the nether realm, it would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Gu Chen said. Don't you know the rules of the genius ranking of the 10,000 races? Only cultivators under 1,000 years old are qualified to participate in this competition. Yifei said without hesitation. She had asked Gu Chen's age a long time ago. At that time, he said he was over 2,000 years old, far exceeding the requirements to register for the genius ranking of the 10,000 races. In fact, I hid my true age before. I am only 800 years old this year, Gu Chen replied. 800 years old, in fact, he wasn't even 100 years old. He was just afraid that it would be too shocking. What? 800 years old? When Yifei heard that, he became dumbfounded. Even the three young cultivators from the nether region beside him revealed shocked expressions. Chenggu's performance at the Battle God banquet had won their admiration and made them see him as a senior worth learning from. But now, this senior said that he was actually about the same age as them. The three couldn't help but find it hard to accept. If this was true, then the gap between them was too big. Is what Daoist Chen said true? Yifei took a deep breath. This matter was too sudden, so much so that she didn't know if she should agree to Gu Chen's request. The three contestants had already been decided. It would not be good to change it at the last minute. Furthermore, they had not discussed it with the Dark Lord. But if Chenggu's strength could compete for the genius ranking of the 10,000 races, then the Nether Realm, which was already in a bad situation, would be able to turn the tide. She was not worried that this would affect Chenggu's participation in the Divine Grace list later, because the Divine Realm did not stipulate that one could not participate in two lists at the same time. Thinking of the honor that Chenggu could bring, she wavered. He did not know if Underworld Supremacy Xiaoxia would agree to Chenggu's request. This Chenggu was really something. He raised this matter too suddenly. Seeing that although Yifei was tempted, he still had some misgivings, Gu Chen suddenly sent him a voice transmission. If Holy Maiden Yi can help this Chen promises to repay you in the future. I heard that Holy Girl Yi hates that Ingzun. I know something about him. Yifei's face froze at this moment. She looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Back then, that Ingzun, Meng Jianzhou, took advantage of his unfathomable power and strange tricks to take advantage of her. Because of that, her foundation was unstable and her heart of Tao was damaged. Until now, she still could not break into the hierarch realm. That man was her biggest enemy in her life. She wanted to chop him into pieces. However, he was chased by many forces and disappeared. She also lost the chance to take revenge. Now that Gu Chen suddenly mentioned that man, she was not surprised that he knew about it. After all, it was such a big thing back then. Many people in the Nether Realm were talking about it secretly. What surprised her was that this man had information about Ingzun and chose this moment to talk to her. "Friend Chen, are you telling the truth? Can you really give me a clue about that evil man?" Yifei also sent him a voice transmission. Deep in her eyes was a deep hatred. All these years, that man had become a demon in her heart. She knew that if she didn't kill him, she would never be able to break through. Therefore, she was especially concerned about him. "I promise that I will give you the clue you want after the competition. Please, holy girl Yi." Gu Chen answered with certainty. Yifei looked at Gu Chen and had an answer in her heart. "I have one last question. You hid your age before because you didn't want to join the competition. Why did you change your mind now?" She didn't understand. Gu Chen had always been low-key in the Nether Realm. This was not his style. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I didn't want to attract attention before. But these days, I saw so many geniuses from all over the world. My heart is itching. Gu Chen made up a story. "I see." Yifei didn't believe what Gu Chen said at all. However, thinking of the reward Gu Chen promised and the fact that he could improve the Nether Realm's chances of winning, she finally gritted her teeth. "Alright, I will help you." Yifei quickly had the weakest of the three young cultivators withdraw from the competition. Gu Chen joined. "Thank you." With a smile on his face, Gu Chen led the other two young cultivators straight to the preparation area in front. Only 800 years old? If this is true, then this Chingu's future achievements will definitely not be below those of the Nether Sovereigns. Yifei looked at Gu Chen's departing figure and murmured. Then, she turned around and left. After she left, Xianxia and his two companions from the Pure Spirit Kingdom walked out from a corner not far away. Their expressions were as if they had eaten a fly. That brat actually wants to join some bullsh** tea competition at this time. Does he really not care about his father's life? Xianxia found it hard to believe. He believed in his intuition and was sure that Gu Chen was playing some kind of trick. However, his current actions were far beyond his expectations. He's already going to participate in the competition. Do we still have to keep an eye on him? The other two looked at each other. They didn't have the mood to watch the ranking battle. After today's event in the Demon Realm is over, all the forces in the Divine Realm will think that the ranking battle is a joke. Of course. He must be preparing to play some kind of trick. I don't believe that he won't give himself away. Xianxia said with a gloomy face. He didn't want to leave just like that. He felt that Gu Chen might be using this method to make them give up and leave. Only then would it be convenient for him to take action. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't give him this chance. Since he wanted to participate in the competition, then he would watch carefully and see what kind of tricks he could play. Gu Chen led the two people from the Nether Realm into the preparation area. At this time, many geniuses from the various forces had already gathered. They were all waiting to enter the arena. Many of them were full of ambition and prepared to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat today. It's him. That expert from the Nether Realm. What's going on? Why is that expert from the Nether Realm here? I remember that his age doesn't meet the requirements of the genius list of 10,000 clans. The elders of my sect have investigated. This person is over 2,000 years old this year and will represent the Nether Realm to participate in the Divine Blessing List battle. Many people immediately thought of the previous battle between this person and Gu Xuanfeng. At that time, many people were relieved that his age didn't meet the requirements, and Gu Xuanfeng comforted himself with this. But now, his appearance here, as if he was ready to participate in the battle, was undoubtedly throwing a bomb into the lake. What the hell? Why is he here? At this moment, Gu Xuanfeng was surrounded by a group of young talents. He was originally like the moon surrounded by stars, but because of the sudden arrival of Gu Chen, his expression changed. On the night of the God of War feast, he was disgraced and even lost the precious real spiritual blood to the other party. He had always regarded it as the greatest shame of his life. But because he thought that the other party wasn't of the same generation as him and that his future potential was much stronger than his mood improved a lot. In the past few days, he had slowly regained his confidence. Among his peers, he was still a big favorite to win the championship, so he received a lot of flattery as soon as he entered the venue today, feeling good about himself. But he didn't expect that this person would suddenly appear in his field of vision, completely messing up his mood. Hearing some people not far away talking about the previous battle between him and the other party, Gu Xuanfeng became restless. This person is also here to participate in the Genius List battle of 10,000 clans. Did he hide his age before and was a secret weapon sent by the Nether Realm? Thinking of this possibility, he couldn't help but have the impulse to go forward and test the other party. But before he went forward, a beautiful figure walked over first. "Why are you here?" Ji Lanchu and Lu Yichen walked quickly to Guchen together, their faces full of surprise. As the Saintess of Kunlun, her original purpose in coming to the Divine Realm this time was to participate in the Genius List battle. And Lu Yichen, as a talent that the Luoying sect focused on cultivating, happened to be a contestant this time, so the two naturally became familiar with each other as soon as they met. While the two were talking, they happened to be discussing Guchen's unknown purpose and were worried about him. They didn't expect to see him enter the arena with their own eyes. At that moment, the two of them could not hold themselves back anymore and immediately stepped forward. Guchen had already attracted a lot of people's attention. When two beautiful women took the initiative to come forward, it immediately caused an even bigger uproar. Kunlun's Saintess Ji went to find that Chengu again. Could it be that she really likes him? Damn it! How can the goddess be tainted? The news that Ji Lanchu had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chengu on the night of the Battle Gods banquet had already spread like wildfire. It had become the gossip of many people. Now that the other party had come and Ji Lanchu had disregarded her modesty and approached him, it naturally made people's imaginations run wild. At that moment, not only did some of the geniuses start to pay attention to Gu Chen, even some of the publicly acknowledged dark horses in this competition were looking at him with interest. How dare that woman humiliate me in public? Gu Xuanfeng, who had wanted to step forward to test the waters, had his eyes turn red. Everyone knew that he had pursued Kunlun's Saintess. Everyone also knew that she had rejected him several times and even treated him as a joke in private. He had heard about what had happened between her and Chengu that night. At that time, he had felt rather uncomfortable. He had never thought that he would see it with his own eyes today. She doesn't even spare me a glance, but when it comes to that guy, she takes the initiative to throw herself at him. This bitch doesn't even put me in her eyes at all. Intense jealousy and the desire to save face caused Gu Xuanfeng's eyes to turn murderous at this moment. Under the gaze of many pairs of eyes, Gu Chen looked at Ji Lanchu and Lu Yichen and answered their questions with a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Naturally, I'm here to participate in the competition. As a member of the Nether Realm, I naturally have to win glory for the organization. The two girls did not believe Gu Chen's words at all. They knew that Gu Chen must have other intentions, however, they could not expose him, so they answered with a smile. Then if we meet on the battlefield, young Master Chen must be merciful. The two also pretended to be unfamiliar with Gu Chen and chatted casually. The contents of their conversation fell into the ears of others, causing many to explode. That Chengu really came to participate in the competition. His real age is also less than 1,000 years old? Since the other party has admitted it, I'm afraid it's true. You should know that the bone age will be tested later on. No one can fake it. The other party easily defeated Gu Xuanfeng earlier. If he participates, how can we still have a chance? Many geniuses felt a strong sense of crisis. They had thought that someone of the older generation was actually going to interfere and compete with them for glory. No one could accept this, especially since Gu Xuanfeng's crushing defeat was still vivid in their minds. With the other party's strength, no one had a chance. Several geniuses whose fame was on par with Gu Xuanfeng looked at Gu Chen from afar and couldn't help but frown. Gu Xuanfeng looked at that Chengu and Kunlun's Saintess chatting and laughing. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. However, he could not beat the other party. If he went up, he would only humiliate himself. After thinking for a while, he walked towards a few geniuses who were on par with him in terms of fame. Wan Jianming, Yuan Bo. Do you have the confidence to defeat that Chengu? Gu Xuanfeng went straight to the point. Several geniuses' eyes flashed. Gu Xuanfeng had always been their biggest enemy in this competition. They naturally knew about the battle between him and Qin that night. They even used Gu Xuanfeng's performance that night to calculate their chances of defeating him. The result of their calculation was that if they fought with Gu Xuanfeng, they had a chance to win. However, that Qin who fought with him was really unfathomable. I know that all of you are aiming for the first place. However, with that Qin, I can guarantee that you have no chance. I am very clear about your strength. It is impossible for you to win against him. Gu Xuanfeng's words were very firm, which made the geniuses very unhappy. Are you here to make sarcastic remarks? Yuan Bo of the I clan sneered. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you want to hear it? Gu Xuanfeng gritted his teeth and said. What? The preliminary round of the genius ranking list is a mixed battle. It is a great opportunity. When the time comes, let's join forces and eliminate that Qin first. How about it? As long as we can eliminate him, the first place will definitely be among us. Several geniuses were moved. This was a very safe method. No matter how strong that Qin was, he would definitely not have a chance of winning if they joined forces. Alright, count me in. I'm in. Everyone agreed. Compared to the attraction of being the first place, it was not important to be despicable or not. Gu Qin chatted casually with Lan Chu and Lu Yichen. However, his divine sense had already extended outside the venue. He found that Xianxia and the others were still watching. If you want to watch, then watch. You better keep your eyes open. Don't make a mistake. The Genius List competition was about to begin, and according to the usual practice, the heavenly officials set up checkpoints in the venue and began to check the participants' bone age. The list had extremely strict requirements for age. Anyone with a bone age of more than 1,000 years was not allowed to participate in the Genius List competition. The geniuses of the various forces passed the heavenly officials' test and then walked into a long passage. At the end of the passage was a huge circular arena. At this moment, the arena's auditorium was already full of cultivators, looking at the venue's entrance with anticipation. Every time a famous young genius stepped into the arena, it would cause an uproar. In the VIP seats, the major starry sky giants had also taken their seats, paying close attention to this battle. After all, apart from the heaven-bestowing God List competition, the Genius List was the most important. Gu Chen, Ji Lanchu, and Lu Yichen lined up together, waiting to be checked. Behind them, the geniuses of many forces were also paying attention. Although Qin said that he met the age requirement, many people still held a fluke mentality. If the other party couldn't pass the bone age test, it would save them a lot of trouble. Soon, it was Gu Chen's turn to test his bone age. In front of him was a blue door of light, composed of a complex array. As long as one stepped into it, the array would automatically detect the true age of the cultivator. If the conditions were met, they could pass through safely. If not, the door of light would react, and the heavenly officials would judge that the cultivator was not qualified. Daoist Chen, someone asked me to pass a message to you. As Gu Chen walked to the door of light, the heavenly officials in charge of the inspection suddenly whispered to him. He couldn't help but look at him. If you pass through this door, your father's life will be in danger. After the heavenly officials finished speaking, they thought that Gu Chen's expression would change greatly or he would hesitate, but they didn't expect him to just smile and directly walk through the door. The moment he stepped through the door, the result of his bone age also came out, and only the heavenly officials could see it. This kid, the heavenly official's face showed a look of horror, because the age shown was a bit shocking. Not to mention 1,000 years old, not to mention 100 years old, this kid in front of him was not even 50 years old. A heavenly general who's not even 50 years old. With great difficulty, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He glanced at a distant corner and shook his head lightly. Seeing his reaction, Xianxia and the other two turned around and left. I didn't expect this kid to actually participate in the competition. Let's go to the audience seats. I want to see what he's up to. They couldn't enter the venue, so Xianxia and the other two could only choose to watch from the audience seats. Gu Chen easily passed the inspection and walked into the passageway of the arena. This made the faces of Gu Xuanfeng and the other geniuses who had been watching from behind turn ugly. I didn't expect this person to be of the same generation as us. Looking at that priest's expression just now, his age seems to be a bit beyond imagination. Gu Xuanfeng murmured and looked at the geniuses around him. Wan Jianming of the divine sect of 10,000 swords, Yu Wenba of the I clan, and a few others who could compete with him for the top spot were all here. Aside from them, the second-rate geniuses, such as Ho Zhou of the Yi clan, who was defeated by Kunlun Saintus, Yao Yu of the immeasurable demon god sect, and Tuoba Zhu of the Orum clan were also here. Everyone, that Chingu is our greatest enemy. According to what we've agreed, we'll sacrifice him to the heavens. Gu Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some of the geniuses sneered, while others proudly nodded their heads. While everyone was discussing, they didn't realize that there was an unprepossessing butterfly on the roof, watching their every move. He's finally gone. But what's up with those guys? Are they trying to cause trouble? In the passageway to the arena, Gu Chen could clearly sense everything that was happening outside through the demonic sky-devouring butterfly and couldn't help murmuring. He had purposely joined the battle of the genius ranking to temporarily lure Xianxia and the other two away. When the three of them saw that he had entered the arena, they knew that he would definitely make a move in front of everyone. Furthermore, the heavenly official in charge of the inspection was someone from the pure spirit kingdom. Thus, they didn't suspect anything and temporarily left. This reaction was within his expectations. He could finally beat them at their own game. However, he didn't expect that he would unintentionally overhear the conversation between Gu Xuanfeng and the others. A large group of them were actually preparing to surround and attack him later on. Originally, I only wanted to place Xianxia's attention on the arena and let the man with the bamboo hat and everyone from the pure spirit kingdom think that I'm here. Thus, they would lower their guard. I didn't want to make such a big fuss. But since you guys are targeting me, you're forcing me to make a move. I can't let you guys mess up my plan. Gu Chen closed his eyes and pondered for a brief moment before walking towards the arena. No one noticed that during this process, the shadow on the ground behind him had quietly split into three. Very quickly, all the participants of the genius ranking had been inspected and stepped onto the arena. Several heavenly officials in charge of the inspection followed them into the passageway, ready to watch the upcoming battle. At this time, no one noticed that Gu Chen, who was dressed in a black robe, had actually walked out from the empty preparation area. White Ape, Jiang Beiming, the island owner, and the dragon horse had been waiting for a long time. There's no problem now, right? It's time to save your father. Jiang Beiming said with a smile. Someone has gone to my father's place. We have another mission now. To everyone's surprise, Gu Chen shook his head and said something shocking. Not going to save your father? Is there a mission more important than this? Jiang Beiming was stunned. The others were also very surprised. One should know that the main purpose of their infiltration into the divine realm was to save Gu Chen's father. Now that he was about to be rescued, Gu Chen said that he had sent someone else over. The problem was that their people were all here. Who else could save his father? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Gu Chen said slowly with a stern face. You don't know much about the man with a bamboo hat, but I've dealt with him many times. If I want to save my father and get rid of him, it's not enough to just take my father away. As he spoke, his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Everyone, listen carefully. This is my next plan. Gu Chen then told everyone about his decision. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Then, they revealed a malicious smile. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's go. Very soon, the group of people left together and disappeared. Almost at the same time, in the huge arena, a cold-looking young man in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea of people in the audience. Not far away from him, the geniuses from various forces were rubbing their fists, eager to fight. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The most thrilling ranking battle of the day is finally here. Geniuses from countless races from the 12-star fields will gather here to fight for the chance to leave their names on the genius list. Let's wait and see which geniuses will stand out from the rest. Let the first battle begin. As soon as the host finished his words, the scene in the arena changed drastically. The stage where the geniuses were standing had suddenly turned into a vast forest. Outside the forest, there was a barrier that isolated them. The geniuses from the various forces also moved at the first moment. They were either guarding against the enemies around them or taking the initiative to attack. They already knew the rules of the competition beforehand. There were many geniuses from the 12 starfields. Therefore, the preliminary round was a mixed battle. Only the last 50 people standing would have the opportunity to enter the knockout round. The environment in the arena changed drastically. The audience was clamoring, but Guchen stood there calmly as if all this had nothing to do with him. Swoosh! 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 He did not want to take the initiative to attack. However, as soon as the barrier appeared, more than a dozen geniuses appeared in front of him. They were spread out in all directions. Their terrifying aura was constantly rising as they walked towards him step by step. This movement immediately attracted a large number of spectators, including many Starfield magnates in the VIP seats. Yuan Bo, Gu Xuanfeng, Wan Jianming. The few people who are recognized as the strongest in this competition are actually joining forces to deal with one person. Who is that person? Oh my god! Except for Kunlun Saintis, the most famous super geniuses have all come together. The cultivators in the audience were talking about it. No one had expected that the arrogant geniuses from the various clans would join forces at the beginning of the competition. What kind of person could make them feel such strong fear? That kid, in the VIP seats, the Taoist priest Feng Zhen, Aragami, Zhao Jinjia, and other leaders of the celestial clans and sects were all curiously looking at the black-robed young man in the arena. The Taoist priest Feng Zhen frowned slightly. He had been paying attention to this kid for many days and had been waiting for him to provide information. He did not expect to see him enter the arena to compete. It seems that this kid is going to be beaten up. Xianxia and the other two sat in the ordinary spectator seats. When they saw this scene, they sneered. He couldn't figure out what Guchen wanted to do. His actions were too abnormal. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't guess it, then so be it. Right now, the other party was going to be in big trouble. The geniuses who besieged him were not weak, especially a few of them who had obviously reached the ultimate god realm. Even he, who had made a breakthrough long ago, found it difficult to deal with him. He did not think that Gu Chen had much chance of winning. Chen Gu, it's time to settle our debts. Gu Xuanfeng, who had successfully organized this situation, was a little proud at this moment. He could finally avenge the two great grievances of the Saintess being robbed and the true spirit blood being stolen. Despicable, shameless bastard. Child Chen, let me help you. When Ji Lanchu saw that more than a dozen super geniuses were planning to surround and attack Gu Chen, she quickly rushed over. Lu Yichen gritted her teeth. She knew that there was a huge gap between her and those geniuses' cultivation level. She was afraid that she would become Gu Chen's burden, so she could only watch from afar and wait for an opportunity. Miss Ji, please don't come over. Before Ji Lanchu could get close, Gu Chen's calm voice could be heard. She could not help but stop walking. She could not sense any panic from Gu Chen's words. You know how to be gentle. Gu Xuanfeng sneered when he heard that. He thought that Gu Chen did not want to involve Ji Lanchu. Gu Chen looked at him coldly. You're mistaken. I just don't need help to deal with you. That's all. What? You're boasting shamelessly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's get rid of him first. The geniuses originally felt that it was not honorable to join forces, but Gu Chen's disdainful attitude angered them. Ji Lanchu stood in the distance, stunned. She knew Gu Chen very well. She knew that he was not putting on an act. Thinking of the strength he had displayed before, she suddenly smiled and retreated. It was still unknown who would win. Gu Chen looked at the so-called super geniuses of the major forces and couldn't help but think of what Xianxia once said, beasts always walk alone, only cows and sheep gather in herds. To him, these geniuses in front of him were no different from cows and sheep. Unknowingly, he had already left his peers far behind. It was ridiculous to think that they wanted to fight him in a group. He had never been afraid of a group battle. Go. Kill him. Gu Xuanfeng could not help but make the first move. He transformed into a dragon head, a tiger body, and a phoenix wings. He had many transformations of the true spirit, and his strength was even stronger than before. He rushed towards Gu Chen. With the help of so many geniuses, even if he couldn't win again, he could easily retreat, so he was fearless. His speed was fast to the extreme. Even amongst the geniuses present, he believed that his opponent might not be able to react in time. The purple and green light in Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Under his super-strong senses, Gu Xuanfeng's fast movements were full of flaws in his eyes. He reached out with his hand. Although it seemed slow, it was actually fast. In an instant, the space around Gu Xuanfeng was sealed. Pada, his left hand pressed down on Gu Xuanfeng's head like lightning, catching all of his attacks. Then, before Gu Xuanfeng could react, Ling Xian pulled his head down and smashed it into the ground. Boom! Poor Gu Xuanfeng had a bad start. His head smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Then, with this pit as the center, cracks began to spread out like a spider web. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The ground cracked open. The bodies of more than 10 geniuses flew into the air. Smoke and dust billowed on the ground. When the smoke and dust dispersed, they saw that Chen Gu had just let go of his hand, and Gu Xuanfeng, who was in the pit, was already bleeding from his head. His real soul transformation technique, which he was so proud of, had also been broken. Come at me together. Don't make me deal with you one by one. It's a waste of time. Gu Chen said expressionlessly. At this moment, his tall and imposing figure was deeply reflected in the eyes of all the geniuses present, as well as the countless spectators. In a corner of the spectator seats, Chen Buqi, Han Tai, and other old friends of Xang Huang watched from afar as Gu Chen defeated Gu Xuanfeng in an instant. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil as they murmured. The arrogant overlord who killed the geniuses all those years ago is back. The arena of the gods was in a frenzy because of the competition between geniuses from all sides. At the same time, near the council tower in God's town, there was a new reunion. Gu Tianming and Wu Lingxian stood at the foot of the council tower. They had been waiting for a long time. Both of them looked somewhat anxious. Did something happen to Chen'er? Gu Tianming couldn't help but ask after waiting for a long time. There were many experts in the divine realm. His impression of his son's strength was still at the ancient Song Huang star. It was inevitable that he was worried that something bad had happened to him. He should be fine, Wu Lingxian replied, but his tone was a little hesitant. The arena was not far from here. With Gu Chen's speed, he should have arrived long ago. The two of them waited anxiously. Gu Tianming couldn't help but want to take the initiative to look for Gu Chen. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Father, I have finally found you after traversing this vast starry sky. When Gu Tianming left eastern wilderness Tiannan City, Gu Chen was just a weak youth. After more than 10 years, the father and son finally reunited on the primordial continent, but it was short-lived. Gu Tianming was quickly taken away by the man with a bamboo hat. Last time in the depths of the earth, Gu Tianming had used all his strength to fight against the man with a bamboo hat's consciousness. He hadn't had time to see his son, and Gu Chen hadn't had time to talk to his father either. Thus, this reunion was of great significance to the father and son. After crossing such a vast galaxy, the family was finally reunited. Gu Tianming was a burly middle-aged man. Usually, he wouldn't change his expression even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. But now, his body was trembling, and his eyes were reddening. Gu Chen wasn't much better. He'd gone through all these years to finally find his father. The father and son looked at each other silently, then hugged each other. At this moment, Gu Tianming couldn't help but burst into tears. You've grown up. He couldn't say anything emotional. Father, mother, and grandfather have been waiting for you to come home, Gu Chen said. My father, Gu Tianming's expression changed. Compared to him and his own son, he had never met his father before. The 3 generations of the Gu family had suffered too much these past few years. Go home, we'll go home together. Gu Tianming's emotions fluctuated. He missed his son, missed his beloved wife, and wanted to see his father, whom he'd never met. Wu Lingxian watched the father and son reunion from the side. His heart was filled with emotion, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although the father and son of the Gu family had finally reunited after many hardships, at least they'd met again. As for him, he would never be able to see his father again. Father, your son is unfilial. Wu Lingxian murmured. The reason he was willing to help Gu Chen and Gu Tianming wasn't so much to repay their kindness, but to make up for the regret in his heart. Because he pursued the great Tao of cultivation, he left home and never returned, so he didn't have the chance to see his father for the last time. This became an eternal regret in his heart. The most touching thing in the world was family love. Seeing the father and son of the Gu family reunite, his lonely heart felt a little comforted. After a brief moment of warmth, Gu Chen quickly got down to business with his father. After all, they were not really out of danger yet. Father, I've already arranged everything. Once the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan is on track and the Divine Realm is in chaos, we'll immediately leave this place. Before that, let's find a place to hide, Gu Chen said. Gu Tianming looked at his son with a smile. Alright, I'll listen to you. The agreement between him and the man with a bamboo hat was that once the matter in the Divine Realm was over, he would regain his freedom. Regardless of whether the man with a bamboo hat would go back on his words or not, he had decided to follow his son. What about you? Gu Chen looked at Wu Lingxian again. Wu Lingxian had fulfilled his promise to help him rescue his father. If he returned to the Pure Spirit Kingdom just like that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Since they were going to leave this place, he didn't mind bringing Wu Lingxian along. You and your father should leave. With me here, I can still help you buy some time, Wu Lingxian said. It was obvious that he had no intention of leaving with them. He helped Gu Chen to repay his debt of gratitude and to get rid of the regret in his heart, but he also owed the jingling Taoist a favor. Therefore, at this critical juncture of the Pure Spirit Kingdom's plan, he did not plan to leave. Moreover, as the person in charge of monitoring Gu Tianming in the demon territory, he could really think of a way to buy time for them to escape if he stayed here. No, Brother Wu, you should leave with us. If the jingling Taoist finds out that I'm not here, it is very likely that he will make things difficult for you. Gu Tianming was only able to reunite with his son because of Wu Lingxian's help. He did not want anything to happen to him because of them, otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Don't worry about it so much. Go back to the ancient Song Huang Star. Aren't there a lot of people waiting for you there? Wu Lingxian shook his head and showed a rare smile. He was alone. His only father had died a long time ago. No one was waiting for him to return, so his death was not a pity. Everything he did now was nothing more than following his own temper. Gu Tianming tried to persuade Wu Lingxian to leave with him, but the two were in a deadlock. At this time, Gu Chen spoke. Father, after you change your appearance, go to the arena first. I will go with Brother Wu. What? The two looked at Gu Chen in astonishment. My companions are at the arena. Father, you go and meet them first. Remember not to reveal your true identity. There are also people from the Pure Spirit Kingdom there. As for the man with a bamboo hat, I will pretend to be you and follow Brother Wu back. This way, the man with a bamboo hat will have no reason to criticize him. Gu Chen's words made the two's eyelids twitch. Nonsense. Do you know what you are saying? The jingling Taoist has been eyeing you covetously. If you go, isn't it the same as a moth flying into a flame? Gu Tianming tried to stop him. Wu Lingxian, on the other hand, thought more carefully and looked at Gu Chen in surprise. What do you want to do? Is it not enough to save your father? It's not enough. There must be an end between me and the man with a bamboo hat. Gu Chen's expression was abnormally firm. The reason why his father was taken away was because the man with a bamboo hat's split soul had seized control of his body. Now that he saw his father again, although he seemed to be fine, Gu Chen was not at ease. With the man with a bamboo hat's methods, he might have left some tricks in his father's body. Moreover, his ill-fated relationship with the man with a bamboo hat had lasted from the Kunlun continent to the immortal spirit continent, and all the way to the starry sky. He had already had enough. As long as this enemy did not die, he would not have a day of peace. He would always have to be on tenterhooks. Therefore, other than saving his father, he had to settle things with him. Wu Lingxian had once taken in Gu Chen, so he knew his temperament very well. Looking at his expression now, he already knew what he was thinking. I'm willing to help you reunite with your father, but it doesn't mean that I'm willing to help you deal with the jingling Taoist. He said honestly. Fellow Taoist Wu, you have no way out now. If my father doesn't go back with you, do you think the man with the bamboo hat will let you go? Moreover, the pure spirit kingdom is very powerful. Do you think I can change anything? What Guchen said was exactly what Wu Lingxian was confused about. Not to mention the fact that the jingling Taoist was a peak expert in the world, Guchen could not deal with him with his current strength. Even if he wanted to deal with the many members of the demon domain, it would be hard for him to deal with them. Under these circumstances, going back with him was simply courting death. He could not think of any reason why he would have the confidence to settle things with the jingling Taoist. If both of us leave today, even if fellow Taoist Wu can hide it from the man with a bamboo hat for a while, how can you hide it forever? Why don't you take me away? Even if we are exposed, you can still say that you don't know the inside story. I've made up my mind, please help me again, fellow Wu. Guchen solemnly bowed. Wu Lingxian's expression became uncertain. His intuition told him that if he brought Guchen along, something might happen, but he couldn't think of what trouble he could bring to the pure spirit kingdom. At this moment, he inexplicably looked forward to something that he couldn't imagine happening. Although he was indebted to the jingling Taoist, he had been loyal to his duty all these years. If he brought Guchen along, he could indeed avoid a big problem. As for what would happen in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Both sides would rely on their own abilities. Save a person to the end, help him to the end. I'll help you one more time, I'd like to see what kind of waves you can stir up. However, if you die, don't sell me out. I'll do as you said and push the blame away. Friend Gu, this is your son's decision. Don't look at me. Once he's made up his mind, even 10 bulls won't be able to stop him. Wu Lingxian saw that Gu Tianming was looking at him anxiously and explained. Gu Tianming saw that Guchen was at a loss and kept trying to persuade him. No matter what, he didn't want his son to take risks. Father, I've made up my mind, please help me. No matter what his father said, Guchen wouldn't change his mind. Seeing that he couldn't change his son's mind, Gu Tianming sighed. Fellow Wu, can you let us father and son talk in private? Wu Lingxian nodded and walked away. After he left, Gu Tianming's expression became very serious. Chen, I know you're doing this for me, but do you know anything about the Pure Spirit Kingdom's next move? If something happens to you so recklessly, how will I explain it to your mother? Guchen was moved and said. I only know that the Pure Spirit Kingdom planned this operation to seize something in the depths of the divine realm. From what Father said, you seem to know their plan very well? In the plan of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, Father can be said to be an extremely important link. I came to this divine realm a long time before the others. How could I not know the jingling Taoist's plot? Gu Tianming wanted to tell Guchen the specifics of the demon domain's plan so that he would give up. Even if he did not change his mind, knowing these things would not be a bad thing. The jingling Taoist has been planning for so long. He only wants one thing, and that is the legendary origin of Tao fruit in the depths of the divine realm. Origin Tao fruit? This was the first time Guchen had heard of such a thing. The world we live in is hiding a shocking truth. The cruelty of this world is far beyond your imagination. Gu Tianming said, I am not too sure about the specifics. I only know that the world we live in is being controlled by someone. The man-made heavenly Tao affects everything in this universe. As for the so-called gods, they are just living beings with shackles. Guchen's pupils involuntarily constricted. He recalled the god Tao imprint that looked very much like the word prisoner. There was indeed a shocking secret hidden within. The universe we live in is called the ninth world. It is said that it is also a number given by someone else. They established the great heavenly Tao and forcefully gathered the origin energy of this universe. What is origin? The world is made up of thousands of laws, and laws have a source. This source is known as the origin. The essence of a cultivator's Tao querying is to comprehend this origin energy. Therefore, first Tao querying realm emperors actually control some kind of origin energy. Now that I have put it this way, you should understand the importance of origin energy, right? Guchen nodded. He could not help but recall that after the collapse of the primordial immortal world, no one in this universe could become an emperor. It seemed like after that, the origin energy of this universe was snatched away by someone. As a result, the path of cultivation was cut off, What kind of people were these people that father was talking about? They could actually do such a terrifying thing. Origin energy is the key to the reproduction of this universe. It is gathered by people through the operation of the heavenly Tao and gathered in the heavenly Tao sealed domain. Over time, it will form the origin Tao fruit. And when the universe lacks origin energy, the Tao power is cut off, and cultivation becomes abnormally difficult. Since then, no one in the ninth world can become an emperor. The goal of the Pure Spirit Kingdom's operation this time is to open the heavenly Tao sealed domain and snatch away all the origin Tao fruits. The jingling Taoist shouted out a slogan to let everyone in the demon domain become an emperor. Everyone become an emperor. Gu Chen's heart trembled. The man with a bamboo hat was indeed ambitious. If he succeeded, it would create an unprecedented change. No wonder so many people in the Pure Spirit Kingdom followed him with all their hearts. The rewards he promised were really hard to reject. Father told you all this. Now you should understand how big this matter is, right? The jingling Taoist is taking a huge risk by doing this. He may not succeed, so why do you want to get involved in this mess? There are many secrets in the divine realm. If you follow him, there is a high chance that something unexpected will happen. Gu Tianming was expecting Gu Chen to change his mind after saying this, but he saw that although he was surprised, he did not waver. Father, I understand what you mean. I will be more careful on this trip. In fact, no matter what the man with the bamboo hat's plan is, it has nothing to do with me. Because I do not intend to be involved in this whirlpool. A strange light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he quietly said a few words to Gu Tianming. After hearing this, Gu Tianming's expression relaxed, but he still had some concerns. If you do this, no one knows what kind of earth-shattering consequences it will cause. If I let the man with a bamboo hat complete his plan, will I be able to predict the consequences? Gu Chen asked. Gu Tianming was speechless. No one knows what the final outcome of this matter will be. All I can do is follow my heart. Gu Chen closed his eyes. No matter what happens next, whether the sky falls and the earth shatters or blood flows like a river, as long as he can realize his wish, he will go all out. Gu Tianming knew that he could not persuade Gu Chen, so he could only say, be careful. After the father and son finished talking, Gu Tianming followed Gu Chen's instructions and went to the arena in disguise, while Gu Chen walked towards Wu Lingxian. Let's go and see the man with a bamboo hat. The arena of the gods fell into a strange silence at this moment. Tens of millions of cultivators in the audience seats watched the battlefield. Some opened their mouths wide in disbelief, and some wondered if they were dreaming. There had been many exciting matches today, but none had been as unexpected as this one. Han Tai, Feng Jiuqian, and the others had complicated expressions on their faces as they vaguely recalled the martial arts tournament in Luoyang. In the VIP seats, many leaders of the starry sky looked solemn, looking at the young man who was still standing in the arena with an unprecedented gaze. Around him, the dozen or so super geniuses recognized by the major forces of the divine realm had all fallen to the ground. Including the most famous Gu Xuanfeng, Yuan Bo, and Wan Jianming, they were all seriously injured and unconscious. The audience fell into a long silence until the master of ceremonies broke the silence with a trembling voice. The entire arena went crazy. Oh my God! The most unexpected scene of the genius ranking battle of the 10,000 clans has appeared. All the super geniuses of this year's genius ranking battle have been defeated single-handedly by Chenggu of the Nether Realm. Only those who had reached the pinnacle of the godly venerable realm were qualified to be addressed as such. As for the title of young sovereign, it was a supreme honor. It meant that a person had achieved almost unparalleled achievements among the younger generation. Such people were rare even in the primordial era. Every time one was born, it was almost certain that they would become emperors. After the primordial era, there had never been a Tao-seeking realm emperor. Those who could be crowned with the title of young sovereign were almost extinct. The master of ceremonies shouted the title of young sovereign in excitement. However, the crowd was so shocked that no one refuted it. Those who could participate in the genius ranking battle of the 10,000 clans were the elites of the younger generation carefully selected by the divine path forces of the 12-star fields. They were geniuses who could shine brightly on any ancient life star. As for the super geniuses led by Gu Xuanfeng and Wan Jianming, they were the pride of the heavens. They were destined to be the future leaders of the various celestial clans and divine sects. However, such an amazing group of geniuses were defeated by one person even when they worked together. The person who had the ability to defeat them was already standing at the peak of the younger generation of the 12-star fields. Such a person was a young sovereign. The younger generation will surpass us in time. In the VIP seats, the Taoist priest Fengzhen sighed. The Nether Realm has cultivated such a genius. Did you see the origin of his orthodoxy? It doesn't seem to be the Underworld Emperor's inheritance. The E-Clan Starry Sky Giant's eyes flashed. Everyone shook their heads. In the battle just now, the Nether Realm's Chingu's fighting style was a bit special. The dozen or so super geniuses all had high-ranked divine bodies. They should have easily won if they worked together. However, Chingu's reaction speed was extremely shocking, and he actually used a variety of divine arts according to the differences in the divine bodies of the geniuses. He seemed to be proficient in all 3,000 great Daos. Divine techniques derived from the 5 elements and space-time laws were at his fingertips. On top of that, he had a very strong physical body and terrifying senses. The geniuses' joint attacks were completely ineffective. Instead, they were defeated by him one by one. It was not the orthodoxy of the Nether Realm at all, but it was ridiculously strong. It made all the forces very curious. For some reason, this person gives me an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Wasteland God Clan's ancestor suddenly spoke, his brows tightly furrowed. At his level, he had the ability to predict fortune and misfortune. At this moment, the young man in the arena made him feel an indescribable sense of threat, but he did not know where this feeling came from. What a coincidence. I also have the same feeling. I'm afraid he's not a good person. The patriarch of the Gold Clan sneered. He didn't know why, but he didn't have a good impression of the genius of the Nether Realm. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Our Nether Realm's Heaven's Prideling has shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. It's not strange for the two of you to feel this way. Underworld Lord Xianxia and the other Starry Sky Overlords were sitting together. When they heard the words of the two overlords, they could not help but mock coldly. Chingu had greatly increased the prestige of the Nether Realm. There was almost no doubt that the first place on the genius ranking would be taken by the Nether Realm. Furthermore, there was still the Divine Grace List competition. With the strength he had displayed, even if he faced a stronger opponent, he would still be able to obtain an excellent result. Therefore, he had to protect Chingu at this time, lest the other forces have any ill intentions towards him. Aragami and the patriarch of the Gold Clan harumphed after hearing Underworld Lord Xianxia's words and did not say anything else. In terms of strength, they were not afraid of Xianxia at all. However, the Nether Realm was an extremely special force. It was rumored that the Nether Emperor was different from the other Divine Emperors and had always lived in the Nether Realm. With the Divine Emperor's name, no one dared to underestimate the Nether Realm even though it had weakened over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even if they were fearful of Chingu, who had suppressed everyone else, no one dared to have any ill intentions. Moreover, there were rules in the Divine Realm. They were not allowed to fight against each other. The various forces sighed. With such a genius in the Nether Realm, their strength would increase greatly in the next 10,000 years. Some Starry Sky Overlords could not help but look at the Temple Master of Thousand Faces Temple. This Starry Sky Overlord had always been at odds with the Nether Realm. Now that the Nether Realm had such a genius, he was naturally the most unhappy. However, when everyone looked at the Temple Master of Thousand Faces Temple, they saw that he was very calm and did not look as ugly as they had imagined. What's going on? Some people pondered. This Temple Master of Thousand Faces Temple was a little abnormal. This kid's ability reminds me of a legendary physique. As the Starry Sky Overlords were discussing, the sect master of the Divine Sect of 10,000 Swords suddenly spoke. Everyone could not help but look at him. The Great Divine Creation Physique, Immortal Physique, ranked 11th on the All-Heaven Physique list. Does anyone think it looks like it? Everyone's expression turned serious when they heard this. That's right, just now, Chingu had used all kinds of divine arts at his fingertips and was proficient in all of them. It was completely illogical. However, if it was the famous Great Divine Creation Physique on the All-Heaven Physique list, then it would not be strange One must know that people with this physique could easily imitate and deduce the teachings of others and master them. It was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid it's the great divine creation physique. My great-grandson has the underworld illumination pupil physique, ranked 72. Only the great divine creation physique, which is said to be the closest to the heavenly Tao, could defeat him so easily. Taoist Xianxia, is this the truth? The I clan leader asked. Yuan Bo, who had just been severely injured by Chenggu, was his great-grandson. Netherworld Venerable Xianxia chuckled. He did not admit nor deny it. In fact, he did not know what physique Chenggu had. However, he was from the nether realm, so the truth was not important. In the arena, Guchen did not know about the discussion that had started in the VIP seats because of him. After defeating more than 10 geniuses, his eyes flashed and landed on a distant audience seat. At this moment, Xianxia and his 2 companions were standing there. When they saw him looking over, their faces were abnormally gloomy. This kid is working so hard in the arena. It seems like he really doesn't care about his father's life. Let's ask your holiness for instructions. Xianxia stared at Guchen and said to his companions beside him. He had originally guessed that Guchen was up to no good, but he could not find any loopholes. He could only ask your holiness for instructions. The original plan must change. Guchen looked provocatively at Xianxia and walked towards Ji Lanchu and Lu Yichen. Seeing him walking over, the expressions of the geniuses who were fighting with the 2 changed greatly and they immediately backed away. The preliminary round was a chaotic battle. If they offended this terrifying expert from the nether realm, they could forget about advancing. Because of Guchen's arrival, no one dared to fight against Ji Lanchu and Lu Yichen. The 3 of them simply sat in a corner and quietly waited for the competition to end. Only 50 people were left in the chaotic battle of the preliminary round. Since no one dared to provoke Guchen and the other 2, the remaining geniuses were fighting against each other for the remaining spots. This was because the 10 most eye-catching super geniuses had been unexpectedly defeated. This meant that the opportunity for the others had arrived. The geniuses from all sides were fighting fiercely, but the audience had lost their interest. They had witnessed a super high-level battle from the very beginning. Now that they were watching the others, they found it boring. Everyone realized that the genius ranking of 10,000 clans had nothing to watch anymore. Hehe, Lord Zhao, your little disciple is really lucky. She followed Chenggu from the nether realm. I'm afraid she will be able to enter the finals smoothly. In the VIP seats, the old ancestor of the Li clan, Li Fu, and Zhao Jianjia of the Luoying clan were sitting together. The territory of the Li people was close to the Luoying clan, so they were familiar with each other. She still has to rely on herself after entering the knockout stage. Zhao Jianjia replied with a flash of joy in her eyes. Originally, she let her little disciple participate in this competition to gain experience. She didn't expect her to enter the top 50. Such a result was already very good. Even if she didn't win any of the following matches, she would be able to leave her name at the bottom of the genius ranking. But what was going on with Chenggu from the nether realm? How did he know Yichen? Zhao Jianjia was a little confused. Her little disciple didn't have many connections. She didn't even know when she knew someone from the nether realm. Looking at the relationship between them, it was obvious that they were not ordinary. Otherwise, Chenggu wouldn't have helped her. Could it be? Zhao Jianjia looked at Guchen from afar. Her face became more and more gloomy. For some reason, the figure of the man in front of her overlapped with that hateful guy. What's wrong, Lord Zhao? Li Fu couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhao Jianjia's strange expression. Nothing. Zhao Jianjia didn't say much but murmured in her heart. It can't be that kid. Even if he's brave, he wouldn't sneak into the divine realm, right? Just when Li Fu was about to say a few more words, his ears suddenly twitched slightly. Then, he stood up and quietly left the VIP seats. The leaders of the Starry Sky didn't realize that the old ancestor of the Li clan had gained his current position by betraying the immortal realm. His strength was just passable. With so many top experts gathered here, no one would pay attention to him. Li Fu left the VIP seats and quietly went to the corridor inside the arena. At this time, there was an unprepossessing man waiting for him. What do you need from your holiness? Who are you? Why haven't I seen him before? Li Fu stared at the man and frowned. Just now, he had suddenly received a voice transmission. The other party indicated that they were members of the demon domain and said that Your Holiness had urgent instructions. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the other party's identity, because the other party addressed him as fellow Taoist Jing, so it was obvious that the other party knew his real name. Only the members of the demon region knew his true identity, and not everyone in the demon region knew his real name. Therefore, he was not on guard and subconsciously thought that Your Holiness really had something to talk to him about. At this moment, the Fiend Domain's plan should be in progress. He was afraid that it was really urgent for them to look for him at this juncture, so he immediately rushed over. Fellow Taoist Jing, do you see that Chingu in the arena? As the unfamiliar man spoke, he walked towards a remote area in front of him. There were some practitioners in the corridor where they were, and the other party was being cautious. Jingjiu didn't doubt him, following behind him. Of course I saw him. That Chingu is the key Your Holiness wants. I didn't expect him to participate in the tournament, Jingjiu replied casually. Seeing the place grow quieter and quieter, he couldn't help but stop when he arrived at a crossroad. Sir, you should answer my question first. Who are you? Jingjiu asked cautiously. He was an important part of the plan of the demon domain, and this person appeared without a clear reason, so it was better to be careful. Hee, I'm Meng Jianzhou, the strange man answered with a smile when he saw Jingjiu stop walking. Oh, it's the Yingzun. Jingjiu suddenly realized who he was and kept walking. The man turned around and continued leading the way. Seeing this, Jingjiu turned around and attempted to flee. According to the information, Meng Jianzhou, the Yingzun, had died a long time ago. This person was obviously not him. This was a trap. He didn't know the identity of the enemy, so all he wanted to do was to flee so that he wouldn't affect Your Holiness's plan. However, as soon as he turned around, a handsome dragon horse appeared in front of him, snorting and raising its hooves slightly. His expression changed slightly, and he attempted to head to the crossroad on the left. But he saw a slovenly man smiling at him there. Not good. He turned to the last crossroad on the right, where an old man and an old eagle were standing. He was surrounded on all sides. This is bad. His face turned pale, but he found the shadow on the ground wriggled and turned into the darkness, swallowing him up. He fell into a pitch-black space after feeling dizzy. The people who had been lying in ambush had surrounded him from all sides. The eagle from before had turned into a white ape. It took out a freedom stick and squeaked at him. The dragon horse had an evil expression on its face. As for the old man and the slovenly young man, they were carrying a purple gold cannon on their shoulders. The corners of the mouth of the strange man who pretended to be a member of the demon domain curled up into a sneer. This is the shadow space of Yingzun. How come you know his ability? Gu Chen, the overlord body, why are you here? Aren't you participating in the competition? Jingjiu cried out involuntarily. He had figured out the origin of this person. He had seen with his own eyes that Gu Chen had defeated all the other geniuses, so he should be in the competition right now. How could he have the time to set up a trap to catch him? Is he a replica? Jingjiu figured it out quickly, but he felt shocked inside. Did he defeat the top geniuses of the 12 galaxies merely by relying on his replica, or was it the true body over there, and this was the replica? He couldn't tell which one was Gu Chen's true body and which one was his replica, but he knew that he was in trouble. I want to use your ability, the one who can materialize the godly body. Gu Chen said coldly. How do you know my ability? Damn it, there is a spy in the demon domain. Jingjiu's pupils shrank. It was obvious that this person knew his identity and importance, so he set up a trap to catch him. He must have a great plan by doing so. You want to use my ability? What does he mean by that? Jingjiu was still trying to figure out the meaning of Gu Chen's words when the 5 people present had already struck out. They had the advantage of numbers, waiting for Jingjiu to exhaust himself, and deceiving him in the dark. No matter how many methods Jingjiu had, it was too late for him to use them. A moment later, Jingjiu fell to the ground with wounds all over his body, exhaling more than he inhaled. Once I die, all the replicas will disappear, and the divine realm will be in chaos. Your Holiness's plan will be affected. Damn it, Jingjiu murmured, his heart full of resentment. The demon domain had planned this for a long time, but they didn't know which part of the plan went wrong, and now all their efforts were in vain. Don't worry. I'll complete your task for you. Gu Chen squatted down nonchalantly and placed one hand on Jingjiu's body. At this moment, Jingjiu sensed that the ability of materializing the godly body in his body was slipping away rapidly, as if it were about to leave his body. He felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, so he said with a mumble. What kind of power is this? What are you doing to me? Expressionless, Gu Chen extracted the power of the godly body from the godly body, turning it into a ball of orange light and absorbing it into his body. It was also at this moment that Jingjiu's life came to an end. His body turned from a godly body to a mortal body, exploding into a bloody mist all over the sky. He only heard the last words before he died. After leaving God Town, it was easy to see a forest that was as red as fire. That was the Forest of Divine Trees, a publicly recognized forbidden area in the divine realm. No god was allowed to take half a step into this place without permission. However, today, there were cultivators in ice-blue robes who silently infiltrated the forbidden forest from every corner of Deity's town and gathered at a certain place. The ranking battle was in full swing in the arena of the gods, but there were hundreds of experts with astonishing strength here. They were brewing a terrifying plan. The jingling Taoist squatted on a huge rock and smiled. His pair of will-o'-the-wisp eyes flickered incessantly. He was waiting for everyone to gather before heading into the depths of the forest. At this moment, his surroundings were already filled with people. Almost everyone had arrived. Rustle, rustle. There was a strange sound in the forest, and many sharp gazes looked over. Then, two figures walked out from there. They were Wu Lingxian and Gu Tianming. Seeing the two of them, the members of the demon realm retracted their gazes. The jingling Taoist glanced at them with a smile and said to all the members, wait for another time. We'll wait for another incense stick's worth of time. If he still hasn't arrived, we'll set off. He didn't say who he was waiting for, so no one asked. Gu Tianming, or to be exact, Gu Chen, who was disguised as his father, secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the man with a bamboo hat didn't suspect anything. He stood in the crowd and carefully sized up this group of people in front of him. They were all experts. It was obvious that the Pure Spirit Kingdom had mobilized all their forces for this plan. The scale of the Venerables this time was far greater than when they were in Suyuan. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the overall strength of the lower demon realm, Gu Chen stood there without saying a word. Wu Lingxian was a little nervous at first, but when he saw that the jingling Taoist didn't ask them anything, he slowly relaxed. Time passed quickly. At this moment, a member of the demon realm walked quickly to the jingling Taoist and whispered in his ear. Your Holiness, there's news from Xianxia saying that Gu Chen rejected your proposal. When the jingling Taoist heard this, a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. That's strange. Logically speaking, if there's a chance to save his father, no matter how dangerous it is, that kid should rush over without hesitation. He spoke in a very low voice to avoid being overheard by Gu Tianming. I'm not sure what the other party's intentions are. Xianxia said that the other party is currently participating in a competition in the arena and seems to be going all out. Your Holiness, what should we do now? That Gu Chen is an important key to opening the heavenly Dao seal. Now that he has failed to come as you expected, he has given us a lot of trouble for no reason. The member of the Fiend Domain had a worried look on his face. Haha, that kid can't possibly not care about his father's life or death. There's only one possibility for him to be so calm. The jingling Taoist was not at all displeased that his plan had been thwarted. Instead, he looked at Gu Tianming and Wu Lingxian in the distance and smiled meaningfully. The other party is now in the arena of the gods and has become the focus of everyone's attention. At this time, we can't go and capture him. Your Holiness, we have to make other plans. The jingling Taoist smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I've already prepared a backup plan. Even without that Gu Chen, we can still open the heavenly Dao seal. Since the key can't come, let's set off now. The jingling Taoist stood up and the hundreds of members of the demon realm present all moved. Let's go. He took the lead and began to shuttle through the forest of gods at top speed. The hundreds of members of the demon realm followed closely behind. Many of them couldn't help but roar in excitement. Gu Chen and Wu Lingxian fell behind. Gu Chen looked at the figure of the bamboo hat man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The forest of gods was filled with extremely profound restrictions. However, the man with the bamboo hat at the very front seemed to know this place very well. Everywhere he passed, there were dead ends. After only half a day, the group had already advanced into the depths of the forest of gods. The front was sealed off by colorful fog. At this point, the man in the bamboo hat, who had been running at top speed, suddenly stopped, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The hundreds of members of the demon realm also stopped and looked curiously at the area sealed off by colorful fog. Is that the Heavenly Dao seal? We're finally here. Your Holiness, just how many Origin Dao fruits are there in there? Everyone was extremely excited. Some of them asked the jingling Taoist. Haha, this place can't be considered a Heavenly Dao seal, the jingling Taoist said with a strange laugh. Then where is this? Everyone was puzzled. This is the center of the divine realm. At the same time, it connects the laws of the 12 star domains. Billions of beings have a special name for it, Heavenly Dao. The jingling Taoist said slowly. His words moved everyone. This is the great Heavenly Dao that controls everything? Someone's eyes were filled with deep fear. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Dao was the most illusory and omnipresent thing to cultivators. It established the rules and order of the world. No cultivator could escape from it. Gu Chen shuddered when he heard that. The area in front of him that was shrouded in colorful fog made him instinctively feel uncomfortable. After the primeval immortal realm collapsed, they established the great Heavenly Dao that encompassed the 12 star domains of the 9th realm. The jingling Taoist began to walk forward. Everyone followed closely behind. When they passed through the colorful fog, they saw an unforgettable scene. They were floating in the void. Everything behind them became empty and distant. The area in front of them was like a glowing wheel. The periphery of the wheel was dotted with stars. The stars in the sky faintly formed 12 regions. It's the South Qing star domain. And the Xianxia star domain. Everyone recognized the 12 regions. The stars in the sky were shining. Whether it was the pattern of the star paths or the characteristics of the stars, it was exactly the same as the 12 star domains now. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw the Milky Way star domain, the desolate Godmain star, the Black Dragon star, the ancient Demon star, and many other stars that he had been to before. The wheel in front of them seemed to encompass the entire world. Between each ancient star, there were chains made of colorful light that led to the center of the wheel. Gu Chen followed the line of sight. He saw that the center of the wheel was white. He couldn't see clearly. There were only 4 huge doors on the 4 sides of the wheel. The 4 doors were dark purple. There were countless strange patterns and races carved on them. The door of decaying Dao. Gu Chen's heart stirred. The door in front of him was the door of decaying Dao that appeared with the great heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the immortal king realm. Haha, this will can be said to be the true body of the Heavenly Dao. It's here and can easily affect the countless ancient stars in the 12 star domains. The sky changed color on the once green ancient planet. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked dry. Flowers and trees withered rapidly. The earth collapsed rapidly. Countless mortals cried and fled. Ha 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 ha. Many members of the pure spirit kingdom laughed. To them, the living beings on that ancient planet were just ants. They died because they were weak. They deserved it. Your Holiness can borrow the power of the great Heavenly Dao? Compared to the life and death of mortals, they were more amazed that the jingling Taoist could affect the rise and fall of an ancient planet through the Heavenly Dao roulette. This was not something anyone could do. They tried to influence some of the ancient planets in the roulette, but they found that they seemed transparent and illusory. They could not contact them at all. Haha, everyone has been loyal to me for a long time. I don't mind telling you some secrets. The jingling Taoist stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the gate of decaying Dao in the center of the roulette. A long time ago, when I was making a breakthrough, I attracted the great heavenly tribulation, which accompanied the gate of decaying Dao. Coincidentally, I peeped into the mysteries of the Heavenly Dao and sensed the existence of the Heavenly Dao roulette. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Your Holiness is indeed the son of an era. Ordinary people have a slim chance of surviving the great heavenly tribulation, but your Holiness has the ability to peep into the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. Guchen was silent. He had also attracted the gate of decaying Tao when he was making a breakthrough to the immortal king realm, but he had not peeped into the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. When he was in Suyuan, Yuan Buhua had said that the man with a bamboo hat was a son of an era, just like him. He did not expect it to be true. It was because I peeped into the existence of the heavenly Tao roulette that I was able to break into the divine realm 100,000 years ago. The jingling Taoist spoke with fervor and assurance. Back then, I broke into the divine realm to come here. With the help of the heavenly Tao wheel, I sent billions of strands of my soul into the various major star regions to experience the boundless mortal world and mortal reincarnation in order to cultivate the soul Tao. It's laughable that back then, the divine realm didn't discover my true intentions, which gave me the opportunity to hide. That's why we can smoothly arrive here today. The reason why I'm able to borrow the power of the great heavenly Tao is because there was karma when I released the billions of soul fragments. Everyone was full of praise, and Gu Chen was even more shocked. No wonder he was able to send billions of soul fragments into the various galaxies, and each of them had their own consciousness and could even experience reincarnation. So it turns out that he borrowed the power of the great heavenly Tao. Previously, when Gu Chen absorbed the ancient Fei Soul Jade, he came into contact with the soul Tao. The deeper he delved into it, the more he felt that the method of the man with a bamboo hat to create billions of soul fragments was simply impossible to achieve. Now, he finally knew how he cultivated. He could actually peek into the mysteries of the heavenly Tao from the heavenly tribulation, and then break into the divine realm to borrow the great heavenly Tao to cultivate. Not only that, while borrowing the great heavenly Tao to cultivate, he also left behind a backup plan, and thus planned today's operation in the pure spirit kingdom. Even though they were enemies, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel admiration for the man with a bamboo hat. This person was just too terrifying. If that's the case, the man with a bamboo hat's purpose in attacking the divine realm is probably not just for the origin of Tao fruit. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, and he felt a chill in his heart. The area in the center of the wheel is the heavenly Tao sealed domain that we want to open. The origin of Tao fruit is hidden in there. As long as we can open it, I will be able to borrow more of the great heavenly Tao's power, and then I will be able to recall all the soul fragments that are scattered in the various major galaxies. It's been 100,000 years. When all of my soul fragments return, they will be sublimated to the extreme. There is a great possibility that I will be able to condense the extremely difficult to cultivate origin of Tao of the soul, and become the first emperor since ancient times. When I become the emperor, with the help of the many origin of Tao fruits, even if they, who destroyed the celestial realm, descend, I will have nothing to fear. The jingling Taoist spoke of his soaring ambitions. His ideas and plans were too grand, and the members of the pure spirit kingdom who were present were shocked when they heard them. Your Holiness is indeed wise. We pledge to follow you until death. After a while, someone said excitedly, and the others echoed. Gu Chen finally knew all of the man with a bamboo hat's intentions, and his scalp went numb. If the man with a bamboo hat really achieved his goal and summoned back his billions of soul fragments, then no one in the entire universe would be his opponent. When that time came, there would be no possibility of defeating him. We have to stop him. Gu Chen clenched his fists. He admired the man with a bamboo hat's grand ambitions, but the two sides had already reached a point of no return. He would not let him succeed. His path to becoming an emperor, his grand dream, would be shattered by his own hands. Continue forward. The jingling Taoist flicked his sleeves and led the group across the starry world in the roulette, slowly approaching the heavenly Tao's sealed domain in the center. As they approached, the magnificent decaying Tao gate on all sides of the heavenly Tao's sealed domain exuded an astonishing aura. Then, there were actually cavalry soaring into the sky and divine armaments descending to kill the group. This is the heavenly Tao's self-defense method. Destroy them all, don't let them get in the way. The jingling Taoist ordered. Understood. Over 100 members of the pure spirit kingdom attacked, killing all the cavalry and divine armaments that blocked their way. Although the cavalry and divine armaments were extraordinary, they were actually creatures without intelligence. The power gathered by the pure spirit kingdom was extremely terrifying. They slowly pushed forward, constantly approaching the Heavenly Tao's sealed domain. Several hours later, all the obstacles were swept away, and the group arrived at the center of the Heavenly Tao roulette. The Heavenly Tao's sealed domain was a vast expanse of whiteness, as if it was covered by a layer of light. The 4 decaying Tao gates were all tightly shut, and countless chains wrapped around them. It seemed like there was no entrance. How could they open the Heavenly Tao's sealed domain? The jingling Taoist stood with his hands behind his back, examining the destination he had been longing for a long time. For countless years, the Ninth Realm's origin energy has been continuously gathered into this sealed domain through the Heavenly Tao. As a result, many origin Tao fruits have formed here, but at the same time, it has become extremely difficult to invade. If we want to enter this place, we can only use a large amount of origin energy as the key. I have searched all the major star regions, but there are very few keys that meet the requirements. The Wilderness God Star's core is one of them. That core contains an extremely large amount of origin energy of life, which is enough to help us enter smoothly. Because of this, we instigated a war between the Wilderness God tribe and the Heart Ape tribe, and let Bayu act as a spy in an attempt to obtain the core of the star. Unfortunately, an accident occurred, and the core of the Wilderness God Star was snatched away by that brat, Gu Chen. We lost the key. The jingling Taoist's explanation was very detailed. The more Gu Chen, who was standing in the corner of the group, listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The man with a bamboo hat had said so many things, but all the members of the demon domain should know about these things. Why did he have to do this? Many of the members became a little uneasy because of the man with a bamboo hat's words. They were afraid that something would go wrong at this critical juncture, causing them to be unable to enter the Heavenly Tao's sealed domain. Haha, Jia, fortunately, the key has delivered itself to us today. The man with a bamboo hat changed the topic and laughed strangely. His eyes shone with a demonic light as he looked at Gu Chen in the crowd. Gu Chen, do you really think that I can't see the difference between you and Gu Tianming? No matter how many tricks you set up in the arena, I know very well that it's impossible for you not to save your father. In the arena of the gods, the elimination round of the genius ranking of 10,000 clans had already been going on for several hours. After the end of the preliminary round, there was not much suspense left in this ranking battle. Chen Gu's feat of suppressing more than a dozen super geniuses made many participants tremble in fear. Almost all those who met him in the elimination round immediately admitted defeat. He swept through the top 30, 20, 10, and 5 with the momentum of a tornado. He looked like he was going to take the top spot. Apart from him, the most eye-catching performance was Kunlun Saintess's Ji Lanqiu. She was recognized as one of the dark horses. After more than a dozen super geniuses were unexpectedly eliminated, no one was a match for her except for Chen Gu. After the competition lasted for several hours, the audience's biggest expectation for the genius ranking was the battle between Chen Gu and Kunlun Saintess. Although Chen Gu was strong, Kunlun Saintess was also a legend. No one would forget the mysterious disappearance of many experts who attacked Kunlun Saintess on the Mount of Gods. Until today, some people still believed that Kunlun Saintess had used some unknown magical power that day. Humans were like this. They always had their own fantasies and hoped that things would develop in the direction they imagined. Now, only Kunlun Saintess could defeat Chen Gu. Countless audience members were looking forward to the shocking duel between the two geniuses. It seemed that the preliminary round was too much of an upset, and the rest of the competition went smoothly, without any more accidents. After successfully defeating many strong opponents, Kunlun Saintess finally made it to the finals. Her opponent was Chen Gu. In the elimination round, he barely made any moves. His opponent took the initiative to admit defeat, so he won easily. At this moment, the battle for the top spot was about to begin. The audience was looking forward to the appearance of the two geniuses. Even the starry sky powerhouses in the VIP seats were discussing this battle. Taoist Fengzhen, your race's saintess has the ancient time dragon vein. Is she confident in defeating Chen Gu, who is suspected to have the divine body of great derivation? The winged race starry sky magnate asked with a smile. The divine body of evolution was ranked 11th on the all-heaven physique list, but the ancient time dragon bloodline was one of the top bloodlines in Kunlun. In terms of talent, Lanqiu is naturally not inferior to Chen Gu of the Nether Realm. However, she has only returned to our Kunlun for 10 years. Although she has entered the Valley of Time to gain experience, she is still a little immature. Taoist priest Fengzhen shook his head. The meaning of his words was clear. Many powerhouses of the starry sky nodded. Ordinary juniors might not be able to tell, but how could they not see the gap between the two of them? Although Kunlun Saintess was very talented, there was a big gap between her and Chengu's strength. There was not much suspense in this battle. Underworld supremacy. Shosha smiled as he listened on the side. The Nether Realm had never obtained the number 1 position on the genius ranking of 10,000 clans. But now, it was already in the bag. The sect master of the Luoying divine sect, Xianxia, who was standing far away, heard the answer of Taoist priest Fengzhen. Her favorite disciple, Lu Yichen, came from the same place as Kunlun Saintess. Although Lu Yichen was not as talented as Xianxia, the difference was not that big. However, Lu Yichen's cultivation was much weaker than Lu Yichen's. She was defeated soon after entering the elimination round. Although it was much better than she had expected, she still felt that it was a pity. Kunlun has a strange place like the Valley of Time. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to many years of cultivation for others. It's a pity that Yichen didn't have such an opportunity. Otherwise, she would also have a chance to enter the finals, Zhao Jinjia murmured. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Li celestial clan, Li Fu, returned from the empty seat beside her. Where did Friendly go? Zhao Jinjia was surprised. The old ancestor of the Li people had left for several hours. It was not normal. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than the ranking battle. There was not much suspense in this battle. It was very boring, so the old man went to walk around, Li Fu answered casually. Zhao Jinjia nodded. She guessed that the younger generation of the Li people did not perform well, so the old ancestor of the Li people was not in the mood to watch the battle. Zhao Jinjia did not think too much about it. Suddenly, the arena was bustling with noise. She knew that the 2 geniuses who were competing for the first place had entered the arena. She could not help but look at the arena with full attention. She did not know why, but the more she looked at Chengu from the underworld, the more familiar she felt. A trace of speculation in her heart was gradually magnified. Whether or not Chengu was really who she thought he was, she might be able to find out through this battle. On the arena, Guchen walked slowly from the left side. The corner of his black robe was fluttering in the wind. On the other hand, Ji Lanchu of Kunlun Saintess came from the right side. She walked leisurely with a smile on her face. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. The two stood on the arena and looked at each other without saying a word. Ji Lanchu's eyes were full of affection, and Guchen's eyes were also a bit gentle. The final battle of the genius ranking list is finally here. Who will be the genius who will be at the top of the list? Will it be Chengu who rose like a comet, or will it be Kunlun Saintess? Now, the final battle begins. As the loud voice of the MC fell, the audience immediately cheered and danced, full of anticipation. Ji Lanchu listened to the continuous cheers and looked at the man in front of her who she had been waiting for many years. The next moment, a clear and melodious voice spread through the arena. I admit defeat. For a moment, the audience who had been cheering excitedly quickly became silent. Their faces were full of astonishment. She admitted defeat. In the final battle of the genius ranking list, Chengu of the Nether Realm won without a fight. Although Chengu's opponents often admitted defeat in the previous matches, this was the final battle. It was different. Moreover, the dignified Kunlun Saintess admitted defeat without even fighting. Where was the pride of a genius? After a moment of silence, many people were filled with righteous indignation and shouted about the inside story, causing chaos in an instant. Many Starry Sky leaders in the VIP seats were also very surprised. They had guessed that Chengu would definitely win, but they didn't expect Kunlun Saintess to not even fight. Sigh, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Taoist priest Fengzhen sighed softly. He had seen with his own eyes how intimate Ji Lanchu was with Chengu that night. He wasn't surprised that she would admit defeat. Guchen said softly when he heard Lanchu admit defeat. Thanks. Next, he needed an opportunity to attract the attention of the audience. He had to win first place. No need to thank me. Guchen, remember your promise. I'll wait for everything to end. I'll wait for you to marry me. Ji Lanchu's cheeks were pink. She lowered her head and her voice became softer and softer. Only Gu Chen could hear her. Gu Chen's heart rippled. With such a beauty waiting for him wholeheartedly, what more could he ask for? Rumble. Although the cultivators present were very dissatisfied with the final battle, the result was already out. A huge golden list slowly appeared in the sky. There were a total of 50 names on the list. At this moment, all of them were blank, waiting for the new generation of geniuses to leave their names. This list would last for 10,000 years until the next meeting of the Divine Realm. During this period, there was no doubt that everyone on this list would become famous in the 12 starfields. Especially the person at the top of the list, he would be recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation of the major starfields. Tens of millions of cultivators present looked at Gu Chen. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he ascended into the sky and walked step by step to the majestic list. His fingers formed a blade and his fingertips formed a ray of light. He rode on the top position of the 10,000 genius list smoothly, however. Outside the heavenly Tao sealed domain, as the jingling Taoist revealed Gu Chen's true identity, over 100 members of the demon region looked at him simultaneously. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Gu Chen. Upon seeing this, Wu Lingxian immediately distanced himself from Gu Chen, his face filled with shock. What? You're not Gu Tianming? In the face of a group of enemies, Gu Chen was unexpectedly calm, a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Man with a bamboo hat, I didn't expect that even with my current disguise ability, my identity would still be seen through by you. How did you see through it? Said the jingling Taoist haha with a smile. Based on appearance alone, your disguise is indeed almost flawless. However, I cultivate the soul Tao, and I understand Gu Tianming's soul too well. It's not difficult for me to see through your identity. I see. Gu Chen seemed to have understood something. I didn't expect you to be able to contact your father, but I don't understand. Since you took your father away, why did you still come here? Aren't you walking right into a trap? The jingling Taoist gave Wu Lingxian a meaningful look. Wu Lingxian's expression tensed up, and he hurriedly said. Your Holiness, I didn't know when Gu Tianming was switched. Alright, I don't mean to blame you. The jingling Taoist did not seem to care at all, and he was all smiles. Gu Tianming's value is already gone, so it doesn't matter if he's gone. On the other hand, you personally brought Gu Chen here, which is also a great merit. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingxian heaved a sigh of relief, and tactfully retreated further away. Meanwhile, many members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom revealed a cold smile, and they surrounded Gu Chen. As long as the jingling Taoist gave the order, they would immediately take action. Gu Chen, what gave you the courage to come see me? Have you forgotten the painful lesson from before? The jingling Taoist asked curiously. Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, calmly scrutinizing the jingling Taoist. Man with a bamboo hat, do you remember how many times we've fought? Hearing this, the members of the Pure Spirit Demon Realm burst into laughter. Your Holiness ranks first on the immortal execution list in the Divine Realm. Who does this kid think he is? How dare he compare himself to your Holiness? Ridiculous. You've only killed Queen Baiyu and Ingzun, do you think you're invincible? Who doesn't know that those two people are merely mediocre in my demon region? The crowd jeered, but the jingling Taoist narrowed his eyes and replied. You and I have fought 3 times in total. The first time was in the Kunlun continent. You sacrificed the tyrannical ether bone and your own lifespan to disrupt my plan. The members of the demon region were shocked. Your Holiness seemed to treat this kid differently. That's right. The first time we fought, I sacrificed myself to break your plan. After that, I repaired the tyrannical ether bone and regained my lifespan. So, the first time I won, right? Gu Chen said with a cold smile. You can say that. The jingling Taoist did not deny it. The second time we fought was deep in the earth's core. You took my father away, but you couldn't take me away. You barely won that time, Gu Chen said. If I remember correctly, the third time we fought was outside of the Suyuan. You were defeated then, the jingling Taoist said mockingly. That's right. The 3 times we fought was 2-1. This is the fourth time. A cold glint flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. I, Gu Chen, have never believed in heresy. The ill-fated relationship between us is complicated and unbearable. In this fourth time, I want to win once and for all. The jingling Taoist could not help but frown and murmur in a low voice. Something is wrong. This kid seems to be very confident today. Haha, what do you want to do? Or should I say, what can you do? Although he was a little surprised, the jingling Taoist quickly waved his sleeves and said in high spirits. In terms of personal strength, I am many times stronger than you. In terms of strategy, including your coming to the divine realm, it was all within my calculations. In terms of team, you are even worse. I have hundreds of companions from the pure spirit kingdom. Even the ancient heaven that you originally belonged to has fallen into my hands. I have people if I want them, but what do you have? You are just a stray dog. You dare to boast shamelessly about winning this round? Where does your confidence come from? After the jingling Taoist finished speaking, the members of the demon realm laughed again. Even a fool could see that the pure spirit kingdom's grand plan had basically succeeded. When the heavenly law's sealed domain was opened, all of them would even leave a deep mark in history. Gu Chen, I used to admire you very much. But you really did something stupid today. I happen to need your key, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. You've saved me a lot of hard work. The jingling Taoist ridiculed, but there was some disappointment in the depths of his eyes. He hoped that something unexpected would happen. That would be more interesting. Unfortunately, everything went according to his plan. There was no challenge at all. I didn't expect myself to be so important to you. But it doesn't matter. It makes no difference anyway. Gu Chen sneered. To others, he seemed to be stubborn. Haha, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. It's more important to open the heavenly law's sealed domain. Take him down for this seat. The jingling Taoist gave the order. Many members of the demon realm, who were already ready to make a move, immediately attacked. Naturally, Gu Chen would not wait to be captured. He immediately fought with them. In terms of individual combat strength, the current Gu Chen was enough to defeat a mid-stage immortal prime expert. However, the members of the demon realm present did not lack experts of this level. Moreover, there were many of them and they had many special abilities. He soon fell into a bitter battle. In just a short while, he was defeated. He was escorted by many members of the demon realm and sent to the jingling Taoist. Haha, you were just talking big, but this is the result. The jingling Taoist looked at the bruised Gu Chen and shook his head. He felt even more disappointed. Gu Chen, do you know? If you had performed a little better, I wouldn't have been willing to use you as a key. But your performance today has really disappointed me. It seems that our fate ends here. The jingling Taoist grabbed Gu Chen by the throat and lifted him up. He strode toward the heavenly law's sealed domain. You have absorbed the enormous power source of the desolate god's star core. Although I don't know how you miraculously survived, you are the moving key. Today, I will burn your soul and refine your body to forge my path. After Taoist Master Clear Spirit finished speaking, a powerful force rushed into Gu Chen's body like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At this moment, Gu Chen's body became transparent and extremely unstable. The jingling Taoist's expression changed. Just a clone? Bang, the jingling Taoist could not help but throw Gu Chen out. At that moment, Gu Chen's body was rapidly disintegrating. Although you were bold but not astute, I at least admired your courage. However, it turns out that you're just a clone. What's the point? At the end of the day, you're just a coward. Do you think I can't do it without you? I already had a backup plan. I have other ways to open the heavenly law's sealed domain. Do you think you'll be fine if you escape with your father? Once my plan succeeds, no one in the 9th realm will be my match. Where can you escape to then? Moreover, my split soul stole Gu Tianming's body back then. Do you think he's really free now? The jingling Taoist's eyes emitted a fierce demonic light. It was obvious that Gu Chen's actions had angered him. Hee, how could I not know all this? Gu Chen's body was about to turn into a breath of air and disappear, but his face was full of arrogance and defiance. As long as you die here today, my father will naturally have nothing to worry about. Haha, how are you going to kill me? The jingling Taoist was disdainful. Hee, just you wait. Gu Chen did not say much. The next moment, his body completely turned into a breath of air and disappeared between heaven and earth. The jingling Taoist's expression became extremely gloomy. Gu Chen's solemn words made him feel uneasy. Hurry up and open the heavenly law's sealed domain and take all the origin Dao fruits. Not knowing what would happen, the jingling Taoist flicked his sleeves and decided to speed up. Fortunately, he had already prepared a spare key. With a flip of his hand, he took out an ancient bronze lamp. In the arena of the gods, tens of millions of cultivators witnessed Gu Chen leave his name on the 10,000 genius list. However, his name was not Chen Gu, but Gu Chen. Who is Gu Chen? Did this genius from the nether realm hide his real name? Most of the people present did not know who Gu Chen was and were puzzled. Ever since Gu Chen stepped into the starry sky, very few people knew his real name. Although he had shone brilliantly during the battle in the Waste Territory, the battlefield was chaotic at that time, and the various forces only called him the successor of the Tyrant clan. They did not know his true identity. Thus, at this moment, when he carved his real name, it did not arouse much suspicion. What is Gu Chen planning to do? Only Gu Chen's old friends knew of his origins. At this moment, a huge wave surged in their hearts. Even if not many people knew Gu Chen's name, there was still a lot of risk in exposing it like this. This kind of attention-grabbing thing was not like Gu Chen's style. He was not someone who liked to be in the limelight. Senior Feng Zhen, didn't you want to know what will happen in the meeting of the Divine Realm from me? Gu Chen picked up the brush and finished writing. Suddenly, he looked at the VIP seats and his voice spread out. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Taoist priest Feng Zhen looked at Gu Chen. He did not understand what this young man wanted to do. Saying what they had discussed previously in front of everyone would cause a huge commotion. At this moment, in the depths of the Divine Tree Forest, the thieves of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, led by Jingling Taoist, are trying to open the Heavenly Law sealed domain. Gu Chen's voice was loud and clear. He had directly sold out the man with a bamboo hat. What? Ordinary people might not know what the Heavenly Law sealed domain was, but how could the starry sky magnates in the VIP seats not know? Therefore, when they heard Gu Chen say this, everyone's expression changed. Chen Gu, what nonsense are you talking about? Netherworld Supremacy Shosha stood up and said anxiously. Things were going well, and he had won first place in the Nether Realm. However, Gu Chen had revealed his real name and said such shocking things, which made him feel uneasy. Let him finish. Aragami looked coldly at Gu Chen. He had already felt uncomfortable with this kid. Sure enough, he was hiding a secret. The people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom have invaded the Divine Realm. Do you have any proof? The other starry sky magnates became restless. The depths of the Divine Tree Forest was an absolute forbidden area. If anything went wrong, they would definitely be punished. With Jingling Taoist as the leader, the Pure Spirit Kingdom has sent out more than 100 people. If you are late, I'm afraid it will be too late. Gu Chen said. He had a telepathic connection with his doppelganger. Through his doppelganger in the depths of the Divine Tree Forest, he had already understood the overall situation of the Pure Spirit Kingdom and the progress of the man with the bamboo hat's plan. Now was the best time. If he exposed this matter before the Pure Spirit Kingdom reached the Heavenly Dao's domain, it was possible that the man with the bamboo hat would give up on his plan and retreat. If he was late, his plan would succeed. As long as he could persuade the major forces of the Divine Realm to go to the depths of the Divine Tree Forest, he could greatly destroy the man with the bamboo hat's plan. After all, no matter how strong the Pure Spirit Kingdom was, this was the territory of the Divine Realm forces, and they had the advantage in numbers. Gu Chen's description of the situation was very serious, which immediately caused a commotion and uneasiness among the countless cultivators in the arena. How is this possible? To enter the Divine Realm, one must pass strict screening standards. There are so many people in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, and it's not easy to sneak in. Also, how did you know all these things? Who are you exactly? The Gold Clan Patriarch's face was gloomy. At this moment, many starry sky magnates locked their gazes on Gu Chen. This person's origin was too strange. It was necessary to capture and interrogate him carefully. It's fine if you want to capture me first, but it'll be too late by then. Gu Chen smiled contemptuously, and his eyes subtly swept over a figure in the VIP seats. The next moment, a shocking change occurred. Buzz. 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 At this moment, many big shots in the VIP seats had their bodies turn illusory, and their faces became blurred. The True Spirit Clan, the Winged Clan, the Witch Clan, the Thousand Faces Temple, the big shots of many forces had inexplicably turned into light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. They're not real people? With the Taoist priest Feng Zhen as the leader, many starry sky magnates sucked in a breath of cold air. With such a large group of fake doppelgangers around them, they actually did not notice anything unusual before. For a moment, the magnates felt a chill down their spines. It was impossible for so many big shots of the forces to disappear inexplicably. Something big had really happened in the divine realm. At this moment, they did not have the time to investigate why these fake doppelgangers had disappeared at this moment. The Taoist priest Feng Zhen's sharp eyes swept over Gu Chen. Do you know the route they're taking? Of course I do. This junior is willing to lead the way. Gu Chen smiled slightly. Let's go. The Taoist priest Feng Zhen and the many starry sky magnates looked at each other, and then they all soared into the sky, thinking of the serious disaster that could be triggered once the heavenly axiom was lost. They no longer had the time to ask Gu Chen's true identity, nor did they have the time to wonder if this was a trap. They had so many experts on their side. Unless the other party was tired of living, he would not dare to lie to them. Therefore, the group of starry sky magnates, who had dominated the major starfields, flew at top speed into the depths of the divine tree forest under Gu Chen's lead. At this moment, the ranking battle in the arena was no longer important. They did not even have time to gather a large number of people. Only the elites could go. Almost all the big shots of the major forces had left, and only a few remained. The patriarch of the Li people, Li Fu, was one of them. He looked at the starry sky magnates who were quickly flying away, and listened to the commotion and discussions of the countless cultivators. Outside the heavenly Tao's sealed domain, a green lamp floated in the air, releasing rays of light that projected into the vast white world ahead. One could vaguely hear the chanting of countless Buddhas. At the core of the green lamp, there was a phantom image of an ancient Buddha sitting upright. It was extremely strange. The jingling Taoist's hands kept changing hand seals, controlling the power of the ancient bronze lamp. In the process, layers of Buddhist light were stained, making it look ridiculously sacred and inviolable. The members of the demon realm followed behind him, nervously watching the heavenly Tao sealed domain. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light from the green lamp, the light barrier outside the sealed domain gradually weakened. At a certain moment, a gap was melted open. When the gap appeared, an enormous amount of colorful energy was released from it. It actually caused the divine power in everyone's body to become active. The sealed domain is open. The rich power of origin is escaping. Many members of the demon territory said excitedly. The jingling Taoist's lips curled into a smile, and he controlled the ancient bronze lamp to fly directly into the gap. I stole this lamp from Mount Meru. It's a treasure left behind by the Buddha Emperor of Western Heaven. Those bald donkeys were able to survive the chaos of the immortals and gods, so they naturally have some ability. The ancient bronze lamp flew into the gap of the sealed domain, and then the wind and clouds surged inside. There was a rumble. The gap that they had painstakingly created became even bigger. The jingling Taoist flicked his sleeves. Let's go. He took the lead and stepped into the heavenly Tao's sealed domain, followed by hundreds of experts. As soon as they entered the sealed domain, the scene in front of them deeply shocked everyone. There was a mountain inside the sealed domain, and the mountain was covered with 9 colored Tao vines. From time to time, they could see colorful fruits of different colors on the vines. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. All the colors in the world could be found here, and the number of fruits had reached an astonishing 3,000. 3,000 great Tao, 3,000 Tao fruits of origin. They built this place, and all the Tao fruits they collected from the 9th realm over the countless years now belong to the pure spirit kingdom. Haha, Jia. The jingling Taoist looked at the Taoist mountain in front of him and smiled smugly. The mystical ancient bronze lamp had fallen at the foot of the mountain and became broken. Obviously, its spirituality had been exhausted, but he did not feel sorry for it at all. Compared to the huge number of Dao fruits in front of him, the loss of a mere Buddha Emperor lamp was nothing. The number of origin Dao fruits far exceeded their expectations. The members of the Yao domain could not help but roar in excitement. One had to know that the reason why immortal emperors and god kings were able to become emperors was because they had comprehended a certain type of origin energy. Before their eyes, every single fruit before them represented a type of source energy. With their normal cultivation level, if they obtain the help of these fruits, their chances of successfully proving their Taoism will greatly increase. Your Holiness's slogan of everyone becoming an emperor was definitely not just a fantasy. Right now, it could really be realized. Every quintessence Dao fruit is a rare treasure. Picking it rashly might damage the Dao spirit. Therefore, we must capture the entire Taoist mountain in one fell swoop. The jingling Taoist's eyes lit up as he said. Move the entire Taoist mountain? The members of the Yao domain were in awe. The Taoist mountain looked majestic, and there were divine chains of order that belonged to the heavenly Tao connecting it from all directions. This place was clearly the root of the divine realm and the core of the heavenly Tao. How much power would it take to move the entire Taoist mountain? Your Holiness, the heavenly Tao is mysterious and unfathomable. If we do that, what if we attract an unimaginable heavenly punishment? A member of the Yao domain asked hesitantly. Haha, Jia, idiot. The jingling Taoist coldly glanced at that person. That person felt a violent impact on his spirit and subconsciously took a few steps back. His face turned as pale as a sheet. What heavenly Tao? What heavenly punishment? Those are just man-made things used to restrict the weak. How is your way of thinking any different from that of the slaves in the divine realm? As long as one is strong enough, the heavenly Tao is nothing. I believe that man can conquer the heavens. To you, I am the heavenly Tao. The jingling Taoist's bold words shocked even Wu Lingxian, who was among the crowd, who dared to fight against the heavens. You should have remembered the formation that I taught you earlier, right? Now, stand in your positions. As the jingling Taoist spoke, he stepped into the air and went straight to the top of the Taoist mountain. To move the entire Taoist mountain away would require an enormous amount of power. Therefore, all members of the pure spirit kingdom had to take action. Apart from that, he was the most crucial person. He was the lever that could move the Taoist mountain. The bold words of the Taoist priests silenced the hundreds of members of the Yao domain. They scattered to all directions of the Taoist mountain. They stood in the sky and murmured. Under their feet, glowing Taoist patterns intertwined and formed a huge formation that enveloped the entire Taoist mountain. The jingling Taoist stood at the top of the mountain. He was also the eye of the formation. His eyes were shining and his arms were raised high. At that moment, a terrifying soul power rose into the sky. It's been 100,000 years. My billions of soul fragments, return. The power of his primordial spirit merged with the heavenly Tao wheel at this moment. From every corner of the 12 galaxies, there were countless faint lights, like fireflies, crossing the distance of time and space, surging toward the peak of the mountain of the way. Many members of the Yao domain felt the power of the countless souls flying toward them. Their hearts trembled. Since the end of ancient times, the power of the ninth realm has been cut off. Its origin has returned to the heavenly Tao. Since then, no one has been able to prove their Tao and become an emperor. But your Holiness is talented. He took a different path and used the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao to cultivate the soul path. This is a magnificent feat that has never been seen before. Today, billions of soul fragments have returned. I'm afraid that your Holiness will be the only one since ancient times to break the limits of heaven and earth and become an emperor. The eyes of the members of the Yao domain were full of awe. In addition to the benefits they could get, the jingling Taoist's talent and personal charm were also important reasons why they were willing to serve the Yao domain. A person who could achieve the body of an emperor in the age of chaos would not be inferior to many immortal emperors and divine emperors in ancient times. When I came out of the ancient planet, I thought I was also a formidable person. But compared to the jingling Taoist, I am like a firefly and the bright moon. With the strength of the jingling Taoist, the father and son of the Gu family have no chance of winning against him. Even Gu Chen's talent and ability are far inferior to the Taoist priests. Wu Lingxian could not help but sigh in his heart when he saw countless soul lights surging toward him with the help of the power of the heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether the means by which the jingling Taoist achieved his ambition were legitimate or not, he was fully deserving of being a formidable person. Swoosh. 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 Countless soul fragments flowed into the jingling Taoist's body like auroras, making his aura stronger and stronger. Rise! The Taoist priest shouted. Using themselves as the eye of the array, they triggered the power of the array formed by hundreds of members of the monster realm and tried to take the Taoist mountain down below. Rumble! Rumble! The Taoist mountain shook slightly under his power, and the divine chains of order that the heavenly Tao had gathered on the mountain broke at an astonishing speed. The heavenly Tao is no longer perfect, and the foundation of the divine realm has been damaged. Now we can contact Yuan Buhua and Tang Ning. Let them lead the army of the ancient heaven into the divine realm immediately and coordinate with us from the inside. After the jingling Taoist finished speaking, a member of the monster realm not far away from him nodded and took out a heavenly note talisman to contact the outside world. The jingling Taoist looked around and laughed heartily. His billions of soul fragments were returning, and the Emperor realm was within reach. With the combined power of the members of the monster realm, the Taoist mountain had been shaken, and the 3,000 fruits of Wei were almost in his pocket. The ancient heaven was also under his control. With their cooperation, even if they had to fight the army of the divine realm head-on, there was nothing to fear. His chess game was almost perfect. After today, he would become a legend in the 9th realm, standing shoulder to shoulder with the immortal emperors and divine emperors of the past. Even in places far away, his name would be heard. Rumble. Crack. Along with the changes in the heavenly Tao, the sky above the divine realm suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Thunder and lightning appeared frequently, and even cracks appeared in the space. Such a doomsday-like scene immediately alarmed countless cultivators everywhere in the divine realm. Oh no, the heavenly Tao has a problem. Many leaders of the starry sky who were rushing to the depths of the divine woods were shocked and could not help but speed up, afraid that it would be too late if they were late. Gu Chen, who was leading the way, was also anxious. Since the doppelganger hiding next to the man with a bamboo hat was accidentally discovered, he had now lost control of the progress of the Pure Spirit Kingdom plan. He did not know how serious the situation was. The only thing he could do now was to get there as soon as possible. He could not let the man with a bamboo hat succeed. In the arena of the gods, as the starry sky giants left in a hurry, an inexplicable doomsday phenomenon appeared in the sky above the divine realm. Tens of millions of cultivators were in a panic. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the divine realm? You've all left in such a hurry. I'm afraid that something unexpected must have happened. The unknown was the most terrifying. Most of the cultivators were kept in the dark and could only wait on the spot, feeling extremely uneasy. In the VIP seats, the old ancestor of the Li people, Li Fu, looked calmly at the changing sky. At this moment, several voice transmission talismans hidden in his arms were activated one after another. With the changes in the divine realm, Gu Chen finally contacted Hai Dongqing and the mental ape clan in the outside world. He turned and left the VIP seats. Time was running out. That bastard. It's him, it must be him. At this moment, in the audience seats, Xianxia stared at Li Fu in the VIP seats as he left. His eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. He had been watching Gu Chen's competition, so he had seen everything. He did not expect that Gu Chen would ignore his father's life and try to lead the forces of the divine realm into the divine woods to suppress your holiness. Jingjiu had already led the powerhouses of the starry sky away, but he was not stupid enough to stay here instead of informing the devil region or following the powerhouses of the starry sky. The reason he did so was to catch the true body of that young man who had tricked him. Jingjiu must be dead, and that Li Fu is most likely that young man in disguise. Though I'm not sure how he could make all the replicas disappear at the same time, it will be troublesome if we don't catch the true body of this young man. Xianxia looked rough, but he was not stupid. The plan of the devil region had to be carried out. Even if those powerhouses of the starry sky went there, they wouldn't change the decision of the Taoist priests. As such, it was meaningless for him to inform them. And he couldn't do anything even if he went to the deep part of the divine woods, because those powerhouses of the starry sky were not to be trifled with. As such, the only thing he could do at the moment was to catch the young man who had planned all this. Only then would he be able to answer to your holiness. Moreover, he had been tricked into watching the competition from the audience seats for so long, which was a great humiliation to him. He had to catch that young man, both new and old hatred. If the current Li Fu is Guchen in disguise as you have guessed, this person's strength is unfathomable. One of Xianxia's companions was afraid. If the Guchen who had left with so many powerhouses of the starry sky was only a replica, how powerful would his true body be if he had won the first place on the genius list of the 10,000 tribes by means of his replica? Our opponent has tricked us. A person who has thought it through will probably guess that we have already figured out his plan. His personal strength is extremely strong, and he has companions who are not weak. He may even be able to guess our actions. It is too difficult to catch him under such circumstances. Xianxia's two companions felt that with their current combat strength, they were not suitable to settle accounts with Gu Chen. They might even end up digging a hole for themselves. Humph, what are you afraid of? No matter how thorough his plan is, can he deal with an army? Xianxia sneered. You mean? His two companions' eyes lit up. According to the plan, Yuan Buhua should be coming with the army of ancient heaven. Let's go find him, tell him what happened, and ask him to give us an army to take down that young man. I don't believe that he can make any waves this time. Xianxia's words calmed his two companions down. This was indeed the best choice at the moment. Thus, the group of three left the arena as fast as they could. Li Fu left the VIP seats and entered the inner floors of the arena. Then, he turned left and right and came to a remote room. He opened the door and saw a large group of people gathered in the room. Gu Tianming, Jiang Beiming, Punlai Island Master, White Ape, and Dragon Horse were all here. Ji Lanchu, Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, Shi Jian, and Qi Zian were also here. Even Chen Buqi, Hong Tai, and the others were here. Chen what's the situation now? Gu Tianming asked immediately when he saw Li Fu come in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Fu's figure immediately changed and turned into Gu Chen's original appearance. Whether it was Gu Chen, who had gone to the man in bamboo hat, or Gu Chen, who had participated in the competition in the arena, they were just two of the three clones that had evolved from the three pure ones with one chi. Only Gu Chen, who was here now, was his real body. Before participating in the Genius Ranking Tournament, he had created 3 clones. Each clone had its own mission to carry out. Their ultimate goal was to help his true body leave the divine realm safely. Gu Chen looked at the people in front of him with a solemn expression. His family, lovers, and friends were here, and he didn't want any accidents to happen to them at the critical moment when the world was in chaos. Everyone, listen carefully. There will be a catastrophe in the divine realm. If you stay here, your lives will be in danger. Gu Chen looked at everyone and told them everything he knew. When everyone learned that the pure spirit kingdom had attacked the heavenly law domain, and that the army of ancient heaven was about to arrive, they all turned pale. No wonder the leaders of the major forces left in such a hurry. To think that such an unforeseen event had occurred. Shi Jian took a deep breath and quickly thought of more things, and his expression changed. Right now, many of the starry sky giants have gone to the depths of the divine tree forest. If the army of ancient heaven attacks, when he said this, everyone felt that a storm was brewing, although there were tens of millions of cultivators gathered in the arena, which was far more than the army of the celestial court. The leaders of the major forces were not here. There was no leader, and there was a lack of top cultivators. Once the heavenly generals led the army to attack, the casualties would be extremely heavy. If they continued to stay here, the situation might be even worse than what Gu Chen said. I have arranged a route to leave the divine realm. If you are willing, you can come with me. Gu Chen made sure that everyone understood the seriousness of the matter and told them his plan. His purpose in coming to the divine realm was to rescue his father. Now that his father was by his side, taking him away as soon as possible was the wisest choice. Although he had set up a trap for the man with a bamboo hat, it was hard to say what would happen next. He could not guarantee that the other party would not survive. Chaos was coming, and there was a limit to what he could do now. The first thing he had to do was to ensure the safety of the people around him. Gu Chen did not specify how he was going to escape from the divine realm. He only told everyone that the chances of success were not low, and he hoped that they would make a decision soon. After understanding Gu Chen's meaning, everyone looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Where can we go after we escape from here? Mu Ziyu could not help but ask. I plan to return to the ancient planet Song Huang with my father. If you are willing, you can go back together. Gu Chen said. He had left the ancient Song Huang star for many years, and his mother and grandfather had always been looking forward to his father's return, so the first thing he wanted to do was to return to his hometown. Back to ancient Song Huang star? Everyone thought of their hometown and fell silent. Ancient Song Huang star was their hometown. They often missed it and wanted to go back. However, the current situation was different. At the critical moment of the divine realm, if they followed Gu Chen and left, they would become traitors of their respective sections. Once they left, they would never be able to return. In the past decade or so, they had set foot in the starry sky of the universe. Only then did they realize how small the Song Huang ancient star was, and how there was no future for cultivation there. Everyone here was once a genius of the Kunlun continent. They all had great ambitions and were not willing to return to their homeland like this. Moreover, in the past 10 years, they had already established new bonds in their respective sects and clans, treating them as their new homes. It would be even more difficult for them to leave just like that. Therefore, no one responded to Gu Chen's proposal immediately. I'm sorry, Overlord. Thank you for your kindness, but if the giant demon clan is in trouble now, I will never leave. Luoli was the first to answer, his tone resolute. Gu Chen was silent. He was only giving everyone a choice and did not force them. He had expected someone to answer like this. The divine sect of 10,000 swords has the most profound swordsmanship manuals, which are beneficial to my swordsmanship. I will not leave at this time. I appreciate Brother Gu's kindness, Qi Zian also said. Gu Chen could not help but sigh. It was fine if it was Luoli, who had a very ordinary relationship with him, but even Qi Zian refused, which made him feel somewhat regretful. We can't go back anymore. With two people taking the lead, Chen Buki, Hong Tai, and the others all spoke one after another. They all chose to stay in the divine realm. It was not that they were not afraid of the upcoming war, but because they had their own paths to walk and were not willing to return to ancient Song Huang star. Brother Shi, Miss Mu, and Yi Chen, what about you guys? Gu Chen looked at the people who had not answered yet, with a little expectation in his heart. Brother Gu, my clan returned to the Star Ocean Sand Race in the past. If I become a deserter, it will bring shame to them and bring disaster. Therefore, I will not leave at this time. I hope that we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Shi Jian answered frankly. Gu Chen nodded and looked at the 8 women led by Lu Yichen and Mu Ziyu. The 8 women were originally from his Heavenly Star sect and had a very close relationship with him. He especially did not want anything to happen to them. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the other women hesitated at this moment. Their pretty faces were all frowning. Mu Ziyu was the same as them, but she looked at Ji Lanchu more, wanting to know what choice she would make. Unlike the others, she did not have deep feelings for the sect she was in now. She also missed her family in her hometown very much. It was a situation where she could leave or not. She looked at Gu Chen. She had been away from ancient Song Huang star for more than a decade, but this man's figure had never disappeared from her mind. Gradually, she also realized that she liked him. She could not help but think that even though she and junior sister Lanchu were like brothers, she could not suppress that thought. If junior sister Lanchu decided to stay for Kunlun, then she would follow Gu Chen without hesitation. Perhaps, then the two of them would have a chance to be together. She knew that such a thought was selfish, but at this moment, she wanted to be brave for her yearning for him. She was not the only one looking at Ji Lanchu. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, and the others also looked at her with different thoughts. When Gu Chen saw that all the women were staring at Lanchu, he did not think much about it. He looked at her, and his eyes became gentle. If he could take his father away from the divine realm this time, it would be a success for him. However, if he could also take Lanchu with him, it would be the best situation for him to resolve his yearning for her. Ji Lanchu looked at Gu Chen's face, and there was no hesitation in her beautiful eyes. I will go with you. Although all her family members on ancient Sung Huang Star had died, she was already alone, and there was no reason for her to go back there. But as long as Guchen was there, it was home to her. Kunlun had treated her well, and it was inevitable that she would feel guilty if she left like this. However, she was very clear that with the strength of Kunlun, even if a war broke out, they were more likely to survive than other forces. But Guchen was different. He had gone through untold hardships to rescue his father. If she did not leave, it might make him hesitate. He was alone and weak. He had worked hard to deal with so many forces, and it was not easy to reach this step. She did not want to refuse him. Hearing Lan Shu's answer, Guchen was ecstatic. Remember what you said. When we leave the divine realm, this matter will be over, right? Guchen hurriedly nodded. I mean what I say. When we return to ancient Sung Huang Star, we will get married in front of my parents and grandfather. When Ji Lanshu heard this, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. There are so many people here, how can you have the nerve to say this, get married? Muziyu's heart was bitter when she heard this. The two people in front of her were in love with each other. It seemed that she would never have a chance again. Congratulations to the two of you. If we can survive this chaos in the God realm, I'd really like to attend your wedding. Muziyu reluctantly showed a smile. Her words had already explained her decision. She decided to stay and extinguished the unrealistic fantasy in her heart. When everyone heard that Gu Chen and Ji Lanshu were about to get married, they all congratulated them. At a time when the future was uncertain, this was something to be happy about. Big brother Gu, we also decided to stay. While feeling happy, Zhao Rou said. She, Lu Yichen, and the other sisters had discussed it and decided to stay and face the disaster with the Fallen Flowers divine sect. They regarded Gu Chen as their brother and relative. If he was in trouble, they would definitely follow him without hesitation. But now that he had found his father, and Princess Lanshu was accompanying him, it didn't matter whether they were there or not. On the other hand, in the Fallen Flowers divine sect, they had established a deep friendship with many sisters over the years. The sect master and elders had treated them well, so they really couldn't let go. The decision of the 8 women made Guchen feel pity. In the end, only Lanshu was willing to leave, although he was worried about the future of his friends. Guchen knew that everyone had their own aspirations, and all good things must come to an end. Everyone had changed. Take care, everyone. I hope we can meet again in the future. Guchen said solemnly. He didn't know how the war would develop, but he hoped that his old friends could survive. Everyone nodded, and after a moment of reluctance, they hurriedly left. Since they knew that something big was about to happen, they had to return to their elders as soon as possible and make preparations. Everyone left one by one. In the end, only Gu Chen's team, Gu Tianming, Lanshu, and the Green Ox were left. Once the ancient heaven invades the divine realm, both sides will suffer heavy casualties. I really don't know why the immortals and gods are fighting each other. Ji Lanshu looked a little downcast. The immortals and gods have been opposing each other for a very long time. The hatred between the two sides is basically very difficult to resolve. We are all outsiders, so we can only take care of ourselves. Punlai Island Master shook his head. Gu Chen's expression was very grim. He had experienced war and knew that once a war broke out, no side would be the winner. Although the ancient heaven had expelled him, he still had feelings for it. He did not want any casualties to befall his old friends. The major forces in the divine realm ruled the major star regions and star passages. Once they suffered heavy casualties, the balance would be disrupted, and the major star regions would be in turmoil. In his opinion, the only ones who deserved to die were the man with a bamboo hat and the people of the pure spirit kingdom. If not for them, they wouldn't be facing such a situation. There are tens of millions of cultivators in the divine realm. If the ancient heaven launches a large-scale attack, both sides will suffer heavy casualties, let alone win. If we can stop this war, we can save countless lives. Gu Chen murmured. How can we stop it? The ancient heaven is under the control of the pure spirit kingdom, Jiang Beiming asked. Right now, Yuan Buhua and Tang Ning are in charge of the ancient heaven. If we can persuade Tang Ning, we can stop this war. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. What about Yuan Buhua? He's a trusted follower of the jingling Taoist. Right now, he should be the most powerful person in the ancient heaven, Jiang Beiming asked. As for Yuan Buhua, my third doppelganger has already taken action. I hope everything goes well. Gu Chen's face was solemn. The three pure ones could create three doppelgangers. The last doppelganger had been secretly monitoring Xianxia. Not long ago, Xianxia and the other two had taken action. Their plan coincided with his, so he could make use of it, outside the god world, on a huge continent floating in the void. At this moment, countless celestial soldiers in white robes and immortal armor were waiting. At a glance, they were densely packed, their banners fluttering in the wind. In the middle of the army, Tang Ning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the thunder and lightning in front of him. Cracks appeared frequently. From time to time, he could see the prosperity of the divine realm through the cracks. The Taoist priests were right. Once the law of heaven in the divine realm is flawed, this place will be the first to have a crack. If we enter from here, we can catch the army of the divine realm unprepared. Tang Ning was not as lazy as before. His eyes were full of excitement. Your Holiness's judgment is never wrong. As long as the celestial court follows his instructions, we'll be able to achieve great results this time. Yuan Buhua, who was next to Tang Ning, said with a smile. Behind them were many celestial generals, and behind them were the commanders of the celestial armies. In addition to a large number of celestial soldiers, many subordinate forces of the celestial court had also sent people to participate in the war, including the barbarians and the mirage monsters. The total number of soldiers exceeded 1,000,000. It's a pity that the Ascension sect, Ling Long Celestial Palace, the Underworld, and other factions of the celestial realm didn't want to get involved in this. Otherwise, we might have been able to wipe out the army of the divine realm. Fortunately, the Hard Ape clan didn't give up on the alliance. They're a strong ally after all. Tang Ning said calmly. We expelled Gu Chen from the celestial court, but the Hard Ape clan is still willing to ally with us. It's a bit strange. We need to be on guard against them. Yuan Buhua looked at the warriors of the Hard Ape clan behind the army with fear in his eyes. Friend Yuan, you worry too much. The Hard Ape clan has never been on good terms with the divine realm. Moreover, what happened in the desolate realm happened before. They're willing to deal a great blow to the divine realm. After all, if we don't deal a great blow to the divine realm, they'll probably try to destroy us after the conference. Speaking of this, the ancestor of the Hard Ape clan is much smarter than the people of the Ascension sect and the Underworld. He's very righteous. Tang Ning said. Yuan Buhua nodded. What you said makes sense. While the two were talking, thunder rumbled in the void ahead of them. Then, with a cracking sound, the space of the divine realm collapsed, and a giant gap appeared. The entrance has appeared. Everyone, get ready to set off. Tang Ning stopped chatting immediately. His gaze became sharp and he shouted loudly. Dong, dong, dong. War drums were beating crazily, and bugles were sounding loudly. 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals riding exotic beasts and holding heavy weapons charged into the gap in the divine realm. Boom, 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 the sky of the divine realm was filled with dark clouds. The army charged in amidst the rumbling of thunder and wind. Tang Ning took the lead and landed in the sky above the divine town. He looked down at the arena of the gods in the distance. Behind him, 1,000,000 soldiers stood densely packed together. Their terrifying aura swept across the land. Such a huge commotion alarmed all the cultivators in the divine realm. What's going on? Is an army descending from the sky? The countless cultivators in the divine realm in the arena panicked. Tang Ning stood at the highest point of the divine town, the top of the parliament tower. His battle robe fluttered in the wind, and he pointed the sword in his hand at the arena. Kill! He shouted loudly. Kill! The 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals let out deafening roars. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they swept toward the divine realm. The 1,000,000-strong army of the ancient heaven was attacking. Countless cultivators in the arena of the gods looked at the densely packed celestial soldiers and celestial generals in the distant sky, their faces pale. Many of the starry sky giants were not in the arena. Without a leader, even though there were millions of cultivators. In the arena, they were in chaos. Activate the array in the arena. We can't let them get close. At this critical moment, the elders of the major forces hurriedly organized their forces. They knew very well that if the heavenly courts were to stab them into the arena like a sharp knife, the cultivators would be in a state of disunity due to their fear. They would only flee in panic and would definitely suffer a complete defeat. Therefore, they had to stop the army of the celestial court in God's town, and then quickly organize their forces. With their advantage in numbers, they might not lose. Buzz, the array in the arena quickly lit up. The array here was originally used to prevent the experts from making too much noise during the competition. No one expected it to come in handy at this time. When layers of restrictive light rose around the arena, the cultivators inside calmed down a little and began to mobilize their forces, ready to fight a protracted battle with the army of the celestial court. Many of the starry sky giants were not here, and they did not know how many experts of the ancient heaven had come. No elders of the forces dared to take the initiative to attack. The arena was safe for the time being, but the divine Tao cultivators in the town suffered a calamity because of this. The army of the ancient heaven had landed in the sky above God's town. Under Tang Ming's instructions, they surged to every part of God's town like a tidal wave. In the face of the well-trained celestial soldiers and celestial generals, the cultivators in God's town were scattered and could only flee in panic. Most of the people were killed immediately by the attack of the heavenly soldiers. A few people escaped to the outside of the arena, only to find that the arena had been isolated by the formation. In the end, they were killed by the heavenly soldiers in despair. Tang Ming saw that many deity Tao forces were holed up in the arena, but for some reason, he did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, he ordered the heavenly soldiers to split into 8 groups and sweep through Deity Town. Finally, they surrounded the arena. Because of the arrival of the ancient heaven's army, the entire Deity Town was in flames of war, and blood flowed like a river. The deities were no longer deities, but mere grass. The divine realm had fallen into chaos. Every single deity was fleeing from the celestial court's army in a panic. However, at a place near the council tower, there were 3 figures running in the opposite direction. Who are you? Many heavenly soldiers noticed the 3 figures coming in a straight line and immediately stopped them. How dare you? We're on the same side. Quickly inform heavenly official Yuan that Xianxia has something important to discuss with him. The leader, Xianxia, slapped the heavenly soldier and threw out a token. When the heavenly soldiers saw the token, their expressions turned solemn and they did not dare to say anything else. Some of them stayed behind to watch over the 3, while the one who had been slapped hurriedly ran in the direction of the council tower. At present, Chief Heavenly Official Yuan Buhua and Heavenly Generals Tang Ming were sitting in the council tower, commanding the entire battlefield. Inside the council tower, Yuan Buhua received the news from the heavenly soldiers immediately. He frowned and muttered to himself. Xianxia has come to look for the old man at this time. Could it be that your holiness has some instructions for me? At this thought, he left the heavenly generals behind and hurriedly left the council tower. Tang Ming was standing at the top of the tower, overlooking the entire situation. His gaze was sometimes on the arena, and sometimes on the distant end of the divine tree forest. He did not care about Yuan Buhua's departure. Among the heavenly generals, apart from those who were fighting outside, only Hai Dongqing noticed Yuan Buhua's departure. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and he quietly left behind him. Yuan Buhua soon arrived at the streets of the town and met up with Xianxia and the other 2. What's going on? Does your holiness have any other instructions? Yuan Buhua asked after dismissing the surrounding heavenly soldiers. Friend Yuan, there's an accident in the plan. Xianxia's face was gloomy as he told him about the many starry sky leaders rushing to the heavenly law domain. What? The leaders of the divine realm aren't in the arena? The old man said he didn't notice anything. Hearing this, Yuan Buhua's face turned livid. The army of the ancient heaven could have attacked the arena after breaking into the divine realm, but Tang Ming sensed something odd in the arena. It seemed that the leaders of the divine realm weren't there. Suspecting that it was a trap, he ordered the heavenly soldiers to wipe out the forces in Shenming town. As the representative of the pure spirit kingdom in the ancient heaven, his task was to help the ancient heaven contain the forces of the divine realm. What Tang Ming did was exactly what he wanted, so he didn't say anything. Tens of millions of cultivation practitioners gathered in the arena, so it was not difficult for the highly achieved swordsmen to conceal their energy. As such, he didn't think too much about it. However, after hearing what Xianxia said, he realized that the powerhouses of the starry sky were not in the arena at all. This was indeed a deviation from their original plan. How did Guchen know about Jingjiu's existence? Damn it! Yuan Buhua grew anxious. As a core member of the Devil Realm, he was well aware of Your Holiness's plan. According to the plan, Your Holiness intended to prove his Tao and become the Emperor in the sealed realm of the heavenly law and take away the Tao fruit of source. This plan was not without risks. After all, nobody had successfully entered the Tao querying state since the distant ancient times. Though the divine realm was collapsing, there was no sign of someone proving his Tao and becoming the Emperor. It meant that Your Holiness hadn't succeeded yet, and he needed more time. Under the circumstances, the powerhouses of the starry sky would most likely ruin their plan if they went there. Friend Yuan, we can't interfere with the situation in the sealed realm of the heavenly law right now. All we can do is capture that detestable Guchen. I must capture that brat, only then can I report back to his honor. So, please send me some men. Xianxia stated his purpose of coming here while gritting his teeth. Yuan Buhua furrowed his eyebrows. Guchen deserved to die indeed, but this was not the most important thing at the moment. Xianxia's action was more to seek revenge against him. Friend Yuan, if we don't capture Guchen, God knows if he has other plans. Please send me some men as soon as possible. Xianxia urged Yuan Buhua when he saw that Yuan Buhua didn't respond. Yuan Buhua thought that Your Holiness attached great importance to Guchen, so it would be better to capture him. As Yuan Buhua was about to reply, a burst of laughter came from the alley nearby. Heavenly official Yuan, you don't have to capture him. I'll do it myself. From the shadow of the alley, Guchen walked out slowly, a mocking expression on his face. Why are you here? Yuan Buhua's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately looked at Xianxia. It seemed that the other party had followed Xianxia all the way here. You followed me? Xianxia was shocked and angry. When he saw that Guchen didn't have any companions with him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on breaking through. He rushed toward Guchen and punched out, a terrifying blood chi rippling. The physical strength of Xianxia's clan was amazing. After he reached the celestial prime realm, he had never been at a disadvantage in close combat. Seeing Xianxia charging at him, Guchen did not panic and also punched out. Boom! The two of them were like needles against each other. The terrifying brute force caused a sonic boom, and the two buildings around them were directly reduced to ashes. Dang dang dang. The result of this collision was that Xianxia was forced back more than 10 steps, and he let out an indignant roar. Why is it that even until today, my strength is still inferior to yours? It was hard for him to imagine that he would still be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash, even though he clearly felt that his brute force was above Guchen's. Guchen sneered without saying a word. He had only come here as a clone. In terms of brute force, how could he compare to Xianxia? It was just that he had mastered Heaven's equal immortal Emperor's battle sage technique, and his momentum was indomitable. That was why he had the upper hand in this contest of fists. If they continued to fight, he might not be able to suppress his opponent. But against a person like Xianxia who showed off his abilities, the first move was extremely crucial. He had suppressed him from the beginning and had already shaken his confidence. He had already won half the battle. Coming here alone, do you still think that you are the second-generation desolate heavenly general of ancient heaven? Yuan Buhua looked at Guchen and frowned, not understanding why he dared to come here alone. One had to know that ancient heaven was also his enemy. Coming here was simply walking into a trap. I am not alone, Guchen replied coldly. At this moment, Yuan Buhua suddenly sensed something. He turned around and saw Hai Dongqing slowly walking over, vaguely standing with Guchen on one side, sealing off their escape route. Friend Hai, could it be that you? Yuan Buhua's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. From the looks of it, Hai Dongqing seemed to be conspiring with Guchen. He was well aware of Hai Dongqing's strength. Although he usually kept a low profile among the heavenly generals and usually chose to remain neutral, in terms of strength, he was definitely in the top 3 among the heavenly generals, or even stronger. If he chose to help Gu Chen, the odds of him and Xianxia winning were too low. Friend Yuan, surrender yourself and you'll be spared some physical pain. The blind Hai Dongqing spoke in a calm voice, and he made his current position clear. Friend Hai, you and Gu Chen should have a grudge, right? Why are you helping him? Yuan Bu's expression turned ugly. During the heavenly music parlor meeting, everyone knew that Hai Dongqing and Gu Chen had a conflict. Hai Dongqing's most treasured saber had been snatched away by the other party. Logically speaking, they should be enemies. Because of this, after he took control of the ancient heaven, he suspected that Tang Ning or the other heavenly generals were secretly in contact with Gu Chen, so he sent people to monitor them. However, he never suspected Hai Dongqing. He would never have thought that the two of them would actually join forces. Friend Gu returned my demon saber, so I agreed to help him one last time today. Hai Dongqing pulled his hand out from behind his back, and in his hand was a pure black demon saber. Demon saber of spiritual speech? Yuan Bu's scalp went numb, and he recalled the rumors about this demon saber. Friend Yuan, as the chief heavenly official, colluded with the pure spirit kingdom. With you around, how can ancient heaven speak of justice? As Hai Dongqing spoke, he slowly unsheathed the demon saber in his hand. The moment the demon saber was unsheathed, a demonic red light flashed, and within a radius of 1,000 zhang, it was enveloped by a terrifying aura. Not good. Yuan Buhua turned pale with fright, and wanted to counterattack, but he was only an early-stage immortal reverend, while Hai Dongqing had been walking on the path of a late-stage immortal reverend for a long time, and now that he had the strongest demon saber in his hand, how could he compare? Cha! Before Yuan Buhua could do anything, the robe on his body was torn, and a bloody wound appeared on his shoulder. Hai Dongqing's goal was not to kill him, but at this moment, Yuan Buhua's body turned cold, and he realized what the two of them wanted to do. Not good, he murmured. His consciousness gradually fell silent, and in the end, it completely disappeared. His eyes, on the other hand, had strangely turned crimson. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Friend Yuan, what's wrong with you? Xianxia and his two companions were bewildered when they saw Yuan Buhua's strange behavior. Since the demon saber is unsheathed, it must drink enough blood. Hai Dongqing raised the saber, and a horrifying saber intent swept across, covering the 3 people in the attack range. Moments later, 2 of Xianxia's companions were dead on the ground. Xianxia's eyes were also bloodshot as he stood there in a daze, just like Yuan Buhua. Is this the power of the spiritual speech demon saber? No wonder it is the #1 saber below the emperor weapon. Seeing that Hai Dongqing killed the 4 people without his help, Gu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hai Dongqing's strength was already strong enough, and with the addition of this saber, he was almost invincible. He had heard about the power of the spiritual speech demon saber from Punlai Island Master. It was said that even an immortal lord's mind would be enslaved by the saber once. At that time, he had felt incredulous, but now he knew that this saber had such horrifying power. Hai Dongqing slowly sheathed the demon blade into its scabbard. The demonic red light faded away, and his entire body became a little breathless. Cold sweat even appeared on his forehead. Friend Hai, are you okay? Gu Chen asked with concern. The spiritual speech demon saber is powerful, but it's too dangerous. Those who use it can have their minds stolen by it at any time. After I sealed it, I rarely used it because I didn't want to give it any chance to bewitch me. But today, in the battlefield of the divine realm where negative mental energy is everywhere, the power of the spiritual speech demon saber has increased. Besides, the old man used its power to control 2 immortal lords, and their powers fed back to it. That's why it's getting stronger and stronger. Hai Dongqing explained. I see. This saber is indeed dangerous. Gu Chen nodded in understanding. No wonder Hai Dongqing killed 2 of Xianxia's companions. If he enslaved them, the power of the demon saber would increase. Friend Hai, I will never forget what you did for me today. I will repay you in the future. Gu Chen said to Hai Dongqing solemnly. The agreement between him and Hai Dongqing was that he would return the spiritual speech demon saber to him as long as Hai Dongqing secretly provided him with information about the ancient heaven. However, he asked Hai Dongqing to use the power of the demon saber to control Yuan Buhua, and Yuan Buhua agreed and paid the price. This was a favor. Friend Gu, you don't have to be so courteous. Yuan Buhua's heart is no longer in the ancient heaven. Keeping him there is a hidden danger. Moreover, Heavenly General Li Xuanyu's whereabouts are still unknown. A few heavenly generals who support peace have also mysteriously disappeared. I also want to find out their whereabouts through Yuan Buhua. Hai Dongqing said. Gu Chen nodded. His gaze turned solemn as he looked at the Parliament Tower in the distance. Now that Yuan Buhua is under control and Heavenly General Li is found, it's time to have a good talk with Tang Ning. The whites of Hai Dongqing's eyes fluttered. Fellow Daoist Gu wishes to stop this war? If this war continues, it will only cause the lives of both sides to be plunged into misery. Perhaps I haven't been in space for long, so I don't feel much about the so-called war between immortals and gods. The way I see it, the lives of so many people are far more important than the war between immortals and gods. The only one that should be punished is the pure spirit kingdom. Gu Chen mumbled as he walked towards the Parliament Tower. Friend Gu's kindness is commendable. However, how can 1,000,000 years of hatred be resolved so easily? At the foot of the Parliament Tower, the heavenly soldiers stood in great numbers in an orderly and strict manner. Gu Chen did not conceal his tracks. He appeared in his original appearance and headed straight for the gates of the Parliament Tower. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many heavenly soldiers. It's the second-generation Heavenly General Baron? Wasn't he banished from our celestial court? Why is he here now? The heavenly soldiers were bewildered. They did not expect Gu Chen to appear at this time and hesitated to stop him. My lord, please wait. A commander-level heavenly soldier hesitated to stop him. Gu Chen's footsteps came to a halt. He raised his head to look at the towering Parliament Tower before him and calmly said. He said calmly, please report to Heavenly General Tang that I seek an audience. Seeing Gu Chen's polite tone, the commander heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this Heavenly General's performance at the Heavenly Music Parlor meeting, he would not be able to stop him if he forced his way. He nodded and was about to head up to the Parliament Tower to report to the Heavenly Generals when someone walked out of the Parliament Tower. How dare you? Are you muddle-headed? A person banished and wanted by the ancient heaven has appeared. What's the point of reporting? You should capture him immediately. The person who walked out was Xian. He was dressed in a heavenly general's robe and looked very dignified. As soon as he spoke, the commander who had intended to pass on a message for Gu Chen immediately panicked. Lord Jinjutsu, he was about to explain when Xian waved his hand. Alright, step down. I'll handle this. Xian ignored him after he finished speaking. He stood on the steps of the Parliament Tower and looked down at Gu Chen with disdain. Gu Chen, you've been banished from the ancient heaven. Why are you in the divine realm? Are you a spy from the divine realm? Are you plotting something? As soon as Xian opened his mouth, he pinned a big hat on Gu Chen, causing him to frown slightly. Gu Chen didn't expect that Xian had become the second Jinjutsu in just a short period of time. It seems like there have been many changes in the Heavenly Music Parlor's heavenly generals. Tang Ning actually let Xian take the position. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I want to see Tang Ning. Gu Chen's eyes darkened. Right now, the divine realm was in chaos. He was too lazy to argue with Xian. General Tang Tian is our commander, how can an outsider like you casually see him? Take him down and find out if he's up to no good. Xian flicked his sleeves and commanded the heavenly soldiers to take down Gu Chen. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. It seemed like Xian was forcing him to make a move. Right at this moment, Yuan Buhua walked over from behind Gu Chen with a blank look on his face. Friend Gu was invited back by the old man. Are you sure you want to stop him? Xian's expression changed when he saw Yuan Buhua. Heavenly official Yuan, why are you, in the Heavenly Music Parlor? The chief heavenly official Yuan Buhua and Tang Ning had the absolute right to speak. Xian was able to take over the position of second Jinjutsu because of Yuan Buhua. Naturally, he didn't dare to refute him. Alright, get out of the way. Yuan Buhua didn't explain and led Gu Chen into the council tower. Xian's expression was uncertain, but he didn't dare to stop them. Gu Chen looked at Yuan Buhua's figure. From the outside, Yuan Buhua didn't look any different from usual. Even his crimson eyes had returned to normal. But he knew very well that he was under Hai Dongqing's control. Otherwise, why would he let him in? The demon blade of spiritual speech could control people to such a fine degree. Gu Chen had a deeper understanding of this blade. Stepping into the council tower, Gu Chen quickly saw some old friends, including the barbarian tribe leader, Long Yun, Su Yan, and the others. When they saw Gu Chen, they nodded at him in surprise. Their attitude didn't change after he left the celestial court. Time was tight. Gu Chen didn't have time to exchange greetings with his old friends. He went all the way to the highest floor of the council tower. At this time, Tang Ning, Empyrean Fairy, and many other heavenly generals were here. The Great Ape Immortal Venerable and the Battling Immortal Venerable of the Heartless Ape tribe were also here. Seeing Gu Chen appear, the heavenly generals were very surprised. Only Tang Ning didn't seem surprised. He glanced at Hai Dongqing and Yuan Buhua calmly. Tang Ning, I have something to say to you. Gu Chen went straight to the point. Everyone, please let us talk in private. Oh yes, the two Taoists of the Heartless Ape tribe, please stay. Tang Ning said. Although the heavenly generals were curious, they went downstairs according to his request. Soon, only Gu Chen, Tang Ning, Hai Dongqing, the two immortal venerables of the Heartless Ape tribe, and Yuan Buhua and Xianxia, who were controlled by the devil blade of Yan Ling, were left in the top floor. It seems that Yuan Buhua has been controlled by the power of the devil blade. Tang Ning glanced at Yuan Buhua and said with a smile, as if he had expected this. When Gu Chen heard this, he understood that what he did today was probably within Tang Ning's calculations. According to Hai Dongqing, the people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom appeared to support Tang Ning during the meeting held at the Heavenly Music Pavilion. He originally wanted to oppose it, but at the crucial moment, Tang Ning sent him a voice transmission and asked him to stay put. It was also at that time that he reminded Hai Dongqing that he would definitely look for him. Since Tang Ning had predicted that he would contact Hai Dongqing, it was not difficult for him to get Hai Dongqing to be his spy. He knew that Hai Dongqing was in contact with him, but he did not leak the secret to the Pure Spirit Kingdom, which led to Yuan Buhua being captured by Hai Dongqing. From this point, it could be seen that he had never really sided with the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Yuan Buhua is already controlled by friend Hai. No matter how the man with a bamboo hat threatened you, ancient heaven should be free now. You don't need to listen to the Pure Spirit Kingdom, right? Gu Chen said calmly. Tang Ning nodded, a relaxed smile on his face. When I was outside Su Yuan, friendly, and I were captured by the jingling Taoist. I played along and pretended to be willing to serve the Pure Spirit Kingdom. That was how I escaped. Friendly vowed to die, so the jingling Taoist imprisoned Friendly and used his life as a bargaining chip to make me fully loyal. I don't know where Friendly is, but Yuan Buhua must know. Now that he is under control, Friendly is safe, and ancient heaven does not need to follow the instructions of the jingling Taoist. Tang Ning's words were simple, but Gu Chen knew that the situation was actually much more complicated. Tang Ning not only pledged his loyalty to the Pure Spirit Kingdom to survive, but he also wanted to use the power of the Pure Spirit Kingdom to eradicate the opposition within the Celestial Court. In the end, he succeeded. Now that Yuan Buhua was controlled by Hai Dongqing's demon blade, it was very likely that he was also within his calculations. In other words, he had thought of a way to escape from the beginning. It was because of this that he made Hai Dongqing hold back during the meeting in the Heavenly Sound Chamber. Gu Chen deduced from Tang Ning's expression how far he had calculated, and his heart quickly became heavy. He originally hoped that Tang Ning was forced to listen to the Pure Spirit Kingdom's order to send troops, but from his performance, perhaps it was not the case. He vaguely guessed the answer, but he still followed his heart and made a plea. Tang Ning looked at Gu Chen, and his smile gradually froze. Gu Chen, I asked Hai Dongqing to tell you not to get involved in this war between immortals and gods, and to run as far away as possible. Do you know why? Gu Chen was silent and didn't answer. I let you escape not because I thought you couldn't survive in this terrible vortex, but because although you joined the ancient heavenly court under my recommendation, you have always been a person who is neither a deity nor a god. You've only joined ancient heaven for a short time, and you've never experienced the conflict between immortals and gods. How can you understand why we're risking our lives? but you still guessed that I would get involved in this vortex. Gu Chen looked deeply at Tang Ming. Yes, although I gave you advice, I also know that you won't give up. In fact, if you really did give up, I'm afraid I would still be under the control of the pure spirit kingdom. Do you think I'm indebted to you for doing this? In fact, even if I'm still under the control of the jingling Taoist, it doesn't matter, as long as I can fulfill my life's long-cherished wish. Tang Ming said seriously. At this moment, he felt unfamiliar to Gu Chen. He didn't seem to be the sloppy guy he used to be. If this war continues, people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Is it worth it? Gu Chen murmured. Is it worth it? When Tang Ming heard this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gu Chen, do you know how many forces from the immortal world have perished under the siege of the divine realm since the collapse of the primeval immortal world? First came the chaos of the immortals and gods. The divine realm took advantage of the disappearance of the immortal emperors to launch an attack. Many of our celestial generals died, and many of the forces from the immortal world were severed. After that, the ancient heaven chose to conceal their strength and bide their time, ceding this world to the divine realm, but they still refused to give up. For millions of years, the divine realm has been suppressing the living space of the forces in the immortal world. After the chaos of the immortals and gods, countless forces in the immortal world have perished under their persecution, and many precious inheritances have become extinct. The Tang clan that I belong to, and even the tyrants that you belong to, are their victims. As Tang Ming spoke, he looked at the two immortal reverends of the Heart Ape tribe. After the last battle in the Wasteland region, because of the Pure Spirit Kingdom's instigation, the Divine Realm already had the idea to encircle and annihilate our ancient heaven. If the ancient heaven perishes, the Heart Ape clan, the Netherworld, and Ling Long's celestial palace will be eradicated by the Divine Realm sooner or later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't take action and inflict heavy losses on the divine realm, we will be the next ones to perish. You want me to retreat because I don't want the people to be plunged into misery and suffering, but if I take this step back, the immortal world may really perish completely. Tang Ming spoke in a serious tone, and the two immortal reverends of the Heart Ape clan felt distressed. This war started because of the Pure Spirit Kingdom, and the ancient heaven's actions are exactly what the man with a bamboo hat wants. In the end, the only one who will benefit is him. And both the ancient heaven and the divine realm will be the losers. Gu Chen argued. The point is no longer who will benefit. Even if there is a huge disparity between the combat power of the ancient heaven and the divine realm, we must take action this time. Otherwise, the situation in the future will be even more worrisome. As for the Pure Spirit Kingdom wanting to use us, aren't we also using them? There is no better opportunity than this. Tang Ming spoke with certainty, and Gu Chen knew that he couldn't convince him. He also understood that the immortal world and the gods had been opposing each other for a long time, and the conflict between the two sides was deeply rooted. It was like a dead knot, and it was definitely not something that he could resolve. At least for now, he didn't have the ability to resolve it. Gu Chen, I once hoped to nurture you into the sharpest spear of the ancient heaven. Right now, we are preparing to attack the arena of the gods. If you are willing to stay, the position of the second-generation Baron Heavenly General will still be yours. Tang Ming looked at Gu Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Chen's expression became one of struggle. This war started because of the man with a bamboo hat, and he didn't want to be used by the other party. Moreover, now that his father had been rescued, and Lan Chu was willing to leave with him, he had already obtained what he wanted. There were his old friends in the arena of the gods, and he didn't want to stand against them. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to join the side of the divine realm. He didn't want to get involved in this war, because he felt that it was meaningless. The immortals and the gods might have countless grievances and entanglements, but most of the heavenly soldiers of the ancient heaven and the ordinary disciples of the forces of the divine realm were actually innocent. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't respond for a long time, Tang Ming shook his head and laughed at himself. Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. You should go. Gu Chen's expression changed. You were originally expelled from the celestial court, but today you helped control Yuan Buhua, indirectly saving Friendly, and also helped my celestial court to get rid of the control of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. This is already a great gift, and you don't owe my celestial court anything. You walked out of the ancient planet Huang and stepped into the vast starry sky to save your father. Now that you think you've succeeded, there's no need to get involved in this mess. Take the people you cherish and leave, the army of the celestial court won't stop you. Gu Chen was silent for a long time and only said 2 words. Thank you. He couldn't persuade Tang Ning to change his mind, nor could he persuade Shi Jian, Qi Zian, and the others to go with him, because they all had their own paths to walk, and their own beliefs to adhere to. And what he needed to do now was to protect the people around him. Friend Hai, do you want to go with Gu Chen, or stay? Tang Ning and Gu Chen finished talking, and then immediately looked at Hai Dongqing. Hai Dongqing held the demon blade of Yanling, his face solemn. As a heavenly general of ancient heaven, even if our ideals are different, at this juncture, I will naturally stay and do my part. Tang Ning heard this, and his face lit up. If friend Hai is willing to go all out, my ancient heaven will be like a tiger with wings. He looked at the 2 immortal venerables of the Heartless Ape clan. What about you two? I know that the Heartless Ape clan is willing to stay in the alliance because of Gu Chen. Now that Gu Chen is going to leave, will you two also leave with him? Gu Chen could not help but look at the Great Ape Immortal Venerables and the Battling Immortal Venerables. According to the original plan, the Heartless Ape clan would cover for his escape. But now that the ancient heaven would not stop him, and the forces of the divine realm were also trapped in the arena, he no longer needed anyone's help, and he could easily leave the divine realm. Young friend Gu, please take the little ancestor away and protect its safety. As for us, we have decided to stay and join forces with the celestial court. The 2 immortal venerables discussed for a while, and finally, the Great Ape Immortal Venerables said. Tang Ning's previous words moved them. Their relationship with the ancient heaven was indeed interdependent. Since there was a chance to deal a heavy blow to the forces of the divine realm, they would not let it go. Gu Chen did not expect the Heartless Ape clan to also decide to stay and participate in the battle, and could only nod with a heavy heart. Boom! Just as he was thinking about whether to leave to find his real body, there was suddenly a huge movement in the direction of the Divine Tree Forest. The commotion was so great that both the God Town and the arena could feel it. What's happening? Tang Ning's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt that the essence chi of heaven and earth was gathering in the direction of the Divine Tree Forest, and there were many strange phenomena. Gu Chen's consciousness was shared with his real body and the other avatar, and he quickly understood the source of the movement, and his heart was filled with horror. Back to a moment ago. Under the leadership of Gu Chen, many starry sky giants finally arrived at the depths of the Divine Tree Forest. As soon as they entered, they saw the heavenly wheel that encompassed the 12 star domains flickering as if it was about to collapse. Led by Taoist priest Feng Zhen, many starry sky giants were so scared that their scalps went numb. They hurriedly crossed the starry sky and went straight to the Heavenly Ways sealed domain. Gu Chen fell behind and looked at the Heavenly Ways sealed domain. His expression was solemn when he saw that the place had indeed opened. Many starry sky giants broke through the void and entered the Heavenly Ways sealed domain. Soon, they saw a scene that made them furious. They saw hundreds of members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom in ice blue robes standing in the void around the Taoist mountain, forming an unparalleled formation. It was obvious that they wanted to take in the entire Taoist mountain. And at the eye of this great formation, which was also the peak of Dao Mountain, there were countless soul lights surging over from the 12-star regions by borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. They were continuously pouring into the body of the man at the peak of the mountain. As more and more soul lights poured in, the man's aura became more and more palpitating. Jingling Taoist. Many starry sky giants gasped. After witnessing such a strange situation in the Pure Spirit Kingdom, they no longer doubted the information given by Gu Chen. Jingling Taoist, this evildoer, wants to prove his Dao and become an emperor here. We must stop him. Taoist priest Feng Zhen saw the jingling Taoist's current state at a glance. His pupils contracted like needles and he took the lead to rush toward him. Overwhelming power gushed out of his body. The strength of his aura had clearly reached the peak of the ultimate god level and was close to the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. Not only him, but the other starry sky giants also realized that things were about to get out of hand and acted without hesitation. Whoosh! The starry sky giant of the Yi clan held a longbow and shot a black arrow filled with the power of the law of destruction. It was launched later but arrived first. It was faster than the Taoist priest Fengzhan and went straight toward the jingling Taoist. This is bad. Why are the leaders of the divine realm here so soon? Your Holiness is in trouble at this critical moment. The hundreds of demon domain members did not expect the starry sky giants to arrive so quickly. Logically speaking, opening the heavenly Dao sealed domain would certainly cause a huge commotion, but how could the starry sky giants arrive so quickly? Moreover, with the ancient heavens army holding them back, the starry sky giants wouldn't have the time to come. The current situation had already deviated from the original plan, and many members of the demon realm were caught unprepared. It's coming much faster than expected. The man with a bamboo hat was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. He sensed the airflow caused by the arrow and swung his sleeves stirred up astral winds, and the arrow that could easily destroy an ancient planet was immediately blown away by the wind, breaking into two pieces in the air. Although he had yet to become an emperor, he already had the aura of looking down on the world. Is this your doing? The eyes of the man with a bamboo hat twirled with devilish light. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Gu Chen, who was standing behind the starry sky giants. Gu Chen was fearless and sneered. It seems that you've arrived in time. You're still one step away from realizing your ambition. While he was speaking, the Taoist priest Fengzhan, Aragami, and the other starry sky giants had already rushed to the side of the man with a bamboo hat. The hundreds of demon domain members were also besieged by the starry sky giants. The opening of the heavenly Dao sealed domain seemed to be more serious than Gu Chen had imagined. Many starry sky giants desperately attacked. Demon Daoist, surrender now. The Taoist priest Fengzhan was surrounded by the phantom of a dragon and phoenix. He held a divine sword in his hand, and sword light slashed through the air. Aragami opened his mouth and inhaled. The chi around the man with a bamboo hat was actually plundered by him. The man with a bamboo hat's eyes were gloomy. It was too late to settle the score with Gu Chen. His body floated up, and with a flick of his finger, a strange wind blew through the void. The bodies of the Taoist priest Fengzhan, Aragami, and the others suddenly became sluggish. The primordial spirits in their bodies seemed to be about to leave their bodies, and their control over their bodies was greatly reduced. Not good, this demon Dao is about to successfully condense the origin of the soul. If he succeeds, none of us will be a match for him. Don't hold back your trump cards. Attack with all your might. The dragon roar in the Taoist priest Fengzhan's body continued. It was not easy for him to stabilize his primordial spirit and body. He raised his hand and slashed. Clang, although the man with a bamboo had avoided it, a wound was left on his shoulder, and blood splattered. His eyes were fierce, but he suddenly reacted. He looked down and saw that many of the demon domain members had been forced to fight with the starry sky giants. The formation he had painstakingly laid down was collapsing. I've underestimated you. The man with a bamboo hat was rarely angry. He had no idea how Jingjiu had been defeated by Gu Chen and how Jingjiu had managed to summon a group of starry sky giants here so quickly. He realized that he had underestimated Gu Chen earlier. Gu Chen's incarnation had probably come here in order to seize the opportunity to put him in a difficult situation. Good, very good. Haha, Jia, the man with a bamboo hat was furious, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. He let out a series of peculiar laughs, a bloodthirsty glint showing in his eyes. If it were so easy to prove the Tao and become the emperor, what would be the point? It would be more interesting to climb to the top by stepping on the starry sky giants. He flicked his sleeve, and the billions of scattered souls poured into his body at a faster speed. The terrifying soul energy rippled out, making it impossible for the Taoist priest Fengzhan and the others to get close to him. Old Taoist Fengzhan, open your eyes and take a good look. Have you become accustomed to being slaves? The man with a bamboo hat pointed to the 3,000 glowing Dao fruits on the Taoist mountain, his voice booming out. With these Dao fruits of origin, you will have the hope of proving the Dao and becoming the emperor. If you can be enlightened today, I'll share the Dao fruits with you. His voice was quite bewitching, and some of the younger starry sky giants were tempted. They had sensed the extraordinariness of those Dao fruits of origin as soon as they arrived. If they could get one or two of them, they would have a great fortune. Shut up, devil cultivator. Do you have any idea what you're doing? The Taoist priest Fengzhan had a terrible look on his face. It seemed that he was not tempted by the 3,000 Tao fruits of origin, but treated them as dangerous beasts. The reason they came to our world back then was to collect these Tao fruits. But now you want to steal the Tao fruits. Do you know what will happen? Countless living beings in the 12-star areas will be annihilated because of you. The Taoist priest Fengzhen angrily rebuked, and the other starry sky giants also had gloomy looks on their faces. Haha, are you worried about the lives of the people, or are you worried about the lives of everyone in Kunlun? Don't make it sound so noble. Do you want me to expose you? The man with a bamboo hat had a disdainful look on his face as his gaze swept across the many starry sky giants who had survived since the end of the ancient times. Back then, in order to live an ignoble existence, you voluntarily put on shackles and helped them destroy the immortal world. Then, you lived until now with the title of God that they bestowed upon you. You became their thugs to enslave the ninth realm. In order to make yourself feel at ease, you even pretended that it was for the sake of countless lives. What a joke! Guchen was shocked as he listened from afar. He had already guessed that many forces in the divine realm were under the control of others, but he did not know the specific reason. It turned out that there was such a secret history in the primordial era. It was this secret history that led to the collapse of the immortal world and the chaos of the immortal gods. Who are they? Guchen muttered to himself. Whether it was the man with a bamboo hat or the Taoist priest Fengzhen, they seemed to be afraid of them and refused to mention their names. Demon Dao, you didn't experience what happened back then. What right do you have to make irresponsible remarks? Aragami snorted coldly. They were too strong back then. Even if the immortal world and divine world joined forces, they would not be a match for them. If they did not yield, the ninth world could only be destroyed. How can you understand the weight of the decision we made back then? Haha Jia, what a dignified speech. The man with a bamboo hat sneered and shook his head. Back then, the immortal world did not give up. The Celestial the Arch and the other immortal emperors were determined to fight to the end, but you stabbed them in the back. In the end, the Celestial the Arch died in battle, the immortal emperors went missing, and the immortal world was destroyed. What happened after that? The god emperors who stabbed the immortal world did not obtain peace because of their betrayal. Instead, they disappeared one after another. Where did they go? Don't you know? Many powerhouses of the starry sky revealed pained expressions when they heard this. It was the scar in their hearts being opened. After the god emperors went missing, you completely lost the courage to resist. You were originally your own gods, but then you became gods conferred by them. Every generation has a god Dao imprint in their bodies, and you listen to them like dogs. What god Dao imprint? It's essentially a slave imprint. What divine blessing list? Every 10,000 years, you compete for this list. It's just a reminder to you that you will always be their dogs. You have to work hard to have more food to eat. Haha Jia. The man with a bamboo hat's soul-stirring display of the so-called god's sorrow made many of the starry sky giants feel extremely embarrassed, and their minds swayed. Guchen was both shocked and sad. If what the man with a bamboo hat said was true, then how ugly was the world? Shut up. Stop talking nonsense with him. If he snatches away the Dao fruit, we absolutely won't have a good ending. Aragami looked around and saw that everyone's weaknesses had been found by the other party. Under the influence of the Soul Dao technique, they had forgotten their important matters. His heart shivered and he hurriedly shouted. His shout brought everyone back to their senses. The Taoist priest Fengzhen secretly scolded himself for his lack of composure. He knew that his opponent's Soul Taoist technique had reached the acme of perfection, but he still fell for it unknowingly. Just as the crowd was about to continue attacking, the man with a bamboo hat on the top of Taoist Mountain burst out laughing. Haha Jia, it's too late. I've succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling ray of light erupted from his body, swallowing all the remaining soul fragments that were surging towards him. At this moment, his entire person and aura underwent a metamorphosis. Boom! The chi of heaven and earth boiled at this moment. From everywhere in the divine realm, and even from the heavenly Dao roulette, a massive amount of chi of heaven and earth frantically poured into the body of the man with a bamboo hat. Strange phenomena appeared around him, and countless figures appeared. Each figure had a different appearance and race, but strangely, their expressions were exactly the same as his. Your Holiness has broken through. Haha, in the end, we still won. Under the siege of the starry sky giants, the panicking members of the demon realm were wild with joy. Once the Taoist priests became emperors, no one here would be a match for him. How can this be? In this era, there's actually someone who can become an emperor. The Taoist priest Feng Zhen and the others watched in disbelief as the man with a bamboo hat shed his mortal body and his emperor body was being reborn. A terrifying emperor realm aura permeated the air. Haha Jia, is this the Tao querying realm? After spending 100,000 years, I've finally stepped into the emperor realm. The man with a bamboo hat was in high spirits. With the aura of a newly ascended emperor, he shrouded the many starry sky giants with one hand, boom, including the boundary emperor Taoist priest Feng Zhen. All the starry sky giants were shocked to find that they could not move. In the next moment, their souls were shaken out of their bodies. Don't fall into the 6 realms, don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, enter the purgatory of the soul Tao, never to be reincarnated. The man with a bamboo hat laughed strangely, and a purgatory of the soul Tao appeared in the void, sucking in the souls of all the starry sky giants. They had completely lost the ability to fight. This is bad. Gu Chen's face paled. He had wanted to use the starry sky giants to interrupt the man with a bamboo hat's path of Tao validation. Who would have thought that the man with a bamboo hat would see through the flaws in their souls? They had wasted so much time, and he still succeeded in the end. Just now, not only were the starry sky giants affected by his soul Tao technique, even Gu Chen was bewitched. It was only when the man with a bamboo hat confirmed his Tao and became an emperor that he realized it. Now that the man with a bamboo hat had become an emperor, he had defeated all the starry sky giants in one go. The difference between the emperor realm and the honored realm was far beyond Gu Chen's imagination. Haha, thank you, Gu Chen. You brought some fun to me. The man with a bamboo hat finished dealing with the starry sky giants, and his eyes glanced at Gu Chen. HM? Another doppelganger? Your doppelganger technique is quite mysterious. What's its origin? I couldn't even tell the real from the fake before I became an emperor. Gu Chen's heart trembled. Previously, the man with a bamboo hat hadn't been able to tell the difference between the clone and the real body when he used the 3 Pure Ones technique. But now, he could tell at a glance. What realm had he reached? Haha, when I'm done with the matters here, I'll go find your real body and have a good chat. Now, open your eyes wide and watch how I take this entire Taoist mountain into my pocket. The man with a bamboo hat was in high spirits. He no longer looked at Gu Chen, and grabbed at the Taoist mountain below with one hand. Because of the starry sky giant's interference, the array he designed had been destroyed. There was no time to rebuild it. Now that he had just become an emperor, he was bursting with confidence. He decided to take away this Taoist mountain with his own strength. Rise. His voice was like thunder in spring. The Taoist mountain that had already been shaken shook violently again. Countless chains of order of the heavenly Tao began to crack. The Taoist mountain slowly rose from the ground under the power of his emperor realm. The corner of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. Gu Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. The current situation had gone beyond his original calculations. If this continued, when the man with a bamboo hat successfully obtained all the Tao fruits, he wouldn't be able to live in peace even if he escaped from the divine realm. At this moment. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 doors of decaying Tao and the heavenly Tao seemed to have sensed something. The countless chains on the doors fell off, and the doors slowly opened. Creak, the crisp sound of the doors opening echoed across the world. The 4 doors were all facing the man with a bamboo hat. A primordial aura seeped out from the doors. The man with a bamboo hat's expression froze at this moment. He looked inside the doors as if he had seen something terrifying. Be it Gu Chen or the members of the demon realm, none of them could see what was happening inside the doors. Only the man with a bamboo hat could. What's going on? Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. No one had expected such a sudden change. The bamboo hat man stared at the door, his expression shifting between fear and anger. In the end, he began to howl in madness. This damned heavenly Tao. I will never give in. I've racked my brains to reach this step. Don't even think of taking everything away from me. The aura on his body rose again after a brief drop. It was crazy and hysterical, and his body expanded as well. The blood vessels all over his body bulged like dragons. "What's wrong with your holiness?" the members of the demon realm exclaimed. The man with the bamboo hat's body emitted a destructive energy wave. The energy wave was so strong that it was enough to crush them into pieces. All of a sudden, the man with the bamboo hat seemed to have gone mad, causing everyone to feel uneasy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 decaying Dao doors stood tall, and countless glowing chains shot out from the edges of the doors toward the man with the bamboo hat, binding him tightly as if trying to drag him into the doors. The man with the bamboo hat resisted with all his might. His strength surged endlessly, but he could not break free from the chains. He was still one step away. Damn it, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. If the array was still here, I wouldn't have lost the chance to turn things around. He was both shocked and angry. His eyes suddenly glanced at Guchen in the distance, full of unwillingness. These 4 decaying Dao doors were the last restrictions of this heavenly Dao. Hidden within the doors was a power that did not belong to this world. It had only been activated when he tried to pull out the Taoist mountain. The mysterious voice of the fallen emperor came from within the doors. It was so powerful that it made him despair, and he realized that he had underestimated his enemy. Originally, with the array that had gathered all the strength of the demon realm, he could have escaped this calamity by using the array to divert the danger. However, because the formation had been destroyed by the starry sky powerhouses brought by Gu Chen, he was directly exposed to the attacks of the 4 Dao decaying gates. He had no hope of escaping. I, Gu Chen, have never believed in heresy. Our fated karma is complicated and unbearable. In this 4th confrontation, I want to win once and for all. The man with the bamboo hat could not help but recall what Gu Chen had said before. Although the current situation was not within the opponent's expectations, the man with the bamboo hat had accidentally won this time. When the man with the bamboo hat realized that he was going to lose his life here because of this slight mistake, and that his 100,000-year plan would be destroyed in a single day, the eyes of the man with the bamboo hat widened in anger. When Guchen saw the man with the bamboo hat staring at him like a madman, he was bewildered. He still had no idea what was going on in front of him, but he could tell that the man with the bamboo hat was not in a good state. "Damn brat, you've ruined my plan." The man with the bamboo hat could not help but roar. He struggled to point his chained hand in Guchen's direction. Puff, the finger beam tore through the air. Guchen barely dodged it, but his doppelganger was still injured, and his body became illusory. "Are you going to die here?" Guchen could not help but sneer when he saw the man with the bamboo hat lose his composure. "I will not lose. How could I possibly stop here?" The man with the bamboo hat was even more enraged by these words, but the number of chains flying out from the 4 Dao decaying gates was also increasing, almost drowning him. At this point, all the members of the demon region could see that there was something wrong with your holiness, but they did not have the courage to step forward to help. The 4 Dao decaying gates were too strange. Crack, crack. As the man with the bamboo hat's power was restrained, the soul Dao purgatory in the sky suddenly collapsed on its own. The souls of the starry sky powerhouses fled in panic and returned to their bodies. "We're saved." The Taoist priest Feng Zhen and the others still had lingering fears. When they suddenly saw the man with the bamboo hat being suppressed by the 4 Dao decaying gates, they all revealed looks of horror. They really did leave a backup plan back then. Trying to go against the heavenly axiom they built is simply courting death. Looking at the man with the bamboo hat's current appearance, the starry sky powerhouses did not feel relieved. The Taoist priest Feng Zhen even felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Even the soul Dao purgatory has been broken. The man with the bamboo hat is finished. When Guchen saw this scene, he was completely sure that the man with the bamboo hat had fallen. No matter how many calculations he had made, he had still fallen to the mysterious power of the heavenly axiom. For some reason, he should have been happy that he had escaped a calamity, but he could not feel happy at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The chains kept pulling, and the 4 Dao decaying gates merged into one. It was grand and majestic, and bit by bit, it pulled the man with a bamboo hat into it. No one knew what was inside. They only knew that since ancient times, every time a son of an era was born, the Tao decaying gate would appear, accompanied by a major heavenly tribulation, in an attempt to suppress the son of an era. The Tao decaying gate that the man with a bamboo hat was facing now was clearly different from the usual ones. Even a Tao querying realm emperor can't escape the suppression of the heavenly axiom? The Taoist priest Fengzhen's eyes were filled with sorrow as he recalled the tragic experience of the past. The starry sky powerhouses were also silent. The jingling Taoist had taken that step and become the only existence to prove his Tao and become an emperor after the primordial age, but he still could not resist the power left behind by them. The gap between the ninth realm and them was too great. The man with a bamboo hat got closer and closer to the gate, and he became more and more desperate. Finally, he threw caution to the wind. I will never yield. I don't care what kind of existence you are. Since I can't take everything here, don't even think about succeeding. I will perish together with you. Haha, Jia, the man with a bamboo hat let out a desolate and strange laugh. His entire body expanded by 3 times in a short time, and his face was twisted and hideous. He forcefully broke free from the chains and pulled towards the Taoist mountain below. His strength was enough to pick up a mountain, his aura matchless. This all-out attack caused all of the divine chains of order at the base of Tao Mountain to break apart, slowly leaving the ground. The moment the Taoist mountain left the ground, a heavenly stele appeared at the bottom. There was only one word on it, and it was the word Xing in the starry script. Looking at the word heavenly stele, the man with a bamboo hat laughed miserably. The starry sky powerhouses looked downcast, as if that word represented supreme power that made people despair. Haha, Jia, the man with a bamboo hat laughed sinisterly, and his body stumbled towards the Taoist mountain. The soul source that he had just condensed in his body burned fiercely. What is he trying to do? The starry sky powerhouses were all moved. The Taoist priest Fengzhen murmured. Fight the heavens with my life, and vow to die rather than submit. Boom, the man with a bamboo hat slammed into the Taoist mountain, and his emperor body directly exploded as the soul source burned. The terrifying explosion swept in all directions, and the entire Taoist mountain was submerged. The heavenly Tao roulette was crazily collapsing. Not good. Retreat. Whether it was the members of the demon realm or the starry sky powerhouses, they all fled in panic, lest they get involved in this epic disaster. Crack. Crack. The Taoist mountain collapsed under the impact of the man with a bamboo hat. The 3,000 Taoist fruits on the mountain turned into beams of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and other colors that shot up into the sky. They broke through the shackles of the heavenly roulette and the divine realm. Then, they exploded in the universe and turned into brilliant auroras. With their disappearance, the divine realm began to collapse at an unprecedented speed, and the heavenly roulette also broke into pieces. The decaying gate retreated into the turbulence and disappeared without a trace. The heavenly Tao has collapsed. The origin power of the 3,000 great ways has returned to the 9th realm. Aragami escaped to the periphery and looked at the Taoist fruits as they left. That man used an extreme method to change his fate. He didn't give in, and he didn't even lose. The Taoist powers have recovered, and the 9th realm will change completely. The Taoist priest Fengzhen also murmured to himself. At the moment when the heavenly Tao collapsed and the Taoist powers recovered, he felt that the bottleneck that had existed in his body for a long time was showing signs of loosening. The 9th realm has changed greatly, but I'm afraid it's also going to be a disaster. The people from the Xing County, are coming. More powerhouses in the starry sky gasped, and a vague fear appeared in their eyes. Dead, your holiness is dead, and the Taoist fruits are gone. Many members of the realm of monsters who had escaped from death had despair in their eyes. Their leader was dead, and all the Taoist fruits had been destroyed. It was meaningless for them to stay here. Run. Run. Get out of the divine realm. Seeing that the entire divine realm was beginning to collapse, many members of the realm of monsters fled in a hurry, afraid that the forces in the divine realm would come for revenge. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The jingling Taoist was dead, and they could only pray for themselves. The depths of the divine woods were completely submerged by the destructive light. Everyone was running away, except for Gu Chen's doppelganger, who was in the midst of the energy waves, watching the Taoist mountain in the distance crumble inch by inch. Man with a bamboo hat, finally dead, he muttered. His doppelganger was already on the verge of collapse under the attack of the man with a bamboo hat, so there was no need for him to escape. He might as well stay and witness this epic-making scene. He had personally witnessed the collapse of the man with a bamboo hat's monarch body. His soul had been submerged in the storm. No matter how strong he was and how many soul fragments he had, he was afraid that he would die completely this time. This great enemy had haunted him for almost half of his life, but he died in such a tragic way. This made Guchen feel somewhat complicated. The energy storm within the heavenly law-sealed domain continued to expand outwards, and very soon, it engulfed Guchen's clone. He completely turned into clear air and disappeared. In another direction, Guchen's main body suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. What happened? Beside him, Gu Tianming, Ji Lanchu, the island master, and the others also stopped and looked at him. They were planning to leave the divine realm through the entrance that the ancient heavens army had used to enter when the entire divine realm suddenly experienced a huge earthquake. Cracks could be seen everywhere in the sky, and it was extremely frightening. They knew that Guchen's doppelganger was currently elsewhere, and only he knew the ins and outs of what had happened. Man with a bamboo hat is dead, Guchen replied as he let out a turbid breath. He's dead? Isn't that a good thing? Everyone was delighted to hear that. You don't seem too happy. Ji Lanchu grabbed Guchen's hand, and realized that he did not have the joy of knowing that his great enemy had died. I'm fine. The divine realm is about to collapse completely. If we continue to stay here, everyone will die. Let's hurry up and leave. Guchen shook his head. He did not know why his heart was so heavy. Perhaps it was because he did not kill the man with a bamboo hat with his own hands, or perhaps it was because of the unknown behind the decaying gate. However, no matter what, he did not have time to worry about these things. It was more important to leave this place first. The divine realm was a space of the same level as the immortal realm. After its collapse, the spatial turbulence produced was extremely terrifying. Having entered the Heavenvoid Hall, he had experienced it firsthand. It could be said that if they did not leave as soon as possible, no one in the entire divine realm would be able to survive. The divine realm is about to collapse. Will this war continue? Ji Lanchu asked through gritted teeth. Although she had chosen to leave with Guchen, she was still somewhat worried about Kunlun. The Taoist priest Fengzhen and many other leaders of the Starry Sky are rushing back to the arena. They have personally experienced the situation in the Heavenly Tao's sealed domain and know the severity of the situation. They should be retreating as soon as possible. As for the ancient heaven, my doppelganger will warn Tang Ning. Hopefully, both sides will stop. Guchen pondered. He couldn't let this mess go on any longer. What did you say? The jingling Taoist is dead, and the divine realm is about to collapse. In the Parliament Tower, Guchen's doppelganger tried to persuade Tang Ning but failed. However, sensing the fact that the man with a bamboo hat was dead, he told Tang Ning that he hoped the ancient heaven would retreat in time. When Tang Ning and the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. The leaders of the divine realm are rushing back to the arena. The people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom are a group of dragons without a leader. They are scattered like birds and beasts. They cannot be of help to the celestial court. Now that the divine realm is collapsing, if they do not retreat now, the ancient heaven will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Guchen analyzed in detail, hoping to make Tang Ning retreat. Tang Ning's eyes flickered incessantly. He could sense that the entire space of the immortal realm had become extremely unstable, but it would be a bit of an alarmist to say that it would collapse very soon like Guchen had said. It wasn't easy for them to break into the divine world. How could he be willing to retreat now? If we retreat now, we will not be able to hurt the vitality of the divine realm at all. Instead, we will make them hate us. In the future, the situation of the ancient heaven and the Heartless Ape clan will be even worse. The divine realm may be collapsing as you said, but on the other hand, this is also an opportunity. Right now, tens of millions of divine path cultivators are trapped in the arena. Since the leaders of the Starry Sky are not here, it would be best to take action now. Tang Ning actually rejected Guchen's suggestion. Instead, from Guchen's words, he knew that the leaders of the Starry Sky were not in the arena. He thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. There is no need to slowly encircle and annihilate them. Everyone, move out. Immediately attack the arena of the gods. He ignored Gu Chen. With a ruthless look on his face, he immediately sent out his order to the entire army. Tang Ning, are you going to ignore the lives of millions of celestial soldiers? Once the war starts, everyone will die if we can't retreat in time. Gu Chen said angrily. He did not expect the wise Tang Ning to be so stubborn today. Gu Chen, even if millions of celestial soldiers die, as long as we can bury all the forces of the divine realm in the divine realm, it will still be our ancient heaven's victory. Tang Ning's words sent chills down everyone's spine. He flew out of the council tower and led the way to the arena. They were in God Town, just a few steps away from the arena. The leaders of the divine realm would need some time to rush back from the forest of heavenly trees. This period of time was enough for them to deal a heavy blow to the divine realm. As for whether they would be able to retreat and leave the divine realm in time, that was no longer something he could consider. War, in the first place, required a huge price. Hai Dongqing was a little worried because of Gu Chen's words. However, seeing that Tang Ning had made his decision, he no longer hesitated. He carried his demon knife and flew to the arena. As the commander of the celestial soldiers and generals, Tang Ning would not question whether his idea was right or wrong. He had to follow. This was a military rule and also a demonstration of the cohesiveness of the ancient heaven. Let the ordinary soldiers retreat first. We will follow. The two immortal primes of the Heartless Ape tribe had more concerns. They ordered the soldiers of the Heartless Ape tribe to stay behind so that they could retreat in time. Then, they followed Tang Ning. A chaotic battle broke out, and the flames of war rose everywhere. The divine realm was gradually collapsing, and millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals were entangled with countless cultivators of the divine path. It had evolved into the second chaos of the immortals and gods. Millions of years of hatred could not be resolved. The arena of the gods was trampled by the iron hooves of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Screams and roars of anger could be heard everywhere. Fresh lives were perishing at every moment, and it was a tragic, stirring, and horrifying scene. Gu Chen and his group left the whirlpool of the battlefield and arrived at the exit of the divine realm. As long as they stepped out of this place, the conflict between immortals and gods would no longer have anything to do with them. Man with a bamboo hat, the great enemy, was dead, his father was found, and Lan Chu was willing to leave with him. Gu Chen's original wish had almost come true. As long as he stepped out of this place, he could go home, back to the hometown where his family was waiting for him. However, looking at the broken divine realm, Gu Chen stopped at the exit and did not take a step out for a long time. We can't stop this war. Gu Tianming came to Gu Chen's side, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed. Gu Chen was silent as he stared in the direction of the arena. At this time, many celestial generals led by Tang Ning were already fighting with various ultimate gods. The battle was earth-shattering. As many starry sky giants had not returned, the high-level cultivators of the divine realm were at a complete disadvantage. Ancient heaven quickly achieved an overwhelming victory. The entire arena had turned into a river of blood. The major lists floating in the sky were still dazzling, but now there was an inexplicable irony. Gu Chen extended his divine senses, trying to find traces of his old friends and make sure they were safe. However, the auras of tens of millions of cultivators were mixed together. Even his divine senses could not identify the auras of a few people. Gu Chen slowly closed his eyes as the figures of many old friends appeared in his mind. Lu Yichen, Zhao Rou, Mu Ziyu, Shi Jian, Qi Zian, Long Yun, Su Yan. After this battle, how many people would be able to survive? Everyone, let's leave this place first. I'll go out later. Gu Chen said after thinking for a while. He didn't know what else he could do, but he didn't want to leave just like that. We'll accompany you. Not a single one of them left. This war that affected the situation of the 12 stellar regions caused them to feel uneasy. Tang Ning, how dare you attack my divine realm? When the battle reached its climax, a furious voice came from the direction of the divine tree forest. Led by the Taoist priest Fengzhen, many of the leaders of the starry sky returned. As soon as they approached the arena, they discovered that the major forces of the divine realm had suffered heavy casualties. Shocked and furious, they charged at the heavenly generals immediately. Guchen glanced around and didn't see many members of the demon realm in the divine realm. He didn't know if they had already left through other cracks created by the collapse of the divine realm. Die. Daoist Fengzhen pounced straight at Tongning. The situation today was already chaotic enough, and the ancient celestial court had even brought about such a great number of casualties to the immortal realm. He had to vent his pent-up anger. Haha, Taoist Fengzhen, do you remember your sarcasm in the waste realm last time? This time, the ancient heaven has taught you a painful lesson. Tang Ning faced the Taoist priest Fengzhen. Fearlessly. He turned his hand and took out a pen. With an iron hook and silver stroke, countless celestial spells poured out. Humph, you're asking for death. The people of the pure spirit kingdom have already run away. You have no helpers. It seems that the ancient heaven is going to be destroyed here. The Taoist priest Fengzhen's face was gloomy. Haha, let's wait and see who will be the winner today. Tang Ning sneered. Every move of the celestial spell was a fatal killing move, but the Taoist priest Fengzhen was surrounded by the dragon and phoenix phantoms and withstood all the attacks. The two of them could barely be considered to be evenly matched, but the situation was different in other areas. Whether it was the number of ordinary cultivators or the number of experts, the divine realm was far superior to the ancient heaven. Although the ancient heaven had dealt a heavy blow to all forces before the starry sky giants returned, they were still at a disadvantage in terms of high-level combat power. After Tang Ning's internal purge, the celestial court had lost many heavenly generals who advocated peace. Li Xuanyu, a top heavenly general, was also not around, so the total number of heavenly generals was less than 20. The number of starry sky giants alone had already surpassed them, not to mention that the divine realm still had many godly venerable realm experts. When the starry sky giants returned, the situation quickly became unfavorable for the ancient heaven. Kill. Kill. The millions of heavenly soldiers of ancient heaven were well trained and did not fall into a disadvantage when facing enemies several times their number. However, a heavenly general had to face several godly venerables on average, which was a stretch. If this continued, when the heavenly generals could no longer hold on, the ordinary heavenly soldiers would be slaughtered by the godly venerables. The ancient heaven is completely at a disadvantage. Why hasn't Tang Ning withdrawn his troops? Jiang Beiming watched anxiously from afar. If this continued, the ancient heaven might really perish here. If they retreat now, the morale of the heavenly soldiers will be greatly affected. If they are pursued, they may suffer even more casualties. If they stay, even if the ancient heaven may be completely destroyed, they may drag all the forces of the divine realm here until the divine realm completely collapses. Palai Island Master analyzed with a solemn look. Do you mean that Tang Ning wants to perish together with the enemy? Jiang Beiming's expression changed. Tisk, TSK. That's too ruthless and bold. The dragon horse exclaimed. If Tang Ning really thought that way, he was simply a lunatic. Guchen did not say anything. Tang Ning had indeed said something similar before, and his determination today was beyond his imagination. The conflict between the celestial world and the divine realm was too deep. Perhaps the other party was really going all out this time. On the battlefield, the heavenly generals were losing ground. Damn it. How can one person fight against three godly venerables? Why hasn't Tang Ning withdrawn his troops yet? The newly advanced Genjutsu, Yuxian, was besieged by three godly venerables and could die at any time. He complained in his heart. He had just broken through to the celestial lord realm and was already having a hard time fighting one godly venerables. How could he fight against three godly venerables? He looked around, trying to find reinforcements. The closest heavenly general was Mystic Fairy. She was holding up 5 godly venerables with her ultimate treasure, the sky-setting pearl, but it seemed like she was out of energy and could not help him at all. As for the other heavenly generals, their situation was not much better. His body gradually turned cold. Humph, go to hell. Yu Xian had just blocked a wave of attacks when ungodly venerables of the Gold Clan saw the opportunity and slashed at him with a giant axe, scaring him out of his wits. It's over, he could almost see himself falling, but all of a sudden, something happened. Clang, a stone spear came from the side and sent the godly venerables of the Gold Clan flying. He somersaulted several times in a row. Thank you. Xian was pleasantly surprised. He turned around and wanted to thank the fellow Taoist who helped him, but he was stunned when he saw his appearance. "Old barbarian, when did you break through to the immortal venerable realm?" Xian couldn't believe it. When the old patriarch left the heavenly soldiers and returned to the barbarians, he thought his life would be the same and could not be compared to him. Who would have thought that he would be saved by him today? The old patriarch ignored Xian and looked at the three ultimate gods around him with a solemn expression. Ancient heaven was in a desperate battle today. If they lost this battle, they would probably perish. Therefore, he could no longer hide his strength and could only go all out. "Who are you?" The Gold Clan ultimate god stared angrily at the old patriarch. There was no energy fluctuation in the opponent's attack just now. It was as if he was sent flying with pure brute force. It was really unimaginable. "I'm a descendant of the barbarian heavenly general." "Greetings, everyone." The old patriarch's voice was full of vigor and spread around. "Barbarian warriors, kill the enemy in blood. Today, we must not tarnish the honor of our ancestors." "Yes, old patriarch." Long Yun, Long Ao, and other barbarian warriors were boiling with passion as they shouted loudly and fought the enemy bravely. "Die." The old patriarch swept his stone spear in all directions and suppressed three ultimate gods with his own strength. Many people did not expect this at all. I knew he was hiding his strength the last time I saw him. Now he's finally willing to show his edge. Battlemaster Immortal smiled. He and his old enemy, Aragami, were once again entangled together, but he still had the energy to observe the surroundings. Xian saw the old barbarian patriarch was so fierce and realized that the old patriarch didn't want to argue with him for a long time. His talent was much better than his. He was ashamed and stood in the same place, feeling a little helpless. The old patriarch's voice suddenly came into his ears. "You are also a descendant of Genjutsu. Since you've taken over his title, don't let him down. Today is the critical moment of life and death for ancient heaven. There's no time for you to think about it." Xian was struck by lightning when he heard this. His eyes quickly turned red as he roared and rushed toward the ultimate gods on the other battlefield. The other party was right. No matter how many grudges they had to fight for the sake of ancient heaven. The old barbarian patriarch had unsheathed his sword today. Although it was incomparably stunning, it could not change the fact that the upper echelons of ancient heaven were relatively weak. After all, people like him were in the minority. Therefore, the heavenly generals were still retreating in all directions of the battlefield. There were even casualties. The blind Hai Dongqing was targeted by 8 ultimate gods, 5 of whom were famous starry sky giants. He had shown his prowess in today's battle by killing 2 ultimate gods in a short period of time. Hence, he had attracted the attention of the divine realm. Everyone could tell that apart from Tang Ming, this person was the greatest threat among the heavenly generals. Under the encirclement of powerful enemies, no matter how profound Hai Dongqing's cultivation was, he was gradually unable to hold on. Seeing that ancient heaven was about to be defeated, he took a deep breath and slowly pulled out the demon knife of spiritual speech. Since things had come to this, he could only throw caution to the wind. Clang! The moment the demon knife of spiritual speech was unsheathed, a demonic red light shone and an ominous energy spread within a radius of 100 miles. The 8 ultimate gods were inexplicably terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 immortal venerables, Yuan Buhua and Xianxia, were controlled by the demon knife. At that moment, their eyes were bloodshot as they helped to block the 2 ultimate gods. Demon knife of spiritual speech. The starry sky giant from the True Spirit tribe recognized the origin of the demon knife. His eyes revealed deep fear. Hai Dongqing held the demon blade. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he muttered softly. "Damn it. The battlefield is filled with murderous intent and there are too many casualties. The demon knife's reaction is 10 times stronger than usual. I have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, there's a possibility of it backfiring." With that thought in mind, the demon knife of spiritual speech shone brightly in his hand and enveloped the 6 ultimate gods. His strength was already extremely strong. With the demon knife of spiritual speech, he was even more terrifying. With his own strength, he was able to defeat the 6 ultimate gods. The 6 ultimate gods knew how terrifying the demon knife of spiritual speech was. They were afraid of being slashed by the demon knife and kept dodging. However, Hai Dongqing's demon knife was extremely sharp. Soon, 3 ultimate gods were struck by the demon knife. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they stood motionless on the spot. Oh no! Run! There's no way to deal with this demon knife. The remaining 3 ultimate gods were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were about to run away when they saw Hai Dongqing's body suddenly wobble. With a loud cry, he spat out blood. Damn it! I can't hold it in anymore. Hai Dongqing stabbed the demon knife into the ground. His eyes became dazed as an extreme murderous intent kept surging in his mind. The demon knife's power would increase in a battlefield with such strong negative energy. In order to defeat so many enemies, he had no choice but to borrow the demon knife's power. After controlling 5 ultimate gods in a row, his willpower had finally reached its limit. Kill. Kill everything. Everyone must die. A terrifying demonic sound wreaked havoc in his mind, causing a strange red glow to appear in the whites of his eyes. Suddenly, he waved the demon knife in his hand as if he had gone mad. He slashed at anyone he saw, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. Kill. 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 His speed increased by a few times. The starry sky leaders of the True Spirit clan, Witch tribe, and Infinite Demon God sect were successively slashed by him. A strange scene soon appeared. Everyone from the ultimate god to the ordinary cultivators had their eyes turned red wherever the demon saber's blade went. They started killing everyone around them without caring if they were on their side or not. It was like a terrifying curse. The demon knife of Yanling's consciousness was completely awakened as it tried to recreate the tragedy of the Southern Sky Starfield. The tragedy of the Southern Sky Starfield was finally stopped by Hai Dongqing. This time, he was enslaved by the demon knife. As the demon knife slashed at more and more experts, the negative energy it absorbed became stronger. The red energy turned into a hurricane and swept across the entire god town. A wave of demonic aura shot into the sky and greedily devoured the murderous intent of the entire battlefield. It alarmed the venerables who were fighting. The demon knife of Yanling. The legendary demon knife is actually in the hands of the ancient heaven. Taoist priest Fengzhen said angrily. Tang Ning's eyelids twitched. The demon knife's current power was truly terrifying. It was rumored that the demon knife had the ability to evolve infinitely. This battlefield was simply its paradise. Crack. Crack, almost at the same time, the collapse of the divine realm suddenly accelerated. The battle between the venerables further accelerated its destruction. We must end this quickly. Taoist priest Fengzhen realized that something was wrong. He frantically suppressed Tang Ning and only wanted to get rid of the people from the ancient heaven as soon as possible. Tang Ning was beaten until he vomited blood. He did not care about anything else and kept clinging to the Taoist priest Fengzhen. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone only wanted to get rid of the other party and ignored the pressing time in front of them. Blood and fire caused the usually rational venerables to lose their sense of propriety. Bang! Hai Wintergreen's eyes were bloodshot as he waved his demon saber, slaughtering everyone in his path. Suddenly, a black-robed figure descended from the skies, landing 100 feet away from him, causing the ground to shatter. All of you are like this. Could it be that the outcome of a battle between immortals and gods is more important than millions of lives? Are your enemies really each other? Terrifying innate domineering aura constantly overflowed from Gu Chen's body. He raised his head and his eyes were blazing with starfire. He had personally seen the word punishment carved on the heavenly monument in the heavenly Dao domain. When he saw the two sides fighting, he felt that this was just a meaningless war. Because of the obsession of both sides, fresh lives kept disappearing. They even wanted to bury everyone here. This triggered a strong anger in his heart. He finally understood why he couldn't stay out of this and leave peacefully. It was because he couldn't bear to watch this war continue. Stop. All of you, stop. Anger ignited Gu Chen's body. At this moment, the star fire in his dantian burned fiercely. It swept from his dantian to his limbs and bones, igniting every cell in his body. Rumble. Rumble, his body sounded like it was splitting the heavens and earth. His skin, hair, flesh, and blood all bloomed with dazzling golden light. At this moment, the immense origin energy within his body was no longer out of control. With a single thought, It began to circulate like crazy. The Eternal Light Life Secret technique had a breakthrough. Previously, no matter how hard Guchen tried to cultivate the 5th level of the secret technique, he couldn't even reach the beginner level due to the star fire and origin energy being too huge. He had been cultivating for a long time, but he was always blocked by a thin layer. Even he didn't know why. But today, under extreme anger, the star fire ignited every cell in his body. He finally reached the beginner level of the Eternal Light Life Secret technique, and the beginner level was the great success. Rumble, the sky of the divine realm changed color. On the ruins of the arena, Guchen turned into a huge light body, emitting endless light and heat. The terrifying power spread in all directions, causing countless cultivators who were fighting to stop in shock. The light was too dazzling. Once the dust is gone, the light shines through the mountains and rivers. Guchen had successfully cultivated the Eternal Light Life Secret technique and the Eternal Light Life Secret technique. He finally had the power of an immortal stellar body. What happened? Everyone, including the Taoist priest Feng Zhen and Tang Ning, looked at Guchen in shock, but the dazzling light made them tear up. What a delicious puppet! Hai Dongqing, who was enslaved by the devil blade, sensed something and looked at Guchen. Greed flashed across his devilish face. So, he wielded the demon blade and flew over, attempting to slash Guchen and make him his slave. Guchen had finally mastered the inextinguishable stellar body. He felt that the energy in his body was endless. He could display the celestial might with just a lift of his hand. Hai Dongqing's speed was extremely fast. With a poochie sound, the demon blade had already pierced straight into Guchen's chest. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a sinister smile. The demon blade spirit thought that it had succeeded. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to discover that Guchen's wound was continuously overflowing with strong light. The power of the curse that entered his body through the demon blade was actually unable to do anything. The bright red light of the demon blade was being suppressed by Guchen's enormous power of origin. Guchen sent Hai Dongqing flying with a palm strike. Then, he stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the demon blade from his chest. Holding the demon blade, a violent and negative energy surged into his mind, attempting to enslave him. His eyes burned with the golden flames of the stars. In just an instant, he destroyed this murderous intent. The wound on his chest also recovered in just a breath's time. It was as if he had an immortal body. Guchen held the red demon blade in one hand and took out the golden sky-sweeping blade in the other. He held the two blades in his hands and soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain. This war should be over. His voice was loud and clear as it spread throughout the divine realm. His words were filled with undeniable dominance. The entire battlefield was silent. The ordinary cultivators were speechless because of the innate dominance that was seeping out. As for the ultimate gods from various forces, their hearts were in turmoil. The demon blade that could even enslave Hai Dongqing was actually suppressed by him. Many starry sky powerhouses muttered to themselves. The fact that he could subdue the demon blade with just a flip of his hand was enough to prove his current strength. I didn't expect Guchen, the number 1 on the genius ranking, to be the descendant of the Tyrants, the second-generation Baron Heaven General of Ancient Heaven. Taoist priest Feng Zhen's eyes narrowed. At that moment, Guchen did not conceal his mighty body, so he naturally understood in his heart. Guchen held the two blades and looked at Tang Ning under the gaze of countless cultivators. It should be over. If you don't retreat, I'll take you down first. His tone was no longer polite. Upon hearing that, the Empyrean fairy's expression changed. Guchen, what are you talking about? Are you going to help the divine realm? Tang Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His strength was actually not as good as Taoist priest Feng Zhen, so he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He looked around and saw that there were many casualties on the side of Ancient Heaven. The heavenly generals were also exhausted, so he could not help but remain silent. He wanted to completely destroy the divine realm, but it was obvious that he was no longer capable of doing so. Retreat, he said dejectedly. From the moment Guchen subdued the demon blade, he already knew that he could not suppress this boy. This kid had become an invincible spear just as he had hoped, but his standpoint seemed to be different. Retreat? Are you kidding me? Do you think you can still escape from here? The patriarch of the Gold Clan suddenly stood up and stared at Guchen like a man-eating beast. Since the birth of his clan, they had been hunting the descendants of the tyrants. Hence, this person in front of him was his natural enemy. If they continued fighting, ancient heaven would obviously not be a match for the divine realm. How could he stop now? Who do you think you are? You want us to stop with just a few words? Why? The patriarch of the Gold Clan roared. Before he could finish speaking, Guchen had already raised the demon blade in his hand and slashed at him. Boom, all the energy in the world seemed to have been sucked dry in an instant and gathered into this blade. Time and space were frozen. The patriarch of the Gold Clan watched as the blade approached, but he was shocked to find that he could not move. Stop. Taoist priest Fengzhen's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The powerful body of the patriarch of the Gold Clan was directly split in half. His primordial spirit escaped from his body in a panic, wanting to escape. However, he found that his body was stained with strands of red demon aura. The demon aura was like a chain that actually captured his primordial spirit. Finally, it entered the demon blade of spiritual speech and was devoured by the spirit of the demon blade. Hiss, many of the powerhouses in the starry sky gasped. The patriarch of the Gold Clan was actually defeated by a single blade. Whether you are an immortal or a god, all of you stop. If anyone has not fought enough, I, Guchen, will accompany you to the end. The entire place was silent as tens of millions of cultivators were shocked. How domineering and invincible was he to single-handedly interrupt the battle between the celestials and gods? During the Genius List battle, the master of ceremonies in the arena had given him the title of Supreme Young Master. Many Starry Sky leaders did not really take it to heart at that time. However, the Gold Clan leader was killed with a single slash. A Starry Sky leader who had been in the Starry Sky for many years was killed so easily. Everyone could feel the weight of the title. Both sides were in a killing frenzy and could not care less about their surroundings. However, many people finally noticed the situation around them after Guchen forcefully interrupted the battle. The divine realm in the sky was constantly collapsing with dense spatial cracks everywhere. The ground was also constantly cracking like a spider web. Everyone would die there if the situation continued to develop. For a moment, both the heavenly soldiers of ancient heaven and the ordinary cultivators of the divine realm had lost the will to continue fighting and only wanted to escape as soon as possible. The only ones who were unwilling were the Starry Sky leaders of the divine realm. If we give up on destroying ancient heaven because of a few words from this person, how can we face the people of Xing County? The heavenly way has collapsed along with the divine realm. The instigator, the pure spirit kingdom, has run away. How are we going to explain to the people of Xing County if we let the people of ancient heaven go? The Starry Sky leaders gritted their teeth. Even though the Gold Clan leader was dead, they were still calculating their chances of winning. The heavenly generals of ancient heaven were at the end of their tether. Hai Dongqing, who was the strongest among them, had his combat power greatly reduced after being enslaved by the Devil Blade. The only threat was the desolate heaven general who was rumored to have been banished a long time ago. He was strong, but he had clearly not reached the Emperor realm. How could they not defeat him with so many of them attacking together? The descendant of the desolate immortal. Aragami was extremely jealous when he saw Guchen. He had not forgotten the heavy losses they suffered during the battle in the wilderness. He did not care if the Gold Clan leader was killed. He was a top-notch ultimate god who was close to the quasi-emperor realm. He could not be as useless as the other party. His aura slowly locked onto Guchen as he thought about how many ultimate gods would follow him once he made his move. He also wondered if he could finish off Guchen before the divine realm completely collapsed so that he had enough time to escape. Xiao! 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 At this moment, many figures dashed over from the horizon. It was Gu Tianming, the island master, and the others. Can't you see the situation clearly? Gu Tianming stood beside his son and roared. His golden blood energy soared into the sky and transformed into a huge domineering image. His tyrannical grand diagram was incomparably condensed, and its appearance was actually extremely similar to him, completely different from Guchen's. The domineering aura exuded from the domineering grand painting had even moved the ultimate gods. Another descendant of the tyrants. GG. The white ape had returned to his original state at this moment. He held the emperor weapon, the freedom staff, and landed on Gu Chen's shoulder. He bared his teeth at the starry sky powerhouses, and his warning was very obvious. Little ancestor. Great Ape Immortal Venerable and Dozhan Immortal Venerable hurriedly followed, for fear that something bad would happen to their little ancestor. Long Ma, Jiang Beiming, and the island master were all nervously staring at the surroundings. They were prepared to clash with all parties. Clan master, please stop. At this moment, Ji Lanshu's eyes were filled with tears as she sincerely said to the Taoist priest Fengzhen. Too many people had died in this battle. It was so shocking that she did not want to watch anymore. You little girl, the Taoist priest Fengzhen had a complicated expression. It was a big joke for the Holy Virgin of his clan to fight side by side with the Desolation Heaven General of Ancient Heaven. However, he looked at Gu Chen and thought of his previous attitude. He was afraid that this person was no longer of the same mind as the Ancient Heaven. Under such circumstances, if he continued to fight, it would only push him to the other side of Ancient Heaven. What's your decision? There's no time. Gu Chen's expression was exceptionally calm as he raised the demon blade in his hand again. Swoosh. Swoosh. Many starry sky leaders' expressions changed. They were afraid that they would become the next clan master of the Gold Clan and subconsciously took a step back. However, the situation was different from what they had imagined. Gu Chen did not attack again, but many cultivators who had been killed by the crazy Hai Dongqing flew into the sky and stood beside Gu Chen with bloodshot eyes. Several starry sky leaders, including the True Spirit Clan, the Witch Clan, and the Boundless Demon God Sect, had become Gu Chen's loyal helpers. Hai Dongqing, who had just been sent flying by Gu Chen, regained his consciousness at this moment. When he sensed the many red-eyed cultivators around Gu Chen, he felt a violent shock in his heart. After this kid took control of the demon blade, he could actually control so many cultivators at the same time. I could only forcefully suppress the demon blade before, but he is the one who has truly subdued it. Hai Dongqing hurriedly flew up as well. He knew very well what choice he should make in this situation. To be honest, Tang Ming's stubbornness in ignoring the casualties of the heavenly soldiers had also disappointed him. Damn it, so many people have gathered here. Aragami was originally preparing to attack, but in a short period of time, a large group of people had gathered around Gu Chen, causing him to hesitate. Not to mention the starry sky leaders on his side, Hai Dongqing was not someone to be trifled with, and the new successor of the Tyrant clan was also not simple. This group of people who did not understand the position of immortals and gods had become a powerful force that could not be ignored. Let's stop here. Taoist priest Fengzhen sighed and finally made a decision. But fellow Taoist Fengzhen, if we can't even stop the ancient heaven today, how are we going to explain it to them? The other starry sky leaders were a little anxious. The heavenly path had been destroyed, and the origin Tao fruit had disappeared. This was a great sin, and the thought of it made their hearts tremble. If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. If they have any objections, the old man will bear all the consequences. Taoist priest Fengzhen made up his mind, which moved many starry sky leaders. They knew very well what the other party meant by saying this. This was a gamble with the fate of Kunlun. This war has no meaning. Taoist priest Fengzhen murmured in his heart. Seeing the jingling Taoist fall after becoming an emperor with his own eyes had a huge impact on his heart. He also knew why the young man in front of him had stopped him. He had thought much further than him. The look in his eyes even reminded him of the celestial emperor of the immortal world. Perhaps such a person was the future of the ninth realm. Rumble, another large area in the sky collapsed, and the land of the divine realm was fragmented at this time. There was no time to waste. All divine path cultivators, listen up. No one is to attack and leave as soon as possible. Taoist priest Fengzhen shouted. This time, the starry sky leaders did not refute. All heavenly soldiers of ancient heaven, listen up. Evacuate at full speed. Also, don't attack the cultivators of the divine realm again. Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. The cultivators of both sides had long been on tenterhooks in the doomsday-like scene. When they heard the orders from the commanders of both sides, they flew into the sky and rushed toward the nearest exit. Both sides maintained a tacit understanding and left through different exits. When all the cultivators of ancient heaven and divine realm evacuated, Gu Chen released the control of the people enslaved by the demon blade, leaving only Yuan Buhua and Xianxia. After that, the group chose a third exit that was different from the two forces. It seemed that from this moment on, their position was different from that of the immortals and gods. After all the forces left, the divine realm completely collapsed and was annihilated in the universe. The ether sky had died, and the yellow sky had risen. The heavenly path had passed away, and the Tao power had recovered. In the starry sky, the war had already ended. Gu Chen and his group appeared in a remote star domain, far away from the shattered divine realm and the gods' mountain. It was as though the war between the immortals and gods was just a dream. Only the addition of new companions proved that all of this was not an illusion. The two immortal reverends of the mental ape tribe led their warriors and chose to leave with Gu Chen. They had originally formed an alliance with the celestial court because of Gu Chen. Now that the war had ended, Gu Chen and Little Ancestor had chosen to leave the ancient heaven. They had no reason to stay. Besides the people of the mental ape tribe, surprisingly, Hai Dongqing did not leave with Tang Ning. Instead, he chose to leave with Gu Chen. In addition, Yuan Buhua and Xianxia, who were controlled and enslaved by the devil blade, were also present. This made Gu Chen's group look very strange. Seeing that the danger was far away and that he had successfully prevented the immortals and gods from having a life and death struggle, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. After sweeping his gaze across the people present, Gu Chen walked towards Hai Dongqing and solemnly handed over the devil blade of Yan Ling with both hands. Many thanks to friend Hai for your help this time. This blade is now returned to its rightful owner. If friend Hai needs anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Gu Chen was really grateful to Hai Dongqing. If not for Hai Dongqing, he definitely would not have been able to obtain information about the ancient heavens so easily, let alone capture Yuan Buhua and Xianxia. It could be said that Hai Dongqing had played an extremely important role in this incident in the divine realm. He had played an important role in bringing his father and Lan Chu away safely. After everything was over, Hai Dongqing did not leave with Tang Ning. Instead, he chose to follow him. Gu Chen was very clear that it must be for the devil blade of Yan Ling. He had promised to return the saber to him, so it should have been returned to its rightful owner. However, he had needed this saber to intimidate both the celestial forces, so he had not returned it immediately. Now that the matter had been settled and returned, Gu Chen felt that he still owed Hai Dongqing a favor and hoped to repay him in other ways. Hai Dongqing's blind eyes were solemn. He stretched out his hand to touch the demon blade, then sighed and said, "My mind has already been affected by this saber. I am no longer fit to be its master." Hearing this, Gu Chen immediately shook his head. What happened earlier was a special situation. I believe that friend Hai can still control this bewitching blade. Friend Gu, there is no need to comfort me. Dao friend has already subdued this saber, so you should know how evil it is. My mind has already been controlled by it once. Since then, there is already a flaw in my Dao heart. If I keep it, it will definitely cause a calamity and lead to the destruction of all living beings. Gu Chen was silent for a while. Indeed, he could feel the evilness of the language spirit even as he held the saber at this moment. Due to the special cultivation method that he cultivated, the evil intent of the demon saber would be completely incinerated the moment it came into contact with his star core fire. After the battle in the divine realm, Gu Chen felt that the power of this bewitching blade was much stronger than before. Hai Dongqing was a rational person. Since he said that, there must be danger. However, if he kept this bewitching blade, he felt that he owed Hai Dongqing even more. Hai Dongqing seemed to have sensed Gu Chen's thoughts. He revealed a relieved expression and smiled. Friend Gu, do you think that obtaining this bewitching blade is a good thing? This saber's resentment is too strong. The person who obtains it has to be careful of being devoured by it at all times. Actually, I have been trembling in fear all these years when I sealed it. Now that this saber has been taken away by friend Gu, I feel much more relaxed. In fact, my saber technique has even improved. But this saber... Gu Chen's face was still filled with worries. Alright, if friend Gu feels bad about accepting this saber, then agree to my next request. Hai Dongqing shook his head. Friend Hai, please speak. Gu Chen's face was solemn. I wonder what Friend Gu will do next. Gu Chen heard this and couldn't help but look at his father and Lan Chu behind him. His emotions were sincere. I will be going home now. Then, can Friend Gu take me with you? Hai Dongqing asked immediately. Gu Chen was surprised. Is Hai Dongqing not going to return to the celestial court? Why is he going with me if not for the bewitching blade? Despite his puzzlement, Gu Chen didn't refuse. Of course. I welcome friend Hai to my hometown. To be honest, I will be getting married soon, and it will be livelier with more guests. Gu Chen looked at Ji Lanchu and said with a smile. Caught off guard, she blushed. Although Gu Chen had promised her, she didn't expect that he would fulfill his promise so soon. Polai Island Master, Jiang Beiming, and Dragon Horse laughed when they heard this. Dragon Horse even started to jeer. Gu Chen, don't tell me that you're only going to invite Hai Dongqing to your wedding and not us? I have contributed to your reunion. Humph. Stinky donkey, what have you contributed? You only know how to trouble your master. Green Bull immediately complained. Yeah. Damn Bull, are you trying to pick a fight with me? What? Do you want to fight with me? Dragon Horse exploded in anger, and the horse and bull started to quarrel. Okay. Everyone, welcome to my wedding. Gu Chen couldn't do anything to this pair of enemies, so he said to everyone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Only then did everyone feel satisfied. They had just experienced a great battle, and everyone was both mentally and physically exhausted. There was nothing better than having a joyous event to liven things up. Gu Tianming saw that his son had a group of brothers who could go through thick and thin with him, and that he was about to marry a beautiful and intelligent wife. He was extremely touched and felt gratified. Soon, he would see his wife and father. After so many years, no one could understand the excitement in his heart. Congratulations, little friend Gu. We should have attended your wedding, but the divine realm has just collapsed. We have a lot of things to deal with, so we can only congratulate you in advance, Great Ape Immortal Venerable said apologetically. Great Ape Immortal Venerable said apologetically. Dojan Immortal Venerable added readily. Don't worry, kid. Although we haven't arrived in person, our intentions will definitely be there. Gu Chen quickly shook his head. You two are too polite. Right now, the important matter is naturally more important. This kid's wedding is not worth mentioning. Gu Chen knew that the collapse of the divine realm would have a great impact. The structure of the entire ninth realm would be completely changed. As a large tribe, the Heart Ape clan would definitely be extremely busy. Only a free person like him, who had left the ancient heaven, could have a moment of leisure. We will leave the little ancestor to you. We will take our leave now. The two immortal venerables asked how to contact Gu Chen in the future, and then left with the warriors of the Heart Ape clan. As soon as they left, more than half of Gu Chen's team was gone. The rest had to follow him back to ancient Song Huang Star. What about these two grandsons? Dragon Horse looked at Yuan Buhua and Xianxia, a cold light flashed in its eyes. Gu Chen looked at the two of them and fell into deep thought. The reason why he had spared their lives after the battle was naturally because he had his own reasons for doing so. He looked at Hai Dongqing and asked. Friend Hai, how much control can the Devil's Blade of Yanling control over people? Hai Dongqing seemed to understand what Gu Chen was thinking. A smile appeared on her face. The Devil's Blade's control over people goes deep into their souls. Friend Gu can give them any order. That way, no matter how far away they are, they will remember the order. Will they always be this dumb? Gu Chen asked again. Not really. Under normal circumstances, they will be no different from before. They won't even remember the fact that they are being controlled. Only when the order is triggered, or when Friend Gu gives a new order, will they become abnormal. Is this effect permanent? As long as the Devil's Blade is in Friend Gu's hands, those who have been slashed by the Devil's Blade will always obey your orders. Based on my experience, there has never been an exception. Gu Chen and Hai Dongqing's question and answer sent chills down everyone's spine. If that was the case, the people who were enslaved by the Devil's Blade were really pitiful. After listening to Hai Dongqing's explanation, Gu Chen had already made up his mind. He walked towards the red-eyed Yuan Buhua and Xianxia and said coldly. From now on, I order you to find the whereabouts of the members of the Pure Spirit Kingdom. Monitor and control them. If they do anything wrong, inform me. If it's necessary, kill them. Also, Wu Lingxian is an exception. If you have any news about him, inform me immediately. Yes, Master. Xianxia and Yuan Buhua nodded their heads blankly. Alright, you guys can leave before I change my mind. With a cold look in his eyes, Gu Chen flicked his sleeves, and the two of them immediately flew away. You're letting them go just like that? Long Ma asked in surprise. They are more valuable alive than dead. Not to mention, their current state is worse than death. Gu Chen answered calmly. To be honest, he did not want to let the two of them go. Yuan Buhua almost killed them in. Su Yuan. Xianxia even tortured White Ape. To him, they deserved to die. However, although the Bamboo Hat Man was dead, the Pure Spirit Demon region had preserved the majority of its combat power, which was still a threat to him. The man with a bamboo hat died because of him. He had to prevent the Pure Spirit Kingdom from taking revenge. Moreover, after seeing the word Heavenly Steel under the Taoist Mountain, he had more concerns, which prompted him to make this decision. Some people disapproved of Gu Chen's decision to let the two of them go. Some were puzzled. Ji Lanchu looked a little worried. The joy of marrying Gu Chen had faded a little. After settling everything, Gu Chen smiled and looked at the crowd. His eyes were full of expectation. Let's go back to the ancient Song Huang Star. He shouted in his heart. Mom, Grandpa, everyone, I want to go home. After the war, in the barracks of the ancient Heaven Army, Tang Ning drank wine in loneliness. He looked like he had aged a few hundred years. Empyrean Fairy walked in from outside the barracks and said to Tang Ning as soon as she saw him. In this attack on the Divine Realm, we have achieved great results. However, because we are small in number, we have suffered a great loss. The total combat power we lost is about. Before Empyrean Fairy finished speaking, Tang Ning waved his hand. I know what you want to say. Skip it. Empyrean Fairy was silent for a while before she continued. In addition, before Gu Chen withdrew from the Divine Realm, he had asked Yuan Buhua to tell us where Heavenly General Li is imprisoned. The missing Heavenly Generals are also trapped there. We should send people to rescue them as soon as possible, lest the people of the Pure Spirit Kingdom take advantage of them. Tang Ning laughed and took a big gulp of wine. Why did you tell me this? Aren't you afraid that I will interfere? You will be more assured if you do it in secret. The missing Heavenly Generals had something to do with Tang Ning. He used the power of the Pure Spirit Kingdom to get rid of them and control the supreme power of the ancient heaven. Once they return, they will certainly not let Tang Ning go. Moreover, this attack on the Divine Realm by the ancient heaven had resulted in great casualties. Although the results were impressive, many people were also dissatisfied with Tang Ning. It was conceivable that after Li Xuanyu and the Heavenly Generals returned, Tang Ning would be in a worrying situation. If he knew about the rescue, it was reasonable to say that he would interfere. Empyrean Fairy had always opposed the cooperation between Tang Ning and the Pure Spirit Kingdom. According to her character, this matter should be done privately to be safe. However, she had told Tang Ning, so he was surprised. I just don't think you will stop me. Empyrean Fairy looked at Tang Ning's dispirited look and replied with a complicated expression. You are still the same. You seem to know me very well. Tang Ning could not help but sneer. Empyrean Fairy's eyes turned colder. Second generation Heavenly General Gu Chen has left the ancient heaven because of you. General Hai Dongqing also has the intention of leaving us to follow Gu Chen. Even the alliance with the Heart Ape tribe is gone. Given the current situation, what do you think we should do? Should we try to contact Gu Chen and see if we can change his mind? Based on the power he displayed in the Divine Realm, if he is willing to return, I don't mind making him the leader of the Heavenly Music Pavilion and replacing you. Empyrean Fairy's words shocked everyone. With her pride, this was almost the highest evaluation she could give. Tang Ning laughed and shook his head. Let's give up on Gu Chen. He is no longer on the same path as us. Empyrean Fairy frowned. He is a loyal person. Otherwise, he would not have told us the whereabouts of Heavenly General Li. As long as we use a soft strategy, he may still be able to return to the ancient heaven. Tang Ning shook his head. Don't waste time on this. Your energy should be focused on welcoming Friendly back. He is more suitable to manage the ancient heaven than I am, especially in the coming period. As for Gu Chen, let him be. His departure from us may not be a bad thing for the ancient heaven. If one day the celestial court is destroyed, he may be able to make a comeback. Tang Ning murmured and continued drinking. Empyrean Fairy saw that he did not speak anymore and turned to leave. Sometimes she felt that she understood Tang Ning very well. Sometimes she did not know what he was thinking. Since he said that Gu Chen was no longer on the same path as them, why did he say that one day the ancient heaven would make a comeback because of him? This was a contradiction. What did Tang Ning, who could read people's minds, predict this time? After Empyrean Fairy left, Tang Ning was drunk and murmured in his sleep. In the vast Milky Way, a spaceship was traveling at a constant speed. It had been traveling in space for several months and was gradually approaching its destination. Today, it suddenly stopped in the Milky Way. All the cultivators got off the ship and looked at the stardust in the distance. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and powerful dragon roar reverberated. All the stardust was pushed away, and the essence chi in the world seemed to be sucked out. Then, a tall and majestic dragon horse appeared. It roared at the sky, and its body emitted blue flames. The flames rushed into the sky and vaguely turned into a majestic ancestral dragon. The dragon horse finally broke through to the immortal Lord realm. Seeing this, Panlai Island Lord smiled and said. Gu Chen, who was at the side, nodded. Not only had the dragon horse broken through to the immortal venerable realm, but its natal true fire had also evolved further. It had changed from its original dark green color to a pure green color, and its might seemed to have become stronger. Although the dragon horse was on the verge of breaking through, it probably had something to do with the great changes in the world. Jiang Beiming sighed. After he finished speaking, everyone's heart was filled with sorrow. After leaving the divine realm for a few months, everyone found that cultivation was much easier than before. After the man with a bamboo hat destroyed the Taoist mountain, the heavenly Tao collapsed, and the Tao power recovered. The entire cultivation environment was different. The 3,000 origin Tao fruits merged back into the universe. The mysterious origin power seemed to have brought benefits to every cultivator and even living beings who were not cultivators. The stronger one's physique and the younger one was, the more benefits they would receive. Among everyone, Jiang Beiming, who had the left Tao Saint physique, Ji Lanchu, who had the ancient time dragon vein, and Gu Chen, who had the nameless immortal physique, benefited the most. It was no exaggeration to say that their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few months. The dragon horse had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and was extremely talented. Now that it had broken through to the immortal Lord realm so easily, everyone couldn't help but associate it with the great changes in the world. The world has changed. The Tao power has recovered, and cultivation has become easier. If there are no accidents, a golden era is about to arrive. Hai Dongqing sighed. Everyone nodded in unison. It's just a small increase in cultivation level. Why are you making such a big fuss over there? The dragon horse roared excitedly, and the green bull muttered in disdain. However, the dragon horse overheard Xiao Chen's words, and it provoked him with the sharpness of its recent breakthrough. Stupid bull, I've already broken through. I can definitely crush you this time. Fight me again if you dare. Humph, I'll fight you. Do you think I'm afraid? Humph. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid. Along the way, the relationship between the dragon horse and the green ox had not been good. The enmity between them in the immortal realm had continued until now. Everyone was already used to this and simply let them be. Everyone was curious about the dragon horse's strength as it had just broken through. The green bull and the dragon horse were soon entangled. Unsurprisingly, the dragon horse's physical strength and the power of its true fire had improved a lot. With its current strength, it could easily challenge intermediate immortal venerables. Even if it encountered a late immortal venerable, it might be able to put up a fight. What surprised everyone was the green bull. The two beasts were evenly matched before. Now that the dragon horse had broken through, it should be able to suppress the green bull. However, the situation was different. The dragon horse kept spurting out its evolved true fire and kept charging at the green bull. It was very powerful. However, the green bull's skin turned strangely red, and it absorbed the true fire and the dragon horse's ferocious power. Although it seemed that it couldn't do anything to the dragon horse and could only defend passively, such a strange defensive method was still very surprising. Humph. I don't want to fight anymore. It feels like I'm fighting a piece of cloth. Boring. Anyway, you can't fight back at all. I've won this time. The dragon horse realized that it couldn't crush the green bull. It soon lost interest in fighting and said unhappily. Humph. I haven't used some of my trump cards yet. Once I use them, I'll kill you. What are you so proud of? The green bull said disdainfully. No one knew if it was just saying that to save face or it really had a trump card. Guchen looked at the green bull and pondered. The green bull's fighting method was very strange. It didn't seem like it was relying on its cultivation to resist the dragon horse's attack. It was more like a strange secret technique. He thought of the reason why it followed him back then and what he heard from Lan Chu. It had protected her all these years and revealed its extraordinary abilities. It seemed like he had to find a time to have a good chat with it. It had many secrets, especially about the son of an era. However, now was not the time. Alright, everyone, let's return to the spaceship. I have a feeling that we are very close to the ancient Song Huang star. Guchen reminded everyone with a smile. He had a connection with the heavenly way of the ancient Song Huang star. After entering the Milky Way star sector, he had sensed its position. Now that this feeling had become very strong, he knew that they were about to arrive. Everyone returned to the spaceship and continued their journey through the stars. 2 days later, on a remote star path in the Milky Way star sector, everyone finally saw the ancient Song Huang star. Since Gu Qian and Zhou Chuanqiu joined forces to seal the star's soul of this broken ancient star, it had been wandering aimlessly in the universe. Its current position had already deviated a lot from its original position. Gu Qian, why is your hometown in such a dilapidated state? Who made that big hole? The dragon horse was shocked to see the hole that ran through the body of the ancient Song Huang star. It thought that a planet that could cultivate masters like Gu Qian and Jiang Beiming must be a very powerful cultivation planet. It didn't expect it to be such a broken place. What kind of catastrophe has this star experienced in the past? Although Hai Dongqing couldn't see, he extended his divine sense and sensed the appearance of the ancient Song Huang star. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although he was blind, the heavens were fair. This made his senses even sharper, allowing him to sense things that the dragon horse couldn't. I also want to know what happened in the past. Guchen didn't respond directly. In his mind, he recalled the scene he saw when he traveled back in time. A giant hand that blotted out the sky reached out from the depths of the universe and pierced through the ancient planet with just one palm. The once powerful star soul was unable to recover its vitality, and an ancient planet with a highly developed cultivation civilization was disconnected from the universe. This matter was related to the origin of the Gu clan. Not only was the dragon horse curious, but Guchen also wanted to know. As everyone discussed, they were already close to the ancient Song Huang star. Through the gap in the sky market, they could see the Kunlun continent and the primordial continent. How many years has it been since I returned to my hometown? I wonder how the Thousand Refinements Holy Sect is doing now. Yushu, even though Gu Tianming was a man, his expression became very nervous. Back then, for the sake of Xing Yushu's and Gu Chen's safety, he had been forced to leave his hometown. Unexpectedly, he had been gone for more than 10 years, almost 20 years. He missed his wife, and now, he was finally going to see her. Gu Chen became excited. Back then, he had entered the starry heavens with a big purpose, to find his father. Now that he had achieved his goal, he wondered what expressions his grandfather and mother would have when they saw his father. With a restless heart, Gu Chen controlled the flying ship to descend towards the ancient Sky Yellow Star, heading straight for the Kunlun continent. The ancient Sky Yellow Star had the heavenly market and the 9 heavens storm blocking it. However, to the current Xiao Chen, it was nothing. Huh? Just as he approached the heavenly market, Gu Chen frowned. He discovered some changes in this place. The heavenly market was originally spread out in the sky above the ancient Sky Yellow Star. nearly sealing off all the paths out of this place. However, now, some gaps had appeared. Some of the remnants in the heavenly market were lost. At this moment, the heavenly market gave off a strange feeling, one that was hard to describe. Island Lord. Guchen could not help but look at the Island Lord. The two of them had left the ancient sky yellow star together 10 years ago. He believed that the Island Lord should have noticed something wrong. The current heavenly market seems to be filled with vitality? The Island Lord asked after thinking for a while, understanding what Guchen wanted to ask. Vitality? Guchen was stunned. Then, he carefully spread out his spiritual sense to sense the current heavenly market. Understanding flashed in his eyes. In the past, be it the ancient battlefield riddled with saber scars and arrow holes, the vast Hingduan mountain range, or the Gu clan's ancestral lands, they all gave off a desolate feeling. However, the current heavenly market was filled with surging vitality. Every remnant seemed to be on the verge of recovery. What's going on? Guchen muttered to himself, feeling somewhat uneasy. When he left the ancient sky yellow star, he had sealed the astral soul, making it difficult for ordinary people to find it. However, the ancient sky yellow star still existed, drifting in the universe. It was not strange for someone to discover it by chance. Having been to so many starfields, Guchen knew that there were countless cultivators who could threaten his hometown. He was really worried that something might happen. I'll go first. Worried, Guchen stepped out of the spaceship and crossed the ninth heaven storm with his physical strength. He quickly arrived at the ancient dark yellow star. The others were also concerned about their hometown, so how could they wait for the spaceship to land? They left the control of the spaceship to the Green Ox, and most of them followed closely behind Guchen. A group of cultivators who could be considered top-notch powerhouses in the 12-star fields had arrived, and they didn't deliberately hide their auras. Many top cultivators on the dark yellow ancient star sensed them at this moment. God, the heaven's God, Chen said. Spiritual, God, heaven has arrived. In the Kunlun continent's heavenly star sect, Nangong Jing, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed drastically. He immediately soared into the sky from Mount Yunwu and headed straight for where the many powerful auras were. What kind of experts are coming? Gu Yao and Gu Xuanwu. Gu Yao's and Gu Xuanwu's faces turned pale, and they flew into the sky. At this moment, many top cultivators in Kunlun and Immortal Spirit continents flew into the sky at the same time. Be it the 13 immortal sects or the major forces in Kunlun led by the Heavenly Star sect, no one could forget the tragedy caused by the god, so they did not dare to be careless. As soon as Guchen stepped into ancient sky yellow star, he extended his divine sense. He wanted to know if there was an accident in ancient sky yellow star and if there would be another war. With his powerful divine sense, he covered the two continents almost instantly and found out what he wanted to know. Kunlun, Luoyang, the former capital of Middle-earth, had been rebuilt after the war with the alien army for 10 years. The people in the city were living in peace. Beijing Prefecture, under the governance of the Heavenly Star sect, was thriving and trading was flourishing. Nothing happened in the territories of the 13 immortal sects on Immortal Spirit continent, and there were no signs of war. The two continents are filled with a rare peaceful atmosphere. Guchen found that the number of cultivators in ancient sky yellow star had increased by several times compared to when he left 10 years ago, and the number of newborns had reached a shocking number. Guchen relaxed gradually, and then he chuckled. It seems like I'm overthinking, he said in a self-mocking tone. He mocked himself. The battle with the alien army 10 years ago had left a deep impression on him, so much so that he was a little paranoid. It seems like everything is fine. Punlai Island Master and the others followed him. Soon, they sensed the current situation of ancient sky yellow star and heaved sighs of relief. Ugh! A large group of people is coming. TSK. Look at their auras. Do they want to fight with us? The dragon horse was surprised when it sensed many auras gathering toward them from all directions on the two continents. With the strength of any one of them present, they could easily slaughter this group of people who were charging at them. This group of people must have sensed their strength, but they still came without hesitation. It was incredible. Guchen scanned with his spiritual senses and immediately knew the identity of this group of people. With a smile, he decided to stay here and wait for his old friends. Soon, led by Nangong Jing, Killing God Qinglin, Gu Yao, and Gu Xuanwu, a large group of top cultivators of ancient Sky Yellow Star approached this place quickly. Before they arrived, they saw the eye-catching dragon horse, and their hearts sank. Damn it! I'm afraid this group of extraterrestrial visitors is not simple. Listen up. Go back and protect the people of the Gu family and the Shin family and evacuate them to safety. Nangong turned around and said to the cultivators behind him. They seemed to think it was reasonable, so they nodded and hurried back immediately. The situation is not good. Although these people are small in number, their realms are probably much higher than the alien army. It seems like we have to give up our lives today. Gu Yao and Gu Xuanwu gathered with Nangong and the others and said with a bitter smile. Swoosh, at this time, another golden rainbow broke through the sky and landed where everyone was. It turned into an old man. Gu Yuan, why are you here? Everyone's face changed when they saw him. It was the Overlord's grandfather. The Overlord had done all the forces on the 2 continents a favor, so all the forces had set a rule that they must protect the Gu family for the rest of their lives. At present, the identity of this group of extraterrestrial visitors was unknown and they were powerful. No one wanted Gu Yuan to get involved in this mess. Otherwise, if something happened, how would they explain it to the Overlord when he returned? I am also a part of ancient Sky Yellow Star. Naturally, I will guard this place with my life. Gu Yuan ignored the persuasion of the crowd and took the lead to fly to the group of extraterrestrial visitors. Who are you? Come here. A group of top cultivators of ancient Sky Yellow Star finally arrived in front of the extraterrestrial visitors. Gu Yuan, who was in the lead, choked before he could finish his words. Chener? Grandfather. It was a simple thing for an ordinary family to have 3 generations living under the same roof. However, it was extremely precious to the 3 generations of the Gu family. Before Gu Tianming was born, Gu Yuan had been imprisoned in a dark cell by Gu Chen until he was rescued by Gu Chen many years later. When Gu Yuan regained his freedom, Gu Tianming had gone overseas and was nowhere to be found. After so many years, the 3 generations of the Gu family were finally reunited. Looking at Gu Tianming, Gu Yuan was so emotional that he didn't know what to do. He had never been a father in his life, so he didn't know what to do. In the dungeon, he had hoped to see his son many times. Now that he was in his 60s, he finally saw his son. Dad. Gu Tianming said emotionally as he walked up and hugged Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was so emotional that tears ran down his face, and he almost couldn't speak coherently. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Watching his grandfather and father reuniting, Gu Chen felt that all the hardships he had gone through were worth it. His family could finally be together. Gu Chen. Overlord. Seeing that it was Gu Chen who had returned instead of the invaders, the cultivators from the 2 continents were overjoyed and surrounded Gu Chen and Punlai Island Master. They asked about the universe excitedly and couldn't wait to know what Gu Chen had experienced in the past 10 years. Guys, don't worry. I'll tell you about it later. Happy to be back in his hometown, Gu Chen said to the others with a smile. That's right. Why are you in a hurry? Gu Chen just came back. We should let his family reunite for a few days. Gu Yao shook his head. Realizing that they were being rude, the other smiled embarrassedly. Princess Lanchu is back too. Gu Chen, it seems like you gained a lot from your trip to the universe. Killing God Qinglin looked at Ji Lanchu and teased with a smile. Senior Qinglin, Lanchu, and I are about to get married. You're welcome to attend our wedding. Gu Chen didn't hide it. He smiled and held Ji Lanchu's hand, announcing the marriage in front of everyone. The cultivators from the 2 continents were instantly stirred up. Tyrant is getting married? This is a joyous occasion for my ancient Song Huang star. That's great. This matter must be announced to the world for everyone to celebrate. Everyone was very excited, especially Gu Yuan, who laughed heartily after hearing it. Good, good, good. The old man has been looking forward to it for so long. Finally, my grandson is getting married. Gu Yao and Gu Xuanwu were also very happy. Gu Chen was the most outstanding descendant of the Gu clan in recent years. If he married and had a child, it would be a great thing for the Gu clan. With the Gu clan in the lead, the cultivators present began to discuss the marriage in a lively manner. After the lively atmosphere, Gu Tianming walked towards Nangong Jing and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Jing. If it weren't for you, Chen'er wouldn't be so outstanding today." Nangong Jing looked at the 3 generations of the Gu clan and smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Alright, there's no need to be so polite. Hurry up and go back to see your wife. All these years, she's the one who's worked the hardest." When Gu Tianming heard this, infinite tenderness surged in his heart and he nodded. In the eastern wastelands Tiannan City, the Gu residence that was burned down by Xianxia had already been rebuilt. As the hometown of the Tyrant, countless cultivators came to Tiannan City every year, making it the largest city in the eastern wasteland in just 10 years. After defeating the alien army 10 years ago, the Kunlun continent had many things to do. Although Xianxia was a woman, she was full of knowledge and had the talent to rule the world. In addition, she was the tyrant's mother, so after the war ended, she was invited to Luoyang to preside over the political affairs. The Confucian sect, led by the Shin clan, fully assisted her. In just a few years, Xianxia adopted a policy of recuperation, allowing the 9 prefectures to quickly recover. The relationship between the various clans of the Kunlun continent was also unprecedentedly close and prosperous. 2 years ago, Xianxia felt that she had basically done everything she could do, so she returned to the eastern wastelands Tiannan City and lived in seclusion. She didn't have many hobbies in her life, but she liked to read. Every day, she would burn incense, boil tea, and read on the long bench in the courtyard. If there was anything wrong with it, it would be that the renovated Gu residence was too big and imposing, but there were too few people, making it seem very cold and cheerless. Fortunately, she had Xiaoqiu by her side, slightly alleviating the loneliness. These few days, Shen Sudong brought many of the younger generation of the Shin clan to stay in Tiannan City for a few days. The Gu residence was much livelier. Listening to the children's laughter, Xianxia, who was flipping through books, often smiled. Yanhong's child can already walk. Chen'er is older than him, but he only knows how to cultivate. I wonder when I can hold a grandson. Xianxia couldn't help but think to herself as she watched Xin Yanhong lead her son to play in the courtyard. Over the years, her longing for her husband had gradually faded. She hoped that her son would get married soon, so that he could leave a legacy for the Gu family. But when Guchen ascended to the heavens, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. She didn't know how he was doing. Xianxia had always been worried that her son would be too stubborn and forget about her matters in order to find his father. Mother has been cultivating her body and mind these years, dabbling in the path of cultivation and extending her lifespan by quite a bit. Chen'er, how long are you going to make mother wait? Your father has left and never returned, don't learn from him. Xianxia felt indescribably sad as she thought about it. No matter how strong a woman she was, seeing someone else's family be happy while her own husband and son were not by her side, it was hard to avoid feeling sad. Who are you? Xin Yanhong's son swayed as he walked to the entrance of the courtyard. Coincidentally, a tall man walked in. He hugged his son's thigh and asked in a childish voice. Who are you? This is the Gu residence that everyone knows, how dare you trespass in? Xin Yanhong's expression changed. This was the Gu family's inner residence and there were a large number of guards outside. How did this person come in without anyone knowing? He was about to continue questioning when the ancient book in Xianxu's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She stood up with a dumbfounded expression. Aunt, what's wrong? Xin Yanhong was shocked. Aunt had always remained calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. This was the first time he saw her like this. Xianxu stared blankly at Gu Tianming who had walked into the courtyard, her eyes gradually turning red. Gu Tianming looked at his beloved wife, his body trembling with excitement. After so many years, after so much suffering, after so many years, he had finally returned home. Yu Shu. He quickly stepped forward and hugged Xianxu. Xianxu pillowed in his embrace and finally couldn't help but cry bitterly. All these years, in order to teach her son well, she had always pretended to be strong, but now that she saw her husband, she couldn't bear it anymore. The husband and wife deeply hugged each other, causing Xin Yanhong to stare blankly. Cousin, long time no see. The news that the Tyrant was back spread like wildfire in the Kunlun continent and the Immortal Spirit continent. The news that the Tyrant was about to get married made countless people on the two continents rejoice. Especially after knowing that the person he was going to marry was the little princess of the former royal family of Middle-earth, the people of the 9 prefectures felt like they were celebrating a festival. Gu Chen had originally planned to hold a simple wedding ceremony after his return. He would only invite acquaintances to the banquet, and his parents and grandfather would witness the ceremony. However, things didn't go as he had imagined. When the whole world knew that he was about to get married, the wedding was no longer just about him. Gu Chen is going to get married. The Gu clan can't lose face. The wedding must be grand. The Tyrant's wedding is of great importance. The 13 immortal sects can't lose face. Quickly think of a gift. Announce to the whole Kunlun continent that from now on, the whole continent will have a 10-day holiday to celebrate the Tyrant's wedding. The entire ancient Songhuang planet treated Gu Chen's wedding as a festival. On the day of the wedding, countless places on the two continents held banquets, and all races sang and danced to celebrate. In the Tiannan city of the East Wilderness, countless flying ships and chariots came to celebrate the wedding. Under the witness and blessings of countless people, Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu got married. Gu Yuan and Gu Tianming, who were sitting in the upper seats, couldn't stop smiling. Xin Yushu even cried tears of joy. After the ceremony, Gu Chen entered the bridal chamber, and the entire Tiannan city fell into a night of revelry. The white ape and the dragon horse were addicted to alcohol and got drunk. When the dragon horse sang, the green bull, who was a bit delirious, took the initiative to dance for it. Punlai Island Master, Gu Yao, and Killing God Qing Lin exchanged toasts and discussed Dao all night. Gu Yuan and Namgongjing talked about the times when they traveled the continents together when they were young, and they laughed heartily. Everyone was very happy. This wedding released the naivety in everyone's hearts and made them forget the reality and cruelty of the cultivation world. While the outside world was celebrating, Gu Chen was experiencing the first time in his life. So many people had asked him to drink tonight that he was drunk when he entered the room. Under the bright red gauze curtain, Ji Lanchu, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red shawl, was sitting obediently by the bed with a red veil over her head. Gu Chen looked at the bride in front of him. The drunkenness in his eyes receded and was replaced by tenderness. His promise all those years ago had finally been fulfilled. From today onwards, Lanchu was his wife. Gu Chen walked forward and slowly lifted the red veil. He saw that Ji Lanchu's pretty face was covered in a rosy glow. She looked exceptionally alluring. "Gu, husband." Ji Lanchu called out softly, her heart thumping wildly. Gu Chen smiled as he stared at Ji Lanchu. His stare made her feel embarrassed. "What are you laughing at?" "My mother told me today." She didn't know why, but Ji Lanchu felt that Gu Chen's smile was especially evil today. "What did she say?" Ji Lanchu asked innocently. "My mother said that the Gu family has only one heir for 3 generations, so, bah." Ji Lanchu's face immediately turned as red as an apple. Gu Chen didn't say anything else. With a flick of his finger, the lights in the room went out. Ji Lanchu cried out in surprise. Ever since he entered the Wuchen sect to cultivate at the age of 14, Gu Chen had never been as happy as he was recently. His parents and grandfather were by his side, and he was a newlywed. He and his wife were inseparable. Far away from the bloodshed of the immortal and divine realms, he lived a peaceful life like a mortal. He felt as if his heart had broadened. His companions also came to the ancient planet Songhuang and enjoyed their leisure time. Jiang Beiming returned to the Thousand Refinements Sacred Clan. The return of the King of Weapons caused a huge commotion in the Thousand Refinements Sacred Clan. His junior brother, Jiang Bourgeois, was in tears. White Ape took the dragon horse to steal and eat. Gu Chen asked the green bull to dissuade them, but it was useless. The two beasts really gave the major forces a headache. The island lord accompanied his guest, Hai Dongqing, to travel around the ancient planet Songhuang in search of ancient ruins. Speaking of ancient ruins, this was the biggest change in the ancient planet Songhuang recently. On the first day Gu Chen and the others returned to the ancient planet Songhuang, they found that some ruins in the sky market had disappeared, and the entire sky market was full of vitality. At that time, Gu Chen thought that there were foreign enemies invading the ancient planet Song Huang, but after asking, he found out that it was not the case. It started a few months ago. One day, a gorgeous aurora suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancient planet Song Huang. Since then, some strange phenomena began to appear on the ancient planet. First, many great cultivators who had been trapped in the bottleneck of the realm for a long time began to break through one after another. Many ordinary people also inexplicably felt a sense of vitality and stepped on the road of cultivation. After that, there were ruins falling from the sky market from time to time, falling into the two continents or the vast ocean. When the ruins fell, thousands of auspicious lights appeared, and the strange phenomena were amazing. It immediately aroused the enthusiasm of many cultivators on the two continents. They went deep into the ruins, and many people found opportunities in it. They obtained treasures passed down from ancient times or long-lost cultivation methods. Such a strange thing made the cultivators on the two continents very excited. Every time a ruin fell, a large number of cultivators would go. After Gu Chen and the others learned about the changes on the ancient planet, they quickly figured out the truth. This matter was probably related to the recovery of the Ninth Realm's Tao power. The time when the changes occurred was probably after the collapse of the heavenly law, which was a strong proof. The return of the origin power actually caused a new atmosphere of cultivation to appear on a broken star like the ancient planet Song Huang. This was beyond Gu Chen's imagination. Obviously, a golden era was coming. If the ancient planet Song Huang continued to be artificially sealed, it would be left far behind by the tide of time. Moreover, with the recovery of the Tao power, Gu Chen sensed that the star soul that he and Xianxia had sealed was showing signs of awakening. This made him finally make a decision. With my current strength, I can try to restore the star soul. Gu Chen did not forget the promise he had made when he had sealed the star soul. That year, the star soul had voluntarily been sealed, and had even used its remaining origin power to nourish the growth of all living things. This had deeply touched him. According to the analysis at that time, the star soul would not be able to live for long. Once it completely disappeared, the ancient planet Song Huang could completely become a dead star. Now that the Tao power of the entire Ninth Realm was recovering, the star soul had benefited from the environment and was showing signs of improvement. It was the right time for Gu Chen to help. Therefore, after the wedding, the restless Gu Chen stepped into the heaven crater Earth Eye. He decided to release the sealed star soul and restore it, so that the ancient planet Song Huang could once again become great. He was not sure if he could do it. After all, the star soul had been too seriously injured. But no matter what, he had to do his part for his hometown. In the depths of the Earth's core, Gu Chen came to the place where the astral soul was sealed. Previously, he and Xianxia had borrowed the power of the heavenly treasured book and the sacred cauldron of fate to control the heavenly Tao to seal the astral soul. But now, Gu Chen was alone and had no magic treasures to help him. But facing the ancient star heavenly Tao, it was easy to control it. Every ancient star had its own heavenly Tao laws. This heavenly Tao was at most called a minor heavenly Tao. It was completely different from the major heavenly Tao established in the divine realm. With Gu Chen's current cultivation level, controlling the heavenly Tao was as easy as flipping his hand. After all, the power he possessed now far exceeded that of an ancient star. The real difficulty was how to repair the astral soul. After the seal was lifted, if Gu Chen couldn't repair it in time, it would only cause the astral soul to die even faster. Standing in the Earth's core, Gu Chen closed his eyes. Every inch of his flesh and blood shone with resplendent light. The vast source energy flowed like a great river. Previously, in the divine realm, his eternal light life secret art had broken through and he could finally control the vast energy of the eternal star body. This energy came from the core of the wilderness god star. It belonged to the astral source energy, and was different from ordinary source energy. Gu Tianming had once told Gu Chen that there were tens of thousands of laws in the world, and the laws had a source. This source was the source energy, the Tao. And by condensing a source energy, one could step into the Tao querying realm and become an immortal emperor or god emperor. The astral source energy in Gu Chen's body was different from this source energy. It was more like a pure life energy, similar to the life source energy, but also different. There were 3,000 great Taos in the world, and naturally, there were 3,000 source energies. And it was said that this was just a general number. In reality, the source energy was endless, and the Tao was endless. After breaking through, Gu Chen had studied the astral source energy he controlled. It was huge, and he had no opponents below the immortal emperor realm. But it was different from immortal emperors in the Tao querying realm. A true immortal emperor should have both the soul and the body at the same time, and he was closer to a fleshly body mystique. The huge amount of star source energy in his body caused Gu Chen to feel puzzled, because this meant that there were 3 types of energy in his body at the same time. The first was the power of his overlord bloodline, while the second was his immortal Tao cultivation. After experiencing the battle in the divine realm and these few months of cultivation, the immortal force in Gu Chen's body had already reached the early stage of the immortal reverent realm. One must know that before he went to the divine realm, his immortal Tao cultivation was only at the intermediate immortal king stage. In less than half a year, he broke through to the immortal reverent stage. This had a lot to do with the recovery of his Tao energy. He was originally a genius, but after the recovery of his Tao power, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely exaggerated level. The 3 powers existed in Gu Chen's body at the same time. Although they coexisted peacefully with each other, Gu Chen was still a little confused. Compared to his overlord physique and immortal Tao cultivation, his star origin energy was much more powerful. It was so powerful that the former 2 types of energy had become dispensable existences. This was not a good sign. As his cultivation level increased and he gradually grew into a first-rate cultivator, Gu Chen had to start pondering his own Tao. And the 3 completely different types of energy made his Tao confusing. If he did not figure it out as soon as possible, he might go astray. Although the star origin energy is powerful, I can't cultivate it, and the other 2 types of energy are too weak. It seems that if I want to find my own Tao, the key is to cultivate the black hole scroll. Now is not the time to think about this. Gu Chen came back to his senses. His spiritual will linked with the ancient star heavenly Tao, and he stomped his foot on the ground, rumble. Under his powerful strength, the Book of Heavens and the sacred cauldron of fate floated out of the void. And from the depths of the earth's core, a hazy ball of light also slowly drilled out. When he saw the star soul again, Gu Chen found that it looked a little brighter than before it was sealed. Indeed, the recovery of his Tao energy had improved its injuries. However, this improvement could not keep up with the speed at which it was dying. If no one did anything, it still could not avoid its final fate. I hope this star origin energy will be able to help you. Gu Chen took a deep breath. The star origin energy in his body came from the wilderness god star, which was a star many times stronger than the ancient dark yellow star. In theory, this power should be able to help it. Gu Chen sat cross-legged in front of the ancient star soul and placed his hands on it. The star origin energy in his body was transferred at a stable speed. As soon as the star origin energy entered, the star soul immediately responded and let out a childish and joyful call. Seeing this, Gu Chen's spirit was lifted, and he continued to maintain the transfer. The process of transferring the star origin energy lasted for a full 4.5 days. After 4.5 days, the star soul had become a bright body of light, and its injuries had almost recovered. It sent out an intimate spiritual wave to Gu Chen, and the entire underground was dyed with layers of light. At the same time, everywhere in the ancient dark yellow star, the dry desert was suffused with green, and the Dead Sea became clear again. The recovery of the star soul had also strengthened the ancient dark yellow star's self-healing and purification power. What was even more surprising was that the huge hole caused by the ancient catastrophe also showed signs of healing, but it was extremely slow. Seeing this, Gu Chen stopped transferring the star origin energy, and a trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. He had consumed a full tenth of the star origin energy in his body to heal the star soul's injuries. After the star origin energy was absorbed by the star soul, it could not be recovered, so his strength had fallen a little. However, he did not care. Compared to the damage to his own strength, the resurrection of the star soul could change the entire ancient dark yellow star. From now on, the ancient dark yellow star would no longer be unsuitable for cultivation, and there would be many talented people. This was a magnificent feat that would benefit the world, and his Gu family would also benefit from it. Wu, the healed star soul spread out and suddenly submerged Gu Chen. Gu Chen was slightly surprised, but he did not feel any malice. Instead, he felt warmth. Enveloped by the star soul's light, Guchen found that his connection with it was even closer. Through it, he could clearly sense what was happening in every corner of the ancient dark yellow star. This was different from his divine sense. Although his divine sense could also sense the situation of the entire ancient star, it could not be like the star soul, where he could clearly sense the breathing of the wind and the embryonic breathing of the earth. Could it be? Guchen's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing in the sky above the Kunlun continent. He looked around in shock. He raised his hand, and the wind between heaven and earth surrounded him. When he lowered his hand, the wind stopped. He could actually control all the laws of heaven and earth in the ancient dark yellow star, as if this place had become his inner world. Guchen knew that only the star soul had this ability, and now the star soul had shared this ability with him. Guchen understood the crux of the matter, and his eyes revealed joy. But what was rare and precious was the reproduction of life on the ancient planet and the flow of all the natural embryonic breath. This involved the mysterious Tao. Through the star soul, he had the perspective of the Creator and could feel the myriad Tao of nature in detail. This was greatly helpful to the improvement of his mental state. Compared to power, the improvement of his mental state was more important to Guchen now. Thank you, Star Soul. In the future, we will protect this ancient planet together. Guchen smiled and muttered to himself. From the depths of the planet's core, the Star Soul responded in a brisk manner. Ordinary people could not feel the revival of the Star Soul, but cultivators with strong mental states could sense it immediately. The whole world is reviving. Is this the Overlord's doing? I feel that my cultivation speed has increased again. Now there is hope for me to break through the bottleneck. The cultivators from all over the ancient planet were inexplicably excited and felt even more grateful to the Overlord. They did not know how Guchen did it, but they knew that he was the only one in the entire ancient Sung Huang star who could do this. After Guchen finished his work, he returned to the Gu residence in Tiannan City. Gu Yuan's expression turned serious when he saw him. Ancient Star Soul has broken the seal? In this case, the ancient Sung Huang star will once again be in the sights of the extraterrestrial cultivators. Guchen replied confidently but calmly. Grandfather, don't worry. Times are different now. Anyone who dares to invade the ancient Sung Huang star will pay a painful price. Since Guchen had decided to break the seal on the Star Soul, he was naturally prepared for the same thing that happened the last time when the deities descended. He had thought it through. Although it was safe to be isolated from the world, the ancient Sung Huang star would lose its vitality and the possibility of becoming stronger. In the long run, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Now that the seal was broken, the ancient Sung Huang star would certainly face some trouble, but with him around, all the risks could be controlled. Gu Yuan understood that Guchen was doing this for the good of the ancient Sung Huang star and nodded. That's good too. Jade can't be made into anything if it's not cut, and gold fears no fire. Being isolated from the world is not a long-term solution. After the Star Soul was revived, Guchen did not leave Tiannan City for the next few days. Every day, apart from the necessary cultivation, he would enjoy spending time with his family. Originally, he thought that after the awakening of the Star Soul, there would soon be alien cultivators coming to find trouble, but perhaps the star path of the ancient Sung Huang star was too remote. No alien cultivators appeared for many days. Since nothing had happened, he decided not to pay any more attention to it. After all, he had a close relationship with Xing Hun. Even if a housefly snuck into the ancient star, Xing Hun would tell him. Guchen's previous thrilling life returned to normal. He had a lot of time every day and finally had the energy to investigate some things that interested him. He summoned the green ox and asked about its origins in detail, as well as the matter regarding the son of an era. The green ox had lived for a very long time. It had even come into contact with the white ape, who was in the reincarnation period. However, its origins had always been a mystery. Guchen had first heard about the son of an era from the green ox. Back then, the green ox had insisted on worshipping him as its master, believing that he was the prophesied son of an era. Guchen had only found it funny. However, when he stepped into the immortal king realm and triggered the appearance of the door of decaying Tao, he was also said to be the son of an era. The man with a bamboo hat also once had this title. Was this a coincidence? Guchen felt that there were not that many coincidences in the world, so he hoped to obtain some useful information from the green ox. Seeing that Guchen wanted to see it alone, the green ox was very excited. It had not been by its master's side all year round, and its master had powerful beasts like the white ape and the dragon horse. This made it feel a sense of danger recently, afraid that its master would find it useless. Therefore, it said almost everything it knew to Guchen's questions. This old ox has already forgotten its own birth. I only remember that the last time I woke up, there was a voice in my head telling me to search for the son of an era in the prophecy. That was about 30,000 years ago. After this old ox heard that, it left the place where it woke up and crossed the sea, arriving at the Kunlun continent. Since then, this old ox has been searching for the son of an era. I even mistook him for someone else until I found you, master. Woke up 30,000 years ago? Guchen entered deep thought. Given that, it was very likely that the Azure Ox had descended to the Kunlun continent with the various deities back then. As for why it could not remember the past, perhaps it was like the white ape, for some special reason. Guchen was not very satisfied with such an answer. He did not get an answer to what he wanted to know. What exactly is the son of an era? What did the voice in your head say? Guchen asked. The son of an era is born only once in each epoch. He is born with great luck and bears the heavy responsibility of saving the universe. The Azure Ox's answer was the same as when it followed Guchen back then. It did not provide any additional information. Guchen frowned heavily. Could it be that he would end up empty-handed? Where did you wake up back then? Bring me there. Guchen's eyes flickered, and he decided to get to the bottom of it. Okay. The Azure Ox did not hesitate and immediately left Tiannan City with Guchen. They went all the way to the sea. According to the Azure Ox, it woke up somewhere at the bottom of the sea. With Guchen's current speed, they soon reached their destination, an inconspicuous sea area. This place. Guchen's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Master, this old ox woke up at the bottom of the sea. The Azure Ox took the lead and dived into the sea. There was a reef at the bottom of the sea, and it dived in there. Guchen looked at the glimmer of light coming from the reef at the bottom of the sea, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Why is it here? At this moment, Punlai Island Master had brought him here before. This was the primeval relic where he obtained the immortal ascension technique, the one turning into three pure ones, and the Prajna possession technique. In order to hide from the alien forces, Punlai Island Master provided this place as a refuge for Guchen and the others. At that time, Guchen thought of the formation of the heavenly market because of this place and knew where to find the sacred cauldron of destiny and the sky-seizing blade. He had a deep impression of this place, which was why he found it familiar even before he entered the sea. Now, he was even more certain. The place where the Azure Ox woke up is the same primeval relic as the place where Punlai Island Master obtained the opportunity. What is the origin of this place? Guchen took a deep breath and realized that his previous judgment was wrong. He thought that the Azure Ox came to the dark yellow ancient star with the gods 30,000 years ago, but it might not be the case. After all, this relic had been formed in the primeval era or even earlier. The three mystic techniques that Punlai Island Master cultivated were unparalleled, and Guchen had long felt that they were not inferior to the immortal Emperor Taoist orthodoxy. Now that he entered this place again, his expression changed. After crossing the ice-cold bottom of the sea, Guchen stepped into the ancient relic again. He didn't pay much attention the last time he was here as he had focused all his attention on the heavenly market. This time, it felt different when he revisited the old place. In the past, Guchen's cultivation level was too low. At most, he had just entered the human immortal realm, so he felt that this ancient relic was no different from other relic. However, this time, when his spiritual senses penetrated the various parts of the relic, he found something unusual. This relic was huge and magnificent. Theoretically, it could only be created with uncanny craftsmanship. However, the entire relic, from the eaves to the walls to the ground, gave off a natural feeling. It was as if this relic was not created but had grown. When he used the ability of the sight and hearing divine physique to investigate carefully, he found that this relic gave off a natural and refreshing feeling, making him feel relaxed and happy. It was just a relic, but Gu Chen had the absurd feeling that it seemed to have once been alive. Master, let's go this way. The green bull walked quickly in the relic and led Gu Chen to the place where he had woken up in the past. Soon, the human and the beast arrived at the depths of the relic. There was a quiet room here, and the stone door was ajar and covered in dust. Gu Chen pushed the door open and entered. His eyes narrowed instantly. There was a human skeleton in the door. The skeleton raised its right hand and pointed at the 3 wooden boxes in front of it while its left hand rested on another skeleton. That skeleton was the skeleton of a bull, and it looked similar to the green bull's size. Gu Chen carefully examined the quiet room and found that there were traces of people worshipping in front of the human skeleton. An image involuntarily emerged in his mind. The young Punlai Island lord entered this place by mistake and obtained the inheritance of an unknown senior master. There were 3 wooden boxes in front of this senior master, which corresponded to the immortal ascension technique, the 3 pure ones, and the prajna body seizing technique. You woke up here? Gu Chen asked the green bull, and his heart skipped a beat. This senior master had probably passed away here for at least hundreds of thousands of years. If the green bull had slept in this relic, how old would it be? Also, what does the ox bone beside the senior have to do with the green ox? Yes, master. Back then, when I woke up, there was a voice in my head telling me to look for the prophesied son of an era. I was shocked and thought it was that person talking to me. The green ox nodded repeatedly. Back then, when it woke up, it was quite frightened by the skeleton. Other than the mission he gave you, you really don't remember anything else? Gu Chen asked again. The green ox tried his best to recall, but in the end, he shook his head. Gu Chen sighed and did not ask any more questions. He walked forward and bowed deeply to the skeleton in front of him. This unknown master had left 3 mystic techniques to Punlai Island Master. Later, Punlai Island Master gave him the 3 mystic techniques, which meant that Punlai Island Master indirectly owed him a favor. Both the immortal ascension technique and the one turning into 3 pure ones helped Gu Chen a lot, and he felt that it was impolite of him to bow to the master without bringing any offerings. Gu Chen's bow was just a casual one, but he did not expect that something strange would happen as soon as he bowed. The skeleton in front of him began to glow with white light, and the entire relic trembled inexplicably. What's going on? The green ox looked at the skeleton in shock. This had never happened before. When it woke up, Gu Chen was shocked and didn't know what was going on. Is this senior's final radiance? Before he could think, he was shocked to find that the immortal essence in his body flowed out of his dantian and ran wildly along the route of the immortal ascension technique. His body released 9-colored immortal light, and the light from the skeleton in front of him became more dazzling. Following that, a hair-raising scene appeared. The senior's hand that was resting on the cow's bone slowly lifted up. With this movement, the entire skeleton let out a cracking sound. It was extremely strange. Gu Chen took a deep breath and took 2 steps back, his eyes full of vigilance. Boom, the skeleton pointed its finger at Gu Chen. As if its soul had left its body, Gu Chen's body shook, and another version of him appeared. This version was surrounded by 9-colored light, looking sage-like and handsome. It was his immortal body. The moment the skeleton attacked, Gu Chen's immortal body was forcibly separated from his overlord body, and it manifested itself. Senior, what can I do for you? The immortal body. Gu Chen looked at the skeleton with a nervous expression. His current strength was at the top level in the 9th realm, but he couldn't see through the technique of the skeleton. The other party had been dead for at least hundreds of thousands of years, but it still had such magical power after death. How powerful was it when it was alive? The skeleton seemed to understand Gu Chen's words, and its eye sockets lit up like 2 soybeans. At the same time, an indescribable sadness spread out, and even Gu Chen was infected. Gu Chen didn't feel the other party's malice, so he was relieved. He couldn't help but guess what the other party's current state was. Had it come back to life, or had it grown a spiritual consciousness? The skeleton looked up at the sky. Although it had no eyes or flesh, at this moment, Gu Chen could feel that it was sad and confused. It looked at the sky for a long time, but Gu Chen didn't say anything. In this situation, it was best not to take any action. The green bull was scared silly by this abnormality, and it didn't even dare to breathe. After a long time, the skeleton returned to normal. It looked at Gu Chen and suddenly reached out a hand. For some reason, Gu Chen didn't dodge. He wanted to know what the other party was going to do. One of the skeleton's bony palms rested on Gu Chen's head. In an instant, bits and pieces of information appeared in Gu Chen's mind. Dao Lord, do you still remember the common people? All my life, I naturally pursued an action, but today, I will do something. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth, the famous mother of all things. The body created by the secret technique shall be called the nameless immortal body. Gu Chen saw some intermittent images. In the images, there was a young Taoist priest riding a green ox. He had created 3 Taoist techniques, including the celestial ascension technique. It seemed that he wanted to use these 3 Taoist techniques to do something. After he created the 3 techniques, the weather changed, and he quickly passed away. It was as if the 3 techniques he had created were not accepted by the world. The green bull next to him cried loudly and stayed by his master's side until the fire of life was extinguished, and its body was weathered. After countless years, the young Taoist had already turned into white bones. Suddenly, an aurora appeared in the sky and landed on the ancient planet. A strange scene happened. The green bull had already been eroded, and there was no flesh and blood in its body. However, at this moment, its skin left its body and floated in the air. It was only left with a piece of leather, but it seemed to have been given life again. Soon, its body swelled up, and when it opened its eyes, it was already a new life. After that, the green bull left the relic in a daze. A long time after it left, a young man accidentally entered this place and took away the 3 Tao techniques left by the skeleton. Gu Chen felt these intermittent memories, and some of the confusion in his heart was solved. The green bull was actually transformed from the leather. That young Taoist had been dead for countless years, but he was still able to give life to a piece of leather. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was simply unheard of. The reason why the young Taoist sent the green bull out shocked Gu Chen even more. The aurora in the memory was clearly the seed of origin that flew into the ancient Sung Huang star from outer space 30,000 years ago. In other words, the young Taoist sent the green bull out had a lot to do with the appearance of the seed of origin. Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. The cause and effect of this matter was unbelievable. The green bull was born because of the seed of origin, and the seed of origin did germinate in Gu Chen's body. The green bull said that he was the son of an era, but he wasn't. However, he cultivated the nameless immortal physique of the young Taoist and triggered the appearance of the gate of decaying Tao, and he really became the son of an era. All these causes and effects were complicated as if it was predestined by the heavens. Senior, what do you want to tell me? Gu Chen looked at the skeleton in front of him and tried to keep calm. The skeleton didn't speak, but a lot of fragmented information still flowed into Gu Chen's mind. The following information was the process and experience of the young Taoist when he created the 3 Tao techniques. Gu Chen felt as if he was that young Taoist. During this process, his understanding of the 3 Tao techniques improved by leaps and bounds, even surpassing the inheritance of the Punlai Island Lord. Gu Chen understood. Although the young Taoist had left behind the 3 Tao techniques, he died quickly due to a sudden accident, and the inheritance in the wooden box wasn't detailed enough. The true inheritance was in his mind. That was the purest part, the flawless Tao technique. Today, Gu Chen's arrival seemed to be because he cultivated the nameless immortal physique. Unexpectedly, this senior sensed it and came back to life. Moreover, he used a spiritual imprint to impart the complete version of the 3 Tao laws to him. As for the fragmented memories he felt, they were just incidental. This senior was in a very strange state. He was probably not very clear-headed. After the skeleton had completely branded the 3 Taoist magic arts to Gu Chen, the soybean-like glow inside the skull dimmed a little. It then slowly walked out of the ruins. With every step it took, the entire ruins trembled. Gu Chen did not have the time to carefully feel the imprint in his mind. He hurriedly followed behind the skeleton to see what it wanted to do. Tao Lord, are you leaving this place? Gu Chen asked after some deliberation. In the fragmented memories, others seemed to call this senior that. He did not know his specific name, so he might as well call him Tao Lord Whitebone. Tao Lord Whitebone did not respond. He walked out of the ruins step by step. When he reached the exit, the ruins also floated up from the bottom of the sea amid violent tremors and stopped on the surface of the sea. The ancient ruins had become a mountain, and Tao Lord White Bones sat at the top. He only looked up at the sky and did not say a word. "Master, this senior is so strange." The green ox could not help but say. It did not know that it was created by the other party. In fact, it even had a close relationship with the other party in its previous life. He shouldn't have any ill intentions. "Let's wait and see," replied Gu Chen. Given Tao Lord White Bone's strength, even Gu Chen was not confident that he could stop him if he wanted to harm the ancient planet Song Huang. The other party was too strange. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. He could even give life to a piece of cowhide. In the next few days, Gu Chen sat on the surface of the sea and quietly observed Tao Lord White Bone. The sun rose and set. The tides rose and fell. Tao Lord White Bone looked at the sky motionlessly. If not for the fact that the essence of the sun and moon would be absorbed into his bones every morning and evening, Gu Chen would have suspected that he had passed away again. The appearance of the ancient ruins alarmed many cultivators. Pulai Island Lord and Hai Dongqing came a day later. Hai Dongqing was moved when he sensed Tao Lord White Bone's existence. When he came to the ancient planet Song Huang, he felt that this place was unusual. Now, he actually saw a senior expert that he could not see through at all. "Friend Hai, is it possible that this senior?" Gu Chen asked. He did not say that word directly. After all, there were many cultivators around. If everyone knew, it would be too shocking. "I'm afraid so." Hai Dongqing nodded solemnly. Gu Chen was sure that Hai Dongqing had been at the late-stage Immortal Lord realm for a long time, and his judgment was much more accurate than Gu Chen's. Didn't they say that the primordial era no longer exists? Does the resurrection of this senior have something to do with the recovery of Tao energy? Pulai Island Lord could tell what Gu Chen was implying and couldn't help but ask. "I'm afraid it's possible." Gu Chen murmured. The recovery of Tao energy was one reason. His appearance and awakening Tao Lord White Bone might be another reason. This senior state is very strange. It's best to list this place as a forbidden area and don't let anyone disturb him. Hai Dongqing suggested. Gu Chen nodded. Tao Lord White Bone looked calm and didn't do anything threatening, but it would be a hidden danger if so many cultivators continued to surround him. Therefore, Gu Chen used his status as the overlord to order that no cultivators from the ancient planet Song Huang were allowed to enter this place. From then on, the sea area within a radius of 1,000 miles was listed as a forbidden area. No cultivator dared to question this decision, and they quickly left. Gu Chen continued to stay and observe for a few days until he was sure that Tao Lord White Bone wasn't a threat. Then, he returned to Tiannan City. As soon as he returned to Tiannan City, he told Pulai Island Lord about Tao Lord White Bone's inheritance. Pulai Island Lord had already guessed it when he saw the relic, so he wasn't surprised by what Gu Chen said. "Because it's a spiritual imprint and the 3 Tao techniques are too profound, I can't teach them to you now. I'll give them to you after I absorb and comprehend them." The 3 Tao techniques were originally the good fortune that Pulai Island Lord gave him. Now that Gu Chen had obtained the flawless Tao technique, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. However, Tao Lord White Bone's spiritual imprint could only be understood and not conveyed, so he couldn't give it to Pulai Island Lord for the time being. "It's okay. The old man hasn't cultivated the immortal ascension technique. I'm afraid he isn't the true successor that Tao Lord White Bone has identified." Pulai Island Lord shook his head. He had entered the relic and kowtowed to that senior, but he didn't show any phenomenon, which meant that he might not be the successor that Tao Lord White Bone wanted. The news of Tao Lord White Bone's rebirth caused a huge uproar. But after that, because he didn't make any moves, the ancient pale yellow star quickly returned to peace. Gu Chen continued to live a peaceful life after marriage, but he unknowingly became more diligent in his daily cultivation. The resurrection of the Lord of Tao proved one thing. After the primordial age, the rules of the heavenly path without an emperor had been broken. The recovery of the power of the Tao was deeply affecting every corner of the 9th realm's 12-star fields. A golden era was about to arrive. Gu Chen didn't know whether this golden era was a blessing or a curse, but his instincts drove him to cultivate even harder than before. He began to study the 3rd volume of the Nature of the Heavenly Stars, the Black Hole volume. The difficulty of cultivating it made his eyelids twitch. The first Stardust Scroll involved the sun and moon refinement and the heavenly tremor summoning. The second volume, the Star Core volume, involved the 3 secret techniques of Void Nirvana, Dust Flame Exhaust, and Eternal Light. In order to master the third volume, the Black Hole Scripture, one would need to cultivate all 5 secret techniques to perfection. After cultivating this technique for so many years, Guchen already knew that the nature of the Heavenly Star technique and the 33 levels of Heaven's secret technique complemented each other, and both were indispensable. The number of secret techniques required to cultivate in the third volume was the sum of the previous 2 volumes, so one could imagine the difficulty. It would be fine if it was just the number of secret techniques, but just the entry requirements were enough to make one's hair stand on end. The Star Core Scroll was formed with the indestructible star body. With the might of the celestial body, the current Guchen was not afraid of anyone below the Tao querying realm. It brought him unprecedented strength, but the Black Hole Scroll actually required him to self-destruct the immortal stellar body at the beginning. According to the summary of the Black Hole Scroll, this scroll could be divided into 5 realms. The 5 realms corresponded to the 5 secret techniques and also corresponded to the 5 major structures of the human body. They were the Dantian, the 4 extremities, the dragon transformation bone, the blood, and the Niwen palace. The black hole was sucked into the door. The first step was to cultivate the 6th heaven secret technique, Star Core Rupture. It was to destroy the Dantian that had already turned into a star core, turning the Dantian into a small black hole. The first step was to destroy one's Dantian. If one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Guchen was hovering at the edge of the door, not daring to attempt it. Other than studying the Black Hole Scroll, Guchen also spent his energy on the 3 flawless Taoist techniques. These 3 Tao techniques were created by that mysterious Tao Lord. Even though they were inferior to the heavenly phenomenon art, they were still top-notch legacies in this world. By comparing them with the original incomplete Tao techniques, Guchen was shocked to discover that the potential of these 3 Tao techniques was far more terrifying than he had imagined. After the Immortal Ascension art condensed the nameless immortal physique, it could plunder and absorb the power of other people's immortal physiques. Guchen thought that this was already powerful enough. However, after carefully comprehending the complete Tao law, he was shocked to find that the nameless immortal physique could not only steal the power of other immortal physiques, it could even steal the origin power of immortal emperors. In other words, the fundamental purpose of the Celestial Ascension technique was to seize the power of the origin. As for the 3 Pure Ones and the Prajna Possession divine art, they were essentially in the service of seizing the power of origin. After realizing the nature of the 3 Tao techniques, Guchen was shocked. Immortal emperors and god kings relied on their control of the power of origin to dominate the world. However, these 3 Tao techniques could actually seize their power of origin. It was no wonder that heaven and earth didn't tolerate them when they were created. After knowing about this, Guchen was even more curious about the White Bone Daolord's objective back then. He was even more uncertain about his cultivation. Was the person who could create such a Tao technique only at the Emperor realm? The 3 Tao techniques were broad and profound. The Black Hole Scroll of the heavenly phenomenon art was strange and treacherous. Guchen only studied it every day and didn't dare to blindly try it. He had gradually reached the depths of cultivation and had to find his own Tao. These 2 great legacies were good, but how to choose and how to play to the strengths and avoid the weaknesses was a big problem. If he couldn't find his own Tao, even the best Tao techniques would be useless. Guchen was immersed in cultivation. He didn't know if it was because the 2 Tao techniques consumed too much of his mental energy. He didn't know when it started, but he would have nightmares every night when he slept. Haha, Jia, the man with the bamboo hat's figure would often appear in his dreams. He would laugh weirdly and attack Guchen's family members, causing him to wake up from the nightmare and be covered in cold sweat. Occasionally, it wasn't really a nightmare. Guchen would sometimes dream that he had become the man with a bamboo hat. Or it could be said that he had become one of his billions of clones, taking his place to experience the mortal world and the sufferings of the world. This situation lasted for a few months, causing Guchen to be unable to sleep at night. He thought that he had gone berserk in his cultivation. Therefore, he temporarily stopped his research on the Black Hole Scroll and the 3 Tao techniques. However, his dreams didn't disappear and would still appear frequently. This made him feel perplexed. He could only seek help from Hai Dongqing, who had a profound cultivation. Hai Dongqing listened to him and remained silent for a moment before saying, "Friend Gu, how did you deal with the demon blade of speech spirit? What does this have to do with the demon blade of speech spirit?" "I kept it in the secret space and never took it out," Gu Chen answered in surprise. "The demon blade of speech spirit has the power to bewitch people. Since it exists in your body, it might affect your mental state. Friend Gu, do you know why I followed you to ancient planet Songhuang? The most important reason is that I am worried about the demon blade." Hai Dongqing told him the truth. When he had the demon blade of speech spirit, he often had nightmares. The demon blade had a spirit and tried to affect his mind through his dreams. Although Gu Chen managed to suppress the demon blade of speech spirit in the divine realm, Hai Dongqing was still worried. He was afraid that something might happen, which was why he suggested to follow Gu Chen back. Now that Gu Chen was acting strangely, he guessed that the demon blade of speech spirit was behind it. "It's this blade? How should I deal with it? Should I seal it somewhere else?" Gu Chen's eyes glistened. Although what Hai Dongqing said made sense, he felt that it had nothing to do with the demon blade. He suppressed the demon blade easily. Although the demon blade could bewitch people, it had no effect on him. Although he felt that it was not the case, he could not think of any other reason. Hence, he chose to listen to Hai Dongqing's suggestion. "It's not wise to seal the demon blade somewhere else. If we do that, it means that Friend Gu is afraid of it. The best way is to control it completely and get rid of all the hidden dangers." "How do I control it completely?" Gu Chen asked curiously. "From today onwards, Friend Gu will learn blade skills from me," Hai Dongqing said seriously. "Friend Hai wants to teach me blade skills?" Gu Chen was surprised. "Why? Friend Gu is not willing?" Hai Dongqing smiled. "No, it's my honor to learn blade skills from Friend Hai." Of course, Gu Chen would not refuse. He knew how strong Hai Dongqing's blade skills were. It could be said that no one in the 12-star territories could beat him in blade skills. Friend Gu is a genius. If he can learn the true meaning of my blade skills, I believe that he will be able to completely subdue the demon blade of speech spirit. Not only that, I see that although Friend Gu has the tyrant's treasure, the heaven-seizing blade, he has not unleashed its true power. Learning blade skills will also be beneficial for you to master the tyrant's treasure. End of chapter 1031. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.